A wind of commotion blew around Lin, encircling him as he stood atop a high-rise building. He looked behind him, where a group of fiendish men was slowly cornering him. Shitty brat, let's see how you escape this time. If you have the guts, why don't you just fly away? The burly man in charge brandished the iron club in his hands, and a cruel look emerged on his face. And Lin knew that he had no chance of escape anymore. However, once he started to think about the consequences of being caught, his body started to tremble uncontrollably. That kind of life was simply too inhumane. What should I do? What should I do? It would be really great if I could fly. Just as Lin was thinking this, a gust of wind appeared and swept his body up off of the ground. Hey! And Lin was terrified. He was swept away by the wind. He really was flying. Holy fuck! He really can fly. Seeing him being picked up off the ground, the burly man in charge became as dumbstruck as Lin. Right in front of everyone, a gust of wind had brought Lin off the top of the building. And then, the wind disappeared, and he started to free fall. Ah! Save me! The wind howled past, and the weightlessness caused by the rapid descent made Lin shriek in fear. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. And Lin kept screaming this to himself in his mind. The fear of imminent death enveloped him, and it caused every part of his body to tremble uncontrollably. Atop the building, the brawny man in charge was dumbfounded as he looked at Lin free-falling. Soon after, he turned around to everybody and slowly opened his mouth. That kid was not forced to jump off the building by me. The assailant was the wind. You guys have got to testify for me. Please, I'm innocent. The people behind him were also standing there dazed. The wind appeared far too abnormally. How could anyone believe them when they couldn't even believe it after witnessing it themselves? Seeing the ground rushing towards him, and Lin shut his eyes in despair. He didn't expect his life to actually end in such a hopelessly stupid manner. Right at that moment, a mysterious ball of white light suddenly appeared and enveloped his entire body. The formidable force caused by the instantaneous deceleration also arrived at that moment. And Lin felt like he was riding a roller coaster and had charged to the bottom, made a turn, then started to shoot towards the sky. Ah! And Lin started to shriek again. After flying towards the sky, his body landed back on top of the building once again. The extreme severity of weightlessness and G-force, as well as the feeling of wavering between life and death, caused Lin to feel a bout of dizziness. He then started to vomit meekly and uncontrollably. Hey, young lad, are you feeling better? At this moment, a barely discernible voice traveled into Lin's ears. He raised his head and found that an elderly man was looking down at him with a kindly expression. Behind the elder, all the fiendish men who had come to capture him were already lying on the floor, unconscious. The elder's hair and beard were all white, and he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. His entire body was shrouded in a magical golden aura, making him appear holy and flawless. Seeing this, Lin was startled, and numerous scenes rushed into his mind. Novels, anime, movies, all kinds of scenes started to appear in his mind, one after another. Wasn't this scene in front of his eyes the beginning of all dreams? Thump! And Lin kowtowed heavily, his eyes brimming with tears. Immortal One, thank you for saving me. The elder who Lin had addressed as an immortal lightly stroked his white beard and smiled slightly. I just made some blunders when casting my spell a moment ago and scared my little friend. Anyhow, why were these people chasing you? And Lin was dumbfounded upon hearing this. He made a blunder while spell casting? So, me being swept away by the wind just now was a misfortune caused by the Immortal? In any case, it was the Immortal who had saved him. Upon hearing the Immortal's question, countless grievances welled up in his heart. It's like this. After my mother passed away, my father became addicted to gambling. He gambled away the house and amassed millions in debt that he was unable to repay. Afterwards, he ran off on his own. He took a break, then continued. After I finally managed to get into Huaqing University, the creditor found me. He said he wanted me to pay off my father's debt. It was a few million. What would I possibly use to pay him back? My girlfriend learnt that I had incurred a massive debt and left me without a second thought. I was taken away by the creditor to become a laborer. He said that as long as my dad paid off the debt, I would be able to leave. Yet, that kind of drudgery was simply inhumane. I really couldn't endure it, so I decided to make an attempt to escape. The creditor sent those people to capture me, which then leads up to our current situation. With tears streaming down his face as he confided his troubles, and Lin felt that his future was bleak. What difference was there between living like a bludger and an entire life paying off debt? After hearing of Lin's sufferings, the Immortal had a look of sympathy in his eyes. Young lad, your life has been so harsh. How about this? For you and me to meet is fate, and I see that you have exceptional aptitude. This Immortal will gift you a system and allow you to turn your life around. How does that sound? And Lin shuddered upon hearing this. He initially thought that being able to form ties with an Immortal was already incredibly lucky, and did not expect for the Immortal to be so generous and gift him a system in their first encounter. Immortal Grandpa, you are so kind to me. I really have no idea how to repay you. And Lin was extremely moved, and tears brimmed in his eyes as he looked warmly at the elder. The Immortal smiled kindly and turned his palm towards the sky. Immediately, an extremely pure ball white of light appeared in his palm. Young lad, come over here and hold this ball of light in the palm of your hand, the Immortal said to Lin. Hearing this, Lin impatiently grabbed the ball of light. The ball of light in his hands radiated hints of warmth, and the light emitted by the ball was extremely soft. Begin system transfer, the Immortal uttered slowly. Just as the words left the Immortal's mouth, the light shining from the ball of white light became extremely radiant. At this moment, the Immortal said to Lin, Young lad, make haste and swear that you accept this God of War system and will never abandon it in your entire life. God of War system? What an intimidating name. But why does the vow look like a marriage vow? And Lin had no time to think and hurriedly said, I swear that I accept the God of War system and will not abandon it in my entire life. Right after Lin completed his vow, the ball whizzed directly into his body and fused together with him. Immediately afterwards, a voice sounded in his mind. Detected that the host has Tian Ming physique. The qualifications are fulfilled. System is beginning fusion. And Lin was very moved, so moved that he wanted to cry. He had initially thought that his future would be bleak and did not expect such a turn of events. To think that at this moment he would begin a new life accompanied by a cheating system. The Immortal was also very moved, in fact so moved that he had already started to cry. He tearfully looked up at the sky and fell to his knees, descending unexpectedly into tears and laughter. Bahaha! You've finally fucked off. I finally received a new lease on life. Immortal Grandpa, what's wrong? Are you all right? Seeing the elderly man behave strangely, Lin questioned him in a concerned manner. Realizing that he had let his emotions get the better of himself, the Immortal regained his composure and wiped away his tears. Everything is fine. I just recalled some past events which I cannot bear to look back on. Young lad, after you receive the system, you need to work very hard, the Immortal said earnestly. I will. And Lin nodded his head honestly. Then do you want to go to a school to learn cultivation? I know a fairly good school you can get into, the Immortal continued. Go to a school to cultivate? Only idiots would reject such an offer. I do. I really want to go. And Lin barely hesitated before giving his answer. The Immortal let out a satisfied smile upon hearing this, and pulled out a golden piece of paper from his sleeve, handing it to Lin. This is my letter of recommendation. With this, you can go to the United University of Cultivation to study and officially set foot on the path to becoming an Immortal. And Lin was startled. It seemed that the Immortal had already helped pave a path for him to become Long Out Yin One on this road of cultivation. He respectfully took the letter of recommendation from the Immortal and looked at him with gratitude. May I ask what Immortal Grandpa's name is? My name. Let's not worry about that. The Immortal lightly stroked Lin's head. a look of sympathy barely discernible on his face. "I've got to go. See you later, young lad." The Immortal waved goodbye to Enlin and rode off into the clouds and mist. "Take care, Immortal." Enlin gratefully bowed towards the Immortal who was flying towards the sky. The sound of the Immortal's laughter traveled down from the heavens, and it sounded extremely carefree and wanton. It appeared as if he had got rid of a lifetime of grievances. Why is the Immortal so happy? Why does it feel like he's happier than me? There was a look of confusion on Enlin's face while he scratched his head. Right at this moment, a female voice sounded in Enlin's mind. "Hello." Enlin shivered as he heard the voice. The female's voice sounded beautiful and heavenly. This is the system's voice? Enlin was surprised and uncertain. At this moment, an interface appeared in his mind. The interface was gray and only a few words were displayed. It read, "The God of War system will activate upon entering the Tai Chu continent." What the hell is the Tai Chu continent? Could it be? Enlin recalled the letter of recommendation from the Immortal and expectantly spread out the golden sheet of paper in his hands. He soon realized that there was nothing at all on the golden sheet, apart from a handprint slightly depressed into it. Enlin was somewhat uncertain but placed his hand on the piece of paper anyways, matching his hand with the handprint. Suddenly, a magnificent golden light radiated from the paper, and Enlin only had time to exclaim in surprise before his body was swallowed by the golden light. "Ah!" Enlin felt a rush of dizziness as light once again entered his vision. He then realized that his body had once again appeared high up in the sky and was starting to free fall. Enlin once again experienced the feeling of jumping off a building. Regardless of how many times he experienced that so-called refreshing feeling, he wanted to shed tears every time. Boom! He slammed heavily into the ground and was fortunate to have survived solely because of the golden light enveloping him and cushioning his fall. What kind of teleportation technique is this? It's way too violent, Enlin grumbled as he lay on the ground sorely. With much difficulty, he raised his head and tried to gather his bearings. Then, he witnessed something that he would never be able to forget. Two white pillars decorated with dragon patterns rose hundreds of meters into the sky, with mysterious characters he could not understand engraved onto a plaque. Behind the gate, there were tens of thousands of palaces, with no end in sight. Iridescent clouds drifted around the palaces and all kinds of spirit beasts soared between heaven and earth. The divine atmosphere was grand and magnificent. Enlin stood dumbstruck, his face full of astonishment. So, this world really does have an immortal realm. Could I have come to the immortal realm? Enlin tried to control his emotions and calm himself down. After a moment, he saw a girl in Taoist robes walking towards him. He hurriedly rushed over to greet her in order to make sense of his situation. "Hello, immortal sister." Enlin waved at the girl. Upon seeing Enlin wave at her, the beautiful girl walked over to him. Seeing this, Enlin excitedly asked, "Beautiful celestial maiden, may I please ask where this is? I've just arrived here and am not very familiar with the place." Hearing Enlin's words, the girl's expression became odd. "Ji Li Gu Lu? Huh? What did you say?" Enlin was a bit confused. Like Enlin, the girl also wore an expression of confusion. "Ji Li Gu Lu Walai Ji Li?" Enlin was bewildered. What on earth was she saying? A frightening speculation slowly crept into his mind. "Fairy sister, do you know how to speak Mandarin?" Enlin's eyes were a bit teary. "Gu lu wa ji ji ji?" The beautiful girl placed her hands on her hips and appeared a little angry. "It's over, we have a language barrier." What on earth is she saying? I can't understand it at all. At this time, Enlin was utterly stupefied, and he stood there with a glazed look in his eyes. He only had one thought in his mind. "Nanny? This is completely different from the novels. Isn't the entire world supposed to speak Mandarin?" Finally, Enlin started to cry. "I can't even understand the language. How will I learn cultivation and become an immortal? Other people begin their journey as weaklings, but I'm beginning mine as a retard." Just as Enlin began to despair, the system's interface suddenly appeared in his mind and said, Detected that the host has entered the Tai Chu continent. Language system is being installed. Seeing this, a look of joy appeared on Enlin's face. Finally, the language barrier problem has been resolved, he thought to himself. After a moment, the system displayed another message. Language system failed to install. The host needs to bark like a dog twice at a volume no less than 70 decibels. Enlin. Who can tell me what the hell is going on? Why do I need to bark like a dog? What does that achieve? Enlin howled incessantly in his mind, yet the system interface gave him no response whatsoever. Woof, woof. Enlin barked quietly, and a look of humiliation showed on his face. After a moment, the system displayed another message. Detected that the host's voice is 20 decibels. Insufficient volume. Unable to record. Enlin. The girl looked at Enlin strangely. She felt as if she had heard Enlin making some weird noises. The beautiful girl continued to speak in a language that he couldn't understand, and the way she looked at him also started changing gradually. Yes, she was now already looking at him as if he was a retard. Enlin couldn't endure this anymore, so he decided to go all out and bark loudly, "Woof! Woof!" His voice was far too loud and attracted the attention of numerous passers-by, who looked at him with a bewildered expression on their face. The girl standing in front of Enlin was also startled. "Are you crazy?" The girl shouted. "Ha, I've been called crazy just as I expected." Enlin laughed bitterly. "Hang on a second. I can understand what you're saying." Enlin came back to his senses, and a peculiar language left his lips almost instinctively. The girl covered her mouth and she chuckled lightly. "Ah, so you are able to use human speech. I almost thought you were transformed from a dog demon when you suddenly started barking just then." Enlin's face became beet red as he quickly tried to change the topic. Hello, my name is Enlin. This is my first time here. Can you please tell me where this is?" Hearing this, the girl was a bit surprised. "How did you get here if you don't even know where this is?" "Actually, it was an extremely powerful person who teleported me here through special means. I know absolutely nothing about this place." "Oh, is that so? This land is the territory of the Heavenly Court," the girl explained as she pointed towards the palaces behind the gate. "The domain within these gates is the campus of the United University of Cultivation. I thought you were also a new student here." "Wow! You're telling me that the vast territory behind these gates are all part of the university campus?" Enlin exclaimed in a surprised tone. He looked towards the unending sprawl of building complexes in the distance. They stretched over a vast area and there was no end to them in sight. "Is this weird? Speaking of which, what did you come here for?" the girl asked curiously. "Actually, you guessed correctly just then. I am indeed a new student here." As he spoke, Enlin handed the piece of golden paper in his hands over to the girl. "A true god's letter of recommendation," the girl exclaimed. Immediately, she began to look at Enlin in a new light. The girl put on a charming smile and introduced herself to Enlin. "Hello, I'm Su Xiaolan and I'm from the Stone Dragon State. I'm a new student here as well. Since you're unfamiliar with this place, I'll help you enroll." Su Xiaolan didn't wait for Enlin's response before grabbing his hand and pulling him towards the university gates. Enlin felt extremely flattered. Why did the attitude of the beautiful girl in front of him suddenly become so good? The United University of Cultivation is sponsored by the Heavenly Court and is the top cultivation university in the Kingdom of the Nine States. The entire university spans 40,000 square kilometers. Su Xiaolan introduced the university to Enlin as they walked along. Enlin's expression was full of yearning. The area occupied by this university was larger than the entire province of Taiwan. After entering the university, what surprised him most was not the peculiar divine abodes, but rather it was the people he saw on the streets. Not only did they wear all kinds of clothing, their skin colors were also of various tones. Enlin even saw a male passerby with antennae on his head and a snail shell on his back. In comparison, Su Xiaolan in her Taoist robes appeared to be the most normal person here. The manner in which some students traveled was also very interesting. Some relied on floating, whilst others were flashier and used their magic treasures to fly. All of these methods appeared acceptable. However, what was up with the person sitting atop the tornado? Let's ignore the fact that you're sitting on a tornado. But why are you also spinning with the wind? Seeing this, and Lin couldn't help but laugh out loud. To his surprise, the person sitting atop the tornado appeared to be extremely sensitive towards laughter, and they stared daggers at Lin upon hearing him laugh. And Lin had to endure the glare which appeared once for every revolution of the tornado, and he dared not laugh until the person floated off into the distance. Su Xiaolan pointed ahead to where everyone was flocking. The enrollment spot is just ahead. There was a small plaza there and thousands of people were looking at it. An enormous slab of black stone rested amongst the crowd, and it occasionally emitted rays of white light. Dao Body 7th stage. Wow! So impressive. The crowd bustled about, and Lin's face darkened. What was with the déjà vu he felt looking at this type of aptitude test? This is the Cultivation Base 1 aptitude test performed before enrollment. Although we've already received a notice of acceptance, students will be allocated to different classes according to the level of their cultivation base. Su Xiaolan explained. There are around 10,000 people in this new cohort and will be allocated into 100 different classes. The cultivation base will be ranked from high to low, from Class 1 to Class 100 respectively. Su Xiaolan continued. What a simple and crude method of allocating classes, Lin exclaimed. This can better facilitate teaching in accordance with a student's ability. Moreover, you clearly look like a genius and will easily make it into Class 1. Su Xiaolan smiled faintly. Su Xiaolan's explanation left Lin speechless. He didn't even know what a Dao body was, more like he would easily make it into Class 100. And Lin and Su Xiaolan squeezed their way through the crowd and arrived at the enrollment spot. Su Xiaolan took out her white-colored notice of acceptance and handed it to a middle-aged man of extraordinary temperament, who had an immortal sword hanging from his waist. She then walked to the front of the enormous slab of black stone and pressed her hand on it. The stone emitted a dazzling white light and gigantic words appeared on it. Dao Body 9th stage. What a genius! She's got a 9th stage Dao Body at such a young age! The crowd exclaimed in shock. People looked on in astonishment at the pretty girl who appeared elegant and modest in her Taoist robes, and there was a hint of envy in their eyes. Su Xiaolan Class 1. The middle-aged man with an immortal sword announced loudly. Under widespread attention, Su Xiaolan made her way to a spot beside Lin. Lin, it's your turn. Good luck. Su Xiaolan smiled. Lin was a bit tense as he walked up and handed a golden-colored piece of paper over to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took the golden-colored piece of paper from Lin, and his look of indifference was replaced by one of surprise. He hurriedly used his magical powers to activate the piece of golden paper, which began emitting a faint golden light upon activation. The middle-aged man cast his eyes over to Lin, and a faint smile unexpectedly appeared on his face. Go ahead. Go and measure your cultivation base, he said softly. It's a true God's letter of recommendation. A sharp-eyed new student exclaimed as he saw the piece of golden paper. Hearing this, the new students flared up in excitement. He actually has the ability to receive a true God's letter of recommendation. I wonder what clan this prodigy is from. Speaking of which, isn't this already the 3rd student in our cohort who has a true God's letter of recommendation? Indeed, in the past, there might not even be a single one in a cohort. I didn't expect there to be 3 in a single cohort all of a sudden. The crowd was engaged in a spirited discussion, and almost everyone looked at Lin with a fervent expression in their eyes. When some of the young girls saw Lin's handsome appearance, their faces blushed and they felt a budding affection. Shit, why are they all looking at me? Feeling the intense attention, Lin had a feeling of unease. Why do they all have such high expectations of me? Lin felt as if he were faced with a dilemma. Never mind it. Maybe I might even have a 10th stage Dao body. With this in mind, Lin finally managed to regain some composure. That's right, maybe I just haven't realized that I'm actually super awesome. Lin placed his hand on the enormous slab of black stone. A burst of white light shimmered out and his hand started to vibrate along with it. He felt tense but expectant. Gigantic words suddenly appeared on the enormous slab of black stone. Dao Body Zeroth Stage. The crowd immediately fell into silence as everyone stared blankly at the words on the stone slab. Some people even started to doubt what they were seeing and began rubbing their eyes. And Lin was temporarily dumbstruck, even though he was already mentally prepared for this. However, when this reality was suddenly thrust in front of him, he still felt a sense of disappointment. Everything suddenly became frighteningly quiet, and Lin looked at the faces of the new students. They appeared more dumbstruck than him, so he was at a loss for words. And Lin, Class 1, the middle-aged man read out loud, and Lin stumbled as he walked off. He turned to face the middle-aged man and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He even suspected that he had heard it incorrectly. He then cast his eyes towards the new students and realized that they were also looking towards him with an indescribably complex expression. Everything suddenly turned quiet again. The most networked backdoor entrant 2 of this cohort has appeared. Right at this moment, someone in the crowd made a remark. Not a single person retorted him. In fact, many people even started to silently nod their heads in agreement. They were all aware that the name and Lin would soon spread through the entire United University of Cultivation. After all, and Lin had claimed the record for being the first ever student to enter the best class with the worst results. And Lin winced upon hearing this remark. He hung his head as he made his way back to Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan's eyes were full of sympathy, and she opened her mouth to console him. However, she had no idea where to even start, and Lin raised his head at a 45-degree angle. He looked towards the sky with a dejected expression on his face. He had just wanted to cultivate peacefully. Why did he have to become a focal point right after entering the university? Moreover, he became the type of focal point that people were least fond of. After finishing his enrollment, and Lin went to the residence that he had been assigned to. When he arrived, he once again exclaimed in heartfelt admiration. No wonder this is worthy of being labeled the top cultivation university of the 9 states. The benefits are top-notch, and every new student is allocated an individual 2-story building. The small building was constructed from wood, and the furniture inside was all that one could wish for. Of course, one could forget about computers, televisions, air conditioners, washing machines, and the sort. Most of the furniture here was made from wooden materials. And Lin felt that this detail did in fact conform quite well with the scenes depicted in the cultivation novels he had read on Earth. Although there wasn't any modern furniture, being allocated a villa right after entering the university still left him feeling very happy. The buildings were divided into districts according to the different classes, and Su Xiaolan's villa was right next to Lin's. Knowing this, Lin was secretly happy. As the proverb says, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first one. After all, Su Xiaolan was kind-hearted, passionate, and extremely beautiful. Not only that, she didn't mind at all that he was a weakling. Where else would he find such a good companion? Humph! I have the god of war system and am destined to become the man who dominates the cultivation world. Su Xiaolan. I will prove myself to you and have you regard me in a new light. And Lin's eyes burned with intensity and a feeling of pride swelled up from the bottom of his heart. So what if I have a Zeroth stage Dao body? Even Xiao Yan too could become a Dou god, so why can't I also become an immortal god? Thinking of this, the corner of Lin's mouth curled up into a slight smile, and his face was filled with confidence. He sat on his bed and opened the god of war system in his mind, beginning his heaven-defying cultivation journey. The interface for the God of War system was simple. There were 3 large sections consisting of cultivation base, cultivation methods, and moves. Oh, there was also a weird section labeled special missions. The cultivation methods, moves, and special missions sections were all gray, with the cultivation methods and moves sections displaying that he had to attain a 7th stage Dao body before being able to access them. And Lin was a bit annoyed as he cast his eyes towards the cultivation base section. 1st stage Dao body condition. Complete 10 push-ups. My God! And Lin gaped. There was a look of disbelief etched on his face. Is this task a free pass? And Lin skeptically completed 10 push-ups on his bed. Immediately afterwards, his bones started making crackling sounds, and he felt an intense pain shoot through his muscles. Took a fair while for him to stand up. He was breathing coarsely and sweating all over. I've become stronger. And Lin felt that his body did in fact undergo a transformation. He had never felt so full of energy before. He was also able to sense a spiritual energy, the same spiritual energy which drifted amongst the heaven and earth. Is this vital energy? It's truly mesmerizing. And Lin knew that beginning from now, he had officially become a cultivator. He tried to contain his excitement and continued to look over the God of War system. Second stage Dao body condition. Complete 10 plus 10 push-ups. This has got to be a joke, right? Even though when Lin said this, he couldn't help but start laughing. Damn. Judging by this trend, I'll be the top dog of the United University of Cultivation by tomorrow. And Lin let out a laugh that he thought sounded domineering but was, in fact, vulgar and uncouth. After finishing the 20 push-ups, and Lin was drenched in sweat. He could feel that he had once again become stronger. He clenched his right fist and abruptly smashed it into a table nearby. The table immediately shattered under his fist. Bahaha, I'm invincible. This isn't called the God of War system for nothing. I fucking love you. And Lin laughed loudly. He continued to look over the system and found that the condition had changed. Third stage Dao body condition. Complete 10 multiplied by 10 push-ups. The difficulty has increased by a little bit. And Lin was now smiling broadly as he completed the push-ups. He completed 100 push-ups in no time and his Dao body increased to the third stage. This is indeed a cheat system. If others find out that I can raise my levels like this, they'll surely be driven crazy. And Lin felt that he could reach the pinnacle of life in no time and he giddily opened the system's interface. Seeing that the condition for reaching the next level was still completing push-ups, he almost started jumping with joy. Fourth stage Dao body condition. Complete 10 to the power of 10 push-ups. 10 to the power of 10 push-ups. And Lin was stunned for a good 10 seconds. Let me calculate what 10 to the power of 10 push-ups is equal to. After a while, he finally figured it out. 10 to the power of 10 is 10 billion, which means 10 billion push-ups. If I furiously complete 100,000 push-ups every day as if my life depended on it, then it would take me over 270 years to complete this. And Lin's eyes were blank as he sat dumbfounded on his bed. It appeared as if he had lost all hope. He opened the God of War system and discovered that apart from the cultivation-based section, all the other sections were still gray. So, it means that I can only rank up if I do push-ups every day for over 200 years? No, more importantly, he wouldn't even be able to live for 200 years. Tears brimmed in Lin's eyes. What the hell is with this system? Isn't it forcing me into despair? Just as Lin was becoming completely disheartened, he suddenly thought of something. No, I don't have to rely on the system to cultivate. I can cultivate by myself. And Lin was scared shitless by the system just then and only regained his senses now. In fact, every time he ranked up, the system's condition would also change. Which meant that if he relied on his own ability to rank up now, then the system's condition would also change as well. Perhaps the condition next time would also become much easier. This is probably how it works, or else what use is the system? And Lin was confident in his thoughts. However, a new problem arose. How was he supposed to cultivate on his own? Knock, knock, knock. And Lin felt uneasy as he knocked on the wooden door. The wooden door opened, and a graceful figure appeared in Lin's vision. The long black hair resting on the girl's shoulder was moist, and it appeared as if she had just taken a shower. The instant the door opened, and Lin could faintly smell a sweet fragrance. And Lin, what did you come over for? It was evident that the girl did not expect Lin to come at this time, and there was a hint of surprise in her voice. Su Xiaolan, I'm very sorry to bother you so late at night, but I have some very important matters I need to discuss with you. And Lin chuckled in embarrassment. Oh, what is it? Is it a private matter? Do you need to come into my room and tell me secretly? Su Xiaolan looked at Lin expectantly with her intelligent eyes. She was obviously very interested in his important matters. And no, I'm fine. And Lin instinctively waved his hands out of reservation and rejected her offer. However, he regretted it the very next second. Why the hell was he reserved in this type of scenario? A girl willingly invited him into her room and he actually rejected her offer? Ah! And Lin couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong? Seeing Lin suddenly become depressed, Su Xiaolan was reminded of the aptitude test that morning. This made her develop a feeling of sympathy towards Lin. How about you come in and take your time to explain? If I can, I'll try my best to help. Ah? Sure. Lin was just feeling depressed about letting a golden opportunity slip away and didn't expect Su Xiaolan to give him another chance so soon. This time he learnt his lesson and after being dumbfounded for a split second, he quickly agreed. After entering her room, Su Xiaolan prepared some tea for Lin. Lin didn't know the name of this tea, but just the scent of it was enough to make him feel at ease. The two of them sat opposite each other at a table and started conversing while drinking the tea. Okay, you can tell me about your very important matters now. Su Xiaolan's pose was elegant as she raised the teacup to her delicate, ruby-lipped mouth and took a small sip. Aha! And Lin nodded his head gravely as he looked at Su Xiaolan. For some reason, the mood became very tense. This caused Su Xiaolan to become even more focused. I've reached a major obstacle, Lin said. Su Xiaolan nodded her head seriously and gestured for him to continue. The problem is that I don't even know how to cultivate. Can you teach me? PFFF. Su Xiaolan spat the tea she had just sipped all over Lin's face, and Lin grudgingly wiped the tea off his face. After spitting her tea out and seeing the earnest and sincere expression on Lin's face, Su Xiaolan finally accepted the reality that he didn't know how to cultivate with great difficulty. Su Xiaolan pondered for a moment before pulling out a book from her storage ring. This was a book introducing cultivation through expiration. This is the expiration method cultivation book that I studied when I was 3 years old. Here, I'll gift it to you. Having said this, Su Xiaolan generously handed the book introducing cultivation methods over to Lin. Lin. The night was placid, and the vast sky was full of stars. Yet, there was a single room which remained ablaze with lights. Lin flipped through the cultivation method book earnestly and Su Xiaolan patiently answered all of his questions. To Lin, cultivation was a completely new realm and all the theories appeared very unfamiliar to him. For example, which meridian one would need to channel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through when performing expiration, how one should utilize the cultivation methods, what rhythm one should follow when determining the force needed during the guidance of vital energy and so forth. Lin listened extremely carefully to Su Xiaolan's explanations and was also particularly proactive in asking questions, even taking down some notes from time to time. As for Su Xiaolan, a prodigy from the Stone Dragon state, teaching Lin how to cultivate felt no easier than trying to teach an orangutan how to cultivate. Holy shit, he can't even differentiate between the meridians in his body. How did he survive till 18? He doesn't even know how to channel and transform vital energy. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you should at least have seen a pig run, right? Su Xiaolan had a small mental breakdown. She painstakingly explained the foundation knowledge to Lin and occasionally gestured with her hands. Lin was stupefied once, stupefied twice, stupefied God knows how many times. For the two of them, this was a painful night worthy of commemoration. After a long time, Lin gratefully left Su Xiaolan's villa. Su Xiaolan thanked the heavens as she saw off this big Buddha 3. In any case, Lin had reaped massive gains, as he had finally learnt how to cultivate and channel vital energy through expiration. He impatiently started to meditate and perform expiration once he got back to his room. During his meditation, he could feel himself slowly becoming stronger. Even though the results weren't evident, it did provide him with a slight sense of hope. As expected, the road of transformation from a weakling to a prodigy is a rugged and bumpy one. Lin lamented as he meditated in his room. The next day, Lin's life as a student at the United University of Cultivation officially began. The United University of Cultivation was founded by the Heavenly Court and was a university specially used for educating cultivators. Countless prodigies from the Kingdom of the Nine States converged at this university. The students that were capable of entering this university were all talented individuals of the cultivation world. In this university, the strongest and most impressive students were those of Class 1. They were the geniuses amongst geniuses. Many of the future rising stars in the cultivation world came from these Class 1s. For a large majority of cultivators in the Kingdom of the Nine States, the highest rank they could attain in their entire lifetime was likely that of a 5th-stage Dao body. However, in Class 1, the lowest rank was an 8th-stage Dao body. Of course, that was excluding Enlin. To be honest, Enlin felt immense pressure being in the same class as these prodigies. The buildings in which they attended their classes were constructed from high-grade white jade, which had been piled together. All of the buildings were flowing with a rich vital energy. This allowed the students to improve their cultivation base imperceptibly, even as they were attending lessons in the university buildings. If it wasn't for a spell formation preventing the students from forcefully absorbing the vital energy of the spirit stones, perhaps the teaching block would collapse the very next day. And Lin felt uneasy as he entered the classroom. The genius's disdain which he was anticipating did not take place. Although the prodigies in this class all took a glance at him, most of them looked him up and down with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. And Lin's reputation as the most networked backdoor entrant had already spread throughout the entire campus on the first day of enrollments. Fortunately, he wasn't the most well-known student of this cohort and was only ranked in 3rd place. Who were the other two? He heard from Su Xiaolan that the other two well-known individuals also had letters of recommendation from a true god. From the past enrollments of new students at the United University of Cultivation, it could be seen that there often wasn't even a single student who had a true god's letter of recommendation in any given year. Judging from this fact, it could be seen just how difficult it truly was to receive a letter of recommendation from a true god. Rather than labeling a true god's letter of recommendation as a notice of admittance, it would be better to view it as a document acknowledging the strength of a student. It was an acknowledgement from the true gods, unsurpassed in the cultivation world, and was a great honor to be bestowed. It could be said that all new students who obtained a true god's letter of recommendation were supremely talented individuals. In this cohort, the 2 other students who had received a true god's letter of recommendation were the supremely talented individuals that Su Xiaolan spoke of. Xianyuan Chang was the son of the sect leader of the 10,000 Spirit Immortal sect, which resided in the Wind Plain state. His rank was also that of Spirit Nurturing Initial Stage. Su Qianyun was the princess of the Greenwood Imperial family, which was located in the Purple Star state. Her rank was also that of Spirit Nurturing Initial Stage, and it was rumored that she was a Dao addict. After ranking up from the 10th stage Dao body, the next rank is the Spirit Nurturing stage. So, based on this, how difficult is it to reach the Spirit Nurturing stage? And Lin had heard that most prodigies in Class 1 couldn't even reach the Spirit Nurturing stage when they graduated after 5 years of study. After reaching the Spirit Nurturing stage, one could be regarded as a member of the immortal ranks of the Heavenly Court and receive the title of Young Immortal. These two had the ability to enter the immortal ranks as soon as they had entered the university. This caused quite a stir throughout the United University of Cultivation. Like them, and Lin had received a true god's letter of recommendation. For some reason, though, he felt very ashamed and wanted to bury himself in a hole. The students of Class 1 were obviously more interested in Xianyuan Chang and Su Qianyun, so they paid little heed to the backdoor entrant and Lin, though they didn't taunt or ridicule him either. And Lin breathed a long sigh of relief at this situation, and his entire body relaxed. Having a peaceful society is the most important thing, huh? He sat at the back of the classroom and quietly read the Expiration Method Cultivation book that Su Xiaolan had gifted him. Quickly, cries of surprise sounded throughout the room. Even with his eyes closed, and Lin could tell that either Xianyuan Chang or Su Qianyun had entered the room. Sure enough, a girl walked in slowly. She was dressed in a star robe and had jet-black hair that reached her waist. Inside her sky-blue eyes, fantastic colors glimmered. Upon seeing her appear, and Lin was unable to shift his gaze away. and Lin felt that it would not do her any justice even if one were to label her as exceedingly beautiful. Simply put, the title of School Beauty Queen would undoubtedly be hers from now on. Faced with the marveling of her classmates, Su Qinyun had a face of indifference. She walked to a corner of the classroom and sat down in repose. The heavens are so unfair. It's one thing that she's supremely talented, but why does she also possess such captivating beauty? Su Xiaolan muttered as she furrowed her eyebrows. What's wrong? Are you jealous? And Lin found Su Xiaolan's expression to be hilarious. Go read your book, idiot, Su Xiaolan snapped. It wasn't long before cries of surprise once again sounded in the classroom. The squeals of some female students could even be heard amongst all the commotion. A male with dashing eyebrows and piercing eyes entered the classroom gracefully, and there was a refreshing smile on his face. This newcomer was clearly Shenyuan Cheng, son of the sect leader of the 10,000 Spirit Immortal sect. He conducted himself very naturally despite this fact, politely smiling and nodding as he greeted the students. Afterwards, he sat down at a spot that was closest to the front of the classroom, and Lin also considered himself to be handsome. Yet, under the brilliance of Shenyuan Cheng, he couldn't help but admit that he was slightly inferior. This time, it was Su Xiaolan who couldn't avert her gaze. Even when Shenyuan Cheng turned around and sat down, she still gazed at his figure affectionately, and Lin sighed in grief as he looked at Shenyuan Cheng. Ah, this is the type of person I hate the most. They can make a living off both their appearance and their talent. They can even make a living by relying on their parents. The first lesson was a spell class taught by Earth Immortal Tsongqing. On the lectern, Earth Immortal Tsongqing appeared exuberant as he lectured. Whenever he felt content, he would demonstrate a few advanced and exquisite spells. Below the stage, the students benefited greatly as they listened with keen interest. Of course, this was except for Lin, listening to Earth Immortal Tsongqing lecture earnestly, and Lin felt as if he were listening to a heavenly book one. It wasn't that he didn't listen earnestly, it was just that he couldn't understand at all. Taking an example from Earth, what Lin felt now was something like this. He was sent to the most prestigious university in the country, Huaqing University, and was listening to a lecturer delightfully talking about advanced mathematics, right after graduating from primary school. And Lin could understand every single word that Earth Immortal Tsongqing uttered. However, after stringing them into sentences, he had absolutely no idea what they meant. As everyone knows, the dazzling sunlight artery connects to the green ivy channel. Performing the 9-revolution qi condensation spell and drawing vital energy will allow one to attain heavenly essence. Not only this, but one can still use the tranquil ring technique and work in harmony according to the concentration of vital energy in the air. Completing this through the Tianhua formula will allow us to reduce the spell runtime of the flame spell. Earth Immortal Tsongqing spoke in an unhurried manner. A sense of realization dawned upon the students and they nodded vigorously in agreement. And Lin? Being a weakling, and Lin planned on studying madly, then using his astonishing intelligence to crush the prodigies. He dreamed of becoming a weakling who could completely turn the tables. However, reality was cruel. Being an individual with zero foundation knowledge regarding cultivation, he could only sit in class stupefied. This was despite the fact that the explanations given by Earth Immortal Tsongqing were lively and vivid, and that he explained complicated matters in such simple terms. In fact, such explanations were only beneficial towards the other students of Class 1 who already had solid foundation knowledge regarding spells. For idiots like Lin who had zero foundation knowledge, Earth Immortal Tsongqing was simply reciting the heavenly books. Under the strong effects of the Tsongqing brand sleeping pill, Lin, being the underachiever that he was, started to feel increasingly drowsy. Finally, he fell asleep, just like that, and Lin started dreaming. He dreamed of himself becoming an invincible god of war who was adored by countless female celestials. Shenyuan Cheng became his underling and addressed him as Big Brother, and, furthermore, he had captured the heart of Su Qinyun, who expressed her love for him by gifting him 99 roses every time they met. However, Lin was unable to accept her feelings, as he shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting the world. Thus, he could only cast personal relationships aside. Would you look at that? Aren't the demonic forces starting to intrude the kingdom of the 9 states again? The lord of the demonic realm was extremely powerful, and all the gods and immortals of the heavenly court were filled with dread the instant they saw him. None of them had the courage to become his opponent. At this time Lin, the god of war, stood up. Bahaha! You're the invincible god of war and Lin, who they call the fiercest general in the heavenly court? The demon lord's voice reverberated like a large temple bell and resonated throughout the heavens. Correct, that's me. Accept your death, demon lord. And Lin roared and collided with the demon lord. The battle rocked heaven and earth. Oh, you're very strong. But why on earth are you sleep-talking in my class? The demon lord wailed in grief. What are you talking about? I'm protecting this world. And Lin roared. He didn't know why the demon lord was spouting such nonsense. The demon lord was furious and shouted out, Wake up! Believe me when I say I'll throw you out of the classroom. And Lin also became furious. Stop talking nonsense and eat my fist. And Lin threw out a punch yet did not expect for the demon lord's fist to be larger and stronger. The punch left Lin feeling severe dizziness and harsh pain in his head, also causing him to cry out in pain. Ow! It hurts! And Lin screamed loudly as he awoke. So, it was just a dream, and Lin was drenched in cold sweat. He opened his eyes with great difficulty and discovered that all of the other students were looking at him strangely, with a few of them unable to suppress their laughter. He rubbed the massive bruise on his head and instantly felt anxious. And Lin raised his head and found a gorgeous lady standing next to him. She held a teaching plan in her hand and glared at him angrily. Huh? Wasn't the teacher supposed to be a middle-aged man? Why is it suddenly a beautiful big sister? And Lin was still giddy and accidentally blurted out his thoughts. Once these words left his mouth, the class erupted into laughter again. Next to Lin, Su Xiaolan clutched her head and turned her face away. She didn't want the others to think that she was acquainted with him. Oh, this little brother is a pretty sweet talker. The lady looked at him with a spurious smile, and Lin was startled. He only came to his senses at this moment and realized that his tongue had slipped. And Lin didn't have time to open his mouth and apologize before he once again felt a great force strike his head. And Lin saw stars while a wave of dizziness washed over him once more. A second lump began to form on his head. Remember, if you sleep-talk in my class again, I'll throw you out of the classroom straight away, the gorgeous lady threatened. A frightening power suddenly appeared around her and enveloped Lin, causing his body to tremble. Teacher, I swear I'll never do that again. And Lin nodded his head furiously. This brief disruption quickly died down and the female teacher continued to deliver her lesson. The students also regained their composure quickly and started to listen attentively once more. Hey! Su Xiaolan, what on earth just happened? And Lin turned to ask Su Xiaolan. If she had the choice at this moment, Su Xiaolan would try to ignore Lin. However, Lin stared at her with his big, pitiable eyes, and she had no alternative but to reply. Do you know how many lessons you've slept through? 2. And Lin was unsure. The lecturer had changed from a middle-aged man to the beautiful lady currently standing on the lectern. Presumably, he had only slept through 2 lessons. No, you've slept for almost 4 lessons. This is already the last lesson, Su Xiaolan scolded. Oh my God! And Lin gasped. I actually slept through the entire morning? How am I able to sleep so much? And Lin suspected that this was because he was too tired from meditating and performing expiration last night. If you slept quietly, it would have been fine and the teacher would have simply ignored you, Su Xiaolan whispered. However, you started to sleep-talk unexpectedly in class and in a fairly loud voice at that. Anyhow, most of the students heard your delightful speech. Su Xiaolan looked at Lin pitifully. And Lin had a bad feeling. What exactly did I say? Su Xiaolan held her cheeks in her hands and chuckled as if recalling something. After chuckling for a moment, she started to imitate Lin and the teacher's tone. Demon Lord, accept your death. Who is this student? He actually has the guts to sleep-talk during class. What are you talking about? I'm protecting this world. Wake up. If you don't wake up soon, I'm going to throw you out of this classroom. Stop talking nonsense. Eat my fist. That's how everything unfolded. After this classic encounter, you were hit. Su Xiaolin squinted her eyes and creased her brows as she looked at the two big lumps on Enlin's head. She forcefully suppressed her laughter in order to not hurt his feelings too much. Enlin finally realized just how pitiable he was. He sat dazed on his chair and felt like crying. He felt that describing himself as having lost all standing and reputation was extremely appropriate. How awkward of a situation was sleep talking in front of the entire class. Forget about sleep talking, the most critical point was that he had spouted such delusional comments. He had embarrassed himself immensely, and Lin was extremely shaken. He covered his face and wished that he could find a hole to bury himself in. The classes in the afternoon still made Enlin feel drowsy. However, after experiencing the events of that morning, he didn't dare fall asleep in class anymore. To Enlin, the only interesting event that afternoon was the class captain election. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao, who was also the coordinator for their year level, oversaw this election. He was refreshingly handsome and instantly attracted numerous fangirls in the class. The class captain election was based on a democratic voting system, where candidates could make a speech and try to pull votes. Xianyuan Cheng's election speech could be labeled as crude and simple. He had only one thing to say: all of you are the cream of the crop amongst our new cohort. Thus, our class captain must also be the strongest person in this cohort, as only they deserve such a position. One had to admit that this kind of speech, where Shen Yuanchang not only complimented his classmates but also praised himself, was very effective. Finally, due to the fact that Su Qianyun didn't contend, in addition to some other competition, Shen Yuanchang became the class captain with a clear majority of the votes. After school, this newly appointed class captain came to Enlin's side. He's gonna strike so soon? Enlin startled. A new broom sweeps clean one. Presumably, Shen Yuanchang was finally starting to implement changes. Faced with an unusual student such as himself, Shen Yuanchang was probably going to target him first. This class doesn't welcome trash, Shen Yuanchang said flatly. Just as I expected. Hearing this, Enlin barely had time to flare up in rage when his anger was extinguished by Shen Yuanchang's next sentence. So, student Enlin, you must study hard. If you have any problems regarding cultivation, you can come and talk to me. Being your class captain, I will definitely try my best to help you. Before walking away, Shen Yuanchang smiled pleasantly at Enlin and patted his shoulder in encouragement. Enlin could barely recover from his daze as he watched Shen Yuanchang's disappearing figure. As it turned out, he had met a caring class captain. That night, Enlin continued to meditate and cultivate. He could feel that his cultivation base was slowly increasing little by little. However, since he had no point of reference, Enlin wasn't sure what to make of his cultivation speed. I hope I can quickly break through to the 4th stage Dao body with my own efforts. Enlin knew that one could not be too impatient when cultivating, as the more impatient one became, the more undesirable the outcomes of ranking up. The next day, Enlin, who just wanted to cultivate peacefully, was faced with another dilemma. A student from another class had handed Enlin a letter. On the envelope, 2 large words stood out: Battle Declaration. Seeing these 2 words, Enlin's heart jumped. What kind of joke is this? Who have I offended enough for them to send me a declaration of battle? Enlin anxiously opened the envelope and read through the letter. I have heard that fellow cultivator Enlin has received a true God's letter of recommendation and has an exceptional cultivation base. I am Class 100's Class Captain Lu Debeo, and am hereby boldly challenging fellow cultivator Enlin to a battle after school. The location is in front of the flower bed at the teaching block. The top half of the letter still appeared normal, yet the tone suddenly changed in the latter half. Whoever fails to turn up to this battle is a coward without a weenie. I have already informed my entire class of this battle and numerous students will turn up to spectate. I suppose you won't fail to keep our appointment, right? After school. Be there or be square. Preposterous. and Lin almost started swearing when he read to the end. How could Lin not know of Lu Debao's plans? If he could defeat a student of Class 1 right after becoming class captain of Class 100, how impressive would that be? Apart from Lin, any other person in Class 1 could savage Lu Debao with a single finger. And Lin was different. His cultivation base was weak, yet he was a focal point amongst the new students. Thus, Lu Debao wittingly picked Lin as his opponent. In such a way, not only would he be able to grow his reputation, he would also be able to easily handle the battle at the same time. By profusely praising how strong and impressive Lin was in his letter, it would make him appear all the more powerful when he defeated Lin. The most detestable thing was that he had spread news of this battle to all the classes. Once a big crowd had gathered, it would be a disgrace if Lin didn't show his face. However, if Lin went and was defeated in front of everyone, that would also be a disgraceful thing. This is so infuriating. In order to become famous, people really do go to all sorts of lengths. Although he hadn't met Lu Debao before, and Lin had already cursed all of his ancestors. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so infuriated? Su Xiaolin asked curiously upon seeing the anger on Lin's face. Let me ask you, are you familiar with Lu Debao, Class 100's class captain? And Lin asked seriously. Oh, the class captain of the guilt-seeking 2 class? How would I know that kind of trash? Su Xiaolin didn't realize that her words had already hurt Lin profoundly. And Lin held in his grief and puzzled. Why is Class 100 called the guilt-seeking class? It's as the name suggests. The students of that class come to the United University of Cultivation looking to acquire guilt. Although this university houses most of the prodigies of the Kingdom of the 9 States, there are still some trash who enter through the back door. Their aim of coming here is simply to receive a graduation certificate and use it to brag in front of others about being a brilliant student, Su Xiaolin said dismissively. Hearing this, a feeling of hope ignited in Lin's heart. Then what stage cultivation base does their class captain usually have? That's hard to say. The class captain of the guilt-seeking class probably isn't elected based on their cultivation base. Most likely it's elected according to who has the more powerful backstage support. I guess his cultivation base should be around 2nd to 4th stage Dao body. Our university probably doesn't accept people who can't cultivate at all, Su Xiaolin answered. And Lin winced. So, this was a battle between the most networked backdoor entrant of the United University of Cultivation and the most networked backdoor entrant of Class 100? Anyhow, why are you asking about this? Su Xiaolin asked curiously. After gaining a vague idea about Lu Debao's cultivation base, a raging battle intent burned from the bottom of Lin's heart. Su Xiaolin, don't leave after school finishes. Watch how I trample upon Class 100's class captain. Time flew by quickly, and it was finally time for Lin to prove himself. 2 people stood in the empty space next to the flower bed located in front of the school building. Hundreds of students were gathered in the surroundings. They had all come from different classes and were here to spectate the battle out of curiosity after receiving a notice from Lu Debao. There were even some students from Class 1 gathered here, although they were not here to cheer for Lin. They were simply bored out of their minds and came here to join the fun. The protagonists of this battle consisted of the most networked backdoor entrant, Lin, one of the 3 most famous students in the new cohort, and Class 100's class captain Lu Debao. And Lin stood with his hands behind his back as he faced Lu Debao. And Lin's handsome features, accompanied with his white robe, made him appear graceful and brilliant. He's Lin? Ah, he doesn't look as weak as the rumors say, a girl remarked quietly. Seeing Lin's appearance, her face had already blushed red. A male nodded in agreement. From his temperament, he indeed doesn't look like a weakling. In comparison to Lin, Lu Debao appeared much more average. However, he still had the demeanor of a powerful individual at this moment, and a solemn expression was etched on his slightly plump face. So you came, Lu Debao said coldly. Aha, I've come, and Lin nodded. His white robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Then let us begin this great battle which has captured the attention of countless people, Lu Debao said calmly. Sure. And Lin smiled indifferently. Just like that, the great battle erupted. Everyone who attended witnessed a battle which was forever etched in their memories. Both Enlin and Lu Debao started to attack at the same time. They moved like the wind and quickly collided together. The battle instantly reached its climax, as the two of them used all their strength right from the beginning. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, bang, bang. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, puff, puff. After a burst of intense fighting, the two of them panted heavily as they separated, and they eyed each other off tensely. Not bad. Heh. You're not too bad yourself. Then let us continue. Sure. And thus, the two of them collided together again and started tussling with each other. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, bang, bang. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, puff, puff. Hundreds of prodigies from all over the kingdom of the 9 states were dumbstruck as they looked on at the fistfight between the two people. For a long time, they couldn't recover from their shock. My God! What crime have I committed? Why am I made to watch this? Some of the new students wailed in despair. Is this really up to par with the standards of Class 1? So all the rumors regarding Enlin really were true. He really is the most networked backdoor entrant. Tears brimmed in the eyes of a cute girl as she witnessed the handsome Enlin perform such vulgar actions. She felt as if her dreams had been shattered. Su Xiaolan was overcome with regret. Looking at the battling Enlin, she felt as if both of her eyes had been blinded. She couldn't help but mutter, I must have gone mad agreeing to come here to cheer for you. The reactions of the surrounding spectators were also becoming more and more intense, and Su Xiaolan was glad that she didn't shout out that comment. She wiped away the cold sweat which had formed on her forehead and glanced at Enlin, who had now descended into a difficult battle. I'm sorry, I really don't have the courage to shout, Go Enlin! In front of everyone, Su Xiaolan muttered quietly. Just as Enlin and Lu Debao were engaged in an intense exchange, Su Xiaolan caught a glimpse of her Prince Charming, Xianyuancheng. Who would have thought that even he would come to spectate this battle? Su Xiaolan was overjoyed. Just as she thought about going over to greet him, she saw Xianyuancheng pinching his eyebrows and walking away. Xianyuancheng's expression was as if his eyes had been tarnished. Seeing this, Su Xiaolan stopped in her tracks and looked sympathetically at Xianyuancheng. Whatever, let him calm himself down first. Enlin and Lu Debao separated from each other once again, with both now carrying injuries. Enlin's handsome face had already been bruised and Lu Debao was sporting 2 black eyes. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. No wonder you're worthy of being one of the 3 focal points in our new cohort. You should be proud of the fact that you're able to press me so hard. Now, I'm going to use my most frightening move. Lu Debao had an angry look on his face after being pushed to such extent, and he howled at Enlin. For some reason, the discussion amongst the spectators gradually died down when they heard this. Clearly, they had an inkling of expectation towards Lu Debao's so-called most frightening move. A feeling of apprehension rose from the bottom of Enlin's heart. He didn't expect for Lu Debao to have a move up his sleeves and was thus extremely cautious. Immortal spell, suction palm. Lu Debao cried as a white light burst forth from both of his hands. Enlin suddenly felt a suction force and immediately started flying towards Lu Debao involuntarily. It's an immortal spell, Enlin exclaimed as he turned pale with fright. This was the first time he had experienced the might of an immortal spell firsthand, and a feeling of pride welled up in his heart. This is what a battle between cultivators should be like. Taking advantage of the fact that Lu Debao couldn't use his hands, once Enlin flew close to Lu Debao, he threw a punch towards Lu Debao's face with all his might. Smack! Lu Debao was completely unprepared, and a tooth flew towards the sky as Enlin's fist connected with his face. Lu Debao collapsed onto the floor. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and there was a startled look on his face. What frightening reaction! As expected, you're a formidable opponent. However, the stronger you are, the more excited I become, because that is the only way this can be called a true battle. After making these proud remarks, Lu Debao once again started grappling with Enlin. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, bang, bang. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, puff, puff. The spectators were dumbstruck and fell into an eerie silence. "I want to rush up and beat them both up," a new student said expressionlessly. "Count me in. I can't contain myself either." Another student echoed this sentiment and drew a sword from their waist. "I've really gone crazy. In order to watch their battle, I actually relinquished the chance of getting the first-come, first-served strawberry dessert from the school canteen. If you guys go, then I'll also follow," a girl said fiercely with her daggers drawn. +1, +1, +1. Just like this, hundreds of new students were seething with murderous intent as they drew their weapons. Su Xiaolan smiled wryly as she stepped backwards quietly. She silently prayed for Enlin in her mind. "Enlin, please don't be beaten to death. It's probably enough for them to beat you until you become a teeny bit crippled." Enlin and Lu Debao were still engaged in intense battle and completely unaware that their lives were already in danger. "Calm down, everyone. I've already reported them," said a male student who was filled with anger and disgust. The others all thought he was joking. They ignored him and prepared to make their move. Soon after, though, 3 males standing atop flying swords and dressed in blue robes descended from the sky. They landed in the battlefield of Enlin and Lu Debao. A celestial sword landed near the 2 tussling figures and immediately released a burst of wind which possessed frightening pressure, directly blowing the grappling Enlin and Lu Debao away from each other. The 2 figures who were engaged in an intense battle stopped in surprise at this sudden interference. At this moment, the male in charge flashed a blue badge and addressed Enlin and Lu Debao. "We are members of the university enforcement team. The 2 of you engaged in a private scuffle without permission, and such circumstances are extremely abominable. According to relevant rules listed in the regulations of the United University of Cultivation, you 2 are now under arrest and will be detained in the university detention facility for 3 days. And Lin's expression faltered, and he looked at Lu Debao with uncertainty. "What's going on? The battle between the 2 of us was against university rules?" Lu Debao ignored Enlin and instead put on an expression as if he were about to die a martyr's death. "I have no regret fighting for the glory of Class 100. He laughed loudly. "It's a pity the 2 of us weren't able to determine the victor." Lu Debao glanced at Enlin regretfully. "Shit, I've been played." Enlin howled in his mind as for the first time, he learnt that the university had such a policy. He had only been at the university for a few days and had already received a 3-day detention. Why did it end like this? Enlin and Lu Debao put up no resistance as they were handcuffed and taken away by the 3 members of the enforcement team. When they left, the applause of hundreds of students sounded behind them. The applause was extremely warm and didn't subside for a long time. Some people even had tears in their eyes. "Do you hear their applause? We've proven ourselves through this duel," Lu Debao said to Enlin. The battle intent had already left Lu Debao's eyes, and he looked at Enlin with a soft gaze. On his face, there was an expression of appreciation towards a fellow hero. A faint smile grew on Enlin's face as he finally came to this realization. "You're right. Being detained for 3 days in exchange for receiving their recognition is indeed a cheap price to pay." Hundreds of students sighed deeply with emotion. They had witnessed a battle with no parallel, one that would leave a thick and colorful imprint on their lives. "Thank God the enforcement team came, or else I really would have lashed out. They successfully stopped a frightening battle. The efficiency of the university enforcement team is very high. I approve." The 2 poor individuals. They had no idea that the warm applause from the hundreds of students was for the enforcement team, which had arrived in a timely manner. Enlin and Lu Debao were detained in the university's detention facility, which was dim and oppressive. The room was damp and completely bare. That's correct. There weren't even any beds. Enlin was bewildered. Why are the conditions of the detention facility worse than those of prisons? Whenever he recalled the fact that he would have to sleep on such a stiff floor for 3 days, tears involuntarily trickled down his cheeks. The only thing one could see in the detention room was walls. On these walls there was a large black word, "Repent." Enlin and Lu Debao were locked in the same detention room. Inside, they also found another male along with a white dog. Like Enlin and Lu Debao, the male was also badly battered. Ah! Even the dog had injuries all over and appeared as if it had been badly beaten. "Brother, did you get into a fight with this dog?" Enlin asked in surprise as he looked at the male. "You jest. Debao and I were wounded while chasing a lofty ambition." The male, who appeared more severely wounded than Enlin and Lu Debao, replied disdainfully. The male glanced at Enlin and Lu Debao and came to a realization. "You two were locked up here for fighting?" Lu Debao and Enlin nodded, then glanced at each other. Seeing the pitiful appearance of one another, a content expression appeared on both their faces. "Good for nothings," the male chuckled. The white dog next to him also barked, as if in agreement. Hearing this, Lu Debao instantly became unhappy and retorted. "You say you got injured chasing a lofty ambition, so why are you also locked up here?" "It's a long story." The male had a look of reminiscence. Enlin shuffled towards the male and spoke with a face of curiosity. No worries, no worries. We have heaps of time. You can take your time and tell us exactly how you got injured. Tell your tale so we can all enjoy ourselves." The male glanced at Enlin and continued, "Do you guys know of the Moon Pond at our university?" Moon Pond? Enlin had only been at the university for a short time and was very unfamiliar with the place. "I know. The Moon Pond is a large-scale natural hot spring at our university. The vital energy of the spring water is extremely rich and has the effects of nourishing one's skin and cultivating the mind. It's a shame that the university rules only appear to allow females there, though." "Why are you bringing this up?" Lu Debao was puzzled, and Lin's eyes sparkled as he grinned. "Don't tell me you—" The male student was smiling faintly as he nodded. He recalled with emotion. Before the bright moon, beads of water leapt. Atop the water, the vast sky was mirrored. Washed with tranquility were those naked in the water. Damp with moisture, their brilliant hair became one. Realization finally dawned upon Lu Debao at this moment. "Stop reciting poems and talk sensibly. Give us the details," he exclaimed excitedly. "No problem. No problem. Please listen to me carefully explain it," the male said unhurriedly. "As they say, the scenery is most beautiful when females are soaking in the bath. When there is a group of females soaking in the bath, the scenery becomes so dazzling that one cannot take it all in. Think about it. Inside the moon pond where the white vapor lingers about, that jade-like skin, that silvery laugh as they play boisterously, those little kittens which undulate with the spring water." Enlin and Lu Debao both gulped and started to let their imaginations run wild. The atmosphere started to become delicate. "But I've heard that there are patrols all around the moon pond. If one wants to catch a glimpse of such paradise, it really is as difficult as ascending the heavens," Lu Debao said regretfully. "Although the university enforcement team's patrol is very able, they can't stop me," the male snorted coldly. "Oh? What clever trick does your excellency have?" Enlin asked modestly. The male looked proudly at the white dog next to him and grinned. "That would have to be my capable helper. Debao too." Debao woofed once and raised his head proudly as he wagged his tail. "There is a type of gem called the ice-water mirror stone. It acts like a mirror and can store what it sees in a dynamic manner. I made a necklace from this gem and placed it around Debao's neck. Then, I let him wander into the moon pond." And Lin was startled. Weren't the attributes of this ice-water mirror stone just like a camera? Excellent. That's truly ingenious. Presumably, the girls wouldn't feel the need to keep their guards up around a dog. As a result, one can be at ease when recording. And Lin was full of praise. Lu Debao was now also looking at the male with an expression of worship. "Dare I ask, older brother, do the resources still exist?" he asked respectfully and excitedly. The male sighed, and there was a look of regret on his face. "I was just about to succeed, but did not expect to be detected by the supremely talented Su Qianyun of our cohort." Su Qianyun? That girl who was labeled as the #1 goddess of the United University of Cultivation right after she enrolled. Lu Debao exclaimed. Yes, it was her. At the time, she was also in the hot spring. The male smiled bitterly. Hell knows how she was able to realize that there was an issue with Debao. Not only did she discover the ice water mirror stone on Debai's neck, she was even able to track my location through the presence on the gemstone. So, you and Debai became like this afterwards. And Lin looked sympathetically at the male in front of him who had been beaten beyond human figure, as well as at the dog in front of him which had been beaten beyond dog figure. Lu Debao didn't have much sympathy, rather expressing enviously. Dying by the hands of a peony, one should be merry even as a ghost. Being beaten by a goddess is pretty good too, no? The male rolled his eyes at Lu Debao. It would have been fine if I was only beaten by Su Qianyun. However, you go try what it feels like to be beaten by dozens of vixens. I'm sure that you wouldn't feel any joy at all. To tell you the truth, I was beaten to the point where I started wondering if I still had the ability to reproduce. However, I don't regret it. I still haven't achieved my lofty ambition. I'll definitely be back, the male said firmly. Hearing this, both Lin and Lu Debao's bodies trembled, and they were filled with a deep sense of respect. What more? And Lin held his hands in salute and asked, Your Excellency's courage and intelligence has filled me with admiration. Dare I ask for Your Excellency's name? Class 25, Zhao Huayin. The male replied earnestly. Class 1, and Lin. And Lin also introduced himself. Class 100, Lu Debao. Lu Debao said excitedly. Woof! Woof! Debai barked. After the 3 people and 1 dog introduced themselves, they all glanced at each other and smiled, feeling as if they were sworn brothers. So, you're our university's most networked backdoor entrant, and Lin. I've heard about you for a long time, Zhao Huayin exclaimed in surprise. He then looked towards Lu Debao. So, you're Lu Debao, the son of celestial immortal Yu Ding. I've also heard about you since a long time ago. Pleased to meet you. No, big brother Ian, it is my honor to meet you. Please kindly give me your advice in the future. Lu Debao saluted Zhao Huayin, a look of worship in his eyes. This time it was Lin's turn to feel shocked, as he learnt that Lu Debao was in fact the son of a celestial immortal. And Lin now already had a basic understanding regarding the cultivation ranks. Those in the spirit nurturing stage were deemed as young immortals and were considered a member of the heavenly court's immortal ranks. Those 1 stage above them were in the soul formation stage and deemed as earth immortals. Only after that could one reach the return to void stage and be deemed a celestial immortal. In the heavenly court, celestial immortals had a lofty status. It could be said that apart from the true gods, the strongest members of the heavenly court were the celestial immortals. What astonished Lin the most was the fact that celestial immortal Yu Ding had a son like Lu Debao, someone who was almost defeated by him. This caused Lin to fall silent. Was Lu Debao really the biological child of celestial immortal Yu Ding? Just like this, the 3 people and 1 dog introduced themselves and started conversing without any barriers between them. Laughter occasionally arose in the detention room, and there was a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. After 3 days, Lin and Lu Debao were finally released from the darkness of the detention facility. Due to the more abominable crime of peeping on bathing girls, Zhao Huayin and Debai had a detention of 4 days longer than Lin. To this fact, Lin and Lu Debao expressed their regret. They reluctantly parted ways with the 2 brave warriors in the detention room and returned to their normal university cultivation life. Lin looked towards the school ground, which was luxuriant and bathed in sunlight. Occasionally, a gentle breeze blew over and brought with it the faint fragrance of flowers. Everything appeared to be splendid and mesmerizing. His mind was at ease as he greedily sucked in the fresh air. This is freedom, and Lin let out a sigh filled with emotion. Yeah, I almost feel as if I've been reborn. Lu Debao also sighed emotionally. And Lin, I need to check up on my class first. Being detained for 3 days right after becoming the class captain, I've got quite some explaining to do. Lu Debao chuckled. Sure thing. Take care. And Lin nodded. Yeah, you too. Lu Debao patted Lin's shoulder before he left. 3 days of living together made Lin realize that Lu Debao wasn't in fact a detestable person. That said, there were still times when he didn't consider the consequences of his actions, such as with his battle declaration. He was an open-minded and sincere person, and once he and Enlin had become familiar, he was very open and straightforward. Just like this, an out-of-blows friendship grows scenario took place between Enlin and Liu Debao. As Liu Debao disappeared into the distance, the surroundings once again fell into a state of tranquility. Enlin looked into the distance and found that the evening sun was just about to descend into the clouds. The school grounds appeared all the more golden as light from the golden clouds drifting above scattered down. The occasional cry of white cranes flying amongst the clouds was also vaguely discernible. Enlin was in a trance as he stood atop a hill located in the school grounds and looked towards the distant scenery. Akin to an ancient scene, his body was covered in a faint yellow glow as the last rays of the setting sun beamed upon his body. It's getting late. Today's classes are probably about to finish anyway. I'll go back to class tomorrow. Enlin sighed after finally coming back to his senses. The United University of Cultivation was built upon a continent floating far up in the sky. Whenever school finished, he would witness a beautiful and colorful scenery as the sun descended into the clouds. He had heard that on some special occasions, one could witness from within school grounds the marvelous spectacle of the seven-colored clouds spanning tens of thousands of meters across the sky. However, Enlin had only been at the university for a short while and thus hadn't had the fortune of witnessing such a marveling scene. Regardless, even the scenery during a typical dusk was incredible. Every time he witnessed it, he would feel absolutely stunned. Once he arrived back at his place, Enlin immediately started to meditate and cultivate. He never slacked off when it came to cultivation. He didn't know when he would be able to break through to the fourth stage Dao body. Could be tomorrow or it could be in 10 years. Perhaps he might never even make it to the fourth stage Dao body. Even though the path ahead was shrouded in the unknown and Enlin was unable to determine how far he could reach, the thought of giving up never occurred to him. Because, wasn't this world magnificent? He wanted to witness more things that common people couldn't witness. He wanted to meet more interesting people. He wanted to truly set foot upon the path of cultivation. Thus, even if he only had a 10,000th of a chance to succeed, Enlin would try his hardest to achieve his aims. That night, for some reason unbeknown to him, Enlin felt as if his cultivation base was building up quicker than ever before. The next morning, Enlin knocked on Su Xiaolan's door. "Enlin, you've finally been released." Su Xiaolan's sleepy eyes lit up as she opened the door and realized that it was Enlin standing outside. Enlin was the first friend Su Xiaolan had made after entering the United University of Cultivation and was also the person she got along with best. She felt really unaccustomed during the days when Enlin was locked up. "Let's go to class," chuckled Enlin in greeting. "Hang on a second. Let me change first." Su Xiaolan didn't wait for Enlin's reply before slamming the door shut. Enlin was dumbfounded when Su Xiaolan reappeared, and he stared at her stupidly. Where did that princess dress come from? Enlin was so surprised that he started to stutter. Su Xiaolan gracefully walked out in a white gauze dress. Below her beautiful, soft, swan-like neck was her pale collarbone. The white dress girdle further highlighted her thin and dainty waist. The hem of her dress fluttered in the wind, and she looked like an otherworldly fairy who had just descended from the highest heavens and was drifting amongst the clouds. Su Xiaolan was extremely beautiful naturally, and with her dress on, she looked like a princess who had just wandered out of a painting. Her appearance was mesmerizing. However, what Enlin was most surprised about now was not her beauty, but rather the fact that her style of clothing was evidently different from before. This princess dress was clearly something unique to Earth. Why would such an item of clothing appear in the immortal cultivation realm? It was way too odd. What's wrong? Isn't this dress from your native planet, Earth? Do you really need to be so surprised? Su Xiaolan was puzzled as she saw the look of disbelief on Enlin's face. His mouth hung open so wide that an apple could definitely fit inside. "My native planet." Enlin stared at Su Xiaolan and gasped in surprise. "You know about Earth?" Enlin had always thought that the world he had teleported to existed in an independent realm. To his knowledge, the Heavenly Court only had jurisdiction over those in the 9 states and shouldn't have had any concept regarding Earth. He had never revealed to anyone that he had come from Earth either. He never would have imagined the name Earth, leaving Su Xiaolan's mouth so calmly. This instantly created waves in his mind. Oi! Oi! What madness are you going through again? Su Xiaolan had her hands on her hips and appeared a bit annoyed. Earth is just a mortal world under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court. Why would I not know about it? And Lin tried his best to calm his raging emotions. After digesting Su Xiaolan's words and processing the thoughts in his mind, he slowly opened his mouth. Then why do the people on Earth not know of the heavenly court's existence? Oh, that's because we exist in a different space. When we go down to the mortal world, we need to use a space teleportation gate. Ah, so that's how it is. Then how did you find out that I'm from Earth? Our mortal studies teacher Earth Immortal Yu Ying told us. She's in charge of teaching us knowledge and cultures relating to the mortal world. I'm also wearing this dress as she required us to do so for her class today. Speaking of which, does this dress look good on me? Su Xiaolan smiled daintily at Lin and even swayed her dress. I've never seen anyone look so beautiful wearing a princess dress. Lin answered honestly as he came to his senses and looked at the girl in front of him. Su Xiaolan was extremely satisfied with Lin's response, and the smile on her face grew larger. After all, there wasn't any girl that would be displeased when others complimented their beauty. Oh, that's right. There's something else I need to tell you. I didn't have the chance to tell you since you were being detained. It appeared as though something had occurred to Su Xiaolan, and she smiled and clapped her hands together. What? And Lin asked curiously. Yesterday, Earth Immortal Yu Ying appointed you as the subject representative for our class. Su Xiaolan grinned. Subject representative. And Lin was initially surprised upon hearing this. Once he recovered, he raised his head to a 45-degree angle and stared dazedly at the sky. The blue sky was clear, and the blazing sun was radiant. Everything appeared to be so glorious. Have I finally been given a new lease on life? And Lin entered the classroom doors and found himself a seat at the back of the room. He seemed to have a feeling that the students' interest in him had increased quite a bit. Some students even started to quietly converse amongst one another when they saw him arrive. Although Lin didn't know what they were saying, he was pretty sure that they weren't complimenting him. One after another, numerous events over the recent days were somehow related to Lin, let alone the discussions amongst other students. Even Lin couldn't help but feel like ridiculing himself. The core focus today was mortal studies. In order to reflect this, all of the students in the class were dressed based on varying fashion trends from Earth. Jeans, singlets, t-shirts, dresses. The more exaggerated styles of outfits included suits and even cheongsam. The scene was extremely weird, and the hodgepodge of styles totally made it seem like a clothing exhibition. Just a word of mention, the talented individual dressed in a suit was none other than their class captain, Xianxia. He was impeccably attired, wearing a blue tie and even sporting a pair of sunglasses. He appeared dashing and looked just like 007. However, can you imagine someone attired in such a manner sitting upright at the front of the class with their hands resting evenly on the table and listening earnestly to the teacher? And Lin tried his best to contain his laughter. Not long after, their teacher Earth Immortal Yu Ying walked into the classroom. She wore a light yellow checkered blouse, accompanied by a pair of red-framed glasses. She appeared both intellectual and beautiful. Not only that, she was tall and slender, with her slightly curly hair reaching her waist and black silk leggings covering her well-proportioned legs. She not only looked fashionable but also awfully sexy. She was full of vigor as she walked into the classroom. However, once she saw 007 Xianxia sitting in the front row with a serious expression on his face, she couldn't help but chuckle. The students looked at Earth Immortal Yu Ying strangely, not knowing why she suddenly started to laugh. Earth Immortal Yu Ying awkwardly averted her gaze and started to deliver the lesson as if nothing had happened. The reason that the United University of Cultivation offered a mortal studies subject was in order to allow the students to better understand and integrate when they descended into the mortal world on missions for the heavenly court. The specific content of the mortal studies subject included the cultures of different nations, the distribution of power, physical geography, and the two compulsory languages, Chinese and English, compared to the other classes which were incomprehensible to him. And Lin finally felt a sense of superiority in this class, as if he could crush all the others with his knowledge. It was regretful, though, that as with all the other classes, this class brought about the same side effects. All the content that Earth Immortal Yuing discussed was the basic of the basics. For example, Earth has 7 continents, China is in Asia, and so forth. And Lin had absolutely no idea what value this class had to him, so he began to feel drowsy again. This mortal studies class went for the entire day, and Lin had no idea how he endured through it. Finally, the class ended with a final statement from Earth Immortal Yuing. Student Lin is the subject representative for this class. If anyone has any problems, they can go and speak to him. Okay? Although she said this, Lin knew that this group of prodigies was a conceited bunch. Rather than modestly asking someone weaker than them for help, presumably they would prefer to rely on their own efforts. Sure enough, no one came to ask him any questions after class had ended. And Lin sighed softly and was about to stand up. Student Lin, may I ask if you're free? A soft and gentle voice sounded next to his ears. And Lin looked towards the source of the sound, and his mind instantly went blank. He stared dazedly at the girl who appeared in front of him. The dreamy, bright blue eyes of the girl were downcast, and she looked apologetically at Lin. And Lin never had the chance to look at her so closely before, and he suddenly felt as if his heart had stopped beating. I am free. May I please ask what brings student Su Qianyun here? After a while, Lin was finally able to stammer a sentence out in fear and trepidation. Being the goddess-like school beauty queen who had trampled over all the other school beauties right after she entered the school, Lin had absolutely no idea why she would seek him out. Then is it fine if you take some time to teach me how to speak Chinese and English? I've never really had any talent in languages. Don't worry, I won't take up much of your time. Su Qianyun added quickly, as if she were afraid that Lin would reject her request. This happiness has come way too suddenly. Lin's heart was probably now beating 2 or 3 times faster than normal, and he almost had a heart attack. Persevere. Lin, you can do it. If you let slip this opportunity which comes around once in a blue moon, then you are destined to be single for life. Lin's heart was racing, and he knew that he had to keep his cool in this type of scenario. No worries. After all, I'm the subject representative. Helping students in need is my responsibility as well as my honor. Please sit down, I'll teach you slowly. Lin answered Su Qianyun with a smile that was as warm as the spring sunshine. Su Qianyun nodded and sat down next to Lin. Sorry for the bother, she said gratefully. As Su Qianyun sat down, a faint orchid-like fragrance wafted into Lin's nose. Although he was extremely nervous, he still tried his best to appear calm and collected. So, student Su Qianyun, what level is your Chinese and English currently at? Lin asked earnestly, his voice gentle. Su Qianyun's lips were pressed together lightly, and she appeared a little aggrieved. I don't like speaking usually, and languages aren't really to my liking either. As for Chinese and English, I haven't even learnt enunciations yet. To be more precise, I haven't even learnt how to pronounce a single syllable yet. Lin's heart almost melted as he listened to Su Qianyun's soft and mellow voice. He always thought that someone who appeared as aloof as Su Qianyun would have a cold voice, so he didn't expect her voice to be so soft and adorable. Speaking of which, to the best of his knowledge, this was the first time Su Qianyun had spoken. Usually, Su Qianyun always had the aura of an icy beauty when she appeared on the school grounds, and she barely interacted with others. Others all said that she was a Tao addict and was only interested in cultivation. From the looks of it now, this was completely due to the fact that she wasn't really fond of talking. Only by speaking more will your feel for the languages improve. How about this? I'll teach you some short elementary phrases first, then teach you pinyin and phonetics. Lin smiled faintly and wrote a few large words on the desk. These words were teacher, student, school, and attend class, all of which were written in both Chinese and English. Lin read them once, and Su Qianyun read them after him. It took quite a while for Su Qianyun to grasp the pronunciations of these phrases. And Lin greatly understood what Su Qianyun meant when she said she had little natural talent for languages. Sure enough, she wasn't lying to him. Su Qianyun also realized that she was picking up these two languages very slowly, and she had an apologetic expression on her face. "Ah, sorry for wasting your time," she said softly, and Lin shook his head sternly. "Classmates are supposed to help each other out. I'll be upset if you say things like that again." A glimmer appeared in Su Qianyun's eyes as she heard this, and she smiled softly. "Big Sister Xianxia one often tells me that all men are evil creatures. However, I feel that Lin is an exception. You truly are a good person." Her smile was like the most radiant and enchanting spring sunshine which could melt through eternal ice. It instantly shone its way through Lin's guard. In that moment, Lin felt like he had fallen in love, and Lin's face was flushed as Su Qianyun's comment almost made him lose his mind. After a long while, he recovered from Su Qianyun's words and asked in surprise, "Xianxia? Moon Palace's Xianxia? She's your sister." She isn't my biological sister though. She's my sworn sister. She's really nice to me and she's my best friend." At the mention of Xianxia, a smile spread across Su Qianyun's face. This also piqued Lin's interest, as he didn't expect the fabled Xianxia to actually exist in this world. Thoughts involuntarily ran wild in Lin's mind and he continued to ask, "Is there also a rabbit in the Moon Palace who knows how to pound medicine and a man who chops trees every day one?" "Ah, the rabbit you speak of is probably Xiao Yu who refines pills in the Moon Palace. Also, there are written rules in the Moon Palace that explicitly forbid males from setting foot upon it. The man chopping wood that you speak of, that's impossible," Su Qianyun replied with a smile. "Is that so?" And Lin nodded. It appeared as if the legends on Earth did somewhat overlap with the realities in this world. "Then are Hou-Yi and Xianxia still husband and wife?" And Lin continued to ask curiously, "How is that possible? Sister Xianxia is the #1 beauty in the heavenly court. People pursuing her could line up from the heavenly court all the way to the dragon court of the eastern seas. How would she fall in love with an earth immortal who only knows how to shoot arrows at the moon?" Shoot arrows at the moon? And Lin was even more confused at this point. Because there are too many people courting Xianxia, she created a rule whereby only those who could shoot an arrow from the ground up to the Moon Palace would have the right to meet with her once, Su Qianyun explained. "Oh, so that's how it is," and Lin exclaimed in realization. "So did he eventually manage to shoot an arrow up to the Moon Palace?" Su Qianyun shook her head. "No, I heard that he persisted for 9 years and attained enlightenment in archery, breaking through to become an Earth Immortal. Afterwards, he left happily." And Lin. This differed so vastly from his impression of Hou-Yi that he didn't even have the strength to cuss. "So, how did you become sworn sisters with Xianxia then?" "It all began when I was 5 years old. At that time, Sister Xianxia came to the Purple Star State to collect some wintry lunar water when she passed by the Greenwood Imperial Palace." And Lin had only asked the question in a casual manner, and did not expect Su Qianyun to be so open and talk so incessantly about her and Xianxia's relationship. Su Qianyun spoke earnestly and recalled how Xianxia had identified her extraordinary natural endowments when she was still a child. She told him about all the matters, regardless of whether they were big or small, and detailed to Lin all aspects of her relationship with Xianxia. The more Lin listened, the more uneasy he felt. Oi, you trust me way too much, okay? You're even telling me about how Xianxia kisses you every time you visit the Moon Palace? Hang on a second. Xianxia cuddled you as she slept when you were 16? And Lin realized that he had heard something extraordinary. In order to avoid the unexpected calamities that might befall upon him if he knew too much, he hastily stopped Su Qianyun's rambling. And Lin felt a bit ashamed. Why was Su Qianyun telling him everything? It made absolutely no sense. In addition, she answered all the questions that he asked. Did she have any awareness of the fact that she was the #1 goddess at the university? At this moment, a suspicion arose in Lin's mind. Could it be that she's a natural airhead? Hey, I think we should stop wasting time and study a bit more, and Lin suggested weakly. Although Su Qianyun was interrupted by Lin, she wasn't annoyed at all. rather she nodded her head cutely. She then placed her hands on the desk and quietly waited for Enlin to continue the lesson. Looking at her current appearance, an idea suddenly appeared in Enlin's mind. After some conflict, he decided to give it a go. Next, let's try to say some short and simple sentences, Enlin said earnestly. He wrote 2 short sentences on a piece of paper and said, "What we are practicing next is the simplest subject-verb-object structure. Read after me. Okay?" "Yes, I'll definitely try my best," Su Qinyun replied attentively. "I love you. I love you." The voice that could melt one's heart sounded once again. "I love you, Mandarin. I love you, Mandarin." Su Qinyun read after him word for word. Enlin's blood was churning, and he felt like he was going to faint from excitement. The goddess has confessed her feelings for me." Enlin smiled stupidly next to her. "Are you smiling so joyfully because my reading is very good?" Su Qinyun asked happily as she saw the smile on Enlin's face. Enlin came to his senses and nodded profusely. "Your reading is very good, although I feel you should read it a few more times to familiarize yourself with it." Okay. Can you please tell me what this sentence means, though?" Su Qinyun asked inquisitively. "Shit, how should I explain this to her?" Enlin was stupefied. They all say that impulse is the devil. Only now did he realize that explaining this phrase to Su Qinyun would be a huge problem. Ultimately, after a great struggle in his mind, Enlin could only gamble on the fact that Su Qinyun was a girl with a simple and pure mind. "I'm only teaching you a simple subject-verb-object style short sentence. Please, you must believe me. This means, I love you," Enlin said in a serious tone. "Oh, so it means I love you," Su Qinyun nodded unthinkingly. After a moment, though, it appeared as if she became aware of something, and she soon fell silent. It was most frightening when everything suddenly turned quiet. It was as if something was brewing in the silence. Enlin was extremely nervous. He had only wanted to jest and was hoping that she wouldn't take it too seriously. Okay, Enlin conceded that he was seeking death by choosing to teach Su Qinyun such a sentence. Who told him to suddenly feel like flirting? He couldn't stop himself at all. Enlin looked at Su Qinyun uneasily. He realized that tears had welled up in her bright blue eyes and that her delicate face had blushed bright red. Her lips were pressed together tightly, and it appeared as though she was going to burst into tears. Enlin started to regret his decision upon seeing her expression and hastily tried to explain himself. "I have no other intentions but to teach you grammar. Please don't misunderstand." Su Qinyun raised her head and stared at Enlin as if in a trance. Her expression was as if she had been wronged yet had no means to complain. Her small lips were curled as she scolded in sobbing tone. "Sister Xianxia was right. There are no good men in the world. When a girl of unsurpassed elegance and beauty pouted at you with misty eyes, what kind of sensation would you feel? My goodness! So adorable!" Enlin's blood boiled. He was so excited that he ended up fainting. Su Qinyun didn't realize just how deadly her expression was to Enlin. She was rooted to the spot when she saw Enlin pass out with a stream of blood trickling from his nose. "Student Enlin, are you all right? Wake up! Don't scare me." Seeing that there was still no reaction from Enlin, Su Qinyun was flustered. She thought that her comments were too hurtful and had caused Enlin to pass out in anger. Thus, feeling extremely ashamed of herself, she ran to the infirmary with Enlin on her back. When Enlin regained consciousness, he was greeted by the sight of Su Xiaolan's flawless face. Her face was very close, and her eyes were blinking as if she was examining something. "Do I have something on my face?" Enlin asked feebly. Su Xiaolan grinned. "Yeah." She extended her finger and lightly brushed the tip of Enlin's nose. Such intimate contact made Enlin feel a little embarrassed. "Hey! It's not good to take advantage of me when I'm feeling weak." "Tear! Ow! It hurts!" Enlin cried as he grabbed his nose. Then, he saw that a small paper seal had appeared in Su Xiaolan's hand. "This is a seal that stops bleeding. I pulled it off for you since it doesn't seem like you have a nosebleed anymore." There was a hint of mockery in Su Xiaolan's eyes as she glanced at Enlin. To go to such lengths and work your heart out on the first day as subject representative? She continued. So much so that you actually passed out from a nosebleed. And Lin, you really are something. And Lin rubbed his nose awkwardly. He had no way of responding to Su Xiaolan's comment. Oh, that's right. Where's Su Chenyun? Her? She left when pharmacist Lu said you were going to be fine. You should have seen her expression when she heard the pharmacist explain why you fainted. TSK, TSK, TSK. After getting a rare chance to make a good impression in front of the #1 goddess at our university, I'm afraid that it's all amounted to nothing now, Su Xiaolan said cheerily as she gloated at Enlin. What's the point of dwelling on this? It's not as if she's going to fancy me anyways. Enlin sighed. At least you're aware of your own limitations. Now hurry up. Let's go eat, Su Xiaolan exclaimed softly. And Lin only realized now that his stomach was completely empty. You haven't eaten either? And Lin asked. If it wasn't for your annoying matter, I was already heading off to the dining hall when I heard that you had fainted. So, I ended up rushing over here to look after you. Say, I treat you so well. How are you going to repay me? Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes and humphed. How about I pledge myself to you? And Lin said gratefully. Beat it. Just like that. And Lin's life once again returned to normal. One after another, the days passed, and Su Chenyun would still seek his help regarding Chinese and English. However, there was a subtle feeling of distance, which was obviously a direct consequence of her bearing a grudge over the event of that day. That said, and Lin was still the only person with whom she would engage in conversations. After all, apart from cultivating, Su Chenyun just studied those 2 languages and was uninterested in everything else. Before he knew it, 3 months had passed. One night, a shackle somewhere in Enlin's body was broken by a vast rush of energy, and he successfully broke through to the 4th stage Dao body. Could be said that this was the happiest night in Enlin's life. Through his efforts, he proved that he didn't need to rely on some fishy system and could cultivate all on his own. Humph, so what if you want me to complete 100 million to the power of 100 million push-ups this time? If the worst comes to worst, I'll just cultivate on my own. And Lin said proudly. That said, he still looked over his God of War system expectantly. 5th stage Dao body condition. Absorb the vital energy of 10 spirit stones. Spirit stone? And Lin was startled momentarily. The university took care of shelter and food, meaning that he had absolutely no chance of coming across the energy currencies which existed in the cultivation world. Thus, he didn't even have a single spirit stone on him right now. 10 spirit stones. It probably shouldn't be too hard to obtain. Maybe I should ask Su Xiaolan and see if she has any? And Lin was just about to go next door but stopped hesitantly at his front door. Being the worst student in the class, he had inconvenienced Su Xiaolan many times by having her give him extra lessons. The fact that Su Xiaolan had helped him so much already made it impossible for Enlin to now open his mouth and ask her for money. Just as Enlin was hesitating, a figure flashed through his mind. Xianyuan Cheng. He had once told Enlin, if you have any problems regarding cultivation, you can come and talk to me. Being your class captain, I will definitely try my best to help you. Xianyuan Cheng's house wasn't far from here and it wasn't too late either. There was probably enough time to get there. Thinking of this, Enlin set off for Xianyuan Cheng's residence. Enlin felt under a bit of pressure now, as he wasn't sure if Xianyuan Cheng was being serious that day. However, for the sake of cultivation, he was willing to keep going regardless. Enlin felt uneasy as he knocked on Xianyuan Cheng's door. Xianyuan Cheng was wearing an ancient-style golden robe as he opened the door. Seeing that it was Enlin at the door, a warm smile appeared on his face. What brings student Enlin here tonight? Xianyuan Cheng's tone and poise were knowledgeable and refined, greatly easing the tension in Enlin's heart. Class captain, you said before that you would help me if I came across any problems. Is that true? Enlin asked. Of course it's true. What problems have you encountered? Come on in, we'll discuss it inside. Xianyuan Cheng signaled for Enlin to enter his house. Enlin waved his hands and was a bit apologetic. No, it's fine. Actually, I just wanted to borrow 10 spirit stones from you. I'll repay you once I have enough spirit stones in the future. That's all. Xianyuancheng smiled and retrieved a sack of spirit stones from his storage ring. He chucked the entire bag towards Enlin without even asking how many he needed. I don't have spare change on me, so here's 500 spirit stones. Take it all and don't worry about repaying me. This? Enlin carried the heavy sack of spirit stones in a daze. Xianyuancheng laughed heartily, and his eyes were full of encouragement. As long as you have a desire to improve and cultivate earnestly, this kind of loose change doesn't really mean all that much to me. Enlin was extremely moved, and his heart was filled with unspoken words. In the end, he only managed to muster out a single sentence. Big Brother Cheng, thank you. Enlin returned to his room with the 500 spirit stones. He put the spirit stones onto a table, and they piled up into a small mountain. Looking at the light green gems which were crystal clear and sparkling, Enlin felt extremely excited. He impatiently started to cultivate and absorb the vital energy from the spirit stones. Bursts of warmth traveled throughout his body, continuously cleansing and strengthening him. After absorbing 10 spirit stones, a burst of energy smashed through some seal with a crack. The aura around Enlin changed and he broke through to the 5th stage Dao body. After ranking up, he had no time to sigh with emotion. The first thing he did was nervously look towards the system interface. 6th stage Dao body condition. Absorb the vital energy of 10 plus 10 spirit stones. What a familiar pattern. Seeing the string of words, Enlin couldn't help but say, Big Brother Cheng, thank you for the spirit stones. After absorbing 20 spirit stones, Enlin ranked up to the 6th stage Dao body. Immediately, a new prompt appeared on the cultivation base section of the system. 7th stage Dao body condition. Absorb the vital energy of 10 multiplied by 10 spirit stones. The corner of Enlin's lips curled up. This pattern of conditions for ranking up was extremely familiar, with the push-ups from before simply swapped out for spirit stones. He didn't hesitate and continued to absorb the energy of the spirit stones. After absorbing the energy of 100 spirit stones, his aura once again broke through some critical point and he reached the 7th stage Dao body. Feeling the vast amount of energy surging through his body, a look of satisfaction appeared on Enlin's face. In one night, his cultivation base had shot all the way from 3rd stage Dao body up to 7th stage Dao body. This made him feel as if he was in a dream. One had to understand that a 7th stage Dao body was already considered the average standard for new students attending the United University of Cultivation. The higher the cultivation rank, the harder it gets to level up. For normal people in the later stages of Dao body, each increase in rank would require numerous years, or perhaps even dozens of years of work. Even for the prodigies who had the ability to enter this university, 1 or 2 years of earnest cultivation would be required. Yet, Enlin achieved all this simply through absorbing spirit stones. He couldn't help but feel elated. Looking at the remaining 300 or so spirit stones, Enlin knew that his use for them had probably come to an end. After all, if everything went according to the pattern, ranking up again would require 10 billion spirit stones. Although he had this in mind, he still stubbornly glanced at the system. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have realized. Once he looked, though, Enlin was stunned by what he saw. 8th stage Dao body condition. Defeat an enemy who has an 8th stage Dao body or above head-on. Fight someone of a higher rank? Enlin was a bit startled. He had never heard of such a rank-up condition. However, this condition didn't look like it would be impossible. At least it looked a bit better than requiring him to absorb 10 billion spirit stones. On his way to class the next day, Enlin was still worrying about how exactly he would rank up. What's wrong? You haven't spoken this whole time. In Su Xiaolan's eyes, Enlin was the type of person who would die if he didn't find something to complain about. She couldn't help but question the handsome male who had suddenly become quiet. Say, is it difficult for someone with a 7th stage Dao body to defeat someone with an 8th stage Dao body head-on? Enlin asked after a moment of hesitation. Not really. Back when my rank was 6th stage Dao body, I defeated a cousin in my clan who had a rank of 8th stage Dao body, Su Xiaolan said calmly. So impressive. How did you do that? And Lin exclaimed. Su Xiaolan smiled triumphantly. My bloodline crushed his, the purity of my vital energy crushed his, and my grasp of the lineal cultivation method also crushed his. That's simple. And Lin's face darkened. How exactly is that fucking easy? How about an individual of the 7th stage Dao body who doesn't have any bloodline, has a cultivation method of passable quality, and has vital energy of typical purity? Would such an individual be able to defeat someone with an 8th stage Dao body? And Lin persisted. Only if the individual with the 8th stage Dao body is retarded. Su Xiaolan snorted. Sister, that hurts? And Lin wailed. Oi! Oi! What's this got to do with you? Why are you so filled with grief after hearing what I said? Su Xiaolan was startled upon seeing An Lin's sudden mood change. To tell you the truth, my rank has already reached 7th stage Dao body. Due to factors beyond my control, I want to defeat someone who is of a higher rank than me. An Lin sighed. As if she had heard something unfathomable, Su Xiaolan's bright eyes widened with surprise. Heh, lying isn't good. I can't feel any fluctuating energy from your body whatsoever. After recovering from her surprise, Su Xiaolan immediately identified a problem. Hearing this, An Lin emitted the energy in his body outwards and his aura started to climb steadily until it finally reached a peak. Seeing this sight, Su Xiaolan put her hand over her mouth as an expression of shock spread over her face. My God! It really is 7th stage Dao body, she yelled. It hasn't even been 4 months and you've gone from 0th stage Dao body to 7th stage Dao body. How did you do it? Su Xiaolan was extremely worked up. It was as if she had come across something unfathomable. Would you believe me if I told you I achieved this through doing push-ups and absorbing spirit stones? And Lin asked, Are you fucking trolling me? Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes at him and yelled, Own up! And Lin was extremely pleased with himself. He smiled and tousled his short hair. There's no harm in telling you. The truth is that my aptitude is astonishing, and I have amazing natural talents. I'm a once-in-10,000 years talent. And Lin boasted for a while and expected Su Xiaolan to scoff at him. To his surprise, she nodded in agreement. Now that's right. I was saying, how could trash receive a true god's letter of recommendation? They definitely have to have some kind of ability. Oi! Don't you need to consider my feelings when saying trash in front of me? And Lin was deeply hurt time and time again by Su Xiaolan's loose tongue. Didn't my comment imply that you aren't trash? Su Xiaolan's eyes squinted as she smiled daintily at An Lin. She looked especially cute. Seeing Su Xiaolan's smiling face, An Lin's annoyance instantly disappeared. To this, he could only lament grudgingly. A girl's smiling face really was a golden ticket out of trouble. Hey, that's right. It'd be easier to ask a friend. I can have her cooperate with me and be my opponent. A brilliant thought flashed through An Lin's mind, and he found a way to complete the task. Xiaolan, can you help me with something? And Lin implored with a glint in his eyes. What thing? Seeing An Lin's expression, Su Xiaolan couldn't help but feel alert. I need you to act as my opponent and fight me. Then let me defeat you. And Lin went straight to the heart of the matter. Su Xiaolan recalled what An Lin had said a short while ago. Due to factors beyond his control, he wanted to defeat someone who was ranked higher than him. Okay, so, how do you want to fight? Su Xiaolan asked. She didn't mind helping An Lin out. Based on An Lin's capabilities, he was definitely no match for her. An Lin pondered for a while, before suggesting, how about we vigorously strike at each other a few times, then you collapse to the floor and loudly admit defeat. Sure, let's do it. Su Xiaolan nodded. An Lin utilized all the power in his body, stomping on the ground fiercely and throwing a strike at Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan extended her hand and their palms collided, causing a violent stream of air to explode outwards. The shockwaves forced An Lin to retreat, while Su Xiaolan still calmly stood in her original position. Come again! An Lin launched into another fierce attack, his hands becoming a blur of motion as they repeatedly struck towards Su Xiaolan. After catching a few of An Lin's strikes, Su Xiaolan let out a soft cry before suddenly collapsing to the ground. Ah! Immortal and Lin is too strong. I admit defeat. Su Xiaolan was a sorry sight as she looked at Enlin pitiably. Her acting was absolutely on point, and Enlin really felt as if he had defeated her. If she went to Earth, this acting skill would definitely win her an Oscar. Enlin was in complete admiration of Su Xiaolan's acting. After finally recovering from this feeling, he looked towards the system interface. Nothing had changed, so it really didn't work? Enlin fell into deep thought. The condition for ranking up is to defeat an enemy who has an 8th stage Dao body or above head-on. The system probably didn't register this battle because the enemy condition wasn't genuinely fulfilled. What if I... Looking at Su Xiaolan, who was still collapsed on the floor, the expression in Enlin's eyes changed. Hurry and get up. You look so ugly when you're collapsed on the floor. I can barely bring myself to look at you, Enlin said coldly. What did you say? Su Xiaolan stood up, an ice-cold expression on her face. Enlin spread his hands and spoke slowly. To tell you the truth, the gulf between your appearance and Su Chenyun's is like that between an ugly duckling and a white swan. The more I look at your face, the uglier it seems. Enlin. Su Xiaolan stared daggers at Enlin as she ground her teeth and spat out his name. Enlin laughed lowly. What's wrong? Does the truth hurt? Come and hit me. Right after he said this, Su Xiaolan really did pounce, her body emitting an overwhelming aura. A sense of danger suddenly enveloped Enlin's entire body. That's right. This is the kind of feeling that an enemy should give off. Enlin was overcome with joy upon seeing this, and he yelled hastily, Su Xiaolan, I'll succeed if you exchange blows with me now, and then admit defeat to me. Su Xiaolan was upon Enlin in a flash, anger and scorn the only expressions on her face. Take this bitch, Su Xiaolan cried. Her jade-like palm ruthlessly struck towards Enlin's face. Her strike was incredibly fast, and Enlin had no time to dodge. Slap! The slap spun Enlin 3,600 degrees in the air, and he felt a rush of dizziness as he collapsed onto the ground. Pooh! Spittles of blood dribbled out from Enlin's mouth as he lay on the ground, and his eyes were wide open and full of remorse. Shit, what have I done? Enlin attracted the gaze of numerous prodigies as he entered the classroom. It wasn't because of how handsome he was. Rather, it was because the left side of his face was swollen like a pig. Enlin, who hit you? Tell your class captain. Class captain will do you justice. Seeing Enlin's sorry shape, Shen Yuancheng had a face of indignance. Hearing this, Enlin shook his head emphatically. Class captain, it's not like that. I accidentally tripped by myself. As he finished saying this, he fearfully glanced behind him towards Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan humphed with a cold expression on her face. She ignored Enlin and found a spot to sit alone. Shen Yuancheng's eyes were full of understanding, as if he was aware of what had happened. He patted Enlin's shoulder and consoled. So it was domestic violence. Huh. It really isn't all that easy for you, is it? Brother Cheng, how could you bear to pick at my scabs after seeing how pitiful I am? Enlin's face hurt badly with every sentence he uttered. His face was again contorted with agony as he talked to Shen Yuancheng. Is that so? Then student Enlin must cultivate earnestly and strive to surpass Su Xiaolan as soon as possible. That way you won't be picked on anymore. Shen Yuancheng consoled Enlin warmly with a look of understanding on his face. Enlin grimaced. Finally, he sighed and gave up on explaining. He nodded at Shen Yuancheng and turned to leave, planning to find a spot to sit down. Enlin, take this. Shen Yuancheng's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Enlin turned around and saw Shen Yuancheng toss him a vial. Smear this on your face, it reduces swelling, Shen Yuancheng explained. Enlin was momentarily dazed as he caught the vial. When he came to his senses, he was moved to tears. This sort of feeling was as if after being crushed by a stampede of mythological beasts, one was full of wounds and wandering alone in the wilderness. Then, an angel suddenly appeared and gently said, Don't worry, you've still got me. How caring and considerate. After returning to his seat, Enlin applied the ointment to his face. Right after he applied the ointment, a cool and refreshing sensation swept over his face, and most of the searing pain disappeared. "Ah, this medicine is pretty good." And Lin nodded. He carefully put the ointment away, just in case he needed it for the future. Was it now impossible to keep raising his rank through the system? And Lin was a bit gloomy. He opened the system interface in his mind and stared blankly at the cultivation base section. That's right. Don't I only need a 7th stage Dao body to access the cultivation methods and moves section? And Lin suddenly thought of this and immediately opened the cultivation methods section. The cultivation methods displayed on the interface were separated into 10 main categories: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, yang, and God. Currently, only the thunder category of cultivation methods was lit up. Stage 1 Thunder Essence Cultivation Method. Condition: be struck by a natural bolt of lightning which has been developed by the heaven and earth. And Lin, fuck the hell off. Are you trying to have me get killed? And Lin was dumbstruck by the system's condition. Lightning bolts that occurred naturally all had voltages of over 100,000 volts and would have massive currents. If he stood there and allowed himself to be struck by lightning, would he really be able to survive? Life or strength, which one was more important? I think I should just forget about the cultivation method. And Lin shook his head and turned his attention to the moves section. There was nothing under this section, except for an icon. Mountain Quaking Fist. Condition: ingest 10 grams of Mountain Soul Essence. What's Mountain Soul Essence? And Lin was a bit puzzled. Who cares what it is? At least this condition provides me with a hope that I can actually realize. How about I ask Su Xiaolin after school? And Lin glanced towards the front where Su Xiaolin, with the remnants of a furious expression still visible on her face, was sitting. He had a bit of a headache. You've hit me and you've scolded me. How have you not cooled down yet? Clearly, I suffered the most. Okay. The classes that morning were mainly to do with spell formations and was taught by their homeroom teacher, Sword Immortal Ling Xiao. It was clear that the handsome Sword Immortal was in a good mood today, as he gradually strayed off track and started talking about the heroic deeds that he completed in the past. One had to admit that Sword Immortal Ling Xiao was really skilled in storytelling, as he boasted extravagantly of his deeds. There were lows in the story. For example, how a prodigy of some sect looked down upon him when he was young and slandered him in all sorts of ways. There were also awesome moments of explosiveness, for example when Sword Immortal Ling Xiao returned mightily 5 years later. A single thrust of his sword left the entire sect in awe, and the prodigy who had once ridiculed him was so frightened that he wet his pants in fear. One after another, the stories he told were all splendid and wonderful, repeatedly eliciting cries of surprise from the students. Even Lin felt like he was listening to a cultivation novel. Near the end of his story, the homeroom teacher seemed to realize that he had gone way off topic and forcefully related it back to their lesson, hastily remarking, "From these stories, we can see that the journey of cultivation is a long and unpredictable one which is filled with splendor. We must not be discouraged easily." Afterwards, Sword Immortal Ling Xiao started talking earnestly about the arrangements and techniques regarding spell formations. A chorus of boos suddenly erupted from below the lectern and many students had a look of disappointment. Evidently, everyone preferred for the homeroom teacher to tell stories, rather than to deliver actual lessons. Before he knew it, school had finished. Students left the classroom one after another, and Lin grabbed this chance to approach Su Xiaolan apologetically. "Fairy Lan Lan, it was my mistake today. I'm sorry." And Lin apologized obsequiously, his face full of regret. Su Xiaolan raised her eyebrows and humphed. "That's it." And Lin was stifled, and he roared loudly in his mind. "What more do you want me to do?" Of course, and Lin didn't dare speak his mind right now. His mind whirred, and he finally found the right words. "Fairy Lan Lan, not only am I blind, I'm also clumsy and don't know how to speak. I was the one in the wrong today. I really shouldn't have gone against my conscience and slandered your beauty. That was the most heartless thing I've uttered in my entire life. I wronged you. If you're still angry, just slap me again. Come on. The right side of my face isn't swollen yet. Slap me so both sides of my face become symmetrical." After saying this, and Lin turned the uninjured side of his face towards Su Xiaolan and closed his eyes, as if allowing her to do as she pleased. Seeing Lin act like this, a hint of a smile finally appeared on Su Xiaolan's frosty face. However, before Lin reopened his eyes, she hid her smile and purposefully put on a stern expression. "Fine. Seeing that you're apologizing so sincerely, I'll forgive you," she said coldly. Hearing this, Lin felt a surge of relief. Opening his eyes and seeing that Su Xiaolan's expression had indeed relaxed, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his mind. "Actually, there's still something that I want to ask you about. Do you know what mountain soul essence is?" Lin hesitated momentarily before deciding to ask this. "Why are you asking this? Are you up to something again?" Su Xiaolan asked with her cheeks resting in her hands. "It's just that due to some unique circumstances, I need to ingest 10 grams of mountain soul essence." Lin knew that there was hope after hearing Su Xiaolan's reply, and his eyes started to glisten. "Ingest?" Su Xiaolan was startled, and she stared straight at Lin, her mouth slightly agape. Lin had a bad feeling about this once he saw Su Xiaolan's expression. "What? Is there a problem?" "And no, there's no problem, just that it's quite difficult to find this stuff. How about this? I'll take you to Full Moon Mountain to search for it." A warm smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she suggested this to Lin. Full Moon Mountain was the tallest mountain on their university campus. On the mountain peak, there was a moon-gazing pavilion. The scenery atop the mountain was absolutely stunning, and there were all kinds of flowers and plants. Moreover, there were some adorable spirit beasts that roamed this area. As a result, this was the mountain that female students liked strolling about most. Once he heard that there was a chance of finding mountain soul essence on the Full Moon Mountain, he instantly became excited. He and Su Xiaolan decided to leave for Full Moon Mountain straight away. Mountain Quaking Fist. I finally have the chance to learn the first immortal spell of my cultivation life. There was a look of extreme eagerness etched upon Lin's face. All matter has a spirit. All spirits can nurture a soul. All souls can develop a mind. We're looking for the mountain soul essence, so we should first go to a location where spiritual energy converges. Su Xiaolan was dressed in a white Taoist robe and explained the situation to Lin as she walked in front of him gracefully. The gold and jade bells tied to her waist tinkled crisply and melodiously as she walked, sounding like the joyous chirping of birds. "Then how are we meant to know at which location the spiritual energy converges?" Lin asked. "Your rank is too low right now, so you don't have a direct perception regarding the differing concentrations of spiritual energy. You're not able to learn this, so you still have to rely on me for this." Su Xiaolan glanced at Lin with a triumphant expression. "I'm already at the 7th stage Tao body and you're only at the 9th. What are you being so smug about?" Lin was unwilling to yield as he saw Su Xiaolan's expression. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I already ranked up to the 10th stage Tao body a month ago." Su Xiaolan squinted her eyes as she smiled at Lin, who was too surprised to utter a word. "Don't tell me that only you're allowed to rank up and no one else is allowed to?" Lin was rooted to the spot and he suddenly felt an urge to cry. Why was Su Xiaolan always able to hurt him unintentionally? It took Lin 3 months to rank up from the 3rd stage Tao body to the 4th stage. Apart from this, all his other breakthroughs were thanks to the system hacks. However, it only took Su Xiaolan 2 months to go from 9th stage Tao body to 10th stage. One had to realize that the higher ranked one was, the harder it would be to rank up. If Lin cultivated normally, how long would it take him to go from a 9th stage Tao body to a 10th stage? 2 years? 20 years? Thinking of this, Lin felt a profound sense of malice coming from the genius. He was in low spirits as he followed behind Su Xiaolan, and a myriad of thoughts welled up in his mind. Before he knew it, he had already arrived at a mountain stream under the guidance of Su Xiaolan. Clear spring water flowed through the stream and fiery red flowers blossomed in the surroundings. The air was filled with a unique fragrance. Lin breathed in a few lungfuls of this fragrance and his entire body felt languid, as if he couldn't exert any energy. "Is this flower poisonous?" Lin exclaimed in fright as he came to his senses. He pointed towards the flowers which were freakishly red. Su Xiaolin rolled her eyes at him. You don't even recognize fire lotuses. Was the homeroom teacher responsible for your elixir lessons? Hearing Su Xiaolin say this, Lin finally recalled this plant. Fire lotuses were bright red in color and looked like lotuses. Their fragrance was enchanting, and breathing it in regularly could recuperate one's health as well as aid in spirit gathering. It was an 8th-rank spirit medicine. Valuable medicinal materials were usually split into 3 categories: spirit medicine, heavenly medicine, and godly medicine. Medicines of different categories could be used to refine pills of different ranks. For example, spirit medicines could be refined into spirit pills, and heavenly medicines could be refined into heavenly pills. 1st-rank spirit medicine was the most valuable, and 9th-rank spirit medicine was the least valuable. Being an 8th-rank spirit medicine, fire lotuses were ranked very lowly. However, they were still spirit medicines after all, and did still count as valuable medicines, no? Thinking of this, Lin squatted down and started his life as a gatherer. Su Xiaolin saw Lin holding the fire lotuses in his lap as if they were extremely valuable, and his expression was as if he had picked up treasures. It appeared as if he had completely forgotten what he was here for. Good for nothing, Su Xiaolin whispered. She stopped looking at Lin, instead placing her hand on the rugged cliff and sensing the flow of energy in the veins of the earth. It should be fine over here, Su Xiaolin muttered. Immediately afterwards, she drew a deep breath and shouted in a clear and crisp voice, "Earth Grandpa, come out!" Lin, who was squatting on the floor, was startled by her loud voice. Before Lin could regain his senses, the earth suddenly started to tremor violently. The earthquake. Lin had a startled expression. Soon after, he saw something even more astonishing. A gigantic body composed of rocks slowly rose from the earth. It was over 3 meters tall, and a thick and heavy light flashed in its dim, yellow eyes. When it moved, it made a tremendous sound of rocks colliding together, making it appear extremely powerful. When Lin saw this massive rock creature, he couldn't help but think of a character that he often came across in a game he used to play. Malphite, Shard of the Monolith. To think that such a creature was now being referred to by Su Xiaolin as Earth Grandpa? Little girl, you're calling me? The lava creature's voice was deep but not loud, and it gave people an indistinct feeling of pressure. Su Xiaolin nodded and said, I came here in hope that Earth Grandpa could bestow upon us some mountain soul essence. Halfway through her sentence, Su Xiaolin glanced backwards towards Lin and raised her eyebrows slightly. 10 grams is all I want, she continued. Oh, mountain soul essence. I do indeed have a surplus of it. Who would have thought that there would still be people after this now? Here, a gift for you. The lava creature extended its arm out, and a small earthly yellow ball slowly appeared in its palm. Su Xiaolin respectfully took the small ball and saluted at the lava creature. Seeing this, Lin quickly mimicked Su Xiaolin's action and expressed his gratitude towards the lava creature. The lava creature nodded its head slightly, then started to melt slowly into the ground. Here we've got the mountain soul essence. Hurry up and eat it. There was a hint of anticipation in Su Xiaolin's eyes as she placed the earthly yellow ball in Lin's hand. It was actually so easy to obtain. Isn't that way too easy? Lin initially thought that searching for the mountain soul essence would be as difficult as looking for extremely rare treasures. Who knew that all it would take was for them to summon Earth Grandpa, and then request him to bestow it upon them. This was completely different from his expectations. Don't I need to complete missions? Don't I need to go treasure hunting? Is this not a treasure? Why was it bestowed upon us so casually? Su Xiaolin chuckled upon hearing this. What's wrong? I've only seen people who are afraid of trouble. Who would have thought that you'd actually be afraid when things are too easy? Lin didn't know how to respond, and he laughed dryly. He didn't hesitate any longer and put the mountain soul essence into his mouth. The texture and taste of the mountain soul essence largely exceeded Lin's expectations. It melted the instant he put it in his mouth and tasted fairly similar to peppermint drops, having a sweet and refreshing flavor. It tastes good. Lin nodded in admiration. Su Xiaolin forcefully held in her laughter. How do you feel right now? She asked expectantly. I don't really feel anything. Should I be feeling something? And Lin looked at Su Xiaolan in surprise. This time it was Su Xiaolan's turn to feel gloomy. She appeared to be disappointed that something she had been anticipating didn't eventuate. Suddenly there was a ding and a message appeared in the God of War system. 10 grams of mountain soul essence have been absorbed. Congratulations on learning an elementary rank God of War immortal spell, Mountain Quaking Fist. Immediately afterwards, all the information regarding the Mountain Quaking Fist rushed into Lin's mind. The concepts, activation mantra, effects, and so forth. After a moment, Lin drew a deep breath, his eyes sparkling. It was clear that he had already grasped this elementary rank immortal spell. He knew that if he could fully master the Mountain Quaking Fist, one punch would have the power to destroy a mountain. And Lin started reciting the mantra for the Mountain Quaking Fist. A ball of golden light gathered in his fist and a raging energy was contained within it. Su Xiaolan sensed the golden light which had converged in Lin's fist, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Lin punched towards a mountain wall in the distance, and a dazzling gold light burst from his fist. A faint 3-meter halo of a golden fist surged from his fist and collided into the wall with a vast amount of power. Boom! The mountain in front of Lin trembled slightly, as crushed rocks exploded from the mountain wall. Afterwards, he was astonished to see that on the towering mountain wall, there was an incredibly deep imprint in the shape of a 3-meter large fist. Holy shit! Seeing the fist imprint on the mountain wall, Lin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The might of this immortal spell had clearly frightened even him, the caster of the spell. After his initial surprise, a complacent and excited expression appeared on Lin's face. If the first immortal spell of the system, the Mountain Quaking Fist, is so powerful, then what will the Thunder Essence cultivation method be like? He had an urge to immediately find a place to get struck by lightning. Simply the name of that cultivation method sounded extremely impressive. Having already seen the effects of the Mountain Quaking Fist, Lin itched to do something the more he thought about it. Seeing Lin immersed in his immortal spell with a face of complacency, Su Xiaolan involuntarily humphed. Although she didn't know where Lin had learnt this immortal spell from, she knew that it was necessary for her to do something at this moment. Your immortal spell really isn't all that powerful. Check this out. As she said this, Su Xiaolan punched towards a mountain wall in front of her, and a massive blazing palm of almost 7 meters whistled out. Even though he was standing quite a distance away from Su Xiaolan, Lin could feel a scorching heat come from the terrifyingly hot blazing palm. The massive palm soon hit the mountain wall, causing a violent tremor. Boom! Following the deafening sound, a palm imprint numerous times larger than that of Lin's fist imprint appeared on the mountain wall. In fact, even the rock around the imprint was charred black. Lin's mouth was agape as he turned to face Su Xiaolan. Then, he saw that the expression on her face was relaxed and carefree. It was as if she could throw that palm effortlessly. Lin once again fell into low spirits. The power of such a casual palm is already far greater than that of my Mountain Quaking Fist. So, it turns out that my immortal spell is only a run-of-the-mill one. What Lin didn't know was that in order to achieve such an effect, Su Xiaolan had to rely on her 10th stage Dao body, in addition to drawing upon her heavenly phoenix bloodline. In fact, in terms of immortal spells, the might of Lin's punch could already be considered as extremely powerful. Su Xiaolan had only acted as such because she was afraid that he would become complacent after learning such an immortal spell. Afterwards, she stole a glance at Lin. Upon seeing his expression, she nodded to herself and was secretly happy. It appeared to be fairly effective. At least he didn't have that immortal spell in hand, world is in my hands type of expression anymore. Knowing that his objective was completed after ingesting the mountain soul essence, Lin returned home. Once he arrived back in his room, he started cultivating and absorbing vital energy to temper his body. Seems like I still have to work harder. The more stupid one is, the more effort one needs to put in. The events of that day left Lin feeling quite shaken. He had initially thought that by relying on the system, he could easily catch up to the prodigies of this world. Yet, the cruel reality revealed to him just how naive his thinking was. To I who have no bloodline, no aptitude and no support of any sect, is it truly possible for me to catch up to the prodigies simply by relying on the system? If I become too reliant on the system and don't put in any effort myself, perhaps the distance between us will only get larger and larger. And Lin wasn't someone who was afraid of failure. The more difficult the road ahead, the more fighting spirit he had. It was due to this fact that he made the most of every minute and every second to cultivate earnestly. If his aptitude was insufficient, he would make up for it through time. However, just as he started to cultivate full of fighting spirit, he felt a throb of pain in his lower abdomen. Huh? What's wrong? The pain worsened as Lin rubbed his belly. As his stomach was overcome by severe pain, he became extremely alarmed. He felt as if something was churning around in his stomach. Perhaps it was a bout of food poisoning? The food in the school dining hall had always been hygienic. In addition, it was rare for someone with a 7th-stage Dao body to suffer from an upset stomach, unless someone poisoned their food. I can't hold it in, I need to shit. And Lin couldn't hold on any longer and rushed to the toilet. Afterwards, the sound of 100 stampeding elephants could be heard coming from the toilet. In the toilet, his shit rushed out swiftly. The second day, Su Xiaolan didn't spot Lin in the classroom and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. On this day, Lin was squatting on the toilet. Although there was nothing else in his stomach for him to excrete, a feeling of wanting to shit for all eternity wouldn't leave him. The third day, Su Xiaolan still didn't spot Lin in the classroom and couldn't help but feel even more puzzled. Don't tell me that he got into another fight and was detained again? Casting her mind to the fact that Lin had suddenly mastered a fairly powerful immortal spell, there certainly was a possibility that such was the case. Thinking of this, she sighed softly and pondered over whether she should go to the detention facility to visit Lin. On this day, Lin was squatting on the toilet. Although there was nothing else in his stomach for him to excrete, a feeling of wanting to shit for all eternity wouldn't leave him. This caused him to be unable to leave the toilet. The fourth day, Su Xiaolan still didn't spot Lin in the classroom, so she decided to pay him a visit in the detention facility. After school, she arrived at the university detention facility only to find that Lin wasn't there. Weird. If he isn't in the detention facility, then where has he gone? Su Xiaolan frowned, before a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Can't be due to the mountain soul essence, can it? The mountain soul essence was a type of discharge formed when the mountain god absorbed spiritual energy. This type of mountain soul essence was harmless in itself. However, if cultivators ingested it directly, it would bring about some side effects, namely 3 days of intense diarrhea. Initially, Su Xiaolan had wanted to tease Lin, thus not telling him of this fact beforehand. She had planned to show great benevolence and save him once his stomach started hurting. By doing this, she could exact some revenge on Lin for that time he had offended her. Unexpectedly, Lin showed no ill signs after ingesting the mountain soul essence. Instead, he appeared lively and full of vigor. Su Xiaolan had already thought that Lin was immune to the side effects. Su Xiaolan pinched her chin and muttered, "If the judgment is not forthcoming, it is because the time has not yet arrived? 1. Today's the 3rd day already. If it's the side effects of the mountain soul essence, then I should probably be able to see him tomorrow." On this day, Lin was squatting on the toilet. Although there was nothing else in his stomach for him to excrete, a feeling of wanting to shit for all eternity wouldn't leave him. This caused him to be unable to leave the toilet. No, Lin had a feeling that he could attempt to shit his own intestines out. The 5th day, Su Xiaolan still didn't spot Lin in the classroom. Once again, she overturned her previous speculation. Could it be that it isn't due to diarrhea? What a worrisome person. Never mind, I'll pay his house a visit after school. On this day, Lin was squatting on the toilet. The feeling of wanting to shit for all eternity had already vanished from his mind. You ask why he was still squatting on the toilet? That was because he already couldn't stand up. That's right, his legs had already become crippled from squatting. Knock, knock, knock. Su Xiaolan knocked on Lin's door for a long time, but there was no reply. The silence caused her to start feeling a little uneasy. Could it be that Lin isn't home? An urge to forcefully enter and see what was going on crept into Su Xiaolan's mind. Right at that moment, the door opened. She was startled by the sight which greeted her. Lin, how did you become like this? In the doorway, Lin's face was haggard and dark bags surrounded his eyes. Due to excessive fluid loss, his entire body appeared withered and listless. More importantly, why was there a mysterious smile on his face? There was only one thought in Su Xiaolan's mind. Oh no, Lin has shit himself stupid. A feeling of remorse welled up in her heart as she thought of this, and she looked apologetically at Lin. Suddenly, Lin started speaking in a dull voice. I recently developed a new type of cultivation method, whereby one can absorb vital energy and temper their body while they are squatting. Do you want to learn it? Su Xiaolan? Su Xiaolan sighed softly and took out a perfectly round pill which was emitting red light. This pill was a top-grade blood and vital breath pill which could instantly replenish a substantial amount of one's vitality. Although a top-grade blood and vital breath pill was relatively costly, Su Xiaolan really couldn't bear seeing Lin in such a way. Without saying anything further, she pried open Lin's mouth and tossed the pill inside. After swallowing the blood and vital breath pill, Lin's body was quickly replenished with the fluid that he had previously lost. After a short while, his face was no longer haggard and instead appeared a healthy pink. A hint of clarity returned to Lin's lifeless eyes, and he gave Su Xiaolan a strained smile. Thank you, he said gratefully. Seeing that a sense of normality had returned to Lin, Su Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. She nodded in satisfaction and entered Lin's house. Regarding why Lin was in such a state before, both of them did not bring it up, as if in silent agreement. Both of them were well aware of why that was. Su Xiaolan didn't want to talk about it because she felt a bit guilty. As for Lin, it was because he was feeling far too weak now to look into it. He had to ingest the mountain soul essence either way, thus, he accepted that it was just his bad luck that there was such a side effect. After sitting down, Su Xiaolan patiently explained to Lin the progress of their class, as well as what content he needed to catch up on. She even took out her notes for the spell formation class and started explaining the difficult sections to him. Lin listened very intently, as he was determined to change his standing as the straggler of his class. In fact, after studying earnestly for the past few months, he had gradually become accustomed to the university life of cultivation on this floating continent already. At the very least, he wasn't utterly clueless when it came to cultivation anymore, unlike when he had initially arrived. For example, he had been able to learn things such as how to organize spell formations, basic tool refinement skills, and basic techniques regarding cultivation and so on and so forth. I'll stay in the classroom tomorrow and spend some more time making up for the missed lessons. Lin started lamenting after realizing that he had fallen behind in so many subjects. Su Xiaolan's mouth curled into a smile when she heard this. You won't be able to go to class tomorrow. Tomorrow is the launch day for the free-for-all battle event which our university holds yearly. Free-for-all battle event? Lin had a look of confusion. You don't know about this event as you haven't attended classes these past few days, Su Xiaolan explained. The free-for-all battle is a grand event that our university holds every year. It's compulsory for every student to take part in this event. During this occasion, all 50,000 students of the university will gather together and attend this event. Lin's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. The United University of Cultivation was built upon a floating continent that had an area larger than that of Earth's Taiwan. For students of different year levels, the content taught to them also differed greatly. Thus, the locations at which students studied were also scattered around different regions. As a result of this, there were few opportunities for Lin to meet students of higher year levels. Presumably, an event that gathered all 5-year levels of students together would be extremely noisy and bustling with excitement. This kind of whole school event made him feel eager with anticipation and also made him feel curious about the event. Speaking of which, what are the specifics regarding this event? This event is very stimulating, Su Xiaolan said excitedly. It's going to be held in our university at the Forest of 1,000 Peaks. There, a whole 50,000 people will be engaged in a free-for-all battle for 3 days. During the period of this event, you can beat up whoever you don't like the look of. At the same time, you must also accept all challenges issued to you by other students. This is an individual event and forming teams is forbidden. Surrendering is also forbidden. The only way to leave this event is to be defeated in battle. There are 100 teachers, all of them Earth Immortals, using their divine senses to overlook this battle. So, you won't have the chance to pull any tricks? Holy shit! Hearing this, and Lin's legs, in which he had just regained some senses, started to go limp again. Say, this event is actually just a 50,000 person brawl? And a brawl where surrendering is forbidden? It's such a rare opportunity for us to finally gather together with the respectable senior students. Don't tell me that this meeting with them is simply to taste the love from their fists? Seeing the look of despair on Lin's face, Su Xiaolin consoled. Don't worry. This event isn't as scary as you think. Hundreds of teachers will be monitoring the battle situation, and every student will receive a defeat judgment seal. Once a student is defeated, the seal will activate and form a defensive barrier which then defends against all attacks. I've heard that only fewer than 10 students die in this event each year. The result of being defeated is usually just receiving minor injuries or being crippled. And Lin, this is the not very scary that you speak of? And Lin raised his head and stared at the sky. After a long time, he asked about the matter which concerned him most. Why are there still deaths if students have seals? There are many reasons, Su Xiaolin said. Reason number 1 is that spirit-nurturing ranked students are not careful enough when fighting against lower-ranked students. Sometimes the students die before the seal has a chance to activate. Reason number 2 is that they are killed by the shockwaves of other battles. Reason number 3 is that they accidentally fall off the mountain peaks. Reason number 4 is that they die due to accidentally ingesting poisonous substances. Reason number 5 is, the more Lin listened, the more frightened he became. This free-for-all battle was way too horrifying. Where's the promised prosperity, strength, democracy, civility, and harmony? A cold chill enveloped his body. The anticipation he initially felt had completely vanished already. The Immortal Rankings Board of the university is updated every time the free-for-all battle occurs. The teachers will reevaluate the rankings based on how each student performs during this event. As long as you make it onto the university's Immortal Rankings Board, you can receive all types of wonderful rewards. So, let us work hard. Su Xiaolin grinned. 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks, further accentuating her bright and beautiful smile. Compared to the enthusiasm of Su Xiaolin, and Lin could only laugh dryly. Aha, let us work hard. He nodded. Out of the 50,000 students, only the top 100 could be ranked in the university's Immortal Rankings Board. By and large, these people were the most talented individuals amongst the prodigies. And Lin didn't dare have any wild wishes regarding those positions. Even the weakest individual in the current Immortal Rankings Board had a cultivation base of something like a 10th stage Dao body. Moreover, 22 freakish individuals with a spirit-nurturing stage cultivation base occupied the top positions of the Immortal Rankings Board. If they went to the Heavenly Court possessing such a cultivation base, they could already be considered part of the Immortal ranks and hold the post of a general. To these people, fighting against students who had a Dao body stage cultivation base was much like playing around. A slip-up could potentially cause them to pummel a student to death by accident. Thinking of this, and Lin quickly made a decision in his mind. In this free-for-all battle, participation is important and coming out alive is paramount. It was early in the morning, yet tens of thousands of students had already assembled on White Jade Plaza. Although most of them were prodigies from sects all over the Kingdom of the 9 States, in the face of the yearly free-for-all battle held by the university, their expressions were far from relaxed. Most of the students quietly cast their sight towards those with whom they normally had conflict. These students with whom they usually had disputes with were most likely going to be their enemies during this event. After all, this was a rare opportunity to pummel someone fair and square. Presumably, they wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. The homeroom teachers of each class were now marking off their students, and Lin's homeroom teacher, sword immortal Ling Xiao, was also present. As usual, a sword hung from their homeroom teacher's waist, and his white robes were fluttering about. His graceful and dashing figure attracted the gaze of many female students, even those from the neighboring classes. Apart from their homeroom teacher, Class 1's supremely talented and renowned students, Xianyuan Chang and Su Qinyun, also attracted strong attention. It was as if they were blessed by the heavens. One was too handsome for friends, the other was too beautiful for friends. Putting aside their appearance, their aptitude was also extraordinary, and they had already reached the spirit-nurturing rank at such a young age. This caused countless prodigies to feel envious and jealous at the same time. And Lin also arrived at the White Jade Plaza early in the morning. What greeted him was a sea of students and countless fresh faces. Due to the massive size of the university, he never really had a concept of what 50,000 students meant. Now that all 50,000 of them were gathered in the one place, he was able to understand and appreciate just how stunning such a scene was. The atmosphere produced by the 50,000 students was enough to make him feel as if he were amidst a boundless and raging sea. After some time, a crisp and pleasant voice sounded out from the heart of the White Jade Plaza. The students have all been marked off now. Next, please welcome Vice Principal Yu Hua to the stage to deliver his speech for the opening ceremony of the free-for-all battle event. And Lin knew that Vice Principal Yu Hua was already a celestial immortal in the Return to Void stage and had also heard that he held the power in the United University of Cultivation. It could be said that he was an acting principal who did everything the principal should have done. As for the principal of the United University of Cultivation, and Lin had never caught a single glimpse of him in his few months at the university. He had heard that their principal was constantly away from university and was traveling around. Some unlucky students never once saw their great principal in their entire university lives and could only gaze reverently at pictures of him. With his thick black eyebrows and thick black mustache, Vice Principal Yu Hua's appearance was extremely amusing. For some reason, when Lin saw Vice Principal Yu Hua, he started to visualize him dressed in a red and blue overall. He looked exactly like Mario. Although Vice Principal Yu Hua's appearance was amusing, his speech for the opening ceremony was especially stirring. His hands were clasped behind his back as he stood in the sky. This was a skill that could only be performed by celestial immortals. Once one became a celestial immortal, they would have the power to manipulate space. Standing in the sky was just one simple application of this power. Vice Principal Yu Hua's voice wasn't loud, yet every single one of his words appeared to penetrate through the air and travel directly into the ears of all 50,000 students, reaching right to their souls. This kind of skill was already beyond that of simply transmitting one's voice into another's ears, and had utilized the ability of imparting teachings and heavenly bestowal. As a result, a sense of natural law and Tao was contained in his words. In fact, the content of Vice Principal Yu Hua's speech was extremely uninteresting. If a normal person delivered such a speech, they would probably put countless students to sleep. Yet, when such content was delivered from Vice Principal Yu Hua's mouth, every sentence was stirring and resounded in one's ears. Not a single person was drowsy, and it felt as if everything he said was extremely reasonable. Imagine, for instance, that someone told you not to drink boiling water, as that would burn your tongue. Once you hear this, you will definitely slap them without hesitation and think to yourself, "No fucking shit." However, if it was Vice Principal Yu Hua who told you not to drink boiling water, as that would burn your tongue, you would feel a sense of sudden realization. The temperature of boiling water is more than 60 degrees hotter than that of the oral cavity. If one was to directly drink it, the tissues in one's tongue would be damaged by the high temperature. Then, sensory receptors in the tongue would generate and send pain signals directly to the central nervous system. Afterwards, the central nervous system which has received the signals would cause the person to feel a burning sensation on their tongue. And then you would exclaim, "It's Vice Principal Yu Hua after all. Everything makes sense and every sentence is like gospel." Just like that, all 50,000 students were intoxicated as they listened to Vice Principal Yu Hua speak for 2 hours. When Lin regained his senses, he briefly summed up the 2-hour-long speech. The free-for-all battle event would run for 3 days and be held at the Forest of 1,000 Peaks. which had an area of a few hundred square kilometers. During the event, participants had to operate individually, while not using elixirs nor seals. A total of 108 teachers would be responsible for monitoring the area. Once they found any student that was breaking the rules, they would immediately disqualify the student and send them to the university detention facility to undergo 1 month of labor reform. The objective of this event was to allow students to realize the ruthless nature of the cultivation world earlier through the process of pummeling and being pummeled by other students. Allow students to experience the universal law of last one standing as king. Spur students to work harder and earnestly raise their cultivation rank. After summing up the main points, an expression of admiration spread over in Lin's face. He couldn't believe that Vice Principal Yu Hua managed to deliver a 2-hour speech just to explain such little content. More frighteningly, he was actually feeling hyped up during the entire speech. It seems that the Vice Principal has amazing skill in delivering speeches, and Lin exclaimed softly. Su Xiaolan nodded emphatically in agreement when she heard Lin's remark. After the Vice Principal finished his speech, Sword Immortal Ling Xiao handed a golden seal to every student in his class and told them to place the seal tightly onto their bodies. This seal was the fabled Defeat Judgment Seal. Before the event ended, the only way for students to leave the battlefield was if the seal activated. Once all the students finished putting on the Defeat Judgment Seal, Vice Principal Yu Hua opened his mouth again. His impassioned utterances once again traveled into everyone's ears. I now declare the United University of Cultivation's free-for-all battle has officially begun. I'll now activate the spell formation. Soon, every student will be teleported to our university's number 3 forbidden area, Forest of 1,000 Peaks. Your arrival site will be randomly selected. Now, please take your time to enjoy this splendid event. After he finished speaking, the entire White Jade Plaza was swallowed by a white curtain of light. A gigantic and complex spell formation then appeared on the ground and started operating quickly. And Lin felt a rush of dizziness before his vision became dark and he passed out. After an unknown length of time, he finally started to slowly regain his consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of numerous mountain peaks that pierced through the clouds like sharp swords. Surrounding the mountain peaks was a stretch of yellow land. There was barely any greenery on this piece of land, and the ground was mostly covered in crushed stone, giving off a bleak and desolate feel. And Lin stood up from the ground and looked towards the sky. He discovered that in the sky, there was a dim blue barrier. That must be the boundary delimiting the competition area. Students were only allowed to operate within these boundaries. Right at this moment, a jingle sounded in Lin's mind. This familiar feeling. It's the system. And Lin quickly opened the God of War system and eagerly looked towards the interface. Huh? It's the special missions section that's lit up? On all the previous occasions that Lin had looked through the God of War system, this special mission section was gray. Who would have thought that it would suddenly light up now? A string of text immediately appeared before his eyes when he curiously opened the special missions section. Detected that host has entered the Forest of 1,000 Peaks. Assigning mission. In this event, the host must successfully become a member of the updated Immortal Rankings Board. Mission success. 1 raffle for the Magic Treasure Lottery. Mission failure. 10 days of continuous diarrhea. Severity equivalent to that of ingesting the mountain soul essence. Note: this mission cannot be rejected. And Lin stared blankly at the special mission before him. For some reason, tears started to well up in his eyes. Become a member of the updated Immortal Rankings Board? Battling with 50,000 other prodigies for a position in the top 100. I won't be able to achieve this even if I fight to the death. 10 days of continuous diarrhea? That's even more terrible. Having experienced 3 days of continuous diarrhea before, and Lin was fully aware of just how frightening this kind of diarrhea was. Have him experience 10 days of continuous diarrhea? Why not just tell him to die? After a while, and Lin finally accepted this harsh reality. If I'm going to die either way, I might as well put up a bit of a struggle before I die. The scenery at the Forest of 1,000 Peaks was very dull. Earthly yellow soil and crushed rocks filled the place, and even the thousands of sword-like mountain peaks were completely bare. Ah, apart from fighting, aren't there any other interesting things to do in this event? And Lin placed his hands behind his head as he wandered around aimlessly. The 50,000 students were scattered all over the forest of 1,000 peaks, which was hundreds of square kilometers in area. If one wanted to come across another student, the only way to do so was by continually moving forward. After walking for a short while, Lin heard the sounds of a battle coming from right in front of him. The roars of spells sounded non-stop, and occasionally there were cries of pain. When Lin finally hurried over, what he saw was this. A student had already collapsed to the floor, and a golden defensive barrier had appeared around his body. So that's what happens when the defeat judgment seal is activated? And Lin hid behind a rock and peeked towards the battleground. Shit, this is way too brutal. Look at the dude who's collapsed on the floor. He's been cut a few times, hasn't he? The defeat judgment seal can only be activated after sustaining such severe injuries? The more Lin looked, the more frightened he became. Too scary. This event is way too scary. At this moment, Lin had already developed the urge to escape. At the same time, numerous strange and unusual symbols appeared on the golden defensive barrier. Immediately afterwards, the injured dude suddenly disappeared. It appeared as if he had been teleported out of the forest of 1,000 peaks. The victorious male smiled triumphantly and brandished his red-colored sword for a bit before looking towards a certain location. Lin felt a cold chill as an ominous feeling arose in his heart. You behind the rock, stop hiding. I've already discovered you. The male was looking directly towards Lin's hiding place. Lin had no other choice upon hearing this and could only muster his courage and appear before the person. The male who was brandishing the red sword looked fairly ordinary. The only notable point was that he was especially tall and sturdy, making him appear as if he was filled with strength and power. He was surprised when he saw that it was Lin who had appeared. Huh? I think I've seen you somewhere before. Huh? Seen me? Lin stared at the unfamiliar face of the male in front of him and couldn't recall where he had seen him at all. You're Lin, the first-year student, correct? The male asked. That's right. Lin was feeling puzzled but answered the male's question anyway. Hearing Lin's answer, the male instantly started roaring with laughter. Just as I thought. Your appearance is exactly like that of the portrait on the University Famous Persons Register. Can't go wrong with that. Lin was startled when he heard this. The University Famous Persons Register? I've become a famous person? Although he didn't know what this was about, he still felt elated when he heard the male's comment. However, Lin was completely dumbfounded by what the male said next. I've wanted to beat you up since ages ago. Who knew that the heavens would be so kind and send you to me so quickly? Bahaha. The male was clearly in a pretty good mood at this moment. Say, brother, have I ever provoked you in any way? A string of curses raced through Lin's mind. What was with this brawny male who suddenly appeared and seemed to have a profound hatred for him? More importantly, he didn't recognize this person at all. Cut the crap. I'm second year, class 7's Li Xianxia. Lin, show me what you've got. As he finished saying this, the brawny male pointed his red-colored sword at Lin, and an astonishing aura exploded from his body. Lin stared at the male, stupefied. Holy fuck. How is it possible that I have connections to a senior from the second year? And this extremely terrifying aura, it's fucking killing intent, isn't it? Before Lin could even come back to his senses, another male appeared in the distance. Huh? You're Lin. The male looked at Lin as he slowly walked over. Lin looked towards the young male who had a heartwarming smile on his face. For some reason, Lin felt a sense of security when he saw this smile. That's correct. I'm Lin. As if he had found a saving grace, Lin immediately answered the male. He could already imagine how the male, who gave him a sense of security, would generously help him and beat Li Xianxia to a pulp. Hee, it really is you? A shadow suddenly fell across the face of the male who was smiling warmly. Third year, class 26, Zhong 1. Lin, show me what you've got. he said coldly. When he finished speaking, he took out a meteor hammer one, and an astonishing aura exploded from his body. And Lin was stupefied once again and was now rooted to the spot, dumbfounded. What kind of joke is this? What heinous crimes have I committed? Right at this moment, another student appeared before them. Whoa! What's going on here? And why does it seem so lively? A frail male, who had the air of an intellect, walked over with an expression of curiosity. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Huh? Are you Lin? Tears welled up in Lin's eyes. I think you've got the wrong person. I'm not Lin, he denied. Ha. I read a lot. Don't try to fool me. Your appearance is exactly like that of the portrait on the university famous persons register, the scholar said to Lin, a look of joy on his face. When he finished speaking, he took out a metallic-looking fan and a powerful aura exploded from his body. 5th year, Class 90, Chun Shubao. Lin, show me what you've got. Lin felt as if he had been crushed by 10,000 grass mud horses too, and didn't even have the energy to speak anymore. Anyhow, what exactly is the university famous persons register? And what kind of enmity even exists between me and these seniors? From 1st year to 5th year, all we're missing now is someone from 4th year. Hurry up and come. Don't frustrate the OCDs to death. Right at this moment, a sweet female voice sounded from behind Lin. Huh? Are you Lin? Lin was a bit dazed as he turned around. Then, he saw a cute girl who was dressed in pink clothes smiling at him. It really was a unique type of consolation to Lin that a beautiful girl would suddenly appear just as he was about to be bullied and humiliated by a bunch of guys. Before he could say anything, the cute girl started nodding to herself. When I saw your clothes, I already felt a sense of familiarity. Now that I've seen your face, I've already confirmed your identity. When she finished speaking, the girl drew a dagger, which had a dazzling gleam, from her pink clothes. 1st year, Class 9, Xianxia. Lin, show me what you've got. Lin sniffled. He was feeling a bit depressed. It turned out that not only was it males that had a bone to pick with him, but even females wanted to tear him up. Anyhow, what heinous crimes have I committed? Why do I have no recollection of them? Don't tell me that I've lost my memory? For students, with whom Lin was completely unfamiliar, were seething with killing intent as they pointed their weapons at him. In this peculiar moment, Lin recalled something that Su Xiaolan had once said to him. Don't worry. In the free-for-all battle event, only fewer than 10 students die from mishaps each time. Perhaps, he was fortune's favorite amongst these fewer than 10 students. Just as Lin was feeling a great sense of despair, another voice sounded. Huh? Are you Lin? Lin. Hearing this familiar opening remark, Lin had already given up hope. Do you also want me to show you what I'm made of? Lin said with a defeated expression on his face. Show me what you're made of? The expression of the male faltered. He then looked towards the surrounding students, who were emitting auras of killing intent, and seemingly came to a realization. Only now did Lin move his eyes to the male who had suddenly appeared. After seeing the appearance of the male, a look of surprise appeared on Lin's face. Haha, I've got the wrong person. Sorry. The male chuckled and turned around. Then he sprinted away, leaving only a trail of dust behind him. Besides the male, there was also a white dog which was running even faster than him. Zhao Huayin, don't leave me to die. Lin cried in despair. The person who had suddenly appeared was none other than the friend that Lin had met in the detention facility. He slipped away extremely quickly at this moment and had soon disappeared from Lin's sight. Seeing this, the meteor hammer-wielding Zhongwen chuckled. Junior Lin, even if you scream till your throat is sore, no one will come to save you. Come and fight me obediently. I clearly arrived here first. First come, first serve. I'm going first. Li Zhangyang, who had a red-colored sword in his hand, was glaring at Lin and seemed ready to make some trouble. What do you mean let you go first? Once you go up, you'll pummel Lin until his defeat judgment seal is activated and his defensive shield appears. How can we fight him then? Chun Shubao said in discontent. But if we all attack together, we'll be disqualified. We'll even be locked up in detention for breaking the event rules, Xiaoxiao said anxiously. And Lin was like a little white rabbit awaiting his slaughter and could only stand to the side and shiver. How about this? We'll all give our reasons for why we want to see what An Lin's made of. The opportunity will be given to whoever has the best reason. What do you guys say? Suggested Chen Shubao, who had a strong air of bookishness about him. Hearing Chen Shubao's suggestions, An Lin's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. He finally had the opportunity to understand the reasons behind his forthcoming death. The remaining students all agreed with Chen Shubao's suggestion. Then, they all turned their attention back to An Lin. The expression in their eyes was as if they wanted to swallow him alive. There was a look of discontent on Chen Shubao's face as he looked at An Lin. When I first entered the university, my cultivation base was 5th stage Dao body. Due to the fact that my rank wasn't high, I was put into class 90, and to this I had no complaints. In these 4 years, I've put in effort and hard work, and have finally reached the 8th stage Dao body now. Even amongst students of the same year level, this can be considered as an average standard. However, a few months ago, I heard that there was a new student named An Lin who entered the university with a 0th stage Dao body. In spite of this, he was allocated into class 1. The smaller the class number, the more teaching resources are allocated to the class. For what reason was he able to occupy a spot in class 1 and use the resources meant for other outstanding students? Simply because he had a true God's letter of recommendation? To students like me who toil in the lower-ranked classes, such an act is a massive insult. After learning of this matter, I made a decision. I decided that I definitely had to find an opportunity to beat up An Lin. Backdoor entrants truly are detestable. Chen Shubao smiled at An Lin when he finished speaking. This was a smile of someone who was about to realize their dreams. Seeing this smile, An Lin felt a chill shoot through his body. So, it turns out that this enemy was a result of him being the most networked backdoor entrant. Immediately afterwards, Li Zhengyang started speaking. Every time I mention this, my heart starts to hurt. On a small lane in the university, I met a girl. It was love at first sight. She was beautiful and noble, like a phoenix soaring in the skies. That day, I confessed to her but was ruthlessly rejected. But I, Li Zhengyang, am not one to easily give up. I started pursuing her relentlessly. I was going to capture her heart with the flames of my affection. Yet, a few days later, she told me the cruel truth. She said that she already had a Dao partner. It was as if I had fallen into a pit of ice and my life descended into darkness. Although I didn't want to believe it, I observed that she often walked to school with this male and also ate with him. They appeared cheerful and lively, and very intimate with each other. I had no choice but to accept this reality. But I didn't want to accept this fact. What was so good about the male? What was so special about him that he could attract the attention of my goddess? There was a time when this became an obstruction in my heart. Thus, I swore that I would definitely find an opportunity to beat up that male. Oh, that's right. The girl that I like is called Su Xiaolan. And Lin, I really don't understand. Why would she choose you to be her Dao partner? Raging flames, which were akin to Li Zhengyang's anger-filled face, burst forth from his red-colored sword as he finished speaking. And Lin was stupefied when he heard this, and he felt like spewing blood. Dao partner? Su Xiaolan? If the male didn't mention this, and Lin would never have known that Su Xiaolan had already used him as a shield. Brother, this is a misunderstanding. It's all just a misunderstanding. And Lin cried, with the fury Li Zhengyang was feeling. How could he calmly listen to An Lin explain? Regardless of what An Lin said now, the others would simply think that he was finding excuses to escape from battle. Humph! An Lin, who would have thought that you already have a Dao partner? After hearing Li Zhengyang's comments, Zhong Wen also became furious. In spite of already having a Dao partner, your relationship with our university's #1 goddess, Su Qianyun, is still so dubious. Every time I see Su Qianyun's portrait on the university famous persons register, my heart beats uncontrollably in my chest. I especially admire her, and I've been completely conquered by her beauty. For what reason would such an aloof person, who pays no attention to others, stay back at school often, together with a male? I absolutely can't bear to stand this reality, especially since that male already has a Dao partner. Phew. And Lin, you and I are sworn enemies. Zhong Wen's meteor hammer started trembling, evidently unable to bear with its hunger and thirst, and Lin's mind felt exhausted. The only reason he stayed back in the classroom with Su Qianyun was to help with her Chinese and English. Why was it that even this was able to attract envy and hate? At this moment, Xiaoxiao also started to bitterly criticize Lin's actions. On one bright and beautiful spring afternoon, I was just about to hurry to the dining hall to collect my favorite strawberry dessert. This dessert was a limited offer and was served on a first-come, first-served basis. Then, I suddenly heard that after school that day, 2 students would be engaging in a magnificent battle of spells near the flower bed in front of the teaching block. This battle managed to intrigue me. Thus, I reluctantly gave up my strawberry dessert in order to witness this battle which had attracted such widespread attention. What I witnessed afterwards was a battle that I was unable to forget for a long time. When I got home, I washed my eyes many times, yet I still couldn't wash the memory of that battle from my mind. And Lin, Xia Shiyao's eyes were brimming with tears as she glared angrily at Lin. Because I went to spectate your battle, not only did I miss out on the opportunity to get the limited offer strawberry dessert, my eyes were also soiled, and Lin, this matter must be settled. And Lin wanted to cry. Why was it that even his battle with Lu Debao was able to attract such strong enmity? Xia Shiyao missing out on a strawberry dessert is a small matter. The fact that he snatched away my true love is a much bigger matter. Li Zhengyang reasoned. No, the fact that he is the most networked backdoor entrant is still the most detestable. Chun Shubao said solemnly. The fact that our university's #1 goddess is in a dubious relationship with such shit is the biggest blow. Okay? Zhong Wen retorted. I don't care. I have to be the one who beats up Lin today, or else I won't be able to swallow my anger. Xia Shiyao persisted. Just like this, the 4 students relentlessly criticized Lin's countless crimes. As for who would be the one to beat him up, they once again fell into dispute. The air was filled with murderous intent. Little White Rabbit 1 and Lin's eyes were hazy with tears, as he finally realized that he was guilty of the most heinous crimes. How about I disembowel myself to apologize for the offenses I've committed? And Lin couldn't see even the faintest glimmer of hope. His only wish now was for these 4 people to grant him a quick and painless death. Beyond the dim blue barrier, a gigantic book was suspended in the air above the area Lin was in. On the book there lay a tall and slender woman with slightly curly hair and red glasses. Black silk leggings covered her long and well-proportioned legs which were bent upwards, and she had a smile on her face as she looked down towards the ground. TSK, TSK. The kids below are so interesting. Being the subject representative for mortal studies, and Lin better not bring any shame upon my subject. At the very least, he should lose with some dignity. Her lips curled into a smile as she fixed her bright and piercing eyes onto the students below. This female was none other than Lin's mortal studies teacher, Earth Immortal Yuing. She was currently responsible for overlooking the battles in the region Lin was in. The fact that Lin was completely surrounded by a few aggressive and overbearing students had her greatly intrigued. Afterwards, something even more interesting occurred. In order to win the opportunity to beat Lin up, the 4 students started arguing endlessly amongst one another. Right at this moment, Little White Rabbit Lin couldn't help but open his mouth to speak. I think you guys should battle it out to see who is most suitable to become my opponent. Upon hearing Lin's suggestion, everyone suddenly fell silent. Yeah, you're right. How come I didn't think of this? Zhong Wen exclaimed in realization. That's a good suggestion. If a problem can't be solved through discussions, then it can only be solved through force. Li Xingyang's eyes also lit up at this suggestion. The observer sees clear one, and Lin has finally thought up a good solution. Chun Shubao nodded his head in approval. Then let us draw lots to decide our opponents, Xiaoxiao said eagerly. Just like that, the four of them started cheerfully drawing lots, and Lin was hiding to the side, and there was, in fact, something else he didn't dare say out loud. Don't you guys realize that you could directly decide who gets to beat me up through drawing lots? Of course, as long as he hadn't become sick and tired of living yet, he would never say this out loud. Just like that, the battles began. The first match was between first year, Class 9 Xiaoxiao, and third year, Class 26 Zhongwan. Both of them emitted an extremely astonishing aura as soon as the battle began. They were both on the same rank of 8th stage Dao body. Thus, to have a chance at victory, they needed to use their full strength. As a result, the battle was extremely intense right from the start. There was an insane amount of force behind Zhong Wen's meteor hammer, with every strike smashing a deep pit in the ground. He was confident that the battle would be over as soon as his meteor hammer struck Xiaoxiao once. However, Xiaoxiao was a cultivator of the agile ilk, and her petite figure moved swiftly, leaving only streaks of pink afterimages on the ground. This made it very difficult for Zhong Wen to pinpoint her exact location. The meteor hammer whistled over, and Xiaoxiao nimbly dodged it, before rushing towards Zhong Wen with great speed. Hee, you're too slow. Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes and smiled, her cute little canine teeth protruding out. The dagger in her hand stabbed ruthlessly towards Zhong Wen. There was a flash, and the extremely sharp dagger easily penetrated Zhong Wen's chest. Ah! Zhong Wen screamed in pain as he stumbled backwards. Xiaoxiao pulled the dagger out and followed up her attack quickly as Zhong Wen's blood sprayed out. The sharp dagger once again became a deadly blur as it stabbed towards Zhong Wen's body. Zhong Wen screamed in pain as his blood gushed out. After a short while, his body was covered in wounds and his upper garment was drenched in blood. The speed of the girl in front of him had made Zhong Wen feel a sense of despair. No matter how he counterattacked, he couldn't land a blow on her. He was on the back foot and could do nothing as he was repeatedly stabbed. The spectating in Lin was absolutely terrified by what he saw. He's going to die. Student Xiaoxiao is about to kill somebody. The image of a petite and cute girl transforming into a bloodthirsty killer and ruthlessly hacking at her senior was already deeply seared into Lin's mind. Finally, a golden defensive barrier appeared around Zhong Wen's body, signaling his defeat. Senior, thanks for letting me win too, Xiaoxiao said cheerily. She sheathed her dagger and clasped her hands behind her back, once again regaining the demeanor of a cute little girl. Zhong Wen held his bleeding body and glanced at the girl before him in pain. He sighed softly and remained silent as he was teleported out of the event battleground. Xiaoxiao turned her head back and glanced at Lin, raising her eyebrows in provocation before turning her attention to the other battle. Xiaoxiao's glance made Lin's skin crawl with goosebumps. No, please don't let the final victor be her. And Lin roared in his mind. And Lin would rather have a meteor hammer knock him unconscious with one blow than being stabbed repeatedly with a small knife. Being stabbed in such a manner was far too frightening. At this moment, the battle between Chen Shubao and Li Zhengyang had also come to an end. It took Li Zhengyang quite some effort to defeat his opponent, with his clothes now tattered and streaks of blood visible on his firm muscles. He was also panting furiously from overexerting himself. Seeing Li Zhengyang in such a state, and Lin was secretly worried. Xiaoxiao pretty much crushed Zhong Wen. Now that she's facing off against an injured Li Zhengyang, won't she easily crush him as well? Li Zhengyang was also slightly surprised when he realized that his opponent was Xiaoxiao. Evidently, he didn't expect her to be the victor. Soon after, the battle between Xiaoxiao and Li Zhengyang erupted. Li Zhengyang performed much better than Lin had anticipated, and the battle didn't become a one-sided affair. Even though Li Zhengyang wasn't in a good state, he still had a rank of 9th stage Dao body after all. Adding the fact that his swordsmanship was exquisite and overbearing, he was temporarily able to be on equal footing with Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao was starting to feel a little anxious that the unpredictable attacks of her dagger were unable to penetrate Li Zhengyang's defenses. Dashing shadow stab. The shadow of a black blade appeared on the dagger which was rushing towards Li Zhengyang, and it suddenly extended, stabbing at Li Zhengyang. This was Xia Shiyao's strongest skill, of which she had kept concealed. The shadow blade transformed into a sword which had more than triple the speed and power of her previous attacks. This move consumed a large amount of her spiritual energy. Thus she needed to end the battle quickly after using this move. Li Zhengyang didn't have time to dodge and the shadow blade pierced through his body. Li Zhengyang didn't retreat after being struck. Instead, he took a step forwards and slashed at Xia Shiyao with his red blade which was shrouded in raging flames. Bursting flame slash. Boom! The flames exploded and the ground within a 3-meter area was pulverized. A petite figure, which appeared to be in extremely dire straits, leapt out of the smoke. Her pink clothes were slightly tattered from the explosion and there were burns on her body. You actually dare to damage my beautiful clothes? Very well. Xia Shiyao spat out a mouthful of blood and a cold look appeared in her eyes. She raised her dagger and once again rushed towards the male who was now standing amidst the smoke and dust. Immediately, there was another burst of explosions. Bursting flame slash. Dashing shadow stab. Boom! 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 And Lin started to sense that the two of them were now beginning to fight with no regard for their own lives. Xia Shiyao was hellbent on stabbing Li Zhengyang, even if it meant that she would be cut by his sword. Li Zhengyang was even crazier, continuously using his bursting flame slash on Xia Shiyao, and Lin watched on dumbfounded. Good heavens! They've both gone crazy, he exclaimed. Finally, during an explosion, Xia Shiyao spat out blood and flew backwards. She collapsed to the floor and a golden barrier appeared around her. Xia Shiyao still wanted to stand up and fight, and her expression made it clear that she was unwilling to accept defeat. However, the teleportation function of the spell formation activated at this moment and her body suddenly disappeared. Haha! I'm the final victor. A brawny male who was bathed in blood laughed triumphantly as he walked out of the battle with the poise of a victor. Li Zhengyang's body was swaying as he stopped in front of Lin, and he coughed up some blood from time to time. Oi! Senior, are you able to continue? A string of curses raced through Lin's mind as he looked at the senior in front of him, who appeared as if he was going to die any second. You're already so bloody injured. How has the defeat judgment seal still not activated? Men cannot say that they are unable to continue, Li Zhengyang roared. He waved his sleeves and pointed his red sword at Lin. Come, my rival in love. I'm in a bad state right now, so I'm unable to pummel you slowly. I'll use my strongest sword strike and finish you off with one hit. Lin? Bursting flame flying slash. Li Zhengyang feigned a slash towards Lin and a blazing sword aura rushed fiercely towards him. As Li Zhengyang had already exhausted most of his power, the force of his strike was much weaker than before. However, Li Zhengyang was confident that towards trash like Lin, such a strike was more than enough. Lin didn't want to speak and replied with his mountain-quaking fist. The shadow of the golden fist possessed boundless power as it collided loudly with the blazing sword aura. Afterwards, much to the disbelief of Li Zhengyang, the blazing sword was shattered by the golden fist, which then smashed into his body. PFFF! Li Zhengyang was tossed into the air by Lin's strike, and the massive force from the fist made him feel as if his bones had been crushed. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and tumbled to the ground. How is this possible? How is it possible that you are this strong? Li Zhengyang was clearly unable to accept this reality, and he stared at Lin with a look of shock in his eyes. Lin was also slightly surprised as he looked towards his own fist. Even he himself felt that his fist appeared to be a bit too powerful. However, Lin came to his senses quickly and remembered that there was only one thing he should be doing in such a moment. He clasped his hands behind his back and calmly looked towards Li Zhengyang. So that's all you've got? Lin said slowly. How extremely disappointing. This was such a boring battle. Lin looked down upon Li Zhengyang and shook his head in disappointment, a look of kingly contempt appearing in his eyes. You! Li Zhengyang's blood boiled and he spat out another mouthful of blood. The slow-coming golden defensive barrier finally appeared around Li Zhengyang's body. I can't accept this. Li Zhengyang wasn't accepting of such an ending. Why is it that I struggled so much to win the opportunity to beat up Enlin but ended up being beaten by him instead? If he had a fair contest with Enlin, the outcome would definitely have been different. Perhaps Li Zhengyang would never realize that Enlin had already foreseen such an ending when he made his suggestion for them to battle it out. Seeing Li Zhengyang finally disappear, the corners of Enlin's mouth tugged into a smile. Hee, I thought there would still be an intense battle. Who knew that it would go better than expected? You really thought that I was a little white rabbit awaiting his death? What a joke. If I truly had no intention of putting up any resistance, I would have slipped away much earlier when you guys were fighting each other. You've got to realize that my rank has also reached the 7th stage Dao body. Even if I can't defeat him, I can at least escape. And Lin experienced the thrill of dressing up as a pig to eat a tiger 3 and finishing off an injured opponent. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind him. Huh? Are you Enlin? Enlin. Hearing this sentence again, Enlin was about to go insane. What the hell is with this sinister cycle? Oh! Enlin swung his fist backwards violently. Big brother Enlin, please spare me. Sensing the frightening power contained within Enlin's fist, the male was frightened to his knees. Hearing this familiar voice, Enlin's fist froze, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Lu Debao? The newcomer was slightly plump, and his appearance made him seem completely harmless. Right now, he was looking at Enlin with an eager expression on his face. He was none other than Lu Debao, who Enlin had befriended after their slight tussle. Up in the sky, Earth Immortal Yu Ying sat upon a gigantic book. Her hands danced about quickly as she recorded data onto her notebook. Li Zhengyang, combat capability, 120. Achievement score, 40. Note, defeated by Enlin. Enlin, combat capability, 100. Achievement score, 28. Earth Immortal Yu Ying's lips curled into a slight smile as she recorded Enlin's data. Ha! This kid has performed unexpectedly well. He was actually able to pull off such a counterattack. She appeared to be deep in thought as she readjusted her red-framed glasses and swayed her legs about. I remember that he only had a Zeroth stage Dao body when he enrolled, right? However, judging by the aura he emitted when he was fighting just then, it appears as if he has already reached the 7th stage Dao body. Such terrifying advancement speed. Is he hacking? Right at this moment, Lu Debao suddenly appeared behind Enlin. Behind Lu Debao, there were another dozen or so students. Haha, it can't be that these students are also here to trouble Enlin. Could it be that Enlin has a trouble-attracting physique? Earth Immortal Yu Ying had a smile on her face as she saw this interesting scene, and she once again cast her sight in Enlin's direction. Seeing the unfamiliar group of students behind Lu Debao, Enlin's eyes twitched involuntarily. Why are you here? It can't be that you're here to fight me, right? Enlin questioned. Lu Debao waved his hands vigorously. I wouldn't dare. Big brother and superb skills are unparalleled. Even if I was to fight you, I would have no chance of winning. What he spoke was the truth. When he had just arrived, he saw Enlin displaying his invincible might and beating Li Zhengyang down with a single blow of his fist. The clash of immortal spells was visually stunning and left Lu Debao shocked. Regardless of how confident he was, he wouldn't dare fight against the present Enlin. Even after a short absence, people change and should be judged anew. Lu Debao shook his head and sighed. Lu Debao was both astonished and envious of the fact that Enlin had suddenly become so strong, and he dearly wished that he could be in Enlin's position. Hearing that Lu Debao wasn't here to pick a fight with him, Enlin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Right at this moment, the system sounded, and a notification appeared. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated an enemy who has an 8th stage Dao body or above. You have now ranked up to the 8th stage Dao body. At this moment, Enlin could feel his power increasing by leaps and bounds, and his bones and muscles also became purer and stronger. He was overjoyed with the transformation taking place within his body, and numerous thoughts appeared in his mind. The fact that the system recognized a last hit one as defeating an opponent was welcoming news to Enlin. Next, he needed to continue performing last hits. I'll definitely become the last hit king. The reason that Enlin was so eager to perform last hits was because the condition for ranking up had already changed to the following. 9th stage Dao body condition. Defeat 10 enemies who have a 9th stage Dao body or above head-on. To the past Enlin, defeating 10 enemies ranked 9th stage Dao body or above was an unfathomable task. Now, however, there was a chance. If he couldn't defeat them head-on, he could simply perform last hits. Just as Enlin's thoughts were running wild, Lu Debao opened his mouth again. Big brother En, after seeing you display your invincible might, I have a favor to ask of you. Go on, what might that be? Enlin was a bit curious. Forming teams was forbidden in the free-for-all battle. Under such conditions, what help could he provide? It's like this. Lu Dao cleared his throat and said solemnly, I wish for Big Brother En to defeat me, Enlin. So, in the end, I still need to fight? Lu Debao appeared as if he was ready to die a martyr's death. Who since the ancient times has not died? To die by the hands of a brother is an honorable and just end to this life. The corners of Enlin's mouth twitched as he finally understood Lu Debao's intentions. You want me to beat you until the defeat judgment seal activates, so you can escape this bloody place, right? My goodness, brother. Even if you see through my plans, you don't need to lay it so bare. Lu Debao moaned. Coming here with a rank such as mine, I can only act as a punching bag. As he said this, Lu Debao glanced towards the group of students behind him. If one is too weak, it is impossible for them to beat the defeat judgment seal of another into activation. That said, the attacks of stronger students are far too fierce and might cripple us in one blow. It would be truly tormenting if we became unable to leave our sickbeds for half a month. He continued. It truly is a blessing to meet brother and now. All we ask now is for you to control your strength and beat our golden defensive barriers into activation. Lu Debao gripped Enlin's hands and looked keenly towards him. A pleading expression etched on his face. Enlin drew a deep breath, unsure of what expression to wear when facing this group. Lining up to be defeated. Do you accept this gift or not? Just like this Earth Immortal Yuing, who was beyond the boundary of the battle arena, once again witnessed something farcical. Below her, the students lined up to fight with Enlin. Then, with a single strike, they were all dispatched by him. First year, Class 100 Lu Debao. Student Enlin, please enlighten me, shouted Lu Debao as he rushed towards Enlin. Then, he was sent flying by Enlin's 1/10 power mountain quaking fist. The enormous force of the strike had Lu Debao vomiting blood as he tumbled to the ground, and the massive difference in power instantly activated his defeat judgment seal. Amidst the golden barrier, Lu Debao looked at Enlin gratefully, and an expression of happiness appeared on his face. First year, Class 100, Li Yuanqing. Student Enlin, please enlighten me. Then, Li Yuanqing was sent flying by a single strike of Enlin's fist. Amidst the golden barrier, he had an expression of happiness as he looked towards Enlin. First year, Class 99 Song Jingwu. Student Enlin, please enlighten me. Earth Immortal Yuing slapped her forehead and didn't know whether to cry or laugh at the events unfolding below her. She hesitated for a moment before continuously increasing Enlin's achievement score. Every time Enlin defeated a student, his achievement score would increase by 5 points. After all, even such weaklings were human resources and counted for something. Finally, when Enlin defeated the last student, his data read, Combat Capability, 100, Achievement Score, 108. The weighted score of combat capability and achievement score was what the updated Immortal Rankings board would be based upon. Enlin's combat capability still remained the same, yet his achievement score had increased by leaps and bounds. This was all thanks to Lu Debao and the group of students who had lined up to be defeated. Student Enlin truly is fortunate. However, if he keeps walking forward, Earth Immortal Yuing watched the advancing Enlin with anticipation. He had expended most of his energy defeating the dozen or so students. Enlin planned to continue wandering around after finding a place to rest and recover his strength. Looking into the distance, He could see that ahead of him lay a small mountain covered in greenery. In this bare land, it was extremely rare to come across an area with vegetation. What was most lacking in the forest of 1,000 peaks was food and water. After seeing the small mountain, Lin knew that his food and water problems had been solved. Just like that, he started to walk excitedly towards the small mountain. After reaching the 8th stage Tao body, Lin was able to start using the Earth category cultivation methods. Stage 1 Earth Lotus Supreme Skill. Condition. Cultivate a top Black Rock Peak for 1 day. Black Rock Peak was a very famous mountain peak in the forest of 1,000 peaks. It was rumored that the mountain was pitch black and smooth, and that it was impossible to climb up barehanded. If one wanted to reach the summit of Black Rock Peak, their only choice would be to fly up. Ah! If only I could perform sword kinesis flight 1. Lin exclaimed gloomily. Sword kinesis flight was a skill that could only be mastered by cultivators of or above the spirit nurturing rank. His rank was insufficient, thus, even if he had grasped the theoretical principles of sword kinesis flight, he would still be unable to fly. Since I'm unable to fly, I might as well put aside the cultivation of the Earth Lotus Supreme skill for now. Lin stopped pondering about matters relating to the system. His most important objective right now was to reach the small mountain ahead of him. Of course, there was another relatively important matter, that being finding last hit targets. It was only in this free-for-all battle that he would have the chance to openly perform last hits. Outside this arena, where would he be able to find so many critically injured people to attack? In no time, Lin found a critically injured senior. He had hurried here by following the sounds of battle, and right as he arrived, he spotted the senior who had just emerged victorious. Without a second thought, Lin leapt out. After briefly introducing himself, he kicked into action and started to chase and beat the senior student incessantly. That's right, he was chasing the senior student in order to beat him. Knowing that he was in a bad state and no match for Lin, the senior had chosen to escape. However, how could Lin let such a prey escape from under his nose? Thus, he didn't hesitate for a second before giving chase. Ha! Eat my fist! Lin caught up to the senior and struck at him with his mountain-quaking fist. The mountain-quaking fist was extremely powerful and instantly obliterated the defensive spell cast by the senior. Then, the remaining power of the strike blew him off his feet. A golden defensive barrier started to materialize around the senior, who had tumbled to the ground and was vomiting blood. Upon seeing this, Lin smiled triumphantly. Fuck you, Lin. Do you have no moral integrity? The senior student let loose a torrent of abuse. He had never seen such a shameless person before. Faced with the senior's abuse, Lin was completely unfazed. In order to complete the system's mission, Lin had already tossed all his moral integrity aside. After the pitiable senior was teleported out of the event arena, Lin went to check up on his system. Mission progress. 1 out of 10. Lin nodded in satisfaction and continued with his hunting. Not far from the small mountain, Lin once again heard the sounds of a battle. He started to feel as if luck was on his side. As he cautiously closed in on the battleground though, Lin became completely startled. The surrounding spiritual energy swarmed about fiercely, and frightening bursts of shockwaves radiated out from the collisions of spells. These two appear to be a bit too strong. Lin hid behind a massive rock and peeked into the distance. After spotting the two who were fighting, he became stupefied. Light binding! A young girl with short pink hair cried crisply as she waved her staff about. A circular halo of light shot out from the staff in her hand. This circular halo of light moved at incredible speeds and in a split second had trapped a red-skinned male. Roar! The male howled loudly. Red flames burst out from his body as he attempted to free himself from the halo of light which was binding him. The flames from his body soared towards the sky and continuously diffused outwards. Even from behind the massive rock, Lin could feel the waves of heat washing over him. From a distance, the pink-haired girl raised her palms towards the male. A staff decorated with 6 feathers span rapidly in front of her, and an extremely terrifying amount of energy started to build up. My combination attack is invincible. Take this, final spark. the girl cried softly. An insanely powerful beam of energy burst forth from the staff. This ray of light was akin to a laser beam as it penetrated through hundreds of meters of space. It scattered the flames of the red-skinned male and pierced through his chest. It then created a long and deep ditch in the earth. The red-skinned male was unable to speak after being run through by the beam of light, and he vomited blood as he collapsed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a golden defensive barrier materialized around his body. Even though she had defeated the red-skinned male, the girl with short pink hair didn't appear to be very happy. It appeared as if she had thought something and she slapped her head in exasperation. Why? I should have used the QER2 abilities in succession. Are my hands really that clumsy? And Lin, who was spectating from afar, was utterly stupefied. Such a striking scene quickly reminded him of a game from Earth, League of Legends. The girl was extremely beautiful, and splendid clothes adorned her graceful figure. Short pink hair, a pink and purple sailor costume, white silk leggings, and a six-feathered staff. This girl is cosplaying as Star Guardian Lux 3. Isn't she? Hang on. She's even able to use light binding and final spark. This is already beyond the realm of cosplaying. She's a freaking real-life sorceress 4. And Lin's throat felt a bit dry. He no longer wanted to find out why such a strange girl would appear here. He was covered in cold sweat after watching the battle, and his only thought now was to leave this bloody place as soon as possible. And Lin had some self-awareness after all. That crushing pressure, that destructive power. That battle was clearly between two strong cultivators of the spirit-nurturing rank. Faced with such enemies, his chances of performing a last-hit kill were infinitely close to zero. As the good old adage says, a lean camel that dies of starvation is still bigger than a horse 5. Besides, this young sorceress had not yet died of starvation after her battle and was still alive and kicking. And Lin gulped as he weakened his aura and tried to move away stealthily. However, his body suddenly jolted at this moment. It was as if his entire body had been restricted, and he was completely unable to move. A dazzling halo of light had encircled Lin, and it possessed an insanely strong restrictive ability. Shit, I've been discovered. A cold chill traveled through Lin's body, and he sighed in his mind. What I'm most afraid of has eventuated. Haha. I was just worrying about the fact that there was no one to practice my abilities on, and then you suddenly appeared before me. The delighted cry of a girl came from behind Lin. I'll definitely complete my QER triple combo this time. I can definitely do it. Sounds of the girl encouraging herself once again came from behind him. QER triple combo? Tears welled up in Lin's eyes as he heard this. That spirit-nurturing ranked redskin male was beaten half-dead by a QER double combo. Towards a junior cultivator of the 8th stage Dao body, you really plan on using such a ruthless QER triple combo. And Lin sniffled. His instincts told him that if he was struck by the final spark, he would be done for. Sure enough, amongst the small and unfortunate group of fewer than 10 students that emerged in every free-for-all battle event, there was a spot for him. When a person is faced with a life-threatening situation, they will always be able to gain superhuman abilities. And Lin was no exception. When he felt an exceptionally alarming amount of energy gathering behind him, he finally erupted. Star Guardian Lux, please spare me. I'm just a bludgeon. In the past, and Lin's voice could only reach 100 decibels when shouting. Now that he was threatened with death, he managed to shout at a voice of over 200 decibels. If this didn't count as an outburst, then what did? The girl behind him was slightly surprised, and the energy gathered on her staff started to dissipate. It worked, and Lin exclaimed in shock. And Lin felt the pressure behind him recede, and the halo of light binding him also disappeared. Soon after, he felt someone softly poking him from behind. He turned around and found that the breathtakingly beautiful girl had already flown before him and was now curiously studying him. Who are you? You even know that I'm Star Guardian Lux. The girl tilted her head slightly as she sat atop a six-feathered staff. Her beautiful purple eyes blinked as she looked curiously towards Enlin. I'm Enlin and I've come from Earth. I observed that your getup is very similar to a certain character that I've seen in a game. So, in a moment of desperation, I shouted that out. Enlin replied honestly. Earth. Her eyes lit up and she pointed at Enlin. I remember now. You're our school's most networked backdoor entrant. Enlin scratched his head and chuckled. It appeared as if he was really famous at the university. Even the young sorceress knew of him and his alias. Although he had an urge to cry when he heard this alias, the girl hopped off her staff and walked before Enlin. You also know how to play League of Legends too, right? She grinned. Enlin nodded. When he was at school, he would always play with his classmates, and last season he had reached the diamond tier in ranked games. He could already be considered as exceptionally good at the game. Ah, that's great. The girl appeared extremely excited as she took out a mobile phone and handed it to Enlin. Enlin was rooted to the spot as he stared at the pink large-screen phone in front of him. You don't know how to use a mobile phone? The girl quizzed upon seeing Enlin's dumbfounded expression. Yeah, I do know how to use it. Enlin came to his senses and turned the phone on. A cultivator had just handed him a mobile phone. This scene was as strange could be. Say, what's the meaning of handing me this phone? Enlin was puzzled. The girl whipped out another pink large-screen phone. Let's have a solo battle on LOL. If you win, I'll let you go, she said excitedly. Enlin. A string of curses raced through Enlin's mind and he felt completely baffled. Say, is this person really a cultivator? Can't be that she's an internet addict from Earth, right? Also, what is with playing LOL on the phone? Are you sure this is League of Legends and not Arena of Valor 3? Also, is there even internet in the cultivation world? I've never heard about it. There were countless complaints and Lin wanted to shout out. However, under the domineering prowess of the young sorceress, all he could do was forcefully endure it and silently tap on the League of Legends icon on the phone. Sure enough, the Arena of Valor interface appeared when the game opened. His username was Adorable Little Apple. After logging into the game, a window popped up on his screen. Pretty Little Apple has challenged you to a solo battle. This challenge was clearly sent by the girl. So, this phone really can connect to the internet. And Lin was astonished. He tapped on Accept and entered the champion selection screen. After entering this screen, he was completely baffled. Fuck. Why are the champions in Arena of Valor actually those from League of Legends? Right at this moment, the pink-haired girl leaned against Enlin. The range of the information transmission spell formations on these phones are limited, she said softly. Come here, let's get closer. That way the signal will be better. Enlin. As expected, this was a phone which had undergone magical modifications. Moreover, this game had also undergone magical modifications. Her talent is far beyond my imagination. Should I praise her ingenuity? And Lin chose LeBlanc the Deceiver as his champion. He had initially wanted to choose Riven the Exile as his champion, as that was who he was most familiar with. However, he didn't really know how to perform a quick Q a combo on the mobile version of the game. After they both picked their champions, the solo battle determining Enlin's fate finally began. The two of them stared at their screens intently as they sat atop a gigantic rock, and their fingers swiped about the screen furiously. The girl chose Lux as her champion and even used the Star Guardian Lux skin. It appeared as if she was truly fond of this getup. If they were playing on a computer and their choice of champions remained the same, and Lin was confident that he could crush her, even if she were Challenger 4 ranked. This was completely due to the innate advantage of his champion over hers. Now that he was faced with a mobile version of League of Legends, and Lin dared not make such bold claims and jinx himself. Luckily, the abilities in this game had not been altered and the champions still had 2 passive abilities along with 4 active abilities. The only difference was that all of these had become active abilities now. The girl's rule for this solo battle was that whoever destroyed the opponent's nexus first would be the victor. This rule dictated that this was going to be a lengthy war of attrition. However, Enlin would not overlook accumulating an advantage in the early stages. After a minute or two, and Lin became familiar with the controls. In reality, the controls were not all that different from those in Arena of Valor. After reaching level 2, he decided to have LeBlanc go ahead and expend some mana. The E ability of the girl's Lady of Luminosity Lux was way off target and exploded behind LeBlanc. Then, Lux was struck by LeBlanc's Q-W double combo and her health went down by 1/3. And Lin happily moved LeBlanc backwards. When he was casting his ability, he was only struck once by Lux's normal attack. This interaction is my win, he grinned. Then he looked towards his health. I've only lost 1/3 of my health. Huh? 1/3? And Lin, hang on a second. Did I see that incorrectly? Why is my health only on 2/3? And Lin blinked. He was a bit dumbfounded. At this moment, he was accidentally struck by Lux's A ability. Then his health fell to 1/3. A frightening suspicion grew in Lin's mind. His finger trembled as he tapped open Lux's attributes, and he looked nervously towards her stats. The following stats appeared. Attack damage, 65 plus 150 magic resistance, 25 plus 150, and Lin closed the stats window solemnly. With teary eyes, he looked towards the girl beside him. She was in high spirits and completely absorbed in the game. At this time, his LeBlanc was once again struck by Lux's normal attack. First blood. The system's voice appeared to be particularly loud. Yeah? The girl exclaimed loudly as she threw her arms up in excitement. She then noticed Lin's expression and turned to face him. Huh? Why are you staring at me? I know I'm amazingly beautiful, but can you please concentrate on the game? It's bad to lose concentration. What I want is a fair battle. A fair battle? And Lin's lips quivered. He finally mustered up some courage and said, I have a question. Why are the stats of your Lady of Luminosity buffed? Oh, those? The girl chuckled. I really like Lux, the Lady of Luminosity, so I used the ability God's blessing on her, she explained. Towards this whimsical and inexplicable answer, and Lin nodded his head solemnly and returned to the game. He had already understood the connotation behind that sentence. What the girl meant was this. I'm cheating, what are you going to do about it? I'm so angry, but I still have to maintain my smile. After all, the in-game Star Guardian Lux only has some stat boosts. The real Star Guardian Lux sitting next to Lin, though, could blow him up into pieces simply by casting a final spark. Question. In a game, how can one defeat a hacker? And Lin's answer was this. Use your godly skills to defeat them. And Lin had already realized that this girl was truly a clumsy player. The abilities she used all missed their targets and he could barely bear to keep watching. All she did was continually smash the A button. Even though her smashing out A's was still a frightening proposition, and Lin was at least able to see a glimmer of hope. After LeBlanc the Deceiver revived, and Lin purchased items that would boost his attack stat. He planned to use a combination attack when he reached level 6 and send Lux straight back to her home base. And Lin stopped fighting recklessly with her, instead waiting for his minions to develop and his level to increase. Finally, LeBlanc reached level 6. This was the pre-update LeBlanc, thus, he chose to go with the most damaging QEWR combo. After dodging Lux's light binding ability, LeBlanc closed in on her and immediately used Sigil of Malice and Ethereal Chains. At almost exactly the same moment, he also used Distortion and Mimic. All 4 abilities hit their target. And Lin's combo was completed smoothly, and the young sorceress champion was killed before she even had time to cast a defensive ability. Seeing her screen become dark, the girl pouted and glanced at Lin sulkily. Just you wait. I'll definitely take revenge, she muttered. Seeing his attack succeed, a flame of hope reignited in Lin's heart. After returning to his base, he continued to buy items that could increase his magical damage. Afterwards, all he had to do was dodge her attacks and wait for the cooldown to complete. Then, he could repeat what he had just done. Remain calm. I can win this. Lux's light binding and lucent singularity were unable to hit LeBlanc a single time. Half of the credit went to Lin's skillful control and excellent placement. The other half of the credit went to the clumsy player who was controlling Lux, the Lady of Luminosity. The The cooldown for Enlin's special ability was almost complete, and the real Star Guardian Lux became increasingly worried. Time ticked by, and as if she had finally come to a resolution, she hovered her finger over the special ability button. My light will dispel all the darkness and purify all my enemies. The pink-haired girl suddenly cried aloud this childish statement and tapped on the special ability icon. Whoosh! A pink beam rocketed towards Enlin's champion. Final spark. Directly using her special ability. Enlin's eyes twitched. He immediately used distortion and had LeBlanc dash to the side. From the casting of Lux's final spark to the actual firing of the giant laser, there was a moment of delay. Thanks to Enlin's quick reactions, he was able to dodge this powerful attack. This girl is so impatient. The hit rate of directly casting a special ability isn't all that high. Have I pressured her into making such rash decisions? Enlin breathed a sigh of relief and his lips curled up into a slight smile. In any case, this interaction was threatening but not dangerous, and his opponent had also lost their cool. Wasn't this great news to him? Soon afterwards, the sounds of explosions came from the phone. Boom! 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 Huh? Was the special ability's sound effect like this? Enlin looked towards his screen. Then, he realized that, under the attack of the final spark, his 3 defensive turrets had all exploded. He was stupefied once again. He glanced towards the girl beside him and couldn't help but say, "May I ask? What's up with this ability?" "Ah, this ability is Final Spark," the girl answered bluntly without even raising her head. "Final Spark? Whose Final Spark can destroy 3 turrets at once?" And Lin finally erupted. A champion who could destroy turrets with a single cast of their special ability. What chance did he have? Even if you hack, can you please at least maintain some moral integrity? The girl didn't become angry upon hearing Enlin's complaints. Rather, she started earnestly explaining the situation to him. Look here, Lux's special ability is called Final Spark. As the name implies, it is the most powerful light wave. Since it is the most powerful light wave, isn't it unreasonable for the defensive turrets to remain unharmed when they are hit? So, all I did was make some small adjustments so that the effects of this ability would be more logical and reasonable. Hearing this explanation, Enlin raged in his mind. Fuck your logic. Fuck your reason. This final spark has already become an ability that can destroy the heavens, destroy the earth, and destroy the void. You call this logic and reason? Enlin really wanted to smash the phone. However, he was no match for the real Star Guardian Lux. If he really did smash the phone, what awaited him was a real-life final spark. Considering the frightening nature of such a consequence, Enlin was finally able to suppress his urge. In the end, under Enlin's perseverance, he was able to last for a full 5 minutes. A final spark cast by the young sorceress destroyed Enlin's nexus and ended the battle. Enlin was a bit teary-eyed as he looked towards the word defeat printed across his screen, and he remained silent for a long while. What a satisfying battle! The girl smiled contently. She stretched lazily, slightly straightening her slender waist. Satisfying? Enlin silently moved his finger towards the report icon on the screen. Soon after, he recalled that there were no GMs in this bloody game. Even if there really was a GM, it would just be the girl beside him. Thinking of this, all he could do was sigh softly and prepare himself for the final punishment. Huh? Why are you so depressed? The girl asked upon seeing the anxious expression on Enlin's face. Enlin rolled his eyes at her. Perhaps you want me to beam with joy while you beat me mercilessly? The girl suddenly came to a realization and understood why Enlin was wearing such an expression. She clapped her hands together and chuckled. Aha! I've changed my mind now. Although you lost the game, I've decided not to practice my spells on you. Enlin's eyes lit up. Really? He asked joyfully. Really? The girl nodded earnestly. However, I have one condition. What condition? In fact, as long as the girl agreed not to use Final Spark on him in real life, Enlin would grit his teeth and agree to her conditions, even if there were 10 of them. Stay here and game with me. A look of excitement was visible in the girl's purple eyes as they squinted into a smile. And Lin, my best friends are all noobs. They can't even last for 5 minutes against me. In fact, only you can last for a full 10 minutes. This is the feeling of a close contest, the girl continued. And Lin's mouth twitched upon hearing this. If you don't use hacks, you'll suddenly find a lot of evenly matched opponents. Believe me, how long do I have to game with you for? And Lin still needed to seek out 9 last-hit victims, and he couldn't let the rare opportunity provided by this event slip by. The girl stroked her chin and fell deep into thought. After a moment she replied, I'll let you go as soon as you defeat me once. And Lin almost fainted. At this rate, we'll be gaming for all fucking eternity. He roared in his mind. However, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Gaming with you is fine. But can you also accept a condition of mine? And Lin asked. The girl frowned slightly. I'm listening. Can we game atop the Black Rock Peak? Due to some unique circumstances, I have to remain atop the peak for a day. And Lin said. The girl readily accepted and Lin's demand. Gaming atop the Black Rock Peak appeared rather like dueling on MT Hua 1 and felt much like a clash between two masters. The girl really liked this kind of feeling. Just like that, the girl had her 6-feathered staff hover into the air. Then, a pink streamlined curtain of light appeared around the staff. This was the light concealment spell from Sword Kinesis Flight. The pink streamlined curtain of light acted to steady the rider's body and could also protect them from the wind and prevent sunburn. This skill could only be mastered by cultivators who had reached the spirit nurturing rank. Seeing the girl beckon at him, and Lin anxiously stepped onto the staff. Dude, it's Sword Kinesis Flight. To be honest, he was fairly eager to try it out. This is my first time. Can you please be more gentle? And Lin said timidly. Ha ha ha. No problems, darling. I'll be very gentle. The girl answered heartlessly with a wide smile on her face. Then, she purposefully cancelled the protection from wind ability of the light concealment spell. The 6-feathered staff quivered for a moment before rocketing into the sky. Ah! The 6-feathered staff flew insanely fast and the wind screamed past. And Lin, who was standing on the staff, started screaming in fright. Out of instinct, he grabbed onto the soft and slender waist of the young sorceress in front of him. Slap! Scoundrel! The girl cried softly and slapped him in the face. Tears welled up in Lin's eyes as he let go of her waist. The magical staff was traveling at almost the speed of sound. How could he not panic? His heart was about to beat out of his chest. Looking down, the frightening height sent him further into panic and he started to go weak at the knees. Sword Kinesis Flight is so scary. Sword Kinesis Flight is so scary. And Lin felt that he was getting a bit sword flight sick. Earth Immortal Yuing, who was above the barrier containing the event area, fell deep into thought as she looked towards the disappearing figures of the girl and Lin. Are they a pair of inseparable lovers flying off into the distance? Aha! I have a nagging feeling that these two are a bit peculiar. She looked towards the notebook in her hands. In it, the data of numerous students was recorded. And Lin's data was altered once again. And Lin, combat capability, 120. Achievement score, 150. Lu Qianhuan, combat capability, 850. Achievement score, 300. I think Lu Qianhuan was ranked 4th in the previous Immortal rankings board. If she didn't place so much of her attention towards trivial matters, she actually had the ability to shoot for a top 3 ranking. Forget about it. As long as the two of them don't team up to harass others, then they won't have broken any rules. I can't be bothered worrying about such things anyhow. They've almost flown out of the area that I'm in charge of. Let me share my data with the other teachers first. Earth Immortal Yuing was truly busy. She was using her divine sense to simultaneously observe more than 10 battles. Thus, when Lin and his companion flew out of her area, she stopped paying them any attention. She was extremely satisfied, as her paying close attention to Lin had been fairly rewarding. After she returned, she would file an application to the university in order for her to realize the inspirational ideas in her mind. During the flight, and Lin learnt of Star Guardian Lux's name. She was called Lu Qinhuan and was a third-year, Class 1 student. At the same time, she was also greatly knowledgeable in mortal studies and was especially infatuated with mortal entertainment, in particular competitive video games. From her mobile version of League of Legends, and Lin could profoundly feel her interests in this area. "Look! The Black Rock Peak is just ahead!" Lu Qinhuan yelled excitedly. Saying this, she increased the speed of her sword kinesis flight. Tears welled up in Lin's eyes as he looked towards the jet-black mountain peak which rose hundreds of meters into the air. "We're finally here," he sighed in his mind. After this terrible staff flight experience, and Lin felt that he had developed acrophobia and tachyphobia. There was a level area of approximately 17 meters wide atop Black Rock Peak. As if sliced cleanly by a sharp instrument, the surface was particularly smooth. When Lin and Lu Qinhuan landed on the mountain peak, they were surprised to find that there was already another male meditating there. "Is he a spirit-nurturing ranked prodigy?" And Lin anxiously questioned the girl next to him as he fixed his hair which had been messed up by the wind. Logically speaking, only cultivators of the spirit-nurturing rank had the ability to reach this mountain peak. However, Lin could only sense the aura of an 8th-stage Dao body coming from that person. Thus his question. Lu Qinhuan shook her head. "He's only got a rank of 8th-stage Dao body," she replied. "Weird. I get the feeling that I've seen him somewhere before." At this moment, the male who was meditating opened his eyes and looked towards Lin and Lu Qinhuan. He looked to be around 14 or 15, with his face appearing delicate and his eyes especially pure. The youth stood up. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and saluted towards Lin and Lu Qinhuan. Seeing this, Lin returned his salute. For some reason, he didn't seem to feel any animosity towards the youth in front of him. The youth appeared to be tranquil and calm. "Please don't hit me. I'll leave right away," he said gently. Lin, Lu Qinhuan. Immediately afterwards, the youth took out a bundle of thick rope and looped it around a white pole which he had conjured with his immortal spell. He drove the white pole into the ground, then grabbed onto the rope and started sliding down the mountain slowly. Lin and Lu Qinhuan fell silent as they watched the youth's disappearing figure. "I keep getting the feeling that he's very odd." Lin finally spoke after a long time. Lu Qinhuan nodded her head in agreement. The fact that a mere 8th-stage Dao body-ranked cultivator was able to meditate atop the Black Rock Peak was very odd. When he reached the base of Black Rock Peak, the youth looked upwards towards the top of the peak. "What lousy luck! After I had gone through all that difficulty to find such a serene place." He sighed in disappointment. Right at this moment, an extremely beautiful girl with a flaming sword in hand appeared before him. "First year, Class 1, Su Xiaolin. Please enlighten me." The youth was momentarily dazed. Then, a grievous expression appeared on his face. "5th year, Class 1, Chen Chen. Say, Student Su Xiaolin, can you please let me go? I need to earn more achievement points, so I'm afraid I can't do that, Senior Chun." When Su Xiaolin finished speaking, she mercilessly slashed towards Chun Chun with her flaming sword. A scorching sword projection burst out from the blade, reaching Chun Chen in an instant and slicing him into two. Soon afterwards, the two halves of Chun Chen's body transformed into a white mist and evaporated before her eyes. Su Xiaolin was startled by what she saw. The youth's figure and aura had already disappeared completely. It was as if he had never appeared before her. Strange. Could it be that he has some mysterious escape technique? Su Xiaolin was completely baffled. The youth only had a rank of 8th-stage Dao body, yet could silently escape from before her. This was completely mind-boggling. Behind a mountain peak hundreds of meters from where Su Xiaolin was standing, a white mist suddenly appeared. Then, Chun Chen's figure slowly stepped out from this white mist. "Ah, I've wasted some of my vital energy again. What lousy luck!" Chun Chen sighed softly. Above the event barrier, an elder sitting on a calabash looked curiously at the youth through squinted eyes. On his notebook, he had Chun Chen's data. Chun Chen, combat capability, achievement score, 0. Su Xiaolin, combat capability, 260. Achievement score, 160 say. When Xianxia entered this university, he already had a rank of 8th stage Dao body. 5 years have almost passed and this kid is still on the 8th stage Dao body. Moreover, he's already attended a few free-for-all battle events, yet astonishingly hasn't even been involved in a single battle. Even when spirit-nurturing ranked students go after him, he's able to easily escape. Not taking into account other matters, his escaping skills are top-notch. The elder silently nodded his head. No wonder this student was fancied by a true god. Every such student is this interesting, he thought to himself. Amongst the 50,000 students in this university, only 5 students had received a true god's letter of recommendation. Apart from the 3 students in first year, one of them had already reached the top of the university's Immortal rankings board, and the other was none other than Chen. I really wish that you could display your skills once. It can't be that you're just going to graduate so obscurely and without attracting any attention, right? The elder spoke softly and gazed down upon Chen with a look of anticipation on his face. As Lin had desired, he was taken to the top of Black Rock Peak. Next, all he needed to do was meditate and perform expiration for a day. Once he had completed this, he would be able to successfully cultivate his Earth Lotus Supreme skill. Theoretically speaking, he had no chance to meditate and perform expiration now that he needed to play games with Lu Qianhuan. However, you mustn't forget that as a result of Lin's diarrhea incident, he developed a cultivation method whereby one could absorb vital energy while squatting. In fact, this was a cultivation method which could be performed while multitasking. Cultivating while squatting on the toilet could be regarded as multitasking, as could cultivating while playing games. As long as the environment was tranquil enough and he had enough stamina, practicing this cultivation technique wasn't a difficult task. Just like that, Lin started the carefree and leisurely life of cultivating whilst playing games. He could see the progress bar for the Earth Lotus Supreme skill on his system, and with the passing of time it was slowly inching forwards. As soon as the progress bar was filled, he would have successfully cultivated the Stage 1 Earth Lotus Supreme skill. During expiration, apart from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he could feel another strange energy. This energy slowly flowed into his body from atop the Black Rock Peak and continuously tempered his body. Ah, this feeling is amazing, Lin exclaimed as he looked towards the sky. Then he tapped on Lux's icon on his phone. He wanted to try out the Lux on his phone and see whether or not her final spark could destroy 3 defensive turrets at once. Unfortunately though, it appeared as if that was an ability exclusive to the real Star Guardian Lux. Lin's standard edition Lux was ravaged, and the game ended after 8 minutes. Afterwards, he accepted this reality and started to choose champions who were more explosive. Every battle, he would strive to increase the number of times he sent the young sorceress back to her home base. That way, he would be able to struggle on for a while longer. As a result, Lin was able to kill her more than 10 times every game, and the game would also stretch for over 10 minutes. Lu Qianhuan was constantly insta-killed by Lin, and she was starting to feel a little annoyed. She puffed her cheeks out and looked at Lin pitiably. There was a slight blush on her pretty face, and she appeared extremely cute. Seeing this, Lin started pondering over whether he should go easier on her. To him, victory or defeat was meaningless anyway. However, before he could even reach a decision, Lu Qianhuan spoke. "Give me a moment. I need to update the game." "Huh? Update the game?" Lin blinked in confusion. When she finished speaking, Lu Qianhuan tapped open an interface. Then, her fingers became a blur as they danced around the screen. Lin was astonished by the sight in front of him. Holy fuck! She's already reached a typing speed of 200 words per minute. Hasn't she? No, it might already be 300 words per minute. Is this still the uncoordinated sorceress that I know of? This typing speed is already far beyond what professional scribes can achieve. Moreover, strings of code are displayed on her screen. Could it be that she's programming? Holy shit! Is she manually updating the game? After a while, Lu Qianhuan stopped typing. Phew! Mission accomplished! She exclaimed happily. Then, appearing a little tired, she started massaging her fingers. and Lin had already become numb watching her program. He believed that if programmers watched her program live, they would be frightened to tears. Lu Qianhuan shared a folder with Lin so that he could install the update. After updating the game, both of them opened up the mobile version of League of Legends once again. This time, she chose Garin, the Might of Demacia. Presumably, she wanted to buff her champion's health and defenses in order to prevent being insta-killed by Lin again. And Lin was a bit surprised. This appeared to be the first time that she had chosen a champion other than Star Guardian Lux. At this moment, Lin had already picked Zed, the Master of Shadows. He was an explosive melee assassin. After his Master of Shadows left the base, he was greeted by the sight of Garin's 40-meter-long sword. Garin set out from his base's red nexus and stopped under his side's defensive turret. Then, he started hacking non-stop at the enemy's defensive turrets. Others all say that Garin's sword is 40 meters long, and I always felt that reality did not live up to the name. As expected, it's become more realistic now, Lu Qianhuan explained contently. The corners of Lin's mouth twitched. How the hell do you expect me to play? After much difficulty, he reached level 6. He planned on returning to his base to buy items which could buff his attack, then go all out at his opponent. Right at this moment, Lu Qianhuan yelled, "For Demacia!" Then, a 40-meter-long golden sword descended from the sky and cut towards Zed. And Lin's screen was filled with a golden light. When this golden light disappeared, his screen became dark. The pitiable Zed. He was slain as he was purchasing items at his home base. This is called the Flying Sword. It can sever an enemy general's head from 1,000 miles away, Lu Qianhuan explained. And Lin nodded earnestly and played along with her. It's only logical that the special ability of a 40-meter-long sword should have greater attacking range, and only logical that the damage it deals should also be greater. Senior Lu, your modifications are very reasonable. Lu Qianhuan's eyes lit up. Not bad. You understand me after all. Finally, the game ended, and Lin's stats read, 0 kills, 12 deaths. He felt that these were his worst ever stats since he started playing League of Legends. No, he refused to acknowledge that this game was League of Legends. Even though he was battling against Lu Qianhuan, he felt as if the two of them were playing completely different games. Not only could Lin's opponent use hacks, but she could also create hacks on the spot. Say, "Are you afraid?" Night gradually set in and Lu Qianhuan took out a night luminescent magic tool. This tool was disc-shaped and let out a soft white glow. It even sent out bursts of heat towards the surrounding area to defend against the cold. The two of them started gaming again. And Lin's current record sat at 0 wins and 50 losses. He already felt numb towards losing, as he was ravaged by Lu Qianhuan in all kinds of ways. The starry sky was clearly visible from atop the mountain peak. The full moon looked large as it hung in the sky, and it appeared as if it was very close to where they were sitting. Below them in the distance, explosions could occasionally be heard. Dazzling immortal spells of various colors also appeared frequently, and they lit up the dark night. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan were gaming leisurely atop the mountain peak, and such a scene was a clear contrast to what the other students in the free-for-all battle event were going through. At Lin's rank, his body was already especially resilient and tough. To him, pulling 1 or 2 all-nighters had basically no detrimental effect. Thus, he was made to game with Lu Qianhuan for the entire night. At noon the following day, a faint golden glow suddenly emerged from Lin's body. Immediately afterwards, countless golden patterns started appearing on his skin, and they formed into a mystical figure. As suddenly as they appeared, though, the patterns and golden glow quickly began to dissipate and disappear. However, this sight did not escape Lu Qianhuan's attention. My God! You've attained enlightenment from playing a game? Oh, great God! How did you do it? Lu Qianhuan's face was full of surprise. She blinked her purple eyes at Lin, and the stars in her eyes almost leapt out. And Lin had absolutely no idea how to answer her bizarre question. Just then, his Earth Lotus Supreme skill had broken through to stage 1. Numerous information regarding this skill started to flow into his mind. This was a skill which was in accordance with the power of the Earth. In the initial stages of cultivation, this skill could strengthen one's body and also increase the power of their earth category spells. For example, the system notified Lin that the power of his mountain quaking fist had already doubled. I can sense that your body has been strengthened considerably. The vital energy in your body also appears a lot more abundant. Lu Qianhuan's eyes sparkled brighter and brighter. She grabbed Lin's hand and asked excitedly, "Can you please teach me the cultivation method whereby one can become stronger even when they are gaming?" If she was able to learn this cultivation method, her cultivation would no longer be detrimentally affected by her game addiction. This was the cultivation method of her dreams. And Lin was a bit exasperated. Since when did he know of a cultivation method that could help one become stronger through playing games? However, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Cough! I have a cultivation method where you can perform expiration while playing games. Do you want to learn it? And Lin asked. Yeah, I do. Lu Qianhuan answered without hesitation. I have one condition though. Once I teach this cultivation method to you, you have to let me go. And Lin continued. He still had to complete the system mission and couldn't be stuck here playing games for 3 days. A look of hesitation emerged on Lu Qianhuan's face. In the end, though, she decided to agree to Lin's condition. Between the fish and bear paw, the bear paw was still more important one. If worst came to worst, she could still bait the fish, and Lin, back in with her bear paw, atop the black rock peak, and Lin taught Lu Qianhuan the multitasking cultivation technique. After learning this technique, Lu Qianhuan happily took Lin back down the mountain. Then, she flew off in search of other people to practice her spells on. And Lin felt great after regaining his freedom, and he once again set off on his journey of hunting for critically injured targets. Now that his Earth Lotus Supreme skill had reached the first stage, his strength also increased by a fair amount. He wasn't sure exactly how much stronger he had become though, and he could only find out after testing it on someone. Students able to enter this university were all the most talented individuals of their age bracket. It was also inevitable that the cultivation methods they practiced were first class amongst the cultivation world. Thus, even though Lin had learnt the Earth Lotus Supreme skill, he still wasn't confident that he could match it with cultivators of the same rank. Hopefully I can meet someone whose rank is one stage below mine, so I can familiarize myself with my own strength. Just as Lin thought this, he bumped into a familiar person. This person was Lin's classmate Wei Ji, who had a rank of 9th stage Dao body. Wei Ji was a bit dazed when he saw Lin. Evidently, he didn't expect to meet him here. This trash actually managed to make it to the second day? Wei Ji was astounded, and he looked Lin up and down. He was actually very contemptuous towards Lin. It was only due to him being a well-cultured person that allowed him to hide his feelings and not let his disgust show. Heh, since he's already appeared before me, I may as well sweep this trash out. Wei Ji sneered in his mind, yet put on a warm and gentle expression. Student Lin, please enlighten me. He gestured towards Lin in invitation. Seeing that Wei Ji had already fully released his aura, Lin knew that he wouldn't be able to avoid this battle. He was very annoyed. Why was it that when he wanted to come across a 7th stage Dao body opponent, a 9th stage Dao body opponent suddenly appeared? Since I can't avoid it, I'll fight. Student Wei Ji, please enlighten me. The image of a golden lotus appeared on Lin's forehead. His aura suddenly changed at that moment, and it became as strong and steady as a mountain. It was as if no amount of power would be able to move him. The wind howled around Wei Ji, and a suit of wind armor appeared around his body. Furthermore, his fist was shrouded in a white ball of light. This white ball of light was formed due to the rapid compression of air. Whoosh! Wei Ji started moving, and in a flash he had appeared before Lin. A pair of fists shrouded in white light mercilessly swung towards Lin. Right away, he used his ultimate move of which he was immensely proud, Implosion Fist. The white light on his fists would explode once they came into contact with Lin's body. The force of such an explosion could blow boulders up into smithereens. Wei Ji was confident that Lin would definitely die if he was to be hit by such a strike outside of the event area. Now that they had the protection of the golden defensive barrier, It wasn't under his control whether Lin became severely injured or crippled. Don't blame me for being ruthless towards you. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for being too weak. Wei Ji sneered, faced with Wei Ji's fist, and Lin also replied with a punch. Mountain-quaking fist. A golden fist of around 3 meters large emerged from his fist. The golden lotus on his forehead spun, and a wisp of the earth's energy flowed imperceptibly into the golden fist, giving rise to some qualitative change. Seeing Lin's immortal spell, the expression on Wei Ji's face changed slightly. However, his fist still swung towards Lin's golden fist all the same. That's just some third-rate immortal spell, he thought. Watch how I destroy it with my fist. Boom! The two fists collided, and white light exploded with a loud rumble. The powerful explosion caused the ground within a 10-meter radius to tremble and crack open. Furthermore, the ground at the center of the explosion had completely caved in. Wei Ji had initially thought that his punch could shatter the golden fist and critically injure Lin. Yet, after the explosion, the golden fist had only become a bit dimmer. Afterwards, the fist ripped through his wind armor and smashed into his body. Boom! Wei Ji felt as if his body had been struck by a large mountain. Boundless power tore through his body and he vomited blood as he flew backwards. His eyes rolled into his head when he landed on the ground, and he almost lost his consciousness. Lin looked at the scene in front of him in surprise as he stood still and gasped for breath. The earth was caved in and cracked, and Wei Ji was vomiting blood and severely injured. Fuck! My mountain-quaking fist has become this powerful. Wei Ji is a powerful cultivator of the 9th stage Dao body, and I blew him away with a single strike? This is more than the doubling in power described by the system, right? Wei Ji stood up shakily, with blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was evident that his internal organs had already been injured. His face was filled with shock, and he looked towards Lin in disbelief. That's impossible. Weren't you only ranked 0th stage Dao body when you enrolled? Wei Ji's lips trembled as he glanced at Lin. That's right. Lin nodded sincerely. After a few months of cultivation, I've already reached the 8th stage Dao body. Wei Ji was dumbstruck upon hearing this, and it looked as if he had swallowed a fly. Impossible! You ranked up 8 stages in a mere few months? You've got to be kidding me. You definitely used some secret method. You must have cheated. When you fought against me, you definitely broke the rules and used some high-level talisman. You cheated. Wei Ji flared up in anger. He was unable to accept the fact that he had been beaten by Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin's face darkened. He was no saint, and it was only natural that he wasn't in a great mood with someone repeatedly claiming that he had cheated. Ha! Wei Ji roared as he charged towards Lin once again. He was severely injured at this moment, causing his speed to be significantly slower than before. His punches were still extremely powerful though, with blades of wind dancing about his fists and a sonic boom audible every time he threw a punch. Lin wasn't as skilled as Wei Ji in close-quarter combat. Thus, he was accidentally struck by Wei Ji a few times during their battle. Every time Wei Ji struck Lin, it was as if he had punched a steel plate. His fists would become weak and numb. On the other hand, Lin's expression remained unchanged, and he would only be pushed back a few steps. It was as if Wei Ji's punches had no effect on him. Seeing this, Wei Ji was dumbstruck once again. What's with his body? Why is it so solid? My fist can crush even boulders, so how is he uninjured after taking my blows? You're definitely hiding something. Tell me what you've done. Wei Ji's eyes turned red and he became even more furious. He put his full power behind every single strike. Lin sighed as he looked towards Wei Ji's wild figure, and he threw a single punch. Mountain-quaking fist. The golden light of the fist enveloped Wei Ji. The fist was akin to a gigantic mountain as it crushed down upon him, and a look of despair spread over his face. "Ah!" Wei Ji screamed in despair as he was struck by the golden fist once again. His defeat judgment seal was immediately activated by the tremendous power of the fist. Once more, he vomited blood and collapsed to the ground. His entire body was trembling, and he gazed at the golden defensive barrier surrounding him with an expression of disbelief. I lost? I actually lost. Wei Ji had never imagined that he would actually be defeated by Enlin, a person who he regarded as trash. He knew in his mind that had it not been for the golden defensive barrier, it was very likely that he would have lost his life. Even so, he still couldn't accept the fact that he had been defeated by Enlin. Enlin walked to Wei Ji's side. With the way things had progressed, he finally understood why Wei Ji had become so frenzied. The more one is beaten by that who he scorns, the more frenzied one will become. Sorry for hurting your fragile heart. A disdainful smile hung on Enlin's face. However, there's still one thing I must say. Being defeated by an individual who's only cultivated for a few months. Student Wei Ji, you've truly wasted more than 10 years of your life. Hearing this, Wei Ji's eyes bulged. The flow of his vital energy and blood became turbulent, and he vomited another mouthful of blood. Then his eyes rolled into his head and he passed out. An immortal, who was sitting on a calabash above the barrier enveloping the battleground, witnessed Enlin's battle in its entirety. TSK. Just as I thought, the kids who have a true God's letter of recommendation are all special. If I'm correct, Enlin has only been cultivating for 4 months. How frightening. The elder shook his head and lightly stroked his white beard. He held a calligraphy brush in his right hand and he waved it in the air as he recorded some data. The black strokes suspended in the air and they formed into numerous words. Enlin's data was amongst them, and it changed once again. Enlin, combat capability, 180. Achievement score, 190. Generally speaking, students of the 10th stage Dao body would have a combat capability score of around 200. The fact that Enlin's combat capability reached 180 indicated that the elder already viewed his strength as close to that of 10th stage Dao body. Remaining uninjured whilst defeating the 9th stage Dao body ranked Wei Ji was ample proof of Enlin's strength. Moreover, there was a trace of aura contained in his mountain-quaking fist which conformed with the great Dao. The elder marveled at this, and it helped to boost Enlin's combat capability score. Enlin continued with his hunt. He was feeling much more confident after his battle with Wei Ji. At the very least, he wouldn't need to be afraid when he met enemies of the 9th stage Dao body anymore, and he would be able to rush at them fearlessly. Just like that, night gradually descended. It had been a smooth-sailing day for Enlin. After a period of using guerrilla tactics and finishing off critically injured victims, he had successfully defeated another 6 opponents of the 9th stage Dao body. He was now only 2 people off from completing his mission of defeating 10 enemies ranked higher than him. He mulled over whether or not he should continue hunting into the night and whether he should strive to rank up to the 9th stage Dao body as quickly as possible. As the free-for-all battle transitioned into its final half, students below the rank of 8th stage Dao body had generally all been eliminated. The remaining students were all extremely powerful prodigies. If he couldn't rank up quickly enough, then there was a possibility that he would soon be unable to defeat a single enemy. After roasting a marmot using a simple fire control spell, Enlin quickly gulped it down. He then started to meditate and regulate his condition. Nighttime in the forest of 1,000 peaks was tranquil and quiet. Thus, if a fight became heated, the sounds of battle would travel far and wide and the flashes of the immortal spells would appear especially prominent against the night sky. When that occurred, numerous students would be attracted to the battleground and a spectacular chain of battles would thus ensue. Before he knew it, an hour had passed. Boom! A loud blast suddenly sounded not far from where Enlin was meditating. In the darkness of the night, the flames were akin to the brightest of beacons announcing the whereabouts of this new battle. Enlin opened his eyes and excitement washed over his face. He had almost recovered all the energy that he had expended today, and now was the time to get moving. When Enlin arrived at the battleground, the battle had already ended. A golden defensive barrier appeared around a male who was covered in injuries and laying on the ground. Next to him there was also a white dog. Zhao Huayin. Enlin exclaimed in surprise as he saw the male. The person collapsed on the floor was none other than Zhao Huayin. Although he had already been beaten beyond recognition, the dog next to him was still easily recognizable. Upon seeing Enlin, Zhao Huayin was also startled. He never imagined that Enlin would be able to break free from the burly students who had him surrounded. Enlin, you have to live on happily. This opponent is especially frightening and I, your brother, cannot save you. Zhao Huayin was teary-eyed as he bid Enlin farewell, and his figure disappeared amidst a golden glow. Enlin, the image of Zhao Huayin fleeing and leaving a trail of dust behind him was still fresh in Enlin's mind. Enlin knew that if Zhao Huayin was still alive, he would most certainly be the first one out of here. Woof, woof! Dabai rushed towards the male opposite of him in grief and fury. Opening his jaws and leaping up high, he bit towards the male. In critical moments, Dabai was still very loyal. If the owner was beaten, their pet would seek revenge. Then, he was kicked back hundreds of meters by the male. Dabai rocketed into a gigantic boulder like a cannon, smashing it to bits. Humph! A person ranked as lowly as you actually dared to dream of ambushing me? Even if I'm injured, that doesn't change the fact that I'm a person of the 10th stage Dao body. The male had a look of disdain and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Enlin fixed his attention on the male and found that he was covered in wounds. His aura was still immense though, and it was evident that Zhao Huayin was no match for him. It appeared as if a battle had already taken place here before Zhao Huayin had arrived. Presumably, Zhao Huayin had wanted to deal a killing blow to the injured male yet didn't anticipate the male would still be so formidable. This resulted in the sight which greeted Enlin. Enlin rushed to Dabai's side and started examining his wounds. Dabai appeared feeble and his body was riddled with wounds. It looked as though he could no longer move, so heavy-handed. Moreover, Dabai doesn't have a defeat judgment seal. If it wasn't for his unique physique, he may have been killed by that kick. The male walked over slowly. Seeing Enlin, his mouth stretched into a sneer. Fuck off. I'll deal with you after I slay this dog. Enlin took a deep breath. He stood up slowly and blocked Dabai behind him, refusing to budge a single step. Seeing this, the male was momentarily dazed. Soon after, though, a cruel smile emerged on his face. So be it. Since you want to die quicker, I'll help you out. First year, Class 1, Enlin. Please enlighten me. Enlin said coldly. Oh? So, you're the most networked backdoor entrant. Enlin. The male suddenly became interested and he looked Enlin up and down. Aha, you don't appear as useless as the rumors say. At the very least, you have the courage to face me. The male nodded slightly. Enlin cracked into a smile. Not only do I have the courage to face you, but I also have the ability to beat you back to your mother's bosom. One had to admit that his taunts were particularly savvy. Upon hearing his comment, the veins of his opponent bulged. It was clear that his opponent was infuriated. You've got guts. Second year, Class 1, Xianxia. Please enlighten me. After he finished speaking, the male's aura erupted outwards. Up until now, amongst all the enemies that Enlin had come across, this was the most oppressive aura yet. Without any hesitation, he used his mountain-quaking fist. A golden fist of 3 meters wide smashed towards Xianxia. Sensing the terrifying power of the golden fist, he shivered and immediately retrieved a crimson shield from his storage ring, placing it in front of himself. Boom! The power of the golden fist erupted, and Xianxia was blown back more than 30 meters, creating a deep ditch in the ground. The crimson shield shattered into bits. Furthermore, Xianxia's hands were split open by the shock which had traveled through the shield. Xianxia glared at Enlin intently, and a feeling of absolute shock gripped his heart. The terrifying nature of this immortal spell was far beyond what he had envisaged. Likewise, Enlin had a look of surprise on his face. This was the first time that someone was able to completely block his mountain-quaking fist. That was already his most powerful move. He didn't become discouraged, though, as the saying of a formidable bald individual once surfaced in his mind. There is nothing in the world that one punch cannot solve. If there is, then throw 2 punches. Mountain-quaking fist. Enlin roared and threw another punch at Xianxia. A golden fist that was 3 meters wide surged towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's expression changed drastically. Holy fuck! Again? Zhang Chen didn't have a shield to block the second golden fist. What should I do? The golden fist contained a terrifying power and it was insanely fast, reaching him in an instant. Zhang Chen drew a sword from his waist and used his mountain of flame sword technique. Flames of extremely high temperatures danced about his sword as it slashed furiously towards the golden fist. Boom! A massive explosion erupted as the flaming sword collided with the gigantic golden fist. 50 feet of earth was engulfed by the flames and was instantly scorched black. Furthermore, the gigantic golden fist tore apart the earth and caused large sections to cave in. With great difficulty, Zhang Chen, who was at the center of the explosion, managed to block this mountain-quaking fist. The shock waves from the explosion smashed into his body and sent him reeling back. At this instant, his wounds tore open, and blood started flowing out relentlessly. Zhang Chen had never imagined that Enlin would push him to such an extent. From his aura, he is undoubtedly only a cultivator of the 8th stage Dao body. So, what on earth is with his terrifying immortal spell? Just as Zhang Chen was frozen in astonishment, another golden fist appeared in his vision. Mountain-quaking fist. Enlin roared and a golden fist of 10 feet surged out. Fuck the immortals. Don't you need to rest after using your spell? Zhang Chen cursed loudly. He felt as though he had been trampled over by 10,000 alpacas. This was a feeling of helplessness and despair. Enlin also wanted to have a rest. In fact, using the mountain-quaking fist 2 times in a row had practically consumed all his energy. However, he knew that he couldn't stop at this critical moment. He couldn't give his opponent any respite. Thus, he drew on every last inkling of his energy and used the mountain-quaking fist for the 3rd time. The 3rd golden fist made Zhang Chen feel a sense of despair. He put all his strength behind his sword parry, yet the massive power of the fist penetrated through the sword and erupted over his body. Boom! Zhang Chen felt a heart-wrenching pain rip through his body. He felt as if his entire body had been pulverized by the fist, and there wasn't a single place that wasn't hurting and shuddering. Thump! His body collapsed to the ground and his vision became blurry. A golden defensive barrier emerged around his body. This all felt absurd for Zhang Chen. Being a prodigy of the Mountain of Flames sect and boasting unsurpassed natural talent, he simultaneously practiced numerous first-rate cultivation methods of the sect. It was only ever he who would pummel those ranked above him. Since when had he ever been beaten by those ranked below him? Today, however, he really was beaten by someone ranked lower than him. Furthermore, it was a student of the 8th stage Dao body who had beaten him. There was a ranking gap of 2 full stages. After using his mountain-quaking fist for the 3rd time, Enlin fell to his knees in exhaustion. Upon seeing the golden defensive barrier around Zhang Chen's body, he breathed a sigh of relief and a triumphant smile emerged on his face. Dabai, I've taken revenge for you, Enlin exclaimed as he ran towards Dabai. Laying atop the cracked boulders, Dabai whimpered softly as he glanced at Enlin with his large black eyes. Enlin sensed that there was something abnormal about Dabai's state. It appeared as if his condition had worsened, with blood seeping from his mouth. Dabai, are you all right? Enlin immediately picked Dabai up and carefully sensed his injuries. For some reason, though, Enlin was unable to cast his senses into Dabai's body. It was as if Dabai's body had been covered up by something. What can I do? What can I do? Dabai's presence became weaker and weaker. If this continued, he would certainly die. Enlin was extremely anxious. He didn't know how to use healing spells. Thus, he could only dress Dabai's wounds with some strips of cloth. However, Dabai's injuries were mainly internal. What Enlin had done would have little effect in alleviating Dabai's injuries. Teacher, this dog is on the verge of death. Can you please save him? Or send him back to receive treatment? Enlin yelled towards the barrier above him. He knew that there was a teacher over there observing the battlegrounds. Thus, he could only place his hopes on the teacher. Unfortunately, though, there was no reply from above the barrier in the sky. Enlin was greatly disappointed. He carried Dabai around and had no idea what to do. Dabai, do you have any last words? And Lin asked in concern. He looked towards the injury-riddled Dabai in his arms. Dabai! Woof! And Lin caught another groundhog and handed it over to Dabai. Dabai! Eat this groundhog to nourish your body. Dabai grimaced and turned his head away. Before he died, he didn't want to see Lin anymore. Only cats eat rodents. By throwing him a rodent, aren't you humiliating dogs? The immortal teacher in the sky was a sword immortal. A sword hung from his waist and his white clothes fluttered. He was called Destiny's Sword Immortal, and he believed that all things had their own destiny. He believed that one could not forcefully insist upon something, nor could they forcefully change something. Destiny's Sword Immortal naturally heard Lin's calls for help. However, since this dog had mysteriously arrived at the Forest of 1,000 Peaks, this was his destiny. He would not attempt to forcefully change this kind of preordained fate. This is all fate. Destiny's Sword Immortal nodded earnestly. Lin's data was beside him, and he had already updated it. Lin, combat capability, 205. Achievement score, 380. Afterward, Lin once again came across a student of the 9th stage Dao body. He had made his way here by following the tremors of a battle. Lin clashed fiercely with the student, and after using his mountain-quaking fist twice, finally defeated him. Ding! A crisp sound reverberated in his mind. This was the sound which signified the successful completion of a mission. After a short while, Lin felt his bones crackle and he was overcome by extreme pain. The pain felt as if it were going to tear his body apart, and Lin truly couldn't bear it. He laid down on the ground and hugged his body tightly. Vital energy frenziedly rushed into him and tempered his body. It's so painful. How can it be this painful? Lin was a bit flustered. When he ranked up from the 7th stage to the 8th stage, it clearly wasn't this painful. Right at this moment, a gigantic cyclone of vital energy suddenly appeared in the sky. Enveloping an area of 100 feet, it looked much like a funnel and contained an enormous amount of power. Up in the sky, Destiny's Sword Immortal had an expression of surprise as he gazed at this massive cyclone of vital energy. Such intense fluctuation of vital energy. The presence of the spirit of nature can be felt no less. This is the fluctuation caused by when one ranks up from the Tao body stage into the spirit nurturing stage. It can't be. Don't tell me that student Lin is about to rank up. Destiny's Sword Immortal cast his eyes downwards and stared at the youth who was rolling about in pain. The eye of the vital energy cyclone was undoubtedly above the area that Lin was in. Hang on. Although Lin is ranking up, he's ranking up from the 8th stage Tao body to the 9th stage Tao body. How is it possible for him to attract the phenomenon which only appears when a cultivator ranks up to the spirit nurturing stage? Destiny's Sword Immortal was perplexed. This vital energy cyclone is incomprehensible. Don't tell me that there really are freaks who can rank up twice in succession? The gigantic cyclone of vital energy, as well as spiritual energy, started to converge towards Lin's location. This burst of energy was especially turbulent and vast. Without a doubt, this was the phenomenon unique to when a cultivator broke through to the spirit nurturing rank. Destiny's Sword Immortal suddenly fixed his attention on a sight below. It can't be, he stammered. This burst of energy was converging towards a space next to Lin, the space where Dabai was similarly rolling about in pain. Just as Lin was breaking through to the 9th stage Tao body, a mysterious power aroused the energy in Dabai's body. Then, Dabai felt a heart-wrenching pain come from within his body. Holy fucking Lin! What have you done to me? Dabai roared in his mind. It was a pity that he couldn't speak though, and he could only bark madly. The gigantic cyclone of vital energy converged in the sky, and it funneled violently into Dabai's body. Tears welled up in Dabai's eyes. He had never experienced such pain before. Under such pain, even Zhang Chen's kick from before seemed to be gentle and soft. Huge amounts of vital energy gathered in Dabai's body, and it fused together with the spiritual energy which was also pouring inside him. Slowly, The two streams of energy started to fuse together and condense. In the end, they formed into a dazzling golden beast core. In that instant, Dabai started to become aware of the boundless power and vitality flowing through his body. The pain gradually disappeared. He stood up and his eyes gleamed. And Lin was also drenched in sweat as he stood up. He stretched his body and exclaimed softly, "Ranking up this time was truly challenging. I know, right? It hurt like hell." A voice concurred. Hearing this, and Lin nodded in agreement. "I know, right? It hurt like hell." Immediately afterward, though, he felt that something was off. Holy fuck! Who's speaking to me? And Lin's hair bristled. How was someone able to silently approach him? Was it a powerful cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage? "Here. I'm over here." The voice once again sounded from beside him, and Lin looked around nervously yet couldn't find anyone. "Damn, is it a ghost?" Lord Dog, am here. Are you trying to be snobbish, woof?" And Lin's expression faltered and he looked down. He found that Dabai was beaming at him with his tongue out and his tail wagging. "Dabai?" And Lin asked uncertainly. It was indeed this Lord Woof. Dabai's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Heaven knows how when Lin could sense that Dabai's smile was a sinister one. In any case, it was a very vivid kind of sinister. "Dabai, you can speak in the human tongue? You've become a dog spirit." And Lin finally lost his composure and started screaming loudly. "Bah! What's with all that spirit and demon nonsense? I've broken through to the spirit nurturing stage," Dabai said disdainfully, and Lin was dumbfounded. This news was even more shocking than if Dabai had admitted to becoming a spirit. "Are you kidding? This weakling, Dabai, has suddenly become a powerful cultivator of the spirit nurturing stage?" Seeing the surprise and confusion on Lin's face, Dabai opened his mouth to speak. "The beast tribe's way of ranking up is different from that of your human tribes. Anyhow, it was probably thanks to you that some shackle in my body was broken and I was able to form my beast core and reach the spirit nurturing stage. After forming the beast core, I've become a spirit beast and am able to speak in an intelligible tongue." Seeing how pleased Dabai was with himself, and Lin accepted this explanation, and a load was taken off his mind. Although he had absolutely no idea how he had assisted Dabai in breaking through to the spirit nurturing stage. However, and Lin was already particularly pleased with the fact that Dabai was now looking as good as new after previously being on the verge of death. Dabai suddenly emitted an astonishingly powerful aura. Immediately afterward, his body started swelling rapidly. Eventually, he transformed into a large dog 10 feet in size. "Good heavens! You're so mighty, Dabai!" Seeing Dabai's transformation, and Lin's eyes lit up. At this moment, Dabai's fur was dazzling white and appeared especially soft and smooth. His large eyes were bright and piercing, coupled with his sharp teeth. This gave people the feeling that he was both powerful and adorable. "Humph! Of course." Dabai wagged his tail and smiled complacently. "You've helped me out a fair bit. I'll bring you along with me to slay other students," he continued. And Lin was overjoyed upon hearing this, yet he became hesitant soon after. "I think there's a rule which states that ganging up on others is forbidden, right? If we act together, we'll break the rules. And Lin, you need to build up your IQ. The rules of this event state that people must act individually. However, I'm a dog. Woof." Dabai wagged his tongue as he spoke, and Lin didn't feel a shred of displeasure at having his IQ questioned by a dog. Rather, a look of joy appeared on his face. It was as though he had discovered a completely new world as he looked towards Dabai eagerly. "Dabai, please let me flex with you. Please fly me along one." "Heh, what a fitting phrase. I'll fly you along right away." Dabai lay on the floor. "Get on, woof. Holy fuck. Dabai can really fly." Although Lin was a bit surprised, he didn't hesitate for a single moment before jumping onto Dabai's tall and sturdy back. He grabbed onto his soft fur and smiled. "Let's go, Pippy Dog." "What Pippy Dog? I'm Dabai Woof." Dabai protested. A pure burst of wind energy suddenly emerged from below his body. Then, he tread upon the wind and shot into the sky. Above the barrier, Destiny's sword Immortal fell into silence as he watched the person and dog fly further and further into the distance. In the end, he finally came to a realization. "This is destiny," he exclaimed happily. Sure enough, after saying this, Destiny's sword Immortal found suitable explanations for the ridicules in his mind, and his mind became peaceful and calm. Destiny's sword Immortal nodded slightly. This phrase is truly handy. It can be used to explain all kinds of fuckery. Amidst the sky in a distant place. "Oh, feels amazing," and Lin screamed happily in his mind. This was the first time that he had experienced the joy of flying. Debai's large stature, as well as his body warmth, gave Lin a great sense of security. Sitting on Debai's back, he felt as though both his acrophobia and tachyphobia had been greatly eased. As expected, sword kinesis flight can go to hell. In the future, he only wanted to engage in dog kinesis flight. And Lin was very happy, and he had already started thinking about what kind of flying pet he should keep in the future. Soon after, something clicked in his mind and he lightly caressed Debai's head. "Debai, why don't you become my pet?" And Lin said softly, "Debai, and Lin, have you gone nuts? More like you should become my pet." "Woof," Debai barked. And Lin was a bit disappointed upon hearing this. "Zhao Huayin is so fortunate to have you as his pet," he lamented softly. Debai's face broadened into a grin. "Heh, Zhao Huayin deserves to be my owner? He's only my shit-shoveling slave, woof." "Ha!" And Lin was astonished. Debai's comment had truly startled him. "Have you heard of the mythological beast sect?" Debai asked, and Lin shook his head. The mythological beast sect is a large sect formed by the beast tribes of the Kingdom of the Nine States. The members of this sect are also mainly comprised of beasts. When young beasts haven't formed their beast core yet, there's usually a full-time caretaker who's responsible for looking after them. Zhao Huayin is my caretaker, and we usually call these caretakers shit-shoveling slaves. Woof, and Lin felt as if he had heard something unbelievable. Then the one coming here to study is actually... That's right, it's me. I was a bit interested in this university, so Zhao Huayin brought me here. From the looks of it now, it's been fairly fruitful. At least I've been able to successfully form my beast core, woof. Debai was pretty ecstatic about this, and he started wagging his large, snowy white tail happily. And Lin nodded. He didn't expect for Zhao Huayin to be Debai's personal caretaker. However, he imagined that in Debai's heart, Zhao Huayin wasn't merely the shit-shoveling slave that Debai labeled him as. Rather, he believed that Debai saw Zhao Huayin as a friend. Otherwise, Debai wouldn't have disregarded his safety to seek revenge after Zhao Huayin was beaten to the verge of death by Zhang Chun. Woof! I've detected someone's presence. Now, I'll let them taste this dog lord's power, Debai exclaimed excitedly, and Lin's expression became serious. He knew that the next battle was about to begin. Earth Immortal Yuing lay on the floating book and used her divine sense to observe the state of affairs in the area that she was in charge of. The free-for-all battle had already entered into the final stages and far fewer battles were occurring. However, practically every battle which occurred now was of a high standard. Right at this moment, a familiar presence charged into the area, which was under Earth Immortal Yu Ying's divine sense. Kinesis flight? Is it a spirit-nurturing stage prodigy? Immediately afterward, a line of data appeared on her notebook. And Lin, combat capability, 205. Achievement score, 380. Holy fuck. This has got to be a joke. What on earth has he gone through? Earth Immortal Yu Ying's eyes widened as she glared at the data on her notebook, and her eyes almost bulged out. Originally, Lin's combat capability was only a tad over 100, as was his achievement score. Now, his combat capability has doubled and his achievement score has increased by even more. Is he hacking? Earth Immortal Yu Ying mumbled. She was unable to understand what had happened. It made sense that his achievement score had increased. However, combat capability wasn't something that could be increased simply because one wanted it to increase. Moreover, his combat capability had doubled. Amongst the 10th stage Dao body-ranked students of the university, a combat capability of 205 is already of the average standard. Isn't he only of the 8th stage Dao body? Furthermore, he's engaged in sword kinesis flight. Is he still with Lu Qianhuan? Earth immortal Yuing could only roughly observe his state. Thus, thinking back to the events before she came to such a deduction, she started to focus her attention on Enlin. Immediately afterward, she became even more flustered. Holy fuck! It's not Lu Qianhuan. He's riding a dog. What's up with this dog? The corners of her mouth twitched. Where did this spirit-nurturing stage dog come from? Out of the 22 spirit-nurturing stage ranked students of the university, she didn't know of any who could transform into a dog. If other students entered the range of her divine sense, their data would automatically appear on her notebook. However, this clearly wasn't the case with the dog. During the initial teleportation, it was impossible for spirit beasts to be teleported. Unless, Earth Immortal Yu Ying's expression quivered. Don't tell me that this dog broke through to become a spirit beast on the battlefield. Good heavens! Who can tell me what I should do in such a situation? Enlin, don't cause me any more trouble, or else I'll deal with you in our next lesson. Earth Immortal Yu Ying glanced at the male who was happily riding his dog and murmured quietly to herself. Just as she finished speaking, she saw the large dog swoop down excitedly towards a student on the ground, clearly looking for a battle. Earth Immortal Yu Ying. My name is Qin Feng. I'm a second-year, Class 1 student, and am a powerful cultivator of the 10th stage Dao body. My current achievements include defeating 10 students of the 10th stage Dao body and defeating over 20 students ranked lower than me. This time, I feel that I have a chance to break into the top 100 and enter the university's Immortal Rankings board. That's right, as long as I engage in a few more battles, I can achieve my goal. Qin Feng was brimming with confidence. His black clothes fluttered and a white sword rested in his hand. He appeared impressive and commanding. Right at this moment, an extremely powerful presence rushed towards him. Shit! It's a prodigy of the spirit-nurturing stage. Qin Feng exclaimed in fright. However, he regained his composure in no time. Not only was this a challenge, but it was also an opportunity. If he could fight to the fullest of his abilities against a powerful opponent of the spirit-nurturing stage and lose after a few exchanges, then the teacher would give him a higher score. That way, his chances of breaking into the top 100 and entering the Immortal Rankings board would be greater. Identify yourself. I'm second year, Class 1's Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised his head and looked upwards. It was from the sky that he detected the powerful presence. Holy fuck! What's with this dog? Qin Feng was momentarily dazed upon seeing the large flying dog. Then, his expression changed drastically. At this moment, the student riding on the dog's back replied loudly, I'm first year, Class 1's Enlin. Please enlighten me. Senior Qin Feng. Please enlighten you? Qin Feng's eyes bulged as he stared at the person and dog. Before he could make sense of what was happening, the dog which was rushing towards him had already raised his paw and swiped it at him. Qin Feng was indeed a powerful cultivator who had experienced numerous battles. Even though Dabai's attack was extremely fierce, he was still able to immediately raise his sword in front of his body and parry the swipe. Thump! A tremendous power hit him and his body flew backward. So powerful. Qin Feng was extremely startled. This dog clearly possessed the power of a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator. What's going on? Does our university have a powerful cultivator who's able to transform into a giant dog? Before he could even get over his surprise, the large white dog's front paw, which was encircled with a cyclone of wind blades, made a swiping action towards his airborne body. Dabai was already a spirit beast now, and with a wave of his paw, he would be able to draw on the powers of the heaven and earth. With his simple swipe, 10 wind blades of 10 feet long cut through the air and slashed towards Qin Feng. Still in mid-air, Qin Feng slashed his sword about and sword projections flew from his sword, shattering the wind blades. Dabai had used his full power on this attack, however, and it would not be so easily blocked. Despite the fact that Qin Feng's swordsmanship was brilliant and he was able to shatter 8 wind blades, there were still 2 wind blades which managed to slash into him. Blood splashed out and 2 cuts appeared on his body. This wasn't the end though. and a golden fist possessing terrifying amounts of power crashed towards him. Holy fuck! How can the two of you attack at once? Qin Feng exclaimed in disbelief. He was in a phase of relative defenselessness at this moment and was only able to hold his sword across his body. Boom! A powerful energy burst out as the fist landed, and it caused him to spit out a huge mouthful of blood. And Lin had already reached the 9th stage Dao body. Using the mountain-quaking fist again, the power possessed by this attack was even more terrifying than the immortal spells of some 10th stage Dao body ranked students. Thus, with just this strike, he was able to cripple Qin Feng. Huh? How is he so weak? And Lin was a bit puzzled as he walked towards Qin Feng. In his impression, this senior had a rank of 10th stage Dao body. At any rate, he should have been able to take at least 2 or 3 mountain-quaking fists before being defeated by him. How come he was crippled by a single strike of the mountain-quaking fist? Hearing Enlin's comment, Qin Feng wanted to vomit blood again. So shameless. If you have balls, fight me one-on-one. Teaming up with a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator to fight me. Do you think you're some kind of hero? Qin Feng let loose a torrent of abuse. Also, the rules of this event clearly state that people are only allowed to battle alone. You're breaking the rules. Qin Feng berated. And Lin blinked upon hearing this and pointed towards Dabai. I did battle alone. This is a dog, it doesn't count as a person. He's my summoned beast and is a part of my strength. I'm Enlin's summoned beast. I'm called Dabai Woof. Dabai concurred. What fucking summoned beast? Your summoned beast is ranked even higher than you? This is cheating. Cheating, do you understand? Hearing their comments, Qin Feng shook in fury and he felt as if he was about to pass out. Right at this moment, Dabai spoke again. Come and Lin, go and deal the killing blow. That way, you will have defeated another powerful student of the 10th stage Dao body. Killing blow? Hearing this, Qin Feng wanted to vomit blood again. Teacher, you can't ignore this matter. Is there still any justice? Is there still any law? He yelled in grief and indignation. He knew that there was definitely a teacher who had become aware of this battle. Unfortunately, though, the teacher did not intervene. This could only mean that the actions of those two had not broken any rules. Just like that, Qin Feng received a mighty beating at the hands of Enlin, and his golden defensive barrier was directly beaten out of him. Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he lay on the ground and his mouth opened and closed. However, he was unable to utter a single word. What the heck was this? Forget about having an honorable battle with a powerful spirit-nurturing stage cultivator. He would never have imagined that he would end up being beaten by a human and dog duo, no matter how he looked at it. He had been defeated in a dishonorable and unjust manner. Finished. Let's seek our next battle. And Lin brushed his hands off in satisfaction and jumped onto Dabai's back. Dabai was also very excited. Okie dokie. Let these mischievous children recall the fear of being dominated by large dogs. Dabai sprung to his feet and flew off into the sky. Together with Enlin, the two of them once again embarked on their kingly conquest. Up in the sky, Earth Immortal Yuing was gritting her teeth. Crack! The pen in her hand shattered. Enlin, you cause me troubles incessantly. She was already baffled by Dabai's appearance. Immediately afterward, though, Enlin and Dabai teamed up to pummel Qin Feng. Being a teacher responsible for recording data, how was she supposed to record this data? Record Dabai's data as well? The combat capability of these two dirty swine can indeed be discerned from their battle. However, how should I distribute their achievement score? Earth Immortal Yuing was extremely frustrated. The more she thought about it, the more resentment she felt towards Enlin. Arg, how do I record this? Earth Immortal Yuing was going nuts. Finally, she wrote the following down on her notebook. Enlin, combat capability, 205. Achievement score, 405 Dabai. Enlin's summoned beast, combat capability, 320. Achievement score, 25 These two swine can take half of the achievement score each. As for how reasonable this is, that's Principal Yuhua's problem. I'm only responsible for reporting this, so whatever. That's right. Earth Immortal Ewing planned on recording data based simply on what she felt. Today was the last day of the free-for-all battle event, and over 40,000 students, each with some sort of injury, gathered on White Jade Plaza. These were the students who had participated in the event but had already been defeated. The plaza was enveloped in an insanely large healing formation spell. This formation spell was emitting a rich life force, continuously healing the injured students. Moreover, in the instances where a student was critically injured, teachers specializing in healing spells would assume responsibility for their treatment. It could be said that as long as you were still breathing when you had been teleported out, you wouldn't need to worry about dying in this event. Students on the White Jade Plaza had two aims. The first was to receive treatment, and the second was to spectate the ultimate battle of the free-for-all battle event. A crystal screen thousands of feet in size was suspended in the air above the plaza. Right now, though, there was nothing on the screen. Even so, the atmosphere on the plaza was especially boisterous, with students already engaged in spirited discussions. How come the crystal screen still hasn't started streaming yet? Don't worry, the crystal screen will start broadcasting the battles live when we're down to the last 200 students. Based on previous experience, there are still about 4 hours to go. The boundaries are probably shrinking now. Eventually, the boundary in the forest of 1,000 peaks will shrink from an area of 100 square miles to an area of 3 square miles. When that time comes, the battles will sure be intense. Who do you guys think is going to take the top rank in this year's Immortal Rankings board? Of course, it's going to be Wang Xuanzhan. When he was just a third-year student, he was already in the Spirit Nurturing final stage and had topped the Immortal Rankings board. Now that a year has passed, his strength will only be more unfathomable. Apart from him, who else can it be? I feel that it's going to be Yang Qingguo. He also has a rank of Spirit Nurturing final stage and was ranked third in the previous Immortal Rankings board after just losing to Wang Xuanzhan. Now that he's about to graduate, he might be able to excel and take the top rank. Humph! I reckon it'll be Goddess Lu. Her moves are fantastic and mystifying. Perhaps she can pull off a miracle. All sorts of discussions were taking place on the White Jade Plaza. Within the forest of 1,000 peaks, the fiercest and most bloody battles had already begun. The blue spell formation boundary shrank continually, and the remaining students all started to converge towards the Immortal King Peak, which was located in the center of the battleground. From time to time, students would bump into each other and an intense battle would erupt. Up in the sky, Lin, who was riding upon a dog, looked completely worn out. He had already experienced numerous heated battles today. The weakest opponent he had come across had a rank of 10th stage Dao body, and the strongest was so powerful that they were ranked amongst the previous Immortal Rankings board. If it wasn't for them ganging up on opponents and fighting as a duo, they probably would have been teleported out of the battleground ages ago. And Lin was looking at the system interface. After ranking up to the 9th stage Dao body, the mission given under the Cultivation base section became even more absurd. 10th stage Dao body condition. Master 3 different system-provided cultivation methods. The interface of the Cultivation methods section had refreshed, and there was a new wind category cultivation method. Stage 1 wind spirit condition. Jump off a cliff 100,000 feet in height once. Counting the thunder category cultivation method from before, which required him to be struck by lightning, there were exactly 3 cultivation methods. Which was to say, if Lin had 3 lives, he could try to rely on the system and break through to the 10th stage Dao body. Oh, there was also another cultivation method provided by the system, and it was under the God category. Divine Might condition. Be worshipped by 10,000 people. Under Lin's current situation, this was as difficult as trying to reach the heavens. If the condition was changed to be scorned by 10,000 people, he would be a tad more confident. He stopped thinking about matters related to the system and cast his eyes downwards towards the ground, continuing his search for prey. Boom! A flaming slash cut through the air and crashed into the ground. A terrifying wave of energy swept through the surroundings, and it appeared especially devastating. What powerful energy fluctuations! It's a battle between prodigies of the Immortal Rankings board, and their rankings don't appear to be low either. Let's check it out. and Lin patted Debai's head excitedly, and they started flying in the direction of the battle. Once they were close enough, they finally saw which two people were battling. Su Xiaolan, and Lin shouted instinctively when he saw one of the figures. He was able to recognize this extremely familiar figure straight away. Su Xiaolan was very skilled with the sword. During her battle, she combined the power from her heavenly phoenix divine bloodline with her sword techniques, giving rise to an astonishing power. An extremely pure flame burst from her sword every time she brandished it about. This made her appear like a heavenly phoenix, not only appearing magnificent and noble, but also possessing tremendous power. Although Su Xiaolan was powerful, her opponent was no pushover either. He was a solidly built male who was brandishing two swords. As his swords danced about, an airtight swordnet formed and blocked out most of Su Xiaolan's attacks. Not only that, but he was also able to identify weak points in Su Xiaolan's attacks and carry out swift and fierce counterattacks. This was a very close battle. Thus, even if Su Xiaolan could emerge victorious, it would be a rough and difficult victory. It was inevitable that she would be injured, and Lin felt very miserable as he could only watch on helplessly as his good friend was injured. "And Lin, look over there," Debai suddenly shouted, and there was a hint of excitement in his voice. And Lin came to his sense and looked towards where Debai was pointing. There, he could make out a human figure. This person was extremely well hidden, and their presence was suppressed to a minimal level. Moreover, their presence was further fused together with the surroundings. If it wasn't for Debai's sharp eyes and being able to observe from the sky, it would have been impossible to detect him. The person was silently observing Su Xiaolan's battle, and his intentions were evident. Good fellow, he actually wants to deal a last hit. Doesn't he know that the ancestor of the last hit trend is right here? Fury burned in Lin's eyes. After seeing Su Xiaolan become injured in this battle, he was already extremely unhappy. This fellow actually dares lay in ambush. Does he plan on attacking the injured Su Xiaolan? Let him appreciate the power of the human and dog duo Woof. Debai started clamoring for battle and was already itching to go. Elsewhere on the White Jade Plaza, images finally started to appear on the gigantic crystal screen, and the atmosphere on the plaza instantly reached a fever pitch. The screen was split into more than 10 windows, and each displayed a different battle. "Quick, look over there. It's a battle between Yang Qinggu and Luo Chenglong. What's so interesting about that? Rank 3 of the Immortal rankings board taking on rank 36. It'll just be an insta-kill." Heh, he lost just as expected. Right as he finished speaking, Yang Chengwu's battle ended. The tens of thousands of students each looked towards differing screens, and they started discussing the events spiritedly. Some people took notice of a certain screen. "Quick, look over there. Isn't that male who's holding the two swords the 29th placed Xianxia? Who's the female fighting against him? She looks unfamiliar." At this moment, an observant student replied, "She appears to be a student of the newest cohort. She's called Su Xiaolan." "For real? She's a new student?" Cries of surprise sounded around the plaza. They were astonished that such a new student was actually able to hold their own against a prodigy ranked 29th on the Immortal rankings board. Apart from the two supremely talented students who were already in the spirit nurturing stage, her strength could already be considered in the top echelon amongst the new students. They silently committed the beautiful and powerful girl to their memory. She had already become a rising star of the university, and it was very likely that in the coming years, she would break through to the spirit nurturing stage. Right at this moment, another window popped up on the livestream wall. This indicated that another battle had begun. Whenever a new battle erupted, it would attract the gaze of most people. At this moment, tens of thousands of students cast their eyes towards the new window. The plaza, which had been especially boisterous, gradually fell silent. More and more students cast their attention over to the new battle, and their expressions all became most peculiar. Some wore expressions of astonishment, whilst others had an odd look on their face. Some of them even rubbed their eyes in utter disbelief. The battle appeared extremely odd. What they saw was a gigantic white dog sitting on a member of the Immortal rankings board with a sinister smile on his face. His large paws held the prodigy's hands down firmly. The prodigy was unable to move and had a look of terror on his face. As for the other male, his fists were like raindrops as they rained down frenziedly upon the prodigy's face. The person being held down by the giant dog looks like Lu Chong. He's ranked 45th on the Immortal rankings board. Brother, your eyes are so sharp. You can still recognize him even though his face has been beaten to such an extent. Can someone please explain to me what's up with this dog? The moment this was said, silence once again fell over the plaza. I don't know what's up with the dog. However, I think that person is the new student, and Lin. What? He's the one who entered this university with a Zeroth stage Dao body. On the live stream of the battle, only the side of Lin's face could be seen. Thus, many students did not recognize him at first glance. After being prompted though, many students started to see the similarity between him and the portrait in the university's famous persons register. Holy shit! It really is him. Didn't he only have a rank of Zeroth stage Dao body when he enrolled? How come he's become so strong now? Many students were astonished by what they saw. Even though they were only spectating the battle through a live stream, they could tell that the power erupting from Lin's fists was beyond that of what normal prodigies could wield. As the fist launched, a fierce wind screamed. As the fist landed, it was swift and violent. Shock, the most networked backdoor entrant, who entered this university with a Zeroth stage Dao body, unexpectedly gave a prodigy of the Immortal rankings board a violent pummeling. Is this the decaying of morals? Or is it the counterattack of a loser? Many students came to a gradual realization. This was breaking news. The atmosphere on White Jade Plaza became fiery and many students started debating this battle endlessly. Some students speculated that Lin had concealed his strength when he enrolled, whilst others concluded that Lin possessed a supremely divine bloodline which had only awakened recently. What more? Some female students had already started covertly inquiring about Lin's address. Right at this moment, another statement sounded. Anyhow, I'm still more keen to find out what's up with that dog. The moment this was said, the students on the plaza once again fell silent. Within the forest of 1,000 peaks, Lin was clueless about what was going on at White Jade Plaza. He was busy pummeling Lu Chong, with every one of his punches striking flesh and making a loud slamming sound. The pitiable Lu Chong. Before he even had the chance to make a move, Lin had already used his fists to beat the golden defensive barrier out of him. Lu Chong was teary-eyed, and his lips quivered softly. With great difficulty, he opened his mouth to speak. Lin, fuck you. Did I dig up your ancestor's grave? Shit. He only wanted to deal a last hit in peace. A person and dog suddenly descended from the skies and without a single word, started beating him. More importantly, they only beat his face. Who had he offended? Lin looked at him with an expression of extreme fury. It was as if he wanted to skin him alive and swallow him whole. However, this was clearly the first time they had met. What was with this hatred and desire for revenge? Seeing the golden defensive barrier appear, Lin frowned slightly. It hurts, he said as he rubbed his slightly swollen fists. Lu Chong's chest tightened as he heard this, and he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. Lin glanced at Lu Chong. Oh, I'll answer your question, he continued. You didn't dig up my ancestor's grave. The reason I beat you up was because you stole my business. Listen carefully. I'm the professional last hit hunter. Last hits can only be performed by me. I'll definitely become the last hit king. When he finished speaking, Lin pointed his thumb at himself. A look of complacency and triumph was plastered across his face. Plop. After hearing this, Lu Chong successfully spat out the mouthful of blood which was trapped in his chest. The students on White Jade Plaza were stunned once again. The crystal screen could only record and stream, meaning that the students were unable to hear conversations taking place on the battleground. Thus, the students only saw Lin say something before Lu Chong suddenly vomited blood. So powerful! Is this the crushing might of a powerful cultivator? No, I think that it's some kind of sonic power which can injure others formlessly. Holy fuck! This magical power can even injure people through the golden defensive barrier? That's bloody badass. And Lin is truly enigmatic. He's a peerless prodigy. Within the forest of 1,000 peaks. Once Lu Chong disappeared, and Lin once again cast his attention towards Su Xiaolan. Boom! Flames erupted, and a scorching heat surged outwards. Su Xiaolan walked out of the flames, and as if they had a spirit of their own, the flickering flames circled around her body. Behind her, the 29th ranked Xianxia was already kneeling on the floor, a golden defensive barrier appearing around him. Seeing Su Xiaolan's appearance, pain stabbed at Lin's heart, and he hurriedly ran up to her. There were numerous sword wounds on her body, and her plain-colored Taoist robes were drenched in blood. Her pretty little face appeared especially pale. Su Xiaolan, and Lin yelled, seeing the person running up to her. A look of joy lit up on her jade-like face. And Lin, how come you're here? I heard the sounds of battle, thus, I made my way here. Say, are you all right? And Lin asked worriedly. Su Xiaolan shook her head softly. Being injured in battle was very normal, and to her, these injuries were not very serious. Afterward, she saw the giant dog behind Lin, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. And Lin, what's with the dog behind you? Oh, him? That's Dabai. And Lin explained. Ah, he's that perverted dog you told me about? The one who peeped on bathing girls. Su Xiaolan's eyes widened and she covered her mouth as she exclaimed in surprise. She was clearly in disbelief that the perverted dog was in fact so mighty and fearsome. Woof! And Lin, is this how you normally introduce me to others? Dabai was furious. They all say that the disgrace of a family should never be spread out. Bah! They all say that the disgrace of friends should not be spread out. Can't you beautify my deeds? And Lin scratched his head awkwardly. Su Xiaolan also knew of his frank and outspoken nature and knew that he had gotten himself into trouble. Ah! I really didn't expect for Dabai to be so adorable and mighty. Seeing is believing. Say, how did you guys meet up? Su Xiaolan quickly changed the topic. Hearing Su Xiaolan's compliments, Dabai's expression relaxed a little. Seeing this, Lin continued along with Su Xiaolan's topic and started explaining to her how he and Dabai had met. When Lin started walking towards Su Xiaolan after defeating Lu Chong, the students on White Jade Plaza thought that another mighty battle was about to erupt. However, much to their disbelief, the two people and one dog started chatting cheerfully. What? They were actually acquainted already. Forget about it. Let's watch the other battles. Some students voiced their disappointment. Currently, there were over 10 windows on the crystal screen and each window was streaming a different battle. The students focused their attention on the battles which interested them most. The teacher in charge of the live streams was just about to remove Lin's stream. However, it appeared as though he had caught something and he froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. Quick! Look at Lin's stream! The startled cry of a student suddenly erupted on the plaza. Upon hearing this, many students turned their attention towards that stream. Then, as if they had witnessed something completely incomprehensible, they all became rooted to the spot, dazed. This scene was far too beautiful. It was so beautiful that everyone forgot to breathe. The plaza once again descended into silence. An unexpected change of events suddenly occurred amongst the two people and one dog who were chatting cheerfully. The gigantic white dog suddenly opened his large and bloody mouth and swallowed Su Xiaolan whole. She died young. The dog ate a person. She was swallowed whole, no less. Does it really have to be so bloody? Tens of thousands of students stared dazedly at the giant white dog displayed on the screen. Even up till now, they still hadn't recovered from seeing such a young and beautiful girl be mercilessly swallowed by a fierce beast. Aren't they friends? How come he suddenly attacked? Just as I expected, that dog is extremely abnormal. I think he's the final boss of this event. So, who can tell me what the hell is up with that dog? Everyone. Right at this moment, when everyone was silent, something unexpected occurred once again. The giant white dog opened his mouth and a golden light radiated out from it, appearing extremely shocking. Holy fuck! This dog can even spit out golden light. The students were shocked once again. Hang on. This seems to be the golden light emitted by the defeat judgment seal. Some students came to their senses and a suspicion had already formed in their minds. Within the forest of 1,000 peaks. And Lin finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the golden light radiating from Dabai's mouth. He knew that his attempt was a success. It was only following Su Xiaolan's request that Dabai had swallowed her. In the battle earlier on, Su Xiaolan had expended all of the power coming from her heavenly phoenix divine bloodline already. This type of power was extremely hard to replenish in a short period of time. Simply put, she had already displayed her full strength to the observing teachers. Without the power of her divine bloodline, Su Xiaolan would be unable to fight at her full strength. If she continued on, she would just be asking for a hard time. Thus, she was better off leaving the battleground as early as possible. Thereupon, Dabai used a swallowing spell and gobbled Su Xiaolan up. After entering Dabai's stomach, Su Xiaolan was unable to break out with the strength she had remaining. Moreover, the vital energy in her body was being continuously stripped away by Dabai. This truly was a hopeless situation. Just like that, her defeat judgment seal was activated. There was a flash of gold, and without needing to endure any extra suffering, Su Xiaolan left the battleground. That method worked unexpectedly well, and Lin rubbed his chin in thought. Dabai, can I request something of you? What? If I meet a particularly strong opponent, swallow me. Dabai. After Su Xiaolan had left, and Lin once again flew off with Dabai and continued on his conquest. There was a flash of gold on White Jade Plaza and Su Xiaolan's tall and slender figure emerged. Immediately afterward, the strong healing ability of the spell formation activated and started healing the sword wounds on her body. Such strong healing effects. There was a look of surprise on Su Xiaolan's pretty face. Her wounds were healing very quickly and at this rate, she would recover fully in just a few hours. At this moment, a voice sounded next to her ear. Student Su, congratulations on escaping through a dog's mouth. A male student had a look of sympathy on his face as he offered his sincere blessings. Student Su, it's all in the past now, don't dwell on it. At this moment, another girl spoke. That's right, staying alive is most important. Wasn't it just being swallowed by a dog? There's nothing embarrassing about that, another student consoled. Immediately afterwards, countless students looked towards her caringly and consoled her kindly. Su Xiaolan? 2 hours later, fewer than 100 students were left in the forest of 1,000 peaks. In the meantime, apart from focusing on the battles of spirit-nurturing stage prodigies, the students paid most attention to Lin's battles, and Lin and Dabai flew about freely in the sky. Once they found an opponent, they would swoop down from the skies and pounce upon them. Do you recognize the fist descending from the skies? Mountain-quaking fist. The moment the golden fist descended was the moment the opponent's nightmare began. One had to admit, the unique fighting style of the human and dog duo attracted the attention of countless people. Numerous prodigies ranked amongst the Immortal rankings board fell victim to their vicious attacks and they died one after another. Thanks to their gallant exploits, and Lin and Dabai became famous and received a reverberant title. This title passed from mouth to mouth amongst the tens of thousands of students and it was especially momentous. Their title was the Gallant Human and Dog Duo. Look! The gallant human and dog duo have set their eyes upon another prodigy of the Immortal rankings board. Oh? Which unlucky bastard is it this time around? It's Zhou Qingyun, ranked 92nd on the Immortal rankings board. Oh no, so weak. I think that he'll be finished off by one strike of the dominant golden fist. I don't think it'll be that bad. I feel that he can hold off until the second move, dog's takedown. The students were all engaged in fervent discussion and it was extremely lively. As in Lin and Dabai always followed a general sequence of moves when they attacked, the students took it upon themselves to name their moves. Then, they would guess which move the opponent could last till. In the forest of 1,000 peaks, Zhou Qingyun traveled with his sword strapped to his back. He had already defeated 11 students of the 10th stage Dao body, and his sword intent had already accumulated to a frightening level. So what if the opponent is strong? One thrust of my sword is all I need to destroy them. First year, Class 1, and Lin. Please enlighten me. A voice sounded from the skies. Zhou Qingyun looked towards the skies. Feeling a strong presence, he shouted, "Good one. Fourth year, second class, Zhou Qingyun. Please enlighten me." A golden fist descended from the skies. With the weight of MT Tai-1, it bore down towards Zhou Qingyun. Ha 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 ha. What a powerful immortal spell. Regardless of what immortal spell it is though, I'll shatter it with a single thrust of my SW. PFFF. Ah! Before Zhou Qingyun could even finish his sentence, a massive wind claw appeared from thin air and smashed into his chest. Boom! As he was struck by the wind claw, the golden fist also arrived. The devastating power instantly knocked him to the ground. Even though blood was frothing from his mouth, there was a look of unswerving determination in Zhou Qingyun's eyes. Yus actually cast 2 spells at once, one hidden and one unhidden. Impressive. But so what? I'll shatter it with a single thrust of my SW. PFFF. Ah! The giant figure descended from the skies and crushed down on his body. The massive force caused him to spit blood once again. Zhou Qingyun felt a bit dizzy. Seeing the massive figure in front of him though, his eyes narrowed. So, it turns out that his opponent wasn't a human but rather a giant dog? What the hell was going on? The white dog even flashed him a sinister smile. Before he could wrap his mind around what was going on, a human figure leapt down from the giant dog. Whoosh! The human figure was insanely quick and was upon him in an instant. Then, a torrent of punches rained down upon him. Zhou Qingyun was beaten stupid by the devastating punches, and it took him a long time to utter out a single sentence. Hang on a second. Hearing Zhou Qingyun speak, and Lin stopped his flurry of fists. Senior, what's wrong? Don't you want to continue fighting? And Lin looked at him in confusion. Zhou Qingyun could barely hold back his tears when he heard this. What do you mean, continue fighting? You mean continue being beaten by you, right? Little friend and Lin, do you dare face my sword thrust? Zhou Qingyun spoke with great difficulty. He had already been charging up this strike for a long time. If the battle ended before he could use this move, he would feel very frustrated. A strange look appeared on Lin's face. Is your zodiac sign Virgo? Zhou Qingyun. Seeing Zhou Qingyun's expression, and Lin chuckled. Seems like your mortal studies isn't up to scratch. Zhou Qingyun was still baffled. Okay. I'll let you thrust your sword once. And Lin said in exasperation. He knew that if someone with OCD couldn't vent their feelings, they would suffocate to death. And Lin's last sentence was one which Zhou Qingyun could finally understand. A slight smile appeared on his face. Is that so? Thanks. And Lin. Dabai, whose body was pressed down upon him, moved aside. And Lin also retreated slowly, providing him with space to move. Zhou Qingyun was secretly overjoyed. He knew that his opportunity to turn the tables had come. Even though he was critically injured now, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent with a single strike of his sword. He tried to crawl up from the ground. However, he found that both his legs were trembling and he was unable to stand back up. He tried to draw his sword. However, he found that he had temporarily lost the senses in his arms due to them being pressed down by Dabai. Zhou Qingyun's entire body trembled, yet he was completely unable to move. Seeing the situation that Zhou Qingyun was in, and Lin and Dabai exchanged a glance. Senior, do you need a hand? And Lin asked in concern. A tear slowly rolled out from the corner of Zhou Qingyun's eye. This tear was manifested from the grief that he was unable to conceal. I need a hand. And Lin, please continue bashing me. Beat me until my golden defensive barrier appears. And Lin was a very kind-hearted youth. He understood Zhou Qingyun's feelings and also knew of the pain that he was enduring. Thus, he walked beside Zhou Qingyun, and with a soft and gentle expression, held and raised his sword-wielding hand. Just like that, Zhou Qingyun's hand moved along with Enlin's, and the sword in his hand lightly stabbed at Enlin's knee. See? I've helped fulfill your wish. You've successfully thrust your sword. Enlin looked at Zhou Qingyun sincerely. Tears burst out from Zhou Qingyun's eyes. Enlin, I'll definitely pay you a visit to express my gratitude, and stab you to death, you little fuck, he said shakily. Enlin shook his head. It's nothing much, don't mention it. Zhou Qingyun also shook his head earnestly. I'll definitely return the favor many times over. You can't escape. Enlin sighed softly. He didn't say anything more as he proceeded to use his fists of love on Zhou Qingyun. The battle between Enlin and Zhou Qingyun was displayed on the crystal screen. Tens of thousands of students were deeply touched by their actions. That was such a touching battle between brothers. I know, right? Both the gentle look in Enlin's eyes and the masculine tears of Zhou Qingyun stirred up my emotions. This is brotherly affection. Nonsense. This is clearly love. A girl protested. It must be mentioned that from this day onwards, the battle between Enlin and Zhou Qingyun spread throughout the United University of Cultivation and became a much-told tale. After defeating Zhou Qingyun, Enlin flew off on his dog and headed towards the Immortal King Peak. The boundaries were continuously shrinking now, and it was said that they would eventually shrink to an area of just 3 square miles. This was forcing them to battle. Elsewhere in the forest of 1,000 peaks, there were 2 people facing off against one another. A black-clothed male held a dragon-patterned spear in his hand, and his presence was domineering. He exuded an aura which felt as if he was superior to the heavens. His talent was unsurpassed and his strength was unrivaled amongst the younger generation. He was the target that all students of the university strive towards. He was the current head of the Immortal Rankings Board, Wang Xuanzhan. Who was it that had the strength to face off against him? Standing opposite of Wang Xuanzhan was a youth with an extremely fine and delicate face. His eyes were especially pure, and it was as if they were already free from the filth of this world. His presence was subdued as he stood there, and it was as if he barely existed. He was like a rock, a grain of sand, forgotten by passers-by after a single glance. And Lin had seen this youth before. He was called Chun Chen. This was Chun Chen, whose rank had stagnated at the 8th stage Dao body ever since he entered this university. Chun Chen, you won't be able to escape this time. Wang Xuanzhan's eyes were ablaze as he looked at Chun Chen. Looking at the talented male in front of him, Chun Chen sighed softly. Without them even realizing it, I'm gradually forgotten by other people. However, your impression of me only becomes more and more profound. You cling to this too strongly. At this rate, I'll become your mental demon. A mighty aura erupted from Wang Xuanzhan's body and his battle intent raged. Chun Chen, ever since I entered this university, only you have received a true God's letter of recommendation just as I did. I've wanted to see which of us is stronger for a long time. I know that you definitely aren't weak. Yet you avoid battle time and time again. This is already my last chance. You're the only opponent that I have yet to defeat. The more I'm unable to fight against you, the more I want to see which of us is stronger. If I'm unable to defeat you, I'll feel ashamed to be standing atop the Immortal Rankings board. You've already become my mental demon. Thus, I must grab this chance and defeat you. Only then can I rid myself of this mental demon. Listening to Wang Xuanzhan harp on, a strange expression appeared on Chun Chen's delicate face. Wang Xuanzhan, is your zodiac sign Virgo? What? Wang Xuanzhan said in confusion. Ah, your mortal studies isn't up to scratch, Chun Chen sighed. Wang Xuanzhan, I don't want to fight no matter what. If I'm your mental demon, then please resolve it through other means. My apologies. Chun Chen shook his head and was about to leave. At this moment on the White Jade Plaza, Wang Xuanzhan's battle had attracted the attention of most students. Do you think Wang Xuanzhan will be able to fight with Chun Chen this time around? Who's Chun Chen? Oh, the one facing off against him is Chun Chen. I almost forgot about him. What you should be asking is, How long is it before Chun Chun can escape from the palm of Wang Xuanzhan's hands? That's right. Chun Chun has all types of strange escape techniques. His title as the university's strongest escapee isn't just for show. That makes sense. After all, he's already escaped 3 times, taking just an instant each time. Wang Xuanzhan can't do anything about him. Maybe Wang Xuanzhan has something up his sleeve this time? Every time he attends the free-for-all battle event, Wang Xuanzhan says that he has something up his sleeve to target Chun Chun. Have you ever seen him succeed? On the plaza, students were engaged in heated conversations. Within the forest of 1,000 peaks, the battle was about to erupt any second now. Chun Chun, I've successfully mastered the White Dragon Spear intent already. You have no chance to escape. Wang Xuanzhan could tell that Chun Chun wanted to leave, so he fully released his aura in this instant. A white ray of light shone brilliantly on his spear, and it was like a dragon as he thrust it outwards, cutting off Chun Chen's escape route. Right at this moment, a male clothed in white flew over on his sword, becoming a streak of white and landing right in front of Chun Chun. Who are you? Why are you obstructing the battle between Chun Chun and I? Wang Xuanzhan was extremely displeased with this unexpected visitor. I'm first year, Class 1's Shenyuan Cheng. The male was extremely elegant, and he saluted gracefully before introducing himself. You're Shenyuan Cheng? Wang Xuanzhan narrowed his eyes and his expression eased a little. Although you're also extremely talented, you still shouldn't stick your nose into other people's battles. If you want to fight me, wait until I finish dealing with Chun Chun. Shenyuan Cheng shook his head softly. The reason I came here was to stop this battle between you and Senior Chun. Anger bubbled inside Wang Xuanzhan as he heard this. What's our battle have to do with you? Senior Wang has a rank of spirit nurturing final stage. Yet, he wants to fight against Senior Chun, who only has a rank of 8th stage Dao body. I can't stand by idly and watch this unfold. Hearing this, Wang Xuanzhan became even more furious. We're supposed to freely choose our opponents in this free-for-all battle event. What are you doing meddling in other people's business? When a large gap exists between the two parties, it is likely that the weaker of the two will suffer great damage. Lives have even been lost. It is our duty to protect the weak. Shenyuan Cheng frowned. Weaklings aren't fit to survive in this world. Yet, it is exactly due to this that we have more reasons to give them a chance for them to grow stronger. Wang Xuanzhan grimaced. Where do Shenyuan Cheng's theories all come from? He thought to himself. Fury welled up in his chest. Chun Chun is concealing his true strength. He's a powerful individual. He continued, forcefully suppressing his anger. Then, does Senior Wang know what Senior Chen's true rank is? Shenyuan Cheng asked. Wang Xuanzhan had never fought against Chun Chun before. How could he know what his true strength was? Seeing Wang Xuanzhan's hesitation, Shenyuan Cheng knew that he had made the correct decision. If Senior Chen truly is of the 8th stage Dao body, then wouldn't he be faced with great danger against you? Senior Wang, why bother? He persuaded with a warm and gentle expression on his face. Are you going to move aside or not? Wang Xuanzhan glared at him furiously. He truly could not understand why the male in front of him was so nosy and talkative. An indescribable irritation and rage was about to erupt from his chest. No, Shenyuan Cheng replied with a look of determination. Just like that, Wang Xuanzhan finally erupted. What audacity! I fucking had enough of your shit. Eat my spear. As Wang Xuanzhan's spear stabbed furiously towards Shenyuan Cheng, it transformed into an azure dragon which roared at the heavens. Shenyuan Cheng was already prepared for battle since a while ago. Faced with this astonishingly powerful stab, he didn't dodge or evade. He grasped a sword in his hand and received the attack head-on. Boom! A devastating power erupted from their first collision, and the earth within a 30-feet radius split and cracked open. Shenyuan Cheng had lit the fuse to Wang Xuanzhan's short temper a long time ago. Thus, Wang Xuanzhan used his full strength right from the beginning, wishing only to end the battle as soon as possible. An azure dragon was wrapped around his spear, and his stab, upward slash and sweep all possessed an invincible might. Xianxia kept retreating as he avoided Wang Xuanzhan's attacks. His own sword flashed about, forming a sphere of air around him. Every time Wang Xuanzhan's spear stabbed into this sphere of air, the power it carried would be hindered by a thick and viscous force. When this occurred, Xianxia would take advantage of Wang Xuanzhan's moment of sluggishness and either dodge or block his attack. Xianxia knew that Wang Xuanzhan was very powerful. If he fought with him recklessly, he would be defeated very quickly. As such, he used his most powerful defensive technique, only defending and not attacking. He strived to gain more time for Chen to escape. "Senior Chen, why are you still here? Hurry up and escape," Xianxia shouted at Chen. Chen. Xianxia's defense was an utter nuisance, and Wang Xuanzhan felt especially distressed. Hearing what Xianxia shouted at Chen, he erupted once again. He directly entered into his second form in a fit of fury. This time, not only was there an azure dragon wrapped around his spear, but he himself also transformed into a dragon. Azure-colored dragon scales appeared on Wang Xuanzhan's body, and his aura suddenly shot up to the spirit-nurturing pinnacle stage. "You actually have the bloodline of the dragon tribe?" Xianxia's expression changed upon seeing this. Almost all the students on White Jade Plaza turned their attention to Wang Xuanzhan's battle. Indeed, this was a battle between the strongest of the Immortal rankings board and the strongest of the new cohort. In addition, this was a battle between two students who had both received a true god's letter of recommendation. This was a battle which had numerous points of interest. "It's over. Wang Xuanzhan has already activated his dragon bloodline. He's going to fight at full strength." The student who opened his mouth appeared an able person and a cut above the crowd. He had a small mustache and wore a carefree and leisurely expression. "Student Pan, you mentioned dragon bloodline. Could it be that Senior Wang is a member of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas?" A cute-looking girl asked curiously. At the same time, many of the surrounding students looked towards Senior Pan curiously. An enigmatic expression emerged on Senior Pan's face. It was clear that he especially enjoyed this kind of attention. What a joke! He was Pan Buyu, rank 20th on the Immortal rankings board. Students looking at him with an expression of deep respect and reverence was merely the norm. Wang Xuanzhan isn't from the Dragon Court. His dragon bloodline is inherited from an ancient dragon. This is an extremely ancient type of bloodline inheritance. How he attained his dragon bloodline is a mystery to us. However, what is certain is that the power provided to him by this ancient dragon bloodline is what earned him the appreciation of a true god. Pan Buyu's explanation allowed the students to suddenly understand Wang Xuanzhan's power. A true god could defeat the entire dragon court all by himself. How could the bloodline of the dragon court compare to a bloodline which was appreciated and valued highly by a true god? Then, how much longer does Senior Pan think Xianxia can last? A girl from first year asked timidly. She really adored Xianxia. Hearing Pan Buyu's comments just now, she instantly became anxious for Xianxia. Pan Buyu chuckled and held up one finger. "A quarter of an hour one?" The girl blinked. "No, he can't last a single strike," Pan Buyu said seriously. Once this left his mouth, it swept through the crowd in an instant and stirred everyone up. One after another, expressions of surprise and astonishment appeared on their faces. As if in shock, the girl's body shivered upon hearing this. "He can't even last a single strike? That has got to be a joke, right?" However, Pan Buyu was a powerful cultivator ranked in the spirit-nurturing stage. Furthermore, he had fought with Xianxia before. Thus, his comments carried a lot of authority. Even if there were those who didn't believe him, they wouldn't say it to his face. Everyone was tense as they looked towards the image on the crystal screen. If Pan Buyu's analysis was reliable, then this battle was about to end. Like everyone else, Pan Buyu looked towards Xianxia on the screen. He sighed softly. "If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for being too nosy." Wang Xuanzhan's next attack is really painful, he thought to himself. I know this because Wang Xuanzhan's strike under this state was exactly what defeated me last year, within the forest of 1,000 peaks. Wang Xuanzhan, who had activated the power of the ancient dragon bloodline, was covered in azure scales. Furthermore, his eyes had become gold and a boundless might radiated from them. He pointed his spear at Shen Yuancheng. To defeat you, I only need one strike, he said coldly. Wang Xuanzhan moved. This time, his body moved along with the spear and his movement was lightning quick. The path he took drew out the shadow of an azure dragon, and the tip of his spear was the azure dragon's fang. Howl! The cry of the azure dragon was extremely intimidating, and the ferocious power of the spear was unstoppable. Shen Yuancheng felt as if the spear tip had reached him the instant that Wang Xuanzhan launched his attack. In that instant, he felt as if he was facing off against a giant ancient dragon. A crushing pressure surged towards him from every direction. If it was a normal spirit nurturing stage cultivator who was faced with this situation, they would almost certainly give up all hope of resistance. However, Shen Yuancheng remained very calm, rotating heaven and earth. A vacant look appeared in his eyes, and it was as if they had lost their focus. The spear tip approached his body and the sword in his hand started moving. It looked very slow, yet it collided with the spear tip in a timely manner. A black and white figure composed of two fish shapes formed under his feet, and his sword slowly deflected at an abstruse angle. Boom! An azure dragon surged outwards and the extremely fierce spear attack tore apart 100 feet of ground in front of him, forming a pitch-black chasm. Blood slowly dripped to the floor. Shen Yuancheng was injured. However, there was a look of astonishment on Wang Xuanzhan's face. You actually dodged it? The spear had punctured Shen Yuancheng's shoulder, and his left arm was drenched in blood. He didn't reply. Rather, he took advantage of Wang Xuanzhan's astonishment to retreat and increase the distance between them. Senior Chun, if you still don't escape then I won't be able to hold on for much longer. At most, I can only block 5 more strikes. Hurry! When he finished speaking, Shen Yuancheng once again took a defensive stance. Wang Xuanzhan, Chun Chen, somewhere on White Jade Plaza, countless students turned their gaze towards Senior Pan. To this, Pan Buyu remained silent, maintaining his appearance of an able and superior individual. What a joke! He was Pan Buyu, ranked 20th on the Immortal rankings board. Students looking at him with an expression of deep respect and reverence was merely the norm. However, Senior Pan did not appear to be enjoying himself at this moment. His face was flushed red and it felt a little hot. Above the area where Wang Xuanzhan and Shen Yuancheng were battling in the forest of 1,000 peaks, Earth Immortal Congqing was observing them. When he saw Shen Yuancheng dodge Wang Xuanzhan's most powerful strike, his expression involuntarily changed. Shen Yuancheng has indeed proved himself to be a 1 in 100 years prodigy of the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect. He's got a grasp of the 10,000 Spirits Tai Chi method at such a young age. Based on this strike alone, his combat capability is far beyond that of Pan Buyu. The battle between Wang Xuanzhan and Shen Yuancheng erupted once again. Vital energy would surge and explode every time the spear and sword collided, and the power it emitted was absolutely terrifying. If ordinary people came close to their battle, it was possible that they would accidentally die due to being struck by the shockwaves produced. Wang Xuanzhan didn't use his shockingly powerful spear attack anymore. After all, that wasn't a strike that could be used willfully. Shen Yuancheng was already injured, and it was just a matter of time before he was defeated. Most importantly, Chen Chen still hadn't left. Wang Xuanzhan decided to save some energy to deal with Chen Chen. Thus, he tried to avoid using attacks which consumed large amounts of energy whenever he could. Outside of the battle, Chen Chen also had an undecided look on his face. If he chose to leave, Wang Xuanzhan would definitely pay a large price and go all out in an attempt to end this battle as quickly as possible. At that time, Shen Yuancheng would definitely suffer an extremely cruel and miserable loss. Chen Chen felt that it would be unfair to Shen Yuancheng, who stood bravely in front of him with no regard for his own safety, if he did that. However, if he didn't leave, would Shen Yuancheng become infuriated to the point of spitting blood? After all, He had created an opportunity for him to escape out of goodwill. Yet, he remained here and watched on. Sigh, how come I've come across something so troublesome? The expression on Chen Chen's small and delicate face was as if he had experienced great vicissitudes. He felt as if he had aged a full day. Forget about it. I'll wait till Shen Yuancheng finishes his battle. After making up his mind, a look of indifference resurfaced on his small face, and he remained in the same spot, continuing to spectate the battle. Wang Xuanzhan was already a powerful cultivator of the spirit-nurturing final stage. Now that he had activated the power of his bloodline, his strength was off the charts. Every strike of his possessed an enormous power, and Shen Yuancheng was repeatedly injured as he was forced into a continuous retreat. Right at this moment, a giant dog flew past unhurriedly. Sitting on the dog was a relatively handsome male. He swept his gaze across the battle, and the expression on his face suddenly changed. Bowing dragon head. Wang Xuanzhan detected a weak point in Shen Yuancheng's defense, and his spear smashed down. As the spear fell, a shadow of an azure dragon appeared and pounced down towards Shen Yuancheng. Boom! The azure dragon broke through Shen Yuancheng's sphere of air and exploded loudly. Instantly, a startling amount of energy exploded outwards, and the ground within a 30-feet radius of Shen Yuancheng completely caved in. Shen Yuancheng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed about slightly. Finally, he was unable to support himself and fell backward. A golden defensive barrier appeared around his body. Shen Yuancheng had lost. Wang Xuanzhan panted heavily. He didn't expect for Shen Yuancheng to be able to last for so long. Even defeating a powerful cultivator of the spirit-nurturing intermediate stage wasn't this difficult. The difficulty of this battle was far beyond what he had anticipated. He turned his gaze to Chen Chen, and a look of eagerness appeared on his face. Finally! There's no one here to disrupt our battle now. I'll definitely... Before he could finish speaking, an angry howl came from the skies. What audacity! You actually dare injure Big Brother Chengwen. Accept your death. After this howl, a person and dog descended from the skies. Looking towards the sky, Wang Xuanzhan's face twitched. What's up with me today? Who did I offend? Chen Chen had originally planned on escaping. Yet, seeing the scene in the sky, he became baffled and remained where he stood. The loudest response came from Shen Yuancheng, who started shouting when he saw who it was that had come. Student and Lin, don't come over. Hurry up and escape. However, the person and dog in the sky had no intention of leaving. Rather, they dashed over even faster. Shen Yuancheng's mind felt fatigued. He had initially thought that him stepping forward boldly would allow for Chen Chen to escape. Everything was even worse now. Chen Chen didn't escape, and now Lin had also come forward to his doom. On White Jade Plaza, the students who had witnessed Shen Yuancheng's battle all exclaimed in astonishment at his performance. Who would have thought that such a powerful individual would emerge from the new students? He was actually able to last for that long under Wang Xuanzhan's all-out attack. From the strength he displayed, he's even more powerful than some cultivators of the spirit-nurturing intermediate stage. Aha! I'm afraid that in 2 or 3 years, the top place of the Immortal rankings board will be his. Ah! Student Shen Yuancheng is so handsome. Even though he lost, his white robes are still fluttering in the wind, and he still appears graceful and elegant. Damn screen. Can't you zoom in so I can look at student Shen Yuancheng's face properly? The cameraman doesn't need to go to work tomorrow. Shen Yuancheng's fangirls were irate, and they protested loudly. Right at this moment, a dog-riding figure appeared on the screen. The familiarity of this scene had the students dazed. Holy fuck! It's the gallant human and dog duo. What are they doing here? It can't be that they're here to smash the dominant golden toxic fist into Wang Xuanzhan's face. Right? Forget about the dominant golden toxic fist. Even if they use the entirety of the 18 forms dog pounce, they'll be unable to defend a single one of Wang Xuanzhan's spear attacks. Being able to clearly recognize the gap between your strength and the strength of others is of utmost importance. If they didn't rush towards their own doom, they could have still bobbled around for a little while longer. The appearance of Enlin and Dabai once again caused waves amongst the tens of thousands of students. However, many students weren't optimistic about their chances. Moreover, they even felt slightly disappointed. Why do you have to take things so seriously? Can't you seek out other students? We still want to see more of the gallant human and dog duo. Above the barrier. When the white-haired and white-bearded Earth Immortal Chongqing saw the human and dog make their formidable entrance, his heart throbbed in pain. Are these the weirdos that Earth Immortal Yu Ying mentioned? Sure enough, they're out of the ordinary. Earth Immortal Chongqing lightly stroked his beard as he spoke. Their data was already in his hands, and after seeing it, he almost yanked his own beard off. Not only was his heart throbbing in pain, but even his head was throbbing in pain now. Enlin, combat capability, 260. Achievement score, 1010 to buy. Enlin's summoned beast, combat capability, 400. Achievement score, 630. What the hell is a summoned beast? Are there such things as summoned beasts in the cultivation world? And what's with that achievement score? The split in half? Is this the method that Earth Immortal Yu Ying came up with to resolve this issue? It's way too sloppy. To enter the top 100 and break into the Immortal Rankings board, students needed a combat capability of at least 250. Students of the Spirit Nurturing stage usually had a combat capability of above 350. And Lin entered the university with a rank of Zeroth stage Dao body, and he also sleeps through his classes. His strength can rank into the top 100 after cultivating for a mere 4 months. Also, what the hell is with that bloody achievement score of 1010? Is he trying to break the school's record? There was a myriad of things Earth Immortal Chongqing wanted to say. It felt extremely uncomfortable trying to keep them in his mind. Finally, he came to a realization. If it exists, then there is a rationale behind its existence. Since this bloody human and dog duo are still able to exist here, then there is definitely a rationale for their existence. Let me continue recording data based on Earth Immortal Yu Ying's method. Ultimately, it's Celestial Immortal Yu Hua who needs to worry about this anyway. I'll just let Vice Principal Yu Hua deal with this kind of troublesome matter. And Lin was up in the sky and, upon seeing Shenyuan Chang being teleported out with his body riddled with injuries, he became even more furious. You really couldn't bully anyone else but my big brother Chang? Dabai, go kill him. If you have the ability, then you go first. Woof. And Lin, let's go together. Dabai, let's go together. Woof. Wang Xuanzhan never would have thought that after beating a nosy individual, another individual would mysteriously come seeking revenge. Most importantly, this person was seeking revenge for that nosy individual. What the heck was this? Moreover, it was a human and dog duo. Where did these freaks come from? Wang Xuanzhan had always been short-tempered, and his jaws were now clenched in fury. He felt as though he had been trampled over by 10,000 mythological beasts, and he could barely describe how fucked he felt. First year, Class 1, and Lin. Please enlighten me. And Lin's summoned beast. Dabai. Please enlighten me. Woof. Wang Xuanzhan. Wang Xuanzhan decided that he would stab through the two of them with a single thrust of his spear and make them into a shish kebab. However, just as the battle was about to break out, a figure suddenly dashed between Wang Xuanzhan and Enlin. Seeing the figure which suddenly appeared, both Wang Xuanzhan and Enlin paused. Senior, don't try to stop me. Hurry up and move aside. Enlin said worriedly. Wang Xuanzhan and I have actually already agreed to do battle here. Regardless of how worried you are, you still need to abide by the first-come, first-serve principle. What do you say, Enlin? Chun Chun spoke in a refined and courteous manner, and he looked towards Enlin with his clear eyes. Hearing this, a look of disbelief appeared on Enlin's face. Senior, your rank is only that of 8th stage Dao body. You want to battle against this senior who has a rank of the Spirit Nurturing stage. Chun Chun nodded seriously, and even Enlin was able to detect the unwavering determination on his face. Enlin had nothing to refute him with. Thus, he could only hold in his anger and move aside with Dabai. Wang Xuanzhan was ecstatic when he saw this. He never would have expected for Chun Chen to actively seek battle. What he felt now was something like this. Just as he was about to marry a sow, a female of heavenly beauty suddenly appeared and kicked aside the sow. Then, she insisted that he enter the bridal chamber with her. Senior Chun, is what you said just then true? Wang Xuanzhan's battle intent started to burst out. His dragon might surged about like raging billows, and his eyes were glowing as he gazed at Chun Chun. That's right. Come at me. Chun Chun sighed softly. He knew that if he didn't stop Enlin, then Enlin would also suffer the same fate as Shen Yuancheng. Having people continuously covering for him made him feel very peculiar. He was very clear-minded at this moment. He knew that, at the very least, he couldn't let these adorable students rush to their doom because of him. All right. Hearing Chun Chen's reply, Wang Xuanzhan finally erupted. In this instant, the battle intent which he had been building up for over 3 years all surged out. Boom! The scales on Wang Xuanzhan's body all quivered. His golden eyes possessed a dragon might which gazed upon all matter with a look of arrogance, and the power of the ancient dragon bloodline was completely released. After releasing his battle intent, the wind howled fiercely. Dark clouds gathered up in the sky. The cries of dragons and booming of thunder could be vaguely heard. Seeing this, a look of astonishment spread over Earth Immortal Songqing's face. This is a heavenly phenomenon? In the dragon court of the Eastern Seas, only dragon kings of the soul formation stage would be able to utilize the power of their bloodline and incite heavenly phenomena. Wang Xuanzhan, though, was able to accomplish this in just the spirit nurturing stage. This truly gave Earth Immortal Songqing a fright. No one's going to die, right? Earth Immortal Songqing wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and looked towards Chun Chen anxiously. Chun Chen's strength was a mystery. Although he'd been stuck on the 8th stage Dao body for the past 5 years, no one would believe it if it was said that his strength was only that of the 8th stage Dao body. Just looking at the technique he used to escape from the spirit nurturing stage cultivators, it was clear that it wasn't a technique that could be used by ordinary 8th stage Dao body students. That was a technique that even the teachers could not understand. However, the strength of Wang Xuanzhan, who had all guns blazing, had already reached an insanely terrifying level. Even if Chun Chen was concealing his strength, it couldn't be that his true strength could tear apart the heavens, right? What should I do if Chun Chen accidentally dies under Wang Xuanzhan's all-out attacks? Earth Immortal Songqing had a massive headache. After pondering for a moment, he finally decided to use his ultimate move. He took out a jade seal and crushed it. Summon Mario. Summon Vice Principal Yu Hua. A thick bolt of lightning descended from the dark clouds and struck Wang Xuanzhan's spear. Instantly, a lighting dragon wrapped around the spear and bestowed upon it the terrifying might of heaven and earth. This move of mine is called the Lightning Dragon Spear. Are you ready to receive this move? In this instant, Wang Xuanzhan was like a god of war. Thunder boomed as he spoke, and the massive noise caused heaven and earth to tremor. Chun Chen remained silent and signaled for him to continue. Wang Xuanzhan moved. He held the lightning dragon intertwined spear in his hand and thrust it towards Chun Chen. The speed at which he moved was indescribable. Like a bolt of lightning, Wang Xuanzhan was upon Chun Chen in an instant. The spear was before him, and it possessed an invincible might which would render one unable to breathe. Chun Chen's expression didn't change. He raised his hand and extended his index finger, pointing it between Wang Xuanzhan's brows. In this instant, the heaven and earth became still at Chun Chen's fingertip. Wang Xuanzhan's body froze where he stood, and he felt an indescribable terror as he looked towards Chun Chen's fingertip. The finger grew larger and larger, and the might of the heavenly Tao enveloped his entire body. Wang Xuanzhan's body trembled slightly. He saw a finger which could tear through the skies bearing down towards him. If this finger landed on him, it would definitely obliterate both his body and soul. He felt as if he was an ant when he was before this heaven-crushing finger. TSSS. It was as if the lightning dragon on his spear had come across something extremely frightening, and it turned into countless arcs of electricity as it scurried and scattered. Wang Xuanzhan instantly lost all his battle intent. He had a frightened expression as he retreated, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed and rays of sunshine once again beamed down upon the earth. Chun Chun was covered in a soft glow, and as before, he looked spotless and pure. What technique is this? Wang Xuanzhan's lips quivered as he stammered. Finger of the heavenly Tao. Chun Chun saluted as he spoke. When he finished speaking, he turned to leave. As Wang Xuanzhan looked toward Chun Chen's disappearing figure, he couldn't raise any thought of stopping him. His battle intent had been obliterated. Fear would grip at his heart whenever he thought back to the finger which deprived heaven and earth of any luster. "Heh! I'm such a joke," he murmured softly. Wang Xuanzhan laughed mockingly at himself as he sat down on the ground, defeated. And Lin, who was spectating the battle from afar, felt a sudden enlightenment in his heart as he witnessed Chun Chun extend his finger. Immediately afterwards, a splitting headache throbbed in his head. "Ow! It hurts!" And Lin collapsed to the floor and held his head as he screamed in pain. The pain he was suffering was unimaginable, and he felt as if his head was going to explode. In his mind, the system radiated brilliantly. Finger of the heavenly Tao. A finger which possesses the fundamental great Tao of the heaven and earth. Initial mastery will allow one to annihilate all beings. Ultimate mastery will allow one to shatter the void, traverse through time and space, and obliterate the great Tao. A defect exists in the heavenly Tao. Both the heaven-obliterating faction and heaven-mending faction propose paths to attaining the true Tao. This is a technique of the heaven-obliterating faction. A stream of information started surging into Lin's mind. However, his head was hurting so much at this moment that he was unable to digest this information. All he could do was grip his head in pain. Bai stood at his side, baffled. He couldn't understand why Wang Xuanzhan stopped attacking and collapsed to the ground in fright after Chun Chun extended his finger in such an ordinary manner. He also couldn't understand why Lin suddenly started rolling about on the floor after seeing that finger. On White Jade Plaza, tens of thousands of students were similarly baffled. They looked at one another. At most, they would rub their eyes before casting their attention back to the screen. They had a strong urge to say something or come up with some speculation to explain what had just happened. Yet, they quickly realized that they couldn't explain the situation at all. All they saw was the mighty Wang Xuanzhan collapsing to the ground in fright after being pointed at by Chun Chen's ordinary finger. The scene was far too strange. Which angle could they dissect it from? Could it be that Chun Chen forgot to put on the special effects when he used his technique? If someone truly made such speculation, then congratulations, because they would have been half correct in their guess. When Chun Chen used his technique, he only used special effects on one person, that being Wang Xuanzhan. Others didn't have the fortune of witnessing it. Above the barrier, Earth Immortal Songqing's eyes bulged as he saw this. It was also precisely this scene which caused him to involuntarily pull out a few strands of his white beard. Holy fuck! What on earth happened? Can someone explain it to me? Earth Immortal Songqing was completely baffled, and he almost burst into tears. It was excusable that the students were baffled. However, he was a teacher in charge of evaluating the students' combat capability. Wang Xuanzhan lost to Chun Chen, right? Then, who can tell me how I should record Chun Chen's combat capability? Even he himself didn't fucking understand Chun Chen's finger. What right did he have to assess his combat capability? Earth Immortal Songqing turned his head towards the male standing in the void next to him, and there was a pleading look in his eyes. This male had thick black brows and a thick black mustache. His appearance was especially delightful. That's right, he was the one who promptly rushed over after Earth Immortal Songqing crushed his jade seal. Vice Principal Yu Hua. Vice Principal Yu Hua also witnessed the scene which unfolded a moment ago. Sigh. Songqing. I was observing other battles with my divine sense just then. How about you report to me what just happened? Celestial Immortal Yu Hua had a calm expression on his face as he spoke. Songqing's face twitched. Vice Principal, can't you find a better excuse? Although my beard is white, that doesn't mean I have dementia already. Earth Immortal Songqing sighed. His expression was gloomy and he didn't know what to say. Right at this moment, Vice Principal Yu Hua spoke again. He spoke seriously this time and the joking tone disappeared from his voice. Song Qing, just pretend that you didn't witness student Chan Chen's move. Song Qing was stumped upon hearing this. Just as he was feeling confused, Vice Principal Yu Hua spoke again. Everything will become hazy. Affairs of this world will settle like ashes. This time, Chen Chun is at fault. As teachers, all we can do now is rectify the faults of our students. Do you understand? Earth Immortal Song Qing finally came to a realization after mulling over Vice Principal Yu Hua's words for a short while, and everything became open and clear. Song Qing understands. Earth Immortal Song Qing bowed his head respectfully and saluted towards Celestial Immortal Yu Hua. Seeing Earth Immortal Song Qing's action, Vice Principal Yu Hua nodded in approval. Immediately afterward, he turned his attention toward the ground. There was still a person who he was relatively interested in. That person was Lin, who was currently rolling about on the ground. And Lin didn't know how long his headache lasted for. However, he felt as if it dragged on for an eternity. This type of devastating pain was seared deeply into his mind. He could definitely write a 10,000-word essay describing the kind of pain that he felt. Ow! This pain. It almost killed me. And Lin rubbed his head. He stood up with great difficulty and his entire body was drenched in sweat. Ha, you're still alive though, woof! Dabai looked towards Lin, who appeared as though he was fine now, and happily wagged his tail. Chun Chun had already left and the battleground was silent. Looking toward Wang Xuanzhan, who was still sitting on the floor with a vacant look in his eyes, and Lin became a little hesitant. Dabai, do you think we should still go ahead and fight with him? Seeing the defeated and dazed Wang Xuanzhan, he couldn't really bring himself to fight against him. Of course we should. Isn't pulverizing an already defeated enemy what we like doing most? Dabai said proudly. Don't say such things so proudly, okay? There was a hint of exasperation in Lin's voice. As Lin and Dabai were discussing whether or not they should fight, Wang Xuanzhan had already stood up shakily. He saw that Lin and Dabai still hadn't left and his expression became dark. You two didn't take the chance to escape. What's your reason for staying here? Are you here to ridicule me? Step by step, Wang Xuanzhan walked towards Lin, and fury gradually filled his mind. Do you think that I'm an easy target because I lost to Chun Chun? Are you going to try in vain to defeat me so that your name can resound through the heavenly court? I'm telling you, even though I lost to Chun Chun, I'm still countless times more powerful than you. You want to defeat me? Dream on. I'll let you know what a gap in power is truly like. Wang Xuanzhan's eyes became gold again, and the power in his body surged outwards like a raging wave. He needed another battle to rediscover his battle intent. And Lin had originally proposed to leave. Now they were stuck in a wonderful situation. Wang Xuanzhan had come over and started babbling a load of crap right away. Then, a large amount of power erupted from his body and he suddenly wanted to attack him. He wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Woof! He indeed deserves to be ranked first on the Immortal rankings board. After receiving such a shock, he's still able to recover back into his God of War state so quickly. And Lin, we had better escape, Dabai suddenly exclaimed. And Lin almost blacked out from anger. Weren't you the one clamoring for battle just then? Now you want to escape? It's too late already, he yelled furiously. Dabai stuck his tongue out in embarrassment. Initially, he had thought that since he and Wang Xuanzhan were both ranked in the spirit nurturing stage, the gap in power between them probably wouldn't be large. However, after witnessing the battle between Wang Xuanzhan and Chun Chun, he became intimidated by the power of Wang Xuanzhan's bloodline. After a number of twists and turns, Wang Xuanzhan finally lost to Chen Chun in a mysterious manner. At the same time, he lost all his battle intent. Witnessing this, Dabai started scheming in his mind. He wanted to experience the thrill of riding upon a grounded dragon. Coincidentally, Wang Xuanzhan also intended on battling them to rediscover his battle intent and practice his spear techniques. Moreover, he was in a fairly decent state. What were they to do? And Lin, how about this? I'll swallow you first. How does that sound? In critical moments, Dabai was still very loyal. After realizing that they had no chance of winning, he planned on using a gentle method to teleport Lin out of the battleground. And Lin shook his head and sighed softly. Then he stood in front of Dabai and faced Wang Xuanzhan head-on. Not understanding Lin's actions, Dabai's large black eyes widened. And Lin, even if we fight, I should be the one in charge of attacking and you should be the one responsible for providing support. What are you doing standing in front of me? I want to test out a new move. If it's ineffective, then you can take charge. And Lin spoke hesitantly and he clearly didn't have any confidence. Dabai, at this moment on White Jade Plaza, the students had just started regaining their senses after the battle between Chun Chun and Wang Xuanzhan. Then they saw that Wang Xuanzhan was going to fight against the gallant human and dog duo. They had just started to calm down, but now they were anxious once again. This was especially the case with Shen Yuanchang and Su Xiaolan, both of who had just returned to White Jade Plaza. An anxious expression was plastered on their face. At the same time, some students on the plaza started rejoicing in their misfortune. These were all the students who had been defeated by the human and dog duo. Right now, there was a look of eager anticipation on their faces. They all thought, "Humph, and Lin, aren't you really capable? Now, I'll watch on to witness how you become brutally defeated." Being a highly experienced senior, Pan Buyu recovered slightly from the awkward situation he was in. He saw on the crystal screen that a battle was about to erupt between Wang Xuanzhan and the gallant human and dog duo. He felt that it was time to save some face. Thus, he started to speak slowly. In the battle against Chun Chun, Wang Xuanzhan's invincible battle intent was shattered. Now, he doesn't possess such unparalleled battle intent anymore. However, he's already starting to slowly recover from the previous battle now, and he still possesses the power of the spirit-nurturing final stage. He'll use the gallant human and dog duo as a whetstone for his spear and return to the pinnacle of his power. Even though there was no wind, Pan Buyu's long robe fluttered about, making him appear both majestic and refined. His remarks drew the attention of numerous students, and he became a central figure amongst a certain section of the crowd. Within the forest of 1,000 peaks, seeing that Lin dared to step forward and face his spear by himself, Wang Xuanzhan's chest tightened and a menacing glint burst out from his eyes. A person of the 9th stage Dao body actually dares to face me alone. Very well. Do you think I'm a weakling just because I was defeated by the 8th stage Dao body-ranked Chan Chan? And Lin didn't reply to this. He remained silent and stood still, waiting for Wang Xuanzhan to attack. And Lin's actions made Wang Xuanzhan furious. A measly cultivator of the 9th stage Dao body actually dared to face him in battle? For a proud person such as him, this was a massive humiliation. Watch out! Wang Xuanzhan didn't waste any more of his breath. A spear, which was intertwined with an azure dragon formed by vital energy, stabbed violently outwards. This thrust was insanely powerful. Even if it was a cultivator of the spirit-nurturing stage, if they didn't dodge this thrust, they would be killed. However, Lin didn't dodge this thrust, and he extended a finger outward. Such a familiar scene, such a familiar action. The only difference was the person using this technique. At this moment, Wang Xuanzhan was reminded of the dread that the finger of the heavenly Tao brought upon him. Boom! Everything darkened. It was as if the only thing left in existence was Lin's finger, a finger which contained the paramount Tao. Wang Xuanzhan's eyes bulged out and a look of surprise and terror surfaced on his face. He felt as if he was confronted by an invincible being. He felt as if he was about to die. Even when he was facing Chan Chen's finger, he didn't feel like he was so close to death. The entire space was frozen and even vital energy was unable to flow. This time, it was different from the time with Chun Chun, because this time, Lin's special effects didn't target Wang Xuanzhan alone. Rather, it targeted the entire world. The heaven and earth collapsed. The sun and moon reversed their rotation. Within an atmosphere of primeval nature, only this finger reigned supreme. Even though the students on White Jade Plaza were viewing this through a screen, they could still clearly feel the suffocating might. It sucked away their breath and instilled terror in their minds. A large hole was suddenly torn into the barrier which was shrouding the forest of 1,000 peaks. The power of the paramount Tao surged through this gap, and it all converged upon that single finger. Vice Principal Yu Hua stood rooted to the spot, dumbstruck, and his face was filled with a look of shock. What more, Earth Immortal Chongqing stood there like a statue, and he was left absolutely speechless. He even felt an urge to kneel down. Wang Xuanzhan had already been scared silly, and saliva was drooling from the corner of his mouth. He was unable to move and could only stare dazedly at the finger. How terrifying this finger was! Merely gathering power caused everything to lose its luster. And Lin was extremely startled. After his splitting headache, he had already begun to understand the finger of the heavenly Tao. However, didn't the system indicate that he didn't yet have the qualifications necessary to use this technique? He had thought that by indicating that he was unable to use this technique, it meant that he was only able to put on a pose like Xianxia and give Wang Xuanzhan a small fright. However, the situation right now, power which could discolor heaven and earth, was quickly gathering in his hands. This power, which had Lin himself terrified and trembling in fear, had already condensed into a physical form and was about to fully erupt. And Lin roared in his mind, wishing to halt this attack. He knew that if he released the power of this finger, even 100 Wang Xuanzhans wouldn't be able to block it. However, he realized that apart from his own sentience, it was as if his body had already left his control. It was absolutely impossible to stop this move. Shit! Wang Xuanzhan's finished. Countless golden rays dazzled brilliantly as they erupted from Lin's fingertip. This power, which he had lost all control of long ago, was about to surge from his finger, and Lin's face contorted as he tried in desperation to stop himself. At the same time, he roared in his mind, "Stop! Hurry up and stop! At least, don't strike Wang Xuanzhan." Perhaps it was due to his strong desire, or perhaps it was due to him roaring in his mind. Regardless of which it was, the rays of light on his fingertips suddenly dimmed and started to quickly scatter, and Lin was momentarily dazed. However, before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a remaining strand of golden light, which was like a strand of silk, streamed out from his finger. It pierced through Wang Xuanzhan's head, yet it didn't do him any damage. Immediately afterward, it came into contact with the ground behind Wang Xuanzhan. Boom! A vast amount of power erupted and the entire earth started to tremor. The golden light was akin to a godly sword which shone brilliantly, and it tore through the earth, ripping out a fissure tens of thousands of feet in length. The untainted power of the great Tao obliterated everything in its path, and the small mountains which lay on its path were all annihilated. Before long, the power dissipated completely and tranquility returned. Staring at the endless Rift Valley in front of him, and Lin was transfixed with amazement. Wang Xuanzhan had a lifeless expression on his face. After sensing that the suffocating pressure around him had disappeared, his eyes rolled up into his head and he passed out completely. After the radiance of the earth-shattering finger disappeared, the tens of thousands of students on White Jade Plaza felt as if a giant weight had been taken off their shoulders. Right at this moment, someone started yelling as they stared intently at the screen. "Quick, look over there. What's that?" Everyone looked towards the screen. After the dust settled, the scene which greeted them caused them to draw a sharp breath. They were dumbstruck as they looked towards the scene which lay before their eyes. A gigantic chasm had appeared in the earth and it stretched tens of thousands of feet. It was pitch black and abysmal, and even the sunlight was swallowed up, unable to illuminate the nethermost. It was like a scar on the earth, terrifying in its hideousness. Even Earth Immortals of the soul formation stage couldn't wield such devastating power, let alone cultivators of the spirit nurturing stage. It was only after a long time that some students started to recover from their shock. "This is the might of Lin's move from just now?" they stammered. Countless people raised their heads to gaze upon the figure who stood there, looking proud and majestic. He had a look of nonchalance on his face, and his white Taoist robes fluttered about in the wind. He appeared obscure yet overwhelming. Was it really him? Regardless of whether it was the unconscious Wang Xuanzhan or the shocking chasm in the earth, all of these instilled a feeling of surrealism in the students. Pan Buyu slapped himself viciously, yammering, "I'm definitely dreaming. I'm definitely dreaming." Soon after, though, the students accepted this reality. As the proverb says, seeing is believing. Through the screen, tens of thousands of students clearly saw how Enlin had used that finger. This definitely couldn't be faked. Moreover, they had been able to experience the terrifying nature of that finger even through the screen. How could it be fake? Thereupon, a fanatical glow appeared in the eyes of many students as they looked toward Enlin. Furthermore, some female students even had a look of adoration in their eyes as they gazed at the figure on the screen. Ah, so it turns out that it's actually he who is the most supremely talented amongst the new cohort of students. Bullshit. He's already the most supremely talented individual of our entire university. Even though student Enlin possesses such remarkable abilities, he remained indifferent when he was labeled and spread as the most networked backdoor entrant. Such temperament is indeed worthy of respect and admiration. On the plaza, Enlin suddenly became a raging topic for discussion. The students became more and more animated as they talked amongst one another, and eventually, student Enlin was enveloped in a shroud of divinity. Even Su Xiaolan and Shen Yuancheng, amongst others who were well acquainted with him, felt as if they had just met him for the first time. Furthermore, Lu Debao bragged towards those beside him, telling them of how he had fought on even terms with Enlin in the past. Gradually, the topics of discussion started going awry. "Kia, Enlin, I want to bear your children. Enlin's mine. You go away. Everyone has the right to chase after Enlin. We should compete fairly." Okay. I'm a student in Enlin's class. Those who want an intimate date with Enlin, males over to this side and females over to that side. I'll make a record and pass it along to him. Enlin's exceptional charm worked on both males and females, and everyone was especially enthusiastic. Right at this moment, an anonymous person yelled loudly, and everyone instantly became quiet. "All of you, stop arguing. Enlin's already together with that white-furred dog. Have you guys forgotten about the gallant human and dog duo?" The moment this was said, everyone came to a realization. That's right. That white dog cooperates so well with Enlin when they're fighting. They fight together, they go through thick and thin together, they're bound so tightly with one another. Only the two of them can be a pair. Hearing this, Zhao Huayin, who was standing in the corner, wept in the toilet till he fainted. However, there were still many fans who were unwilling to give up. They all looked toward the white dog on the screen coldly as plans formed in their minds. Within the forest of 1,000 peaks, Dabai suddenly felt a cold chill shoot through his body and he sneezed involuntarily. What's with this sensation? Is there another enemy? Dabai's expression changed and he glanced around. However, he couldn't find anything. He looked toward Enlin and realized that he was still standing in the same spot gracefully. He couldn't help but yell, "Woof! Although you're very powerful, you've held this pose for a long time. Haven't you had enough of posing like this yet? Do you really think that I want to keep this posture?" Enlin wanted to speak to Dabai, yet he was completely unable to open his mouth. He had no feeling in or control over his body right now. This circumstance was exactly the same as that of when he used the finger of the heavenly Tao. Up in the sky, Earth Immortal Tsongqing had absolutely no idea what expression he should wear when facing Enlin. Was this person really the student that he was familiar with? He could probably kill him with a jab of his finger. Earth Immortal Tsongqing turned his gaze toward Vice Principal Yu Hua. However, he discovered that Yu Hua's expression was not so different from his own. Rather, Vice Principal Yu Hua appeared to be even more shocked than him, and he still hadn't regained his senses. Earth Immortal Tsongqing continued recording data. Wang Xuanzhan, combat capability, 1200. Achievement score, 8100. Note: defeated by Enlin. Enlin, combat capability, When he recorded up to Enlin's data, his finger trembled. He turned to Vice Principal Yu Hua for help. Principal, may I please ask what I should write for Enlin's combat capability? He asked quietly. Vice Principal Yu Hua started to regain his senses after hearing Song Qing speak, and he looked at the teacher next to him. Song Qing, even at this moment you're still thinking of recording data. I'm very touched by your dedication to work, he sighed. However, if student Enlin released the full power of that finger just then, perhaps he could have split the entire floating continent into two. Even I don't know how to evaluate such combat capability. Hearing this, Song Qing was once again dumbfounded. What? Enlin still hadn't used the full power of that move. The full power of that move can split this continent into two. It can't be that Enlin is a true god in disguise and came to amuse himself at this school out of pure boredom, right? Song Qing felt as if he had almost been frightened to the point of tears. Is this really a fucking student? He's definitely not a student, right? At this moment, Vice Principal Yu Hua suddenly looked down toward Enlin uncertainly. There seems to be something wrong with Enlin, he said. Ding ling. There was a chime in Enlin's mind and a notification appeared. Congratulations! You have successfully fulfilled the mission condition. Be worshipped by 10,000 people. Officially activating divine might. He was slightly stupefied. He had classified the condition necessary for mastering the divine might ability as the most impossible to fulfill. How come it was suddenly fulfilled now? What on earth happened? Then, before he could even wrap his mind around it, he felt his entire body start to swell. Ding Ling detected that the host is currently receiving backlash from the heavenly Tao. Activating defensive mechanism. And Lin was startled. What backlash from the heavenly Tao? Could it be the after effect of the move from just then? At this moment, a heart-wrenching pain washed over his body. This was a pain of indescribable intensity, and it was as if every cell in his body was being torn apart. Right at this moment, he felt that his body was becoming more and more swollen, almost as if he was going to explode. Bam! And Lin exploded, under the gaze of tens of thousands of students and right before Vice Principal Yu Hua's eyes. His body exploded into a vast cloud of blood, like a large red flower in full bloom. The thick cloud of blood filled up the entire space. Before the cloud of blood had a chance to fully disperse, Vice Principal Yu Hua had already rushed beside Enlin. He flicked the sleeve of his robe and the cloud of blood disappeared. Then he saw the male who looked like a bloody statue, standing there. Holy fuck, what's with these injuries? He's not dead, right? Vice Principal Yu Hua was momentarily dazed. Then, he didn't hesitate for any longer before fishing out a spirit pill and tossing it into Enlin's mouth. At the same time, he used an insanely powerful immortal healing spell to heal the wounds within Enlin's body. Earth Immortal Chongqing also rushed over. Vice Principal, how is student Enlin doing? He asked anxiously. Enlin's self-detonation had given him quite a large fright. Now, looking at Enlin's blood-covered body, he became even more anxious. The blood essence in his body has totally melted away. His body was also going to disintegrate, however, a mysterious force helped keep his body intact. Even so, his condition right now is still very poor. I'm going to transfer him into the soul-locking ice coffin, Yu Hua said with a heavy expression. Hearing this, Earth Immortal Chongqing was especially startled. The soul-locking ice coffin was an immortal tool used to prevent the soul from dissipating. This was already the last resort at the school's disposal when they needed to save a life. He didn't expect for Enlin to be so gravely wounded. Vice Principal, let me come with you. Song Qing was extremely worried about Enlin, so he requested to go along with the Vice Principal. Mr. Vice Principal, I also want to go, woof, Dabai said to Celestial Immortal Yu Hua. Dabai also ran over and he anxiously looked toward the blood-covered Enlin. All right then. It will also be easier for you two to care for Enlin if you follow me anyway. Yu Hua nodded. Saying this, Vice Principal Yu Hua transformed into a streak of light as he dashed out of the spell formation with Enlin. Earth Immortal Chongqing and Dabai followed closely behind him. Witnessing this sudden change of events, the students on White Jade Plaza instantly broke into a frenzy. Heavens! How come Student and Lin suddenly exploded? Could it be the after effect of the move he used just now? If that's really the case, then this move feels like it harms the user more than it does the enemy. Can he still survive after sustaining such injuries? Even Vice Principal Yu Hua came. Student and Lin should be fine. Just as the students were engaged in fervent discussion, a girl suddenly stood up and started running away from the plaza. Her injuries weren't fully healed yet, and now that she was running so vigorously, her wounds opened up again. Her Taoist robes became stained red with blood. Without any care for herself, this lithe and graceful figure dashed out of the healing formation spell and ran off into the distance. Su Xiaolan, slow down. I'll go with you. A shout suddenly sounded from behind her. Su Xiaolan raised her head and she saw Shen Yuancheng flying over on his sword. Don't you need to treat your wounds? Su Xiaolan asked. It's nothing. As class captain, I can't ignore it when something happens to the students in my class. Let's go, the medical facility is quite far from here. I'll fly you there on my sword. Shen Yuancheng spoke with a warm smile on his face. Thanks, class captain. Su Xiaolan was also very worried about Enlin. Thus, she nodded her head and accepted his offer without any hesitation. Carrying both Shen Yuancheng and Su Xiaolan, the sword once again dashed into the sky, becoming a streak of light as it flew towards the medical facility. Within the forest of 1,000 peaks, the boundary had already shrunk to an area of just 10 square miles. The powerful cultivators of the Immortal Rankings Board had already begun their final battles. When individuals of the Dao Body stage came across more powerful individuals of the Spirit Nurturing stage, they would be defeated very quickly. Students of the Dao Body stage were eliminated one after another, and eventually, this became a battleground for students of the Spirit Nurturing stage. In these final battles, the most eye-catching individuals were Lu Qianhuan and Yang Qinggu. Lu Qianhuan's vital energy was especially rich and abundant. She cast all types of weird and wonderful immortal spells, and she defeated a few powerful individuals of the Spirit Nurturing stage in succession. Yang Qingwu's swordsmanship was without equal, and no one would dare to face his blade. The more he battled, the more fearless he became, and his aura had already accumulated to a peak level. Just as he thought that the final battle would be fought between him and Lu Qianhuan, an unexpected opponent appeared. She was the new student who had maintained a low profile this entire time, Su Chenyun. Yang Qinggu was stunned by her beauty. No wonder she's said to be the goddess of our university. She's almost as beautiful as Chang'e. Perhaps ordinary cultivators would be distracted by Su Chenyun's beauty. However, Yang Qinggu would not. He was loyal only to his sword. Apart from his sword, there weren't many things which interested him. This was a battle between a cultivator of the Spirit Nurturing final stage and a cultivator of the Spirit Nurturing initial stage. There was no doubt as to how this would end. Yang Qinggu was brimming with confidence as he started fighting against Su Chenyun. Then one of his hands was lopped off. Ow! Yang Qinggu gripped his arm in pain. What on earth is your weapon? He gasped in astonishment. A blue, semi-transparent crescent was circling around Su Chenyun, and it appeared extremely nimble. Immortal weapon, moonlight disc, Su Chenyun answered softly. Yang Qingwu's eyes bulged. Holy fuck, immortal weapon? In the kingdom of the 9 states, immortal tools are the essential treasures of the finest sections. This girl actually owns one. It was under the attack of this moonlight disc that Yang Qinggu was injured, as he didn't expect for the moonlight disc to fly in such a peculiar manner. When it moved, it was as if it had teleported, appearing before him in an instant and slicing off his arm. Su Chenyun knew that only celestial immortals could utilize the full power of immortal weapons. In her hands, only a small portion of its power could be released. It could be said that this was an enormous waste of such a weapon. However, she couldn't do anything about this. Sister Chang'e truly adored her and forcefully made her accept the moonlight disc. If Yang Qinggu learned of how she obtained this weapon, would he become infuriated to the point of vomiting blood? Due to his carelessness, Yang Qinggu found himself in an unfavorable situation. However, he calmed himself down quickly and once again launched an attack on Su Qianyun. Although immortal tools were powerful, when faced with a great gap in cultivation base, there were still ways to deal with them. After a period of intense battle, Yang Qinggu finally emerged victorious. The genuine strength cultivator finally beat the whale cultivator. Seeing the golden defensive barrier in front of him, tears brimmed in Yang Qinggu's eyes. He gripped his broken sword tightly and headed toward the final battleground. Just like that, Lu Qianhuan was greeted by the sight of a heavily wounded Yang Qinggu. Not only was his weapon broken, but one of his arms was also severed. There were numerous gashes on his body and his aura was extremely weak. Lu Qianhuan gasped slightly. A look of surprise burst forth from her purple gem-like eyes, and this quickly changed into a look of delight. "Oh, I love finishing off the critically injured," Lu Qianhuan yelled childishly. Immediately afterward, she cast her final spark. Boom! Her six-feathered staff spun in the air and a laser beam of light burst forth, penetrating through Yang Qinggu in an instant. Yang Qinggu, deceased. No, hang on. A golden defensive barrier had already appeared around his body and teleported him, along with his severed arm, out of the spell formation. Presumably, his arm could still be reattached. Lu Qianhuan's expression didn't relax much after defeating Yang Qinggu. This was because one person still hadn't appeared, that being the top-ranked individual of the Immortal Rankings board, Wang Xuanzhan. So annoying. I feel like I only have a 20% chance of winning even if I use my secret move. There was a look of vexation on Lu Qianhuan's face. Thinking about how painful it would be when she was defeated, she felt even more bothered. As she stood awaiting her opponent, Sword Immortal Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of her. "Congratulations, student Lu Qianhuan. You're the last student remaining in the Forest of 1,000 Peaks, apart from Chan Chun. You'll receive a special reward from the university. Now, follow me out of this spell formation." Sword Immortal Ling Xiao chuckled warmly. "Ha? I'm the last one remaining? What about Wang Xuanzhan?" Lu Qianhuan asked in shock. Wang Xuanzhan has already been defeated by Enlin. However, Enlin was also gravely injured and he's been teleported out too, Sword Immortal Ling Xiao explained patiently. Lu Qianhuan became even more astonished, and her pretty purple eyes widened. "What? Wang Xuanzhan was defeated by Enlin? If Enlin's become so strong, then how am I going to force him to play games with me in the future?" Sword Immortal Ling Xiao winced. Shouldn't she be complaining about why Enlin has become so strong? How come she's focused on the gaming side of things? The rumors are indeed true. This web addict thinks about things in a very peculiar manner. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao came to a decision in his mind. He definitely needed to protect student Enlin and prevent him from being negatively influenced by this web addict. He was surrounded by chaos, and it was as if he were amidst infinite darkness. Dong! 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 And Lin felt as if he heard a call from his soul, and with great difficulty, he opened his eyes. Then, he saw a jade-white body standing naked in front of him. Rabbit! This rabbit was half a person tall, and it was currently kneeling on the floor. Holding a jade pestle in its hand, the rabbit repeatedly smashed down toward a small pot which was radiating a golden glaze. Dong! 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 The whole room was suffused with the fragrant smell of medicine. Taking a breath, and Lin instantly felt at ease. "Ah!" He involuntarily cried out aloud. Hearing this, the rabbit turned its head around and blinked its round pink eyes as it looked toward Enlin. "You're awake." The rabbit's voice was crisp and pleasant. "Aha! Where is this?" Enlin nodded his head and asked. His head was still throbbing. So he raised his hands and lightly rubbed his temples. The rabbit bounced before Enlin. "What's 9695 multiplied by 874? Enlin was baffled upon hearing this. Let me think," he said dazedly. After 3 seconds, an extremely disappointed voice sounded. "What even? Your brain still hasn't recovered even though you're awake. Let me fix it for you?" And Lin raised his head. only to see a jade pestle smashing down toward him like a club. Dong! And Lin's eyes rolled into his head and he blacked out. Dong! 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 Within the darkness, and Lin felt as if he heard a call from his soul. He opened his eyes with great difficulty and found that the rabbit was looking at him. What's 126876 divided by 13? The rabbit asked. And Lin's lips quivered and he was just about to ask for a pen and paper. 2 seconds later, the rabbit sighed softly. Ah, he still hasn't recovered. A jade pestle cut through the air and struck in Lin's head. Dong! And Lin fell unconscious. Dong! 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 Within the darkness, and Lin felt as if he heard a call from his soul. He opened his eyes with great difficulty and found that the rabbit was looking at him. Is this a nightmare? And Lin asked with tears in his eyes. The rabbit didn't reply, instead asking, What's 896 cubed? And Lin was startled upon hearing this. Wait! He exclaimed loudly. My brain's fine. I'm not stupid. It's just that I haven't learnt arithmetic. The rabbit blinked and its large ears drooped down. Is that so? That's so troublesome. How should I determine if your brain is fine or not then? The rabbit puzzled. Upon hearing this, and Lin became teary-eyed again. Say, is this rabbit's brain normal? Seeing the rabbit raise the jade pestle once again, he finally realized that this rabbit was serious. How about this? I can recite poems. I'll recite poems to prove myself. And Lin yelled. In this time of great need, a brilliant idea flashed through in Lin's mind. Reciting poems. Not a bad idea. Begin. The rabbit gazed at Lin with its large pink eyes, and its face was full of anticipation. The moon shines on my bed brightly, so that I mistook it for frost on the ground. I gaze at the moonlight with head uplifted one. And Lin recited loud and clearly. Rabbit. You're actually reciting a preschooler-level poem? As expected, your brain still hasn't recovered. The rabbit raised the jade pestle once again. Dong! The jade pestle struck in Lin's head and he passed out once again. And Lin felt grievously wronged. He had originally thought that the rabbit would be unfamiliar with the poem he recited. Who knew that the rabbit actually recognized it? Amidst the darkness, an unknown amount of time passed. Dong! 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 And Lin once again heard a call from his soul. This time, however, he chose to keep his eyes shut. He wouldn't open his eyes no matter what happened. You can keep striking and I'll keep sleeping. At this moment, a voice sounded in the room. Xiaoyu. What student in Lin's current condition? This was a female and her voice was soft and gentle. And Lin was extremely familiar with this voice. Xiaoyu? This rabbit is the jade rabbit that Su Chenyun mentioned before? He woke up a few times but his brain was still a bit damaged. I plan on giving him some more medicine in order to help him recover, the rabbit replied. Whose brain is damaged? Your fucking brain is damaged. And Lin howled in his heart. He knew that it was time to open his eyes. Student Su, I'm awake. He opened his eyes and sat up. Looking at the girl in front of him, he continued. Also, I'm very well. Don't listen to that rabbit's nonsense. Student and Lin, you're finally awake. Su Qinyun was very happy and she shuffled towards Lin. A pair of soft hands clasped over Lin's wrists, feeling the condition within his body. His meridian and energy essence are almost fully recovered. Sister Chang'e's ultimate creation pill is indeed effective. Su Qinyun spoke softly and she breathed a sigh of relief. What? Sister Chang'e? Ultimate creation pill? And Lin widened his eyes in disbelief. Su Qinyun was just about to explain this to him, but the rabbit spoke first. It was like this. In the free-for-all battle event, you suddenly exploded. Your blood essence all trickled away and your meridians were obliterated. If it wasn't for celestial immortal Yu Hua, who promptly stored your body in the soul-locking ice coffin, perhaps you would already be dead. However, even celestial immortal Yu Hua could do nothing about your injuries. In other words, your body was completely crippled and only your conscience remained. In the end, it was Su who begged my master to save you. Only then did master agree to refine an ultimate creation pill to repair your meridians and rebirth your blood essence. Hearing the rabbit's explanation, Enlin looked gratefully towards Su Qianyun. Thank you so much. I, Enlin, will definitely repay this favor many times over. A slight blush appeared on Su Qianyun's pretty face. Just as she was about to reply, the rabbit bounced in front of Enlin again and once again spoke before her. There's no doubt that you need to repay the favor. It is a must. The pill that Master refined was a second-rank immortal pill. Only a handful of people in the Kingdom of the Nine States know how to refine this pill. To refine this pill, countless treasures of extreme rarity were needed. It was also necessary to draw on the essence of the dark moon, accumulate the vitality of the heaven and earth, and channel the supreme godly technique. The rabbit indulged in exaggeration, and the more that Enlin heard, the more astonished he became. How about this? Give me a price, Your Excellency. Hearing the rabbit's remarks, Enlin became increasingly hesitant. Even if I sold myself 10,000 times over, I wouldn't be able to repay this bloody debt. Ahem? The rabbit cleared its throat and rolled its eyes, saying slowly, You can repay this gradually, there's no rush. The first thing you need to do is help me collect these treasures. Aha, I'm all ears. Enlin said solemnly. 50 kilograms of dried carrots, 10 boxes of carrot-flavored chips, 1 ton of freshly cut carrot-flavored fries. The rabbit continued. Enlin's mouth was agape and he stood rooted to the spot, stupefied. Where are the rare treasures you spoke of? Where are the exotic resources you spoke of? Is it really okay for me to just buy a bunch of junk food as repayment? It's fine, Enlin. Sister Xianxia is a very good person. She didn't demand that you have to do anything to repay her. These are all Xiao Yu's demands. She knows that you're going to the mortal world, so she wants you to help her buy some tasty treats, Su Qianyun explained in a soft voice. She smiled faintly upon seeing Enlin's expression, and 2 small dimples appeared on her face. Su, why are you exposing this to an outsider? This is so embarrassing for me. There was a hint of irritation in the rabbit's voice, and she glared at Su Qianyun. Su Qianyun's face flushed red again after being scolded by the rabbit. Hang on. You said that I'm going to the mortal world? Enlin grabbed onto the key point from Su Qianyun's explanation. In 10 days' time, you'll be amongst the first group of new students to descend into the mortal realm. Su Qianyun nodded. Enlin was startled upon hearing this. Descending into the mortal realm. I can return to Earth. The news of Enlin's awakening swept throughout the entire school. After the free-for-all battle event ended, he became the most famous individual of the university. He was labeled as an extremely elegant individual who was unrivaled amongst his generation. Students came one after another to give him their regards, and presents filled the entire storage room. In all honesty, the term, overwhelmed by unexpected flattery, was already insufficient when describing his current feelings. What he felt now was this true super-meteoric overwhelming flattery. The Jade Rabbit had already returned to the Moon Palace after seeing that Enlin was fine and determining that his brain didn't appear to have major problems. Su Xiaolan's eyes became red when she saw that Enlin had awoken, and she handed him a golden glazed sword. This was a high-level magical tool and was the prize that Enlin had won in the free-for-all battle event. Because Enlin was still unconscious during the awards ceremony, Su Xiaolan had accepted the prize on behalf of Enlin. In addition, Enlin also had the chance to temper his body in the Jade Pagoda because he had made it onto the Immortal rankings board. However, he was still unconscious when the Jade Pagoda was open, so he missed out on this opportunity, having performed exceptionally well in the free-for-all battle event. Enlin also had the opportunity to enter the Godly Tomb Mountain. He would be able to enter alongside the top 10 most powerful individuals of the Immortal rankings board and undertake the observation and realization of Tao. However, he was still unconscious when the Godly Tomb Mountain was open, so he also missed out on this opportunity. When Enlin was informed of this after waking, tears streamed down his face. This matter couldn't be described as simply letting slip a golden opportunity. What more? He had been unconscious for 2 entire months. Luckily, his self-detonation left no lingering after-effects. Not only did he not feel weak after waking up, he felt full of vigor, as if he had an unlimited supply of energy. This was probably due to the effects of the ultimate creation pill. And Lin and Su Xiaolan went to stroll through the school grounds. He'd just recovered from such serious injuries, so it was extremely beneficial for him to go out and move about. During this time, Su Xiaolan also told him about the updated Immortal rankings board. Although Lin's finger of the heavenly Tao was earth-shattering, it was a suicidal technique. Out of concerns regarding safety, the school didn't take that move into account when recording his combat capability. As a result, Lin was ranked 23rd. Not taking into account cultivators of the spirit nurturing stage, he was ranked the highest. This ranking did not change his exceptional standing at this school to the slightest degree. The students still saw him as the true number 1 individual of this school. Upon hearing this news, Lin smiled wryly. The cost of his pretentiousness was far too high. He had almost died when he self-detonated, and now, he also owed Chang'e an almost impossible to repay favor. Toward such suicidal techniques, he would not use it for a second time regardless of what happened. Although Wang Xuanzhan was scared unconscious by Lin, his combat capability was still the highest in the whole school, and he was still ranked first on the Immortal rankings board. Lu Qianhuan was ranked second, and as he forever was, Yang Qinggu was ranked third. Relying on the edge that they had in their abilities, Shen Yuanchang and Su Chenyun ranked 9th and 8th respectively on the Immortal rankings board. This was big news and caused quite a stir in the school. There was also another incident where De Bai, Lin's summoned beast, was not listed in the Immortal rankings board. This incident attracted much protest from the students. However, the official explanation from the university was this: De Bai is a spirit beast, not an immortal. Even if we are to assess his merits, we would first need to create a spirit beast rankings board. To this, Lin smiled unperturbed. De Bai had already vented his grievances to him when he visited yesterday. He had clearly worked hard, performed well, and achieved many great feats. Yet, he received nothing for his hard work. In addition, he occasionally felt cold chills shoot up his spine as he walked through the school grounds. It was as if someone was watching him, planning to devour him. And Lin believed that those people were either those who had been defeated by the gallant human and dog duo, or his maniacal fans. That's right, and Lin had a large group of fans now. He was a superstar now. Even as he was walking along with Su Xiaolan now, there were many students tailing behind him, and Lin sighed softly. Is it a trend to worship superstars even in the cultivation world? He had underestimated the impact that the finger of the heavenly Tao would have on other students. As he recalled the finger of the heavenly Tao, he thought of Chun Chen. It was because of Chun Chen that he was able to learn this devastating move. Chun Chen was definitely not simple. Oh, that's right. What's Chun Chen's rank on the Immortal rankings board? And Lin asked. Chun Chen. Who's that? Su Xiaolan knitted her brows and was a bit mystified as she spoke. Huh? He's the youth who made Wang Xuanzhan collapse to the ground in fright. And Lin explained. Oh, him? I seem to have some vague recollections. I don't think that his name appears on the Immortal rankings board. Su Xiaolan said with an expression of realization. You only have some vague recollections? And Lin's heart would still stir up every time he thought back to those visually shocking images. She, on the other hand, had almost forgotten about Chun Chen. The teachers definitely saw that scene too. There isn't any reason that he's not amongst the Immortal rankings board. And Lin shook his head, not wanting to think about this matter anymore. Maybe everyone's cooperating and keeping it low-key. Either way, he had no control over this matter. All in all, the free-for-all battle event had been a rewarding experience for Lin. Putting aside his suicidal technique, his cultivation base rose from the 7th stage Tao body to 9th stage Tao body. Moreover, he mastered stage 1 of the Earth Lotus Supreme skill and also mastered the Divine Might technique. In addition, he also ate a 2nd rank Immortal pill, resulting in him being full of vigor. He also received heaps of presents from his fans and was rewarded with a high-level magic tool. Indeed, this was a fruitful yield. Oh, that's right. I made it onto the Immortal rankings board, so there's also the system's reward lottery. And Lin opened the system in his mind and entered the special missions section. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have won a raffle for the Magic Treasure Lottery. You have the chance to receive one of the following items. Magic Tool, 100 available. Spirit Tool, 50 available. Immortal Tool, 10 available. Unique Tool, 2 available. And Lin stared at the words and his eyes burned with excitement. Not only could he win Spirit Tools in the system's lottery, but he could also win Immortal Tools. Spirit Tools were already considered the ultimate treasures of ordinary cultivation sections. As for Immortal Tools, these were the essential treasures of top-notch cultivation sects. Although he didn't know what unique tools were, he was certain that they were supremely powerful artifacts. And Lin gulped and started drawing the lottery in his mind. Suddenly, the system started radiating brilliantly. Ding-ling! Congratulations, you've won a big prize! Hearing this, and Lin trembled in excitement. So much so that he almost fainted. I've won a big prize. Do you hear me? I've won a big prize. Is it an immortal tool? And Lin looked toward the system, only to see it display, congratulations on winning the unique tool. Chaotic alloy brick. This brick is extremely solid. It is the most solid brick in this world. This brick has meticulous workmanship with its clear edges and corners. It is the finest work in this world. This brick is extremely black. It is the blackest in this world. Whoosh! An extremely black brick appeared in Lin's hands. Aha! It feels extremely good in the hand, and it feels very metallic. And Lin's entire body trembled and he felt like spewing blood. This is a brick, right? No matter how impressive you make it sound, it's still just a bloody brick, just like a pile of shit. Even if it came from a fairy, it still doesn't change the fundamental fact that it's a pile of shit. Don't tell me that the so-called big prize was just this brick. When others fought, they all wielded sabers and brandished swords. Was he going to charge in with a brick and go around whacking people on the back of their heads? Black spots appeared in Lin's vision. After just recovering from his injuries, the brick in his hands almost infuriated him to the point of blacking out again. Time flew by quickly, and there were only 3 days left until the students descended into the mortal world for their mission. It had already been confirmed which group of students was going to descend into the mortal world first. There were only 3 spots available, and they were taken up by Lin, Xianxia, and Su Xiaolin. Xianxia was the strongest amongst the new cohort of students, so he occupied the first spot. Unfortunately, due to the fact that she hadn't mastered mortal languages yet, Su Qianyun was not selected. Then, student Su Xiaolin, who was ranked 25th on the Immortal rankings board, replaced student Su Qianyun's place. And then there was student Lin, the native from the mortal world. The teachers had high hopes for Lin, who was not only born and raised on Earth, but also had powerful capabilities. Thus, he was assigned team leader of this mission. To this, Lin felt extremely flattered. Even Big Brother Chang became a member of his team. So much pressure. On this day, an unexpected visitor arrived at his doorstep. Senior Lu, what brings you here? Seeing that his visitor was the web addict Lu Chenhuan, Lin couldn't help but feel anxious. When Lin was recovering, Lu Chenhuan had already come to visit him once. She definitely wasn't here because she missed him. She definitely had some ulterior motives. Hehe. Lin, have you been thinking of me? Lu Chenhuan said softly. A smile blossomed on her face and her purple eyes were gleaming dreamily. Ahem. Senior Lu, if you have something to say, just say it. Lin really couldn't stand Lu Chenhuan's manner of speech. Lu Chenhuan sighed softly, and a look of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Lin, can you act more adorable when you speak? If you're like this, you won't be able to find a Dao partner. Lin's chest tightened when he heard this. With your infuriating manner of speech, would you be able to find a Dao partner? Lu Chenhuan's lips curled up in triumph. I've already burnt hundreds of confession letters. What do you say? Hearing this, A knot formed in Lin's chest. My mind hurts. I'm honored to be in your presence, Goddess Lu. So, what is it that brings you here? And Lin felt defeated, and there was a hint of exasperation in his voice. All right. I came here because I have a small favor to ask of you. Seeing that Lin was not going to bicker with her, a look of sincerity appeared on Lu Qianhuan's face. Go ahead. What's this favor you speak of? If it wasn't anything too difficult, and Lin would still be willing to help. You're heading to the mortal world, yeah? I want you to help me, Daigo. There was an eager look on Lu Qianhuan's face. Daigo? And Lin's eyes twitched. Why? Others all do overseas Daigo. I, on the other hand, need to do extraterrestrial Daigo. What do you want to buy? He asked cautiously. There's not much. The newest laptop with League of Legends, Overwatch, Arena of Valor, Onmyoji, and other popular games already installed. Also, I want the latest Edifier speakers, 2 iPhone 8s, 165-inch Sony 4K Ultra HD TV. Lu Qianhuan prattled on, and Lin's face darkened. This is not much. This is fucking not much? Would they even fit in one room? Say, I can't carry all that stuff by myself. Could it be that I have to tell them to ship it to the United University of Cultivation? And Lin sneered. He tried his best to calm himself down. What a joke. A small hill could be created with all of that stuff. I've already taken this into consideration. Lu Qianhuan took out a ring and smiled. The area in this storage ring is 100 feet in radius. It's a high-grade storage ring, and its market value is 20,000 spirit stones. Even elders of normal cultivation sects aren't willing to buy one. You can think of this storage ring as payment for helping me Daigo. This? And Lin's eyes widened. He was very tempted by this storage ring. Say, can I swap it for another style? He said with a bitter smile. The storage ring in Lu Qianhuan's hand was pink. There was even a flower engraved on it. If Lin wore this ring on his finger, he would definitely be seen as a pervert. Why? This ring is quite pretty. Lu Qianhuan puzzled. Can't you think about it from my point of view? And Lin was a bit speechless. Yeah, I did think about it from your point of view. If I were you, then I would really like it. The pink color is so pretty. Lu Qianhuan tilted her head in confusion. And Lin clutched at his heart and his lips quivered. You call this thinking from my fucking point of view? Is the mindset of this girl truly normal? Fortunately, Lu Qianhuan had other spare storage rings. And Lin pleaded in every way he could and finally managed to change it to a silver storage ring. Although it wasn't the impressive-looking bronze-style storage ring, it was still far better than the pink one. After giving her shopping list to Lin, Lu Qianhuan left. And Lin elatedly put the storage ring on. This silver storage ring was also a high-grade storage ring. Such rings were worth 20,000 spirit stones. In the cultivation world, a storage ring of such grade could be considered a treasure. He didn't expect to receive one merely for helping to Daigo items from the mortal world. How could he not be happy? And Lin impatiently refined the storage ring, then tossed his black brick and soared into it. He also picked out some elixirs, talismans, and formation discs amongst other items, and tossed them into his storage ring. These items laying around in his room were all gifted to him by his adorable fans. Just as he was fondling the ring in his hands happily, a thought crossed his mind, and it was as if he had opened a door to an entirely new world. Passing through the space teleportation gate and descending into the mortal world was not a chance that every student got. Students who loved goods of the mortal world would thus go to great lengths to obtain them. So, could he start up a mortal world Daigo business? He could determine how many spirit stones to charge students according to the amount of space the goods took up in his storage ring, as well as the difficulty of obtaining such goods. And Lin's eyes lit up and he acted without delay. In no time, and Lin's S were plastered all over the living quarters of the United University of Cultivation. Dear need Daigo? As long as you pay a certain amount of spirit stones, and Lin will help buy any mortal good you want. All customers will be treated fairly and quality is guaranteed. This news swept through the school like a hurricane. Who's Lin? He's the #1 superstar of the school. Moreover, He must be very familiar with the mortal world since he came from there. He can definitely be trusted and you can be assured of the quality. Just like that, countless students who loved the culture of the mortal world came one after another to place their orders with Lin. Some ordered various types of speakers and albums, others ordered various types of snacks. Some told him to download a few hundred interesting movies, while some others even told Lin to get anything interesting that he came across. In these 3 days, Lin received a whopping 30,000 spirit stones in Daigo fees. Looking at the mountain of spirit stones and the pile of orders in his storage ring, he burst with joy. Today was a very important day. The first group of new students was about to descend into the mortal world. Lin, Xianxia, and Su Xiaolan were led to the Heavenly Court's southern heavenly gate by their homeroom teacher, Sword Immortal Ling Xiao. The United University of Cultivation was built upon a floating continent and it was considered part of the Heavenly Court's territory. However, it was located on the outskirts of the Heavenly Court's territory. The main territory of the Heavenly Court lay upon an even larger floating continent. Comparing it to the United University of Cultivation would be like comparing a city to a village. In order to reach the southern Heavenly Gate, a place which had a space teleportation gate, Lin and the others had to fly a full 500 miles. The mission they had been assigned when descending into the mortal world was to strengthen the seal on a demonic pagoda which was located in the Kunlun mountain ranges. In addition to this, they were also tasked with exterminating a demon king of the mortal world, whose doings had bobbed up in the news recently. There were 4 types of monstrosities in the mortal world: evil spirits, demons, ghosts, and monsters. Evil spirits and demons were monsters who had a conscience, whereas ghosts and monsters were twisted and chaotic. They were divided into 4 categories of strength: pawns, generals, kings, and emperors. Monsters of the pawn category had a strength equivalent to that of the 5th stage Tao body. Monsters of the general category had a strength equivalent to that of the 10th stage Tao body. Monsters of the king category had a strength equivalent to that of the spirit nurturing initial stage. When monsters reached this level, it was generally very difficult for cultivators of the mortal world to deal with them. At that time, the mortal departments concerned would report it to the Heavenly Court through a special channel of communication. As for monsters of the Emperor category, their strength was at least equivalent to that of the half-step soul formation stage 1. Whenever they appeared, they would cause a massive commotion amongst the mortal world. To Lin's team, the mission that they were assigned this time wasn't so difficult. After all, they had Xianyuan Cheng's coattail to ride on. He was an individual who could beat even the spirit-nurturing intermediate stage cultivators of their school. In other words, perhaps even spirit-nurturing final stage cultivators of the Kingdom of the 9 States would be unable to defeat him. Of course, being the team leader, Lin's duty was much greater than that of Xianyuan Cheng and the others. That's right, he still needed to Daigo. At the southern heavenly gate, 2 jade pillars embellished with dragon patterns towered into the skies. Between the 2 pillars, there was a multicolored screen of light which rippled slightly. 2 divine generals stood with weapons in hand, manning the southern heavenly gate. An extremely vast and powerful aura emanated from their bodies. Seeing Lin and his team arrive, the only response they gave was a slight nod. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao handed a document to one of the divine generals. On this document were the details regarding their mission, as well as the coordinates of the team's target location. You're all heading to the Kunlun Mountains, huh? The target location is Baiyun Temple of Rong City. No problems. The divine general nodded. Then he used an immortal spell to form a holographic screen. Wow, so fancy. And Lin blinked excitedly as he watched on. This must be a scene from a sci-fi movie, right? Immortal spells can be used for simulations? Enter this door first. The divine general waved his hand at Lin and the others. Hearing this, Lin took charge and walked into the large door rippling with multicolored light. After crossing the screen of light, he found that his surroundings were gray and murky. There was no sense of direction, and even the ground had disappeared. It was as if he was amidst a vast expanse of chaos. After the 3 of them all crossed the door, the divine general started selecting the target location. Thank you for your help. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao cupped his hands and saluted slightly toward the two divine generals, expressing his gratitude. No worries, it's all part of our duty. The divine general who was operating the hologram responded. Immediately afterward, he felt a slight itch on his nose. Then he opened his mouth. Achoo! The divine general sneezed, and he accidentally pressed the teleport button on the holographic screen. Ah shit! The divine general looked apologetically at Sword Immortal Ling Xiao. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao. On a beautiful blue planet, there existed a lovely mountain full of spiritual energy. On this lovely mountain, a small yet majestic flower bloomed. I'm a flower spirit. What I do every day is peacefully grow my roots, happily photosynthesize, and diligently cultivate. When the sun shines brightly, I peacefully grow my roots, happily photosynthesize, and diligently cultivate. When the rain pours endlessly, I peacefully grow my roots, try my best to photosynthesize, and diligently cultivate. When the spring radiance is boundless, I peacefully grow my roots, joyfully photosynthesize, and diligently cultivate. When the summer sun casts shadows, I peacefully grow my roots, cheerily photosynthesize, and diligently cultivate. When the autumn wind dyes forests, I peacefully grow my roots, dejectedly photosynthesize, and diligently cultivate. When the winter snow flutters about, I peacefully grow my roots, earnestly photosynthesize, and diligently cultivate. Do you all feel very annoyed when you see this place? That's the reason why I can cultivate myself to become an immortal, while all of you are just mere mortals. Day after day I photosynthesize, and year after year I diligently cultivate. I also feel very bored. However, I've been able to persist this entire time. Today is the day that I succeed. Today is the last day before I attain immortal ascension. I need to persist for one more day. As long as I can make it through today. Today's wind is very noisy. However, there is a special kind of warmth amidst this noise. I raise my proud head slightly. Up in the sky, there is the lovely blazing sun and a big bum. I have a bad feeling about this. The large bum in the sky is getting closer and closer, and the path of its descent leads to where I am. It can't be. My luck can't be that lousy, right? I've painstakingly cultivated for tens of years. Yet, the day before I attain immortal ascension, I'm going to be flattened to death by a large bum? Save me! A flower is about to die. The flower spirit yelled loudly, and a sparkling dewdrop emerged on the red flower. Bam! The big bum smashed down, crushing the flower into the earth. Ow, ow, ow! A handsome youth grimaced in pain as he rubbed his backside. The youth who had descended from the skies was none other than the one in charge of the mortal mission, Enlin. Ah! A supple body descended from the skies and plunged into Enlin's lap. Bam! Another plume of dust was kicked up. This time it was Su Xiaolan who had descended. Fortunately, Enlin was there to cushion her fall, so she didn't sustain many injuries. Su Xiaolan blushed slightly. She was flustered as she wriggled free from Enlin's lap and stood up. Thank you. Su Xiaolan looked gratefully toward Enlin. You're welcome. To be honest, I didn't actually want to act as a cushion. The feeling of embracing a girl really wasn't all that great. Enlin felt as if he had almost been crushed unconscious by Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan. Whoosh! A male cut through the air on his sword, and there was an apologetic expression on his extremely handsome face. I'm so sorry, student Su Xiaolan and student Enlin. I was teleported here a little after you two. Otherwise, you two wouldn't be like this right now. The male was none other than Shen Yuancheng. He jumped off his flying sword and apologized humbly. Enlin shook his head. It's not your fault. If we want to blame something, then we should blame the bloody teleportation. It teleported us into such a high altitude. Do they really think that cultivators of the Tao body stage can fly? He felt immense resentment toward the two guards at the southern heavenly gate. If his cultivation base was a little lower and his bones were a little weaker, then he really would become the first student to die of teleportation when descending into the mortal world on a mission. Right at this moment, a tender and soft voice sounded from under him. Ah! Move your bum away, you big bastard. You're crushing this flower. This sound gave Lin a small fright. He hurriedly jumped up and looked toward the ground. There, he could see a delicate and beautiful flower stuck firmly to the ground. Its lush green stem had already been snapped, and from it, a bright red liquid was flowing out. Holy fuck! Were you the one who just spoke? And Lin exclaimed in surprise. And Lin looked toward the pitiful flower which had been crushed by him. Shen Yuanchang and Su Xiaolan also shuffled over and curiously sized up the little flower. Boo-hoo! Of course it was me. Who did I offend to suffer such misfortune? Speaking in a tender voice, the little red flower poured out its woes. The more Lin looked, the more amazed he became. He squatted down and poked the little flower. That's weird. Didn't they say that spirits aren't allowed to form after the founding of the People's Republic one? Ow! That hurts. Why are you so cruel? I feel like I'm about to die, yet you still torment me in such a way. The little red flower wailed loudly at Lin as it became teary with dewdrops. At this moment, a grave look appeared Shen Yuancheng's face. Student Lin, this is a flower spirit which is almost about to form its spirit core. However, after being crushed by you just then, its stem snapped. I'm afraid that after its blood essence all drains out, it'll wither away and die. Huh? What can we do? And Lin was overtaken by guilt after hearing Shen Yuancheng's explanation. This flower spirit could already speak in the human tongue. Presumably, it was a spirit which had received the blessing of the heaven and earth. It wasn't easy for the flower spirit to cultivate to such a level. If it really was crushed to death by him, and Lin would feel fairly remorseful. Hearing Shen Yuancheng's words, the little red flower knew that it was about to die. It started trembling slightly, and it almost cried itself unconscious. There is indeed something we can do, Shen Yuancheng muttered softly. What thing? Hurry up and say it. The flower spirit exclaimed anxiously. The flower spirit felt weak all over now, and perhaps it really was about to die. The stem of the flower spirit has snapped, and its energy essence is flowing away continuously. If the flower spirit can sign a master and servant contract with a cultivator now, and the cultivator provides energy to the flower spirit through the power of the contract, then the issue of the flower spirit's energy essence draining away will be resolved. If this is maintained until the flower spirit forms its spirit core, then we can break out of this dangerous situation once and for all, Shen Yuancheng said solemnly. This was a life and death situation for the flower spirit, so it didn't hesitate for a second before exclaiming, I'm willing, I'm willing. Saying this, it looked pitifully toward the three people surrounding it. The flower knew that all three of them were cultivators. If just one of them agreed to sign a contract with it, then it would be able to survive. Due to circumstances surrounding my bloodline, I can't sign such contracts carelessly. Su Xiaolan was the first to speak. The cultivation method I practice is a bit unique, so I also can't sign such contracts carelessly. Shen Yuancheng also spoke with a serious expression on his face. Thereupon, the two people and one spirit all turned their eyes toward Lin. And Lin, being the main culprit who crushed the flower spirit to near death, it was only natural that he assumed this responsibility. However, he wasn't a remiss person and he had to fully understand the situation first. Say, can you fly? And Lin said as he looked toward the flower spirit. In reality, he wanted to raise an impressive spirit beast like Dabai. He honestly had no interest in the flower spirit. The flower spirit knew that its survival now depended solely on Lin. Thus, hearing Lin's question, it almost burst into tears. Have you seen any flower which flies about in the sky? And Lin sighed in disappointment and continued with his questioning. Then, do you have any special abilities? Special abilities? The flower spirit pondered for a moment before saying happily, I can grow roots. I can photosynthesize. I can even cultivate. And Lin, Shen Yuancheng, Su Xiaolan. Seeing the expressions on the three people's faces, the flower spirit seemed to realize that its talents were not to their tastes. It trembled slightly and looked pitifully toward Lin. And Lin slapped his forehead and sighed. So be it, it was my fault anyway. Let's sign the contract. Hearing this, drops of dew once again oozed out from the flower. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Big brother and Lin is such a great person. It sobbed. Don't casually hand me a nice guy card. And Lin glared at the flower spirit. The flower spirit pulled back in fright, not knowing what it had done wrong. And Lin had learned the immortal spell needed to sign the master and servant contract during his time at the United University of Cultivation. He never would have thought that he would need to use it so quickly. He formed numerous hand seals and vital energy swarmed about. Immediately afterward, he cut his finger and a drop of blood containing a hint of gold appeared on his fingertip. Now, you must put down all resistance and accept my drop of blood. And Lin said to the flower spirit. Saying this, he dripped the golden blood essence onto the petal of the flower spirit. The blood essence slowly seeped into the flower spirit's body. The flower spirit moaned gently and started to tremble. It wasn't long before Lin felt that there was an indescribable connection between him and the flower spirit. At this moment, his energy essence also started streaming through the air toward the flower spirit. And Lin sighed. He plucked the flower spirit from the ground and placed it in his pocket. Thereupon, from this day onwards, Lin gained one more freeloading spirit pet. Ah, Master's pocket is so warm. I really like it. Feeling its life force slowly recovering, the flower spirit knew that it was time to flatter Master and make him feel happy. After all, it still had to rely on him to form its spirit core in the future. And Lin humphed softly. You can eat my energy essence every day, but you better pay me back in the future. 100 spirit stones a day. No bargaining. Oh, okay. The flower spirit agreed readily. Although it didn't know what spirit stones were, agreeing first and not angering Master would definitely not do her wrong. Su Xiaolan chuckled upon seeing this. She felt that the flower spirit really was pitiful having Lin as its master. That's right, Master. I still don't have a name yet. Why don't you give me a name? The flower spirit had initially planned on choosing a name for itself after its transformation. However, now that it had signed a contract with Lin, it wouldn't be good to name itself without Lin's permission. This is indeed a problem. Lin rubbed his chin. After pondering for a moment, he said, Your entire body is bright red. So why don't we name you Xiaohong too? Upon hearing this, both Shen Yuanchang and Su Xiaolin swayed slightly and they almost erupted. Within the pocket, the flower spirit which was in high spirits just a moment ago also sunk into silence. After a long while, a voice sounded. Master, how about you choose another name? A drop of dew appeared on the flower spirit's petal, and it spoke in an upset voice. To the flower spirit, being named Xiaohong was not so different from humans being named things such as Li Guden and Wang Ersha III. There are hundreds of millions of flowers in this world. Yet you use their color to name them. Isn't this quite insulting to flowers? Nah. There was a look of firm resolution on Lin's face. I think that this name suits you quite well. Xiaohong. You have to trust your master's tastes. Xiaohong understands. The name Master came up with is the best. The sweet voice of the flower spirit came from his pocket. In reality, it felt really sad. However, it still had to maintain its smile. Who told it to be dependent upon Lin to survive? Hearing the flower spirit's words, Lin nodded in satisfaction. Shen Yuanchang and Su Xiaolin both glanced toward Lin's pocket with a look of sympathy in their eyes. They wanted to speak yet stopped themselves. Lin didn't realize that the flower spirit had already cried a river in his pocket. Why is my pocket wet? Xiaohong, are you all right? Lin asked in concern. As he was walking, Lin realized that a small patch of his pocket had become wet. I am all right. Xiaohong is just a bit sad about leaving its birthplace. The flower spirit sobbed. Of course, it wouldn't tell Lin that it was crying because of the name he gave it, and Lin and his team traversed the mountain on foot. The most pressing matter at this moment was to reach the location they had agreed to meet at. In truth, the location they should have been teleported to was Baiyun Temple, which was located in the suburbs of Rong City. However, even an idiot could tell that their landing location had deviated from the target. Casting their eyes into the distance, there was no temple in sight. Mountains surrounded them, and apart from the looming forests, there was nothing else. Right now, they had no idea where they were. After trekking for around an hour, and Lin finally saw a road. His eyes lit up in joy. If there was a road, then they could determine their location by simply asking some random driver who passed by. Moreover, they wouldn't need to walk anymore and could take a car directly to Baiyun Temple. A human has been trapped. It's a monster. Xianyuan Cheng's expression became serious. His figure became a blur as he rushed forwards. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were also startled, and they had a bad premonition. Boom! A car which had been speeding down the road was ground to a halt by Xianyuan Cheng's bare hands, and the entire bonnet was crushed by his hands. Immediately afterward, the dreadful sound of metal ripping could be heard. Rip! With his bare hands, Xianyuan Cheng tore the car into two. He then ripped out the tentacle which was binding the human, grabbing him out and quickly dashing to the side. Boom! The car exploded. Xianyuan Cheng carried the male and a warm smile appeared on his face. That was such a close call. Are you all right? The male's eyes bulged. His face was deathly pale and his lips quivered. Ghost! Alien! Ah! Xianyuan Cheng sighed and shook his head softly. He could understand what the male was going through. It was clear that this male had received quite a fright from the monster. Watching this scene from the side of the road, both Lin and Su Xiaolan's mouths widened into an O shape. Su Xiaolan had been very diligent when studying mortal studies, so she knew that the thing speeding down the road was not a monster but a car. As for Lin, he had never seen a monster being torn apart barehanded before. Now, however, Big Brother Cheng had allowed him to witness a fucking car being torn apart barehanded. Holy fuck! Tearing apart a car barehanded. How could he not be shocked? A short while later, Lin and Su Xiaolan finally came to their senses. Big Brother Cheng? Lin walked over and reminded earnestly. The thing speeding down the road just then was a car, not a monster. Hearing Lin's words, Xianyuan Cheng fell into deep thought. Oh, I remember now. It's a type of man-made machine, huh? No wonder I couldn't feel any life force coming from it. Xianyuan Cheng's eyes lit up as if he had recalled something. Immediately afterward, he looked apologetically at the slightly plump male in his arms. I'm so sorry. I acted too rashly and accidentally tore your car apart. I'll compensate you with a new one, he promised. The male was already ashen-faced with fright. Hearing Xianyuan Cheng's words at this moment, he shook his head frantically. And no need to compensate me. I only ask for you to release me. My flesh is too greasy and it doesn't taste good. Every day I eat food injected with hormones while breathing in smog. My flesh is toxic. Xianyuan Cheng, Lin, Su Xiaolan. So, it turns out that this man mistook them for flesh-eating monsters? Lin sighed. He walked before the male and cast a memory-erasing spell. This was an immortal spell that every cultivator had to learn before descending into the mortal realm. The aim of such was to prevent situations like the one just now from happening. After the male's memory was erased, he fell unconscious. Xianyuan Cheng laid him down on the floor and cooperatively cast a healing and awakening spell on him. The male awoke gradually. Seeing the three strangers standing before him, his expression involuntarily changed. Where is this? Why am I here? The male felt a bit dizzy. He racked his brain yet could only remember up to when he was driving. How come he was suddenly laying on the floor? At this moment, an attractive-looking youth started speaking with a smile on his face. Uncle, you were already laying here when we came. We passed through here by chance and were quite worried about seeing you laying by the side of the road. So we stopped to look after you. Also, is that your car over there? Saying this, he pointed his finger toward the road. The male looked toward the road and saw the smoking shell of a car, as well as a scorched license plate. Holy fuck! My car exploded. Yeah, that's so weird. You don't seem to have any injuries either. What on earth happened? Lin looked at the male and wondered aloud curiously. Shen Yuanchang and Su Xiaolan also looked toward the male with an expression of curiosity. It was as if they had witnessed some unfathomable thing. One had to admit their acting skills were very good. The male was baffled as he looked toward them, and he found that they were all looking at him inquisitively. Eventually, he pulled his phone out with trembling hands and took a picture of the car. Then he called the police. Thanks to the male, and Lin and the others were also able to hitch a free ride in the police car. And Lin described him and his friends as warm-hearted youths who had got off a bus halfway through their trip in order to help the male. Hearing this, the male was extremely moved. Afterward, the two of them started conversing cheerfully. Toward the male's gratitude, Shen Yuanchang, the car-tearing culprit, flushed red in embarrassment. And Lin, let's try to compensate this uncle in the future. Shen Yuanchang whispered in Lin's ear. Don't worry. The State Department concerned will help clean up our mess. We just need to find our contact and hand this matter over to them. And Lin chuckled. Hearing this, Shen Yuanchang breathed a sigh of relief, and the feeling of guilt in his mind subsided a little. The male was called Zheng Hongbang and coincidentally, was a resident of Rong City. The location of the incident wasn't far from Rong City and was just over 50 kilometers away. And Lin was in no mood to go to the police station and record statements. So once again he cast a memory-erasing spell on all the people in the car. After the people in the car all fell unconscious, he, along with Shen Yuanchang and Su Xiaolan, all got off. Rong City, or Chengdu, was the biggest city in the southwest and was hailed as the Heavenly Province. And Lin's hometown was in Chongqing, which was not far from Chengdu. When he was free, he would often come over to Chengdu. As a result, he was fairly familiar with this place. Thus, once he got out of the car, he started showing Su Xiaolan and Shen Yuancheng around. There was a forest of skyscrapers in Chengdu, and when they arrived at Chuanxi Road, they found that it was even more lively and bustling. There were all types of stores on this road, and there were also countless mouth-watering delicacies. It was bustling with activity and appeared extremely prosperous. This was the first time that Su Xiaolan and Shen Yuanchang had descended into the mortal realm. Thus, their eyes were wide with astonishment and curiosity as they looked around at the various strange and exotic goods. Fortunately, they both came from famous sects and large clans, so even though they marveled at these new and interesting things, they didn't react in an exaggerated or ridiculous manner. At least, situations like the one where Shen Yuanchang tore apart a car barehanded would not happen again. That's right, and Lin. Don't we need to go to Baiyun Temple to meet our contact first? After strolling around for a long time, Su Xiaolan finally realized that they still hadn't gone to meet up with their contact yet. Hearing her question, and Lin chuckled and shook his head. Before coming here, our homeroom teacher already told us that Baiyun Temple is a very carefully hidden Taoist temple. Ordinary people don't know of this Taoist temple's existence. As our landing location was incorrect, we also don't know of the precise location of Baiyun Temple. That being the case, rather than having us go look for them, it would probably be better to have them come looking for us. And Lin continued. Shen Yuanchang nodded in agreement. This is indeed a good idea. We just need to create some supernatural phenomena. Presumably, some observation department will take notice of it and send people over to investigate. It's indeed an easy and effortless method. Exactly. Let's do that tonight. We'll continue enjoying ourselves during the day. And Lin grinned. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Shen Yuanchang spent a whole day enjoying themselves in the city. Under the guidance of Lin, they enjoyed themselves immensely and emptied all 5 wallets worth of money. Huh? You want to ask where the wallets came from? Once Shen Yuanchang released his divine sense, he could always find some ruffians who were looking to cause trouble. Then, after carrying out justice, he would conveniently take some of their possessions. It was that simple. The habit of pummeling monsters and stealing treasures had always been a tradition of the cultivation world. After coming to the mortal world, it was needless to say that this great tradition also needed to be promoted. Don't you think so? And Lin and the others bought some fashionable clothes, then elatedly ate some hot pot. Afterward, they went for a stroll. It wasn't until after 10 p.m. that they finally decided to create a bit of a stir. Atop a skyscraper, 3 people stood facing the wind. This area was very prosperous, and blinding neon lights flashed continuously. No one would take any notice of the three people standing above them. Come, please begin your performance. And Lin looked toward Su Xiaolan with a smile on his face. Su Xiaolan grinned and casually formed some hand seals. Suddenly, the vital energy in the surroundings surged. After a soft cry, it spread in all directions. Immediately afterward, a fire phoenix 10 feet in size charged toward the skies and exploded in the air. Boom! The explosion of flames was accompanied by a loud noise, and the sky within a radius of 30 feet was lit bright red. On the ground, numerous people were attracted by the bright flames and loud noise. They lifted their heads and saw a shocking scene. Heavens! Am I dreaming? Why is the sky on fire? It's not simply on fire. Just then, I also saw a fiery bird flying toward the skies. That was what caused this sight. Keep bullshitting. Do you think it's X-Men from the Marvels coming here to fight? What fire phoenix? But what's with the flames in the sky? That's so supernatural. Not many people saw the fire phoenix flying into the sky as it happened too quickly. However, many people witnessed the flames spreading throughout the sky. Some people who reacted quickly even took out their phones and snapped some pictures which they then uploaded onto their newsfeed. In no time, the news had reached everyone's newsfeed. Although a lot of people believed that the pictures were photoshopped, this didn't stop the pictures from being frantically shared around. After all, these pictures were way too realistic. Seeing that their goal had been achieved, Shenyuan Chang took out a spell formation which could cause the vital energy around them to fluctuate. Any cultivator with a decent cultivation base would be able to follow the fluctuations of the vital energy and find them here. Sure enough, after about half an hour, there was movement downstairs. Around 7 or 8 people had come, and their average cultivation base was around the 5th stage Dao body. On Earth, this strength could already be considered as quite good. A slender girl with long hair and wearing black clothes stepped out from between them. Her cultivation base was not bad, and she had already reached the 7th stage Dao body. She appeared to be the leader of the group. Although she looked confused after seeing Lin and the others, she remained very calm and composed. I am Huang Shanshan, the leader of the second team at the National Special Operations Department. May I know why you are casting such large-scale immortal spells? You're Huang Shanshan? And Lin's contact for this mission was Huang Shanshan. When he heard this name, he immediately took a badge out from his storage ring. We're ambassadors from the Heavenly Court. Seeing the familiar badge, Huang Shanshan had no more doubts. Oh, it's the Immortal ambassadors. Forgive us for our poor welcome. She saluted respectfully in apology. After saying this, the people behind her also saluted, and their actions were very synchronized. As to why Lin and his team appeared here instead of Baiyun Temple, Huang Shanshan didn't look like she was going to ask them. Instead, she immediately organized their housing and other basic needs. This made Shenyuan Chang and the others think more highly of her. If the Immortal ambassadors were willing to actively release immortal spells and have her locate them, it represented that they must have landed in the wrong location. She was able to infer all of this in her mind. What was impressive was the fact that she didn't reveal any desire of wanting to delve into the cause of this and was only doing her part to the best of her ability. Judging from this girl was very bright and capable. Huang Shanshan handed each of them a bank card. There was 1 billion yuan in each of the cards, and they could use the money however they pleased. When they had no money left on the card, they could notify her and she would immediately help deposit more money. The Immortal ambassadors were here to help slay demons. Thus, they would definitely not allow such little trifles to get in the way and restrict their activity. Regarding these mortal things, Shenyuan Chang was indifferent as he put them into his storage ring. Contrary to his reaction, Su Xiaolan's eyes brightened. After enjoying herself for a full day, she had only spent a few thousand yuan. Thus, she knew that this 1 billion was a humongous amount. To any girl, being able to buy as many things as they desired was a very delightful thing. And Lin was also satisfied as he took the card. He was definitely going to become the Daigo King. Huang Shanshan led Lin and the others to Crown Plaza Chengdu. This was a 5-star hotel and was owned by the Zheng family. the largest clan in the southwest. The head of the Zheng family, Zheng Hongyi, was already waiting for Enlin and the others at the entrance of the hotel. Being the head of the largest clan in the southwest, he had the right to know some secrets. It was also because of this that he was very respectful to Enlin and the others and didn't dare neglect them. Esteemed Immortal ambassadors, in the presidential suite, I have prepared all the electronic equipment and daily necessities you may need for your activities in the mortal world. If there's anything else you need, just tell Little Zheng. Little Zheng will do his utter best to meet your demands. Zheng Hongyi tucked in his large belly and bowed slightly, an obsequious smile on his face. And Lin felt a bit uncomfortable with a 45-year-old man constantly referring to himself as Little Zheng. However, after hearing the name Zheng Hongyi, another name suddenly flashed through his mind. Little Zheng, do you know someone called Zheng Hongbang? And Lin saw that they looked quite similar, so he asked this question. Zheng Hongyi became worked up when he heard this. Yes, I know him. He's my cousin. And Lin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Oh, so that's how it is. Today we accidentally tore your cousin's car apart. I have a debit card here. Why don't you transfer some money to him and help get your cousin a nice car? Even being the well-traveled and knowledgeable person that he was, Zheng Hongyi was still startled by Enlin's words. Holy shit. These immortal ambassadors can rip cars apart. Zheng Hongyi recovered quickly. My cousin wanted to buy a new car ages ago and wanted to get rid of that car since quite a while back. I can't even thank you quickly enough for tearing it apart. How could I take your money? Hearing this, Enlin knew that Zheng Hongyi didn't want to take the money. Thus, he could only take his card back in annoyance. At this moment, Zheng Hongyi smiled obsequiously and said, if the immortal ambassadors like to rip cars apart, then how about I organize 100 cars for you guys to tear apart tomorrow? Don't worry. Whatever type of car you want to tear apart, I have it. Zheng Hongyi patted his chest and promised. Eft. Su Xiaolan laughed uncontrollably upon hearing this. And Lin waved his hand awkwardly, gesturing that he didn't need to go to such trouble. As for the main culprit, Shen Yuancheng, his handsome face blushed slightly, and he turned his head away in embarrassment, after parting with the very enthusiastic Zheng Hongyi. And Lin and the others checked into the presidential suite. The living room was stuffed full with all the latest electronic products. And Lin glanced at these products and decided that the first thing he needed to do was teach Shen Yuancheng and Su Xiaolan how to use a mobile phone. In the mortal world, as long as you had a mobile phone, you would basically be able to solve any problems which arose. You could use the mobile phone to communicate, shop, and look up information. They were both intelligent people and were able to pick up on it very quickly. And Lin only needed to teach them for half an hour before they became familiar with the basic functions of the phone. They were even able to navigate some of the essential apps proficiently. Afterward, Lin left and allowed them to play around with the phones by themselves. There were still 10 days left until they had to travel to the Kunlun Mountains and strengthen the seal on the demonic pagoda. They still had some free time to do whatever they wanted in the mortal world. The next morning, Lin chucked on some sportswear and walked down into the streets, starting his Daigo career. Su Xiaolan and Shen Yuancheng also went off to do their own things. The Daigo task worth 30,000 spirit stones was not an easy one. Amongst the items that he needed to get, there were some which were quite tricky to obtain, and Lin decided to start with the easier items. He swaggered into an electronics store and bought a dozen air conditioners, over 20 extra-large flat-screen TVs, hundreds of high-end laptops, hundreds of high-end mobile phones, and over 200 single-lens reflex cameras. His actions not only scared the salesgirl but also the CEO of the electronics store, who thought someone had come to cause trouble. However, in the end, Lin left under the obsequious smile of the CEO. He had already gotten someone to deliver his purchases to a specified place. Finishing his electronics purchases, jewelry was next. There were all sorts of demands regarding the purchase of jewelry. Even Lin was starting to get a headache while looking at the list of items. As he was walking, he suddenly heard a crisp and pleasant voice. Lin. He was quite familiar with this voice and involuntarily raised his head to look. Then, he saw a pretty girl with long hair staring at him with a startled expression on her face. Lin Wuhua. And Lin also couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw the pretty girl standing in front of him. Lin Wuhua was Lin's girlfriend when he was in university. However, they had only dated for a few days before the incident in Lin's family. After learning that he had amassed a debt of millions, Lin Wuhua left him. Regarding this, Lin didn't have many complaints. They hadn't been together for long, and their feelings for each other were still fairly shallow. Who would want to spend the rest of their life with someone who had a debt of millions? And Lin had already put the past behind him. Hey, long time no see. He smiled calmly at Lin Wuhua. He took notice of the luxuriously dressed male standing next to Lin Wuhua. That male must be Lin Wuhua's current boyfriend. His gaze toward me seems to be quite unfriendly? Lin Wuhua answered softly. She looked at Lin and sensed that his temperament appeared to be a little different. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Actually, I was quite worried about you when you suddenly disappeared from school. Have you been well?" Hearing her greeting, Lin smiled. Just as he was about to answer, the male standing next to her spoke impatiently. "Wuhua, why bother chatting with someone who owes millions? His entire life is just going to be so-so." The male noticed Lin Wuhua's expression as she looked toward Lin, and he felt very uncomfortable. He knew that Lin was Lin Wuhua's ex-boyfriend. Due to this level of relation, some other ideas surfaced in his mind. "I seriously don't understand how someone like you can still stand there so brazenly." The male chuckled in contempt. "Do you really think you're top shit just because Wuhua is being polite to you?" And Lin became dazed upon hearing this. Is this guy retarded? He's shooting off his mouth even though this is the first time we've met. What on earth is going on in his brain? He looked at Lin Wuhua sympathetically. "At any rate, you're a student of Huaqing University. Even if you really are lacking a boyfriend, you still don't need to go as far as finding someone like him." Hearing this, Lin Wuhua's face flushed bright red. It was hard to tell if she felt ashamed or angry. "What did you say?" Hearing Lin's comment, the male immediately burst out in anger. "Do you know who I am? I'm already the executive of a company which has assets of over tens of millions. Do you have any right to be talking about me when you can't even change your own fate?" The male yelled loudly, and he glowered at Lin. And Lin remained silent. His gaze toward Lin Wuhua became even more sympathetic. "That's enough, Gao Peng." Lin Wuhua was a bit angry and she shouted at him to stop. It was as if Gao Peng had swallowed explosives today. He kept targeting Lin and this put her in an embarrassing position. However, Lin Wuhua's shout had no effect. Gao Peng didn't have any intention of stopping, and it appeared as if he especially enjoyed targeting Lin. He was just about to burst out again. However, at this moment, the sound of a car screeching to a halt sounded near Lin. A red Ferrari sports car stopped right beside him. Under the sunlight, a thin halo covered the car, and it was like a burning flame. The make of this Ferrari was especially flashy, and it instantly attracted the attention of numerous passers-by. Immediately afterward, the door opened and a girl wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts stepped out. The girl's well-proportioned legs were exposed, and they were particularly impressive. Complementing this lithe and graceful figure was a captivating and flawless face. Her beauty encompassed youth and energy and at the same time appeared noble and otherworldly. As soon as she appeared, she drew the attention of all the passers-by, even stealing the limelight of the Ferrari. The girl smiled and walked up to Lin. "Hey Lin, I found you," she said softly. This girl who arrived unexpectedly was none other than Su Xiaolan. Lin Wuhua was astonished upon seeing this. She was perplexed about how Lin had managed to become acquainted with a girl like her. She turned toward Gao Peng and found that he was staring dazedly at the girl. Seeing how impotent he was, Lin Wuhua couldn't help but feel gloomy. Su Xiaolan looked toward the two people standing in front of Lin. "Are these two your friends?" she asked curiously. And Lin smiled indifferently. "This is Lin Wuhua, my ex-girlfriend. The one next to her is her current boyfriend, Executive Gao." And Lin introduced. Su Xiaolan was startled upon hearing this. However, she recovered quickly and looked toward the top of Lin's head. There, she could make out a faint green light one. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, she smiled sweetly and linked her hands through Lin's elbow. Afterward, she sized up Lin Wuhua with a look of interest. Big brother, and I can't help but say, were you blind before? How could you be attracted to a commonplace woman like her? She said with a smile. What did you say? This was the first time that Lin Wuhua had been called a commonplace woman. She was immediately filled with anger and looked at Su Xiaolan indignantly. Lin Wuhua was actually quite a beauty. However, compared to the dazzling Su Xiaolan, she was quite lacking. Comparing the two, the difference was like that between a firefly and the bright moon. Thus, even though she was angry, she wasn't able to come up with any retort. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Hello? I'm Gao Peng. Dare I ask for your name? Gao Peng chuckled after recovering from his initial state of marvel. He extended his right hand, seemingly wanting to become acquainted. Lin Wuhua almost fainted in anger. Didn't you see your girlfriend getting bullied by her just then? What do you think you're doing right now? Su Xiaolan was slightly taken aback. Then, her expression became even more splendid. She ignored Gao Peng's outstretched hand and mused, Haha, big brother, and I can't believe your ex-girlfriend is even blinder than you. Lin Wuhua's body swayed and she almost collapsed from anger. This was a really massive blow. Gao Peng also came to his senses at this moment, and with a livid expression, he retracted his hand. Big brother, and are you going to play house with these two? Don't forget the proper business. Su Xiaolan spoke sweetly as she continued holding Lin's arm shyly. Many passers-by saw this, and they looked at Lin with envy and jealousy. Hearing this, Lin shook his head in exasperation. Let's go. I was just passing by coincidentally. Who knew that a clown would suddenly jump out and start performing? When Lin Wuhua heard this, her face flushed red. Gao Peng was also shaking in fury. However, he couldn't find anything to retort Lin with. Just the Ferrari Enzo that the girl was driving was worth 30 million. With this money, she could purchase his company 3 times over. And Lin appeared to be her boyfriend. In what way did he look like someone who owed millions? It was quite obvious how laughable his actions just then were. Thinking back to Lin's look of indifference before, Lin really did treat him as a clown this entire time. All Gao Peng wanted to do now was find a hole to crawl into. So fucking embarrassing. Just like that, under the attention of many passers-by, Lin and Su Xiaolan got into the Ferrari. Under the blazing sun, the car was like a ball of flames as it zoomed off into the distance. In the red Ferrari, Su Xiaolan drove with her petite lips tightly pursed and an expression of indifference on her face. However, her body was trembling slightly, as if she was suppressing the urge to laugh. An expression of resignation appeared on Lin's face. Laugh if you want to. Why suppress it? Pwahaha! Su Xiaolan burst into laughter with no regard for Lin's feelings. You just gave me permission to laugh, so don't get mad now, ha ha ha. Lin winced slightly. Is it really that funny? Su Xiaolan extended her slim hand, which she held beside Lin's mouth, feigning a microphone. I'd like to interview Mr. Cuckold. How did you feel at that time? Hey, that's going too far. What's this about Mr. Cuckold? And Lin glared at Su Xiaolan. Lin Wuhua and I were only in a relationship for a few days. We broke up a long time ago due to my several millions worth of debt. Cuckold? There was no such thing. What? She was only your girlfriend for a few days? What kind of girlfriend is that? If I were you, I'd be embarrassed to introduce her as an ex-girlfriend, Su Xiaolan said whilst shaking her head. A blush crept onto Lin's face. I've even held her hand, he retorted. How does that not count? You and I have also held hands. So does that mean you can announce to everyone that I'm your partner now? Su Xiaolan sniggered. Upon hearing this, Lin fell silent and was at a loss for words. I suppose that means you won't really care about what happened just then. Geez, and I even worked so hard to protect your dignity. Su Xiaolan sighed in disappointment. Gratitude welled up in Lin's heart upon hearing Su Xiaolan's remark. Regardless, I really must thank you, he said gratefully. Su Xiaolin laughed but did not give a reply. And Lin's attention began to drift as he gradually calmed down, and he suddenly discovered something quite disturbing. Xiaolin, when did you learn to drive? And Lin stared with wide eyes at Su Xiaolin with an expression of shock on his face. Su Xiaolin smiled lightly. Just then. Just then? And Lin gulped as he observed Su Xiaolin's expert driving skills, his mind flying into an involuntary daze. Was she trying to rectify the stereotype against female drivers? Such frightening talent. Could she be the reincarnation of the god of automobiles? Then what about this car? And Lin asked whilst pointing at the Ferrari. Oh, I wanted to learn how to drive, so I asked Zheng Hongyi for a car, and he gave me this one. The exterior of this car is pretty stylish, much better than the other cars on the road. I have to admit, Zheng Hongyi has good taste, said Su Xiaolin in a rare instance of praise. And Lin fell silent. This was hardly a matter of taste. How could a car worth just over a mere 100,000 be comparable to a sports car worth several tens of millions? Having said that, though, Zheng Hongyi sure was generous. To allow someone like Su Xiaolin, who had never touched a car in her life, to drive a limited edition sports car like this one. And Lin could only look on in admiration. Where do you want to go next? I'll drive you there, Su Xiaolin asked. Let's go to the International Shopping Center next. I still have to buy several hundred sets of clothes and jewelry. And Lin replied. Su Xiaolin turned her gaze upon Lin in surprise. Huh? You're not trying to open a clothing and jewelry store, are you? And Lin smiled, then told Su Xiaolin about his agreement to help his upperclassmen do some shopping on their behalf. A smile appeared on Su Xiaolin's face as she nodded in approval at Lin's explanation. Who would have thought that you've got a mind for business? Of course. And Lin replied with a hint of pride. Do you need spirit stones? I've got 30,000 and don't really have any use for them. So how about I give them to you? And Lin had received a lot of help from Su Xiaolin but never really had a chance to repay her. He wanted to use this opportunity now to express his gratitude properly. Spirit stones. Su Xiaolin shrugged. I'm not really lacking in those. On top of that, you accumulated those spirit stones through a lot of hard work. I can't just take them from you. And Lin was somewhat despondent upon hearing her response but continued to persist. Then, is there something that you really want? Something that I really want? Su Xiaolin considered to herself whilst pinching her chin, an expression of deep thought on her face. And Lin sat in silence, eagerly awaiting Su Xiaolin's reply. Unfortunately, she remained in deep thought for 15 minutes but was still unable to think of anything. Just as Lin was becoming despondent again, a delicate voice resounded within the car. Master, Master. Xiao Hong knows what big sister Lan Lan wants. A bright red head poked out of Lin's pocket. As Xiao Hong had been nourished by Lin's energy essence and escaped the restrictions of being rooted to the ground, it had begun some sort of transformation, thereby giving it a certain degree of mobility. Oh? What is it? And Lin asked with a glint in his eyes. At this time, Su Xiaolin's gaze also fell upon Xiao Hong, as she too was a little curious what Xiao Hong's answer could be. Xiao Hong's head wobbled from side to side. A girl is like a beautiful flower. Gifting flowers to a girl is very romantic and will evoke a sense of joy from the bottom of their heart. And Lin's eyelid twitched slightly. So what you're saying is... Xiao Hong suddenly became very animated. Master, how about you gift me to big sister Lan Lan? As long as it's for you, I am willing to sell my body with no regrets. And Lin's face twitched violently as he processed Xiao Hong's proposal while Su Xiaolin burst into a fit of laughter. And Lin pinched Xiao Hong's head angrily. Setting aside your terrible proposal, is it really such a grievance for you to stay by my side? Ow, wow! Xiao Hong exclaimed in pain before hurriedly apologizing. That's not the case. Xiao Hong doesn't want to leave Master either. Xiao Hong is only trying to help share Master's burden. Ow, wow! And Lin harumphed coldly and stuffed Xiao Hong into his pocket, as he didn't want to waste his words with this annoying spirit. Su Xiaolin laughed quietly whilst covering her mouth. A short while later, she turned to Lin and announced, We're here! An eye-catching Ferrari parked into the parking lot beside the International Shopping Center, attracting the attention of countless bystanders. Immediately afterward, the sight of a handsome man and beautiful woman exiting the car had everyone's jaws dropping to the ground. The two of them each held a big rucksack as they made their way hurriedly into the shopping center. Their first stop was the jewelry shop. The shop attendants in the jewelry shop all became petrified in fear at the sight of the two of them storming into the store with rucksacks. But you can't blame them. If you were running a jewelry shop and discovered two people storming in aggressively with rucksacks in their hands, what would you immediately think of? You'd think it was a robbery, of course. Their fears were only exacerbated when the man leading the way pointed a finger at the jewelry in the cabinets before exclaiming loudly, "All of this stuff. Take it out for me." Just this one sentence immediately had a few of the female shop attendants trembling in fear, while some of them had even moved their hands to hover over the alarm activation button. However, at this moment, the man suddenly plucked out a credit card and threw it on the counter. "Why are you all just standing around? Hurry up and bring out the jewelry. I'm a very busy man." Upon this sudden turn of events, one of the female shop attendants immediately moved her hand away from the alarm, before asking hesitantly, "Sir, are you planning to pay by card?" "No shit. What would I do instead? Commit daylight robbery?" The man rolled his eyes at her. The shop attendant's heart thumped heavily as relief sunk in. "We genuinely thought you were planning to commit daylight robbery, sir." Upon hearing his words, all the shop attendants breathed a sigh of relief as their emotions began to settle. "Then what are you planning to do with the rucksack, sir?" another shop attendant asked curiously. "I plan to fill the rucksack, of course." The man replied as if it was no big deal. Fill them." Everyone gaped in awe at the man holding the rucksack. Have you ever seen anyone buy jewelry with rucksacks? This was jewelry, not rice. All the shop attendants had just calmed down, but now their hearts began to tighten again. As expected, we should still call the police. "Oh wait, no, not to fill this rucksack." The man suddenly corrected himself. Relief set in again amongst the shop attendants upon hearing this remark. So he was joking all along? "Because there's another rucksack. I might fill both of them." The man pointed to the woman behind him. Everyone directed their attention to the woman behind the man, only to find that she was also carrying a rucksack with a dainty smile on her face, looking like she was itching for some action. All the shop attendants. And thus, the shop attendants of the jewelry store were fooled around by Enlin and Su Xiaolan for the nth time. These pearl necklaces. Yes, the whole row. Help me package them all up. Bring out all the diamond necklaces in this cabinet too. I'll take 100 silver bracelets. Yes, in that exact model. What? You don't have that many? But this is such a big jewelry store. Isn't this what you guys do for a living? Hey, Xiaolan. That jade Buddha is also on the list. Throw it in the rucksack. All the shop attendants burst into a frenzy of action, each of them continuously retrieving items of jewelry from the cabinets. They discovered for the first time that selling jewelry could be so straightforward, as there was no need at all to merchandise and promote products to customers. They only needed to continuously retrieve jewelry from the cabinets. This feeling could only be described as extremely satisfying. If it wasn't for the man who had placed the bank card with a balance of 1 billion on the counter, they'd honestly believe they were assisting criminals in committing a robbery. The beautiful female manager of the jewelry store stuck to Enlin like glue, carrying his rucksack in his stead, with a seductive smile plastered across her face. As she considered the exaggerated performance and profit figures this sale would generate, her smile became even more glamorous. She forced the opening of the rucksack as wide as possible, hoping to cram in as much jewelry as possible. This feeling was so satisfying. And Lin was also taking this rare opportunity to experience what it was like to be a rich tycoon, throwing piece after piece of valuable jewelry into the rucksack as if they were mere cabbage. This feeling was so satisfying. By this time, masses of awestruck bystanders had already surrounded the store. They looked on at the astonishing scenes taking place in the jewelry store, all of them a little dazed with shock. If it wasn't for the satisfied smiles present on the faces of the manager and all the shop attendants, they'd all think the jewelry shop was being robbed. It's the same act of buying jewelry, But why is the disparity between person to person so severe? So this is what it looks like when rich people shop. My eyes have been opened. I've seen a lot of rich people, but I've never seen a rich person that buys jewelry so frantically. To be so liberal with money. Could he be that young Master Wang Tsong? Impossible. The guy at the front is clearly much more handsome than young Master Wang. Oh my God. I'm so tempted to run in and ask that handsome tycoon if he's looking for a mistress. Stop dreaming. Can you not see that beautiful jewelry store manager? She's following the man wherever he goes. She's clearly already staked her claim on the role of mistress. In very little time, Lin and Su Xiaolan had almost robbed the whole jewelry store of everything. Oh, wait, no. They've shopped the whole jewelry store of everything. Then, Lin and Su Xiaolan made their way out from the store, where a standing ovation from the store attendants and awestruck bystanders was awaiting, before placing the rucksacks filled with jewelry into the car. En route to the car, the whole scene was abuzz, as if some celebrity had made an appearance at the shopping center. After getting back to the car, Lin began to store all the jewelry into a storage ring. The cultivators of the Kingdom of the Nine States actually did not really place much value on the jewelry of the mortal world. It was only out of curiosity that they've delegated Lin with the task of shopping in their stead. The jewelry was considered to be a native product of the mortal world, as they were produced in the mortal world and were crafted by techniques unique to the mortal world. They were essentially pretty souvenirs, fun to play around with when bored, but rarely will they be held in an important regard. And it was due to this reason that their standards for purchasing jewelry were generally quite low, with no demands for style and quality. Take diamond necklaces as an example. Their only request was that there were diamonds on the necklaces, irrespective of the style or even how many carats the diamonds were. Hence, it was a simple task for Lin. However, the subsequent clothes shopping was going to be more difficult. Clothing in the mortal world was quite trendy and fashionable, much to the delight of some cultivators. Some cultivators would make an effort to wear clothes from the mortal world when they go out. Although the list for the clothing to be purchased wasn't very extensive, the requirements were all quite high. Brand, type, measurements, style, all these factors had to be considered, and Lin massaged his brow as he stared at the list in his hand, feeling a little distressed. To shop in someone's stead was not easy. However, he had already accepted the spirit stones, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and persevere. Thus, Lin and Su Xiaolan made a frenzied return to the international shopping center. This time, the difficulty in buying clothes increased drastically. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, the task itself was already difficult. The second reason was due to the existence of Su Xiaolan. She was also interested in the clothing of the mortal world and wanted to buy a few sets for herself to take back to the cultivating realm. Lin had initially thought that Su Xiaolan would only need a few minutes to pick out clothes for herself. However, he soon realized he had severely underestimated Su Xiaolan's propensity for shopping. Lin, do you think I look good in this dress? You look gorgeous. Let's get this one. There's no hurry. Let's look at some other clothes first. Lin, what do you think about this t-shirt? Wow, so youthful and energetic. Absolutely stunning. Let's hurry and get this. But I feel like the color tone is a bit too dull. Let's keep looking. Lin, look, quickly. What about this floral top? Aha. It suits you very well, you look like a floral fairy in it. This one is certainly not to be missed. Really? But I feel like the floral print is a bit too convoluted. So let's look at some other styles. Lin, look here. Yes, that one's fabulous. Lin, look over there. Lin, this one on me. Lin, this one's not bad. Maybe we should get this one? A ploy suddenly took shape in Lin's head and his eyes began to glow. This one's great. Bye. Let's buy this one. Before Su Xiaolan had a chance to formulate an objection, Lin stood upright, grabbed the clothes and ran straight to the counter to pay. The shop attendant couldn't help but turn to Su Xiaolan with a look of envy at the sight of Lin sprinting away to pay. You have such a good boyfriend. I've never seen a man take so much initiative in clothes shopping. An expression of pride appeared on Su Xiaolan porcelain-like face. We've only bought 1 item of clothing, but my plan is to buy 5 items of clothing. He's got a long way to go yet. And Lin was just returning from the payment counter, looking very pleased with himself when Su Xiaolan's remark reached his ears. Upon hearing her words, his legs immediately gave out under him, leaving him kneeling on the shop floor. As dusk settled over the skyline, their shopping journey finally came to a conclusion. His clothes shopping plan had only reached 20% completion. His original intention was to complete 50%, but there was a mishap. As for what that mishap was, well, Su Xiaolan bought 5 items of clothing as well as a luxurious evening dress. That night, Huang Shanshan had organized a ball, inviting the top politicians and merchants of the southwest region. The purpose of the ball was actually just to let these people meet Lin and the others. That way it would be more convenient if something were to happen in the future, as they would all do their best to cooperate with Lin and the others in completing their mission. For this ball, Lin had also bought himself a tuxedo. Although this was his first time in a tuxedo, Lin's great figure, coupled with his handsome face and the refreshing disposition unique to cultivators, still gave him a dapper and suave look at a glance. As for Su Xiaolan, needless to say, even if you were to put her in some coarse garments, it would still detract nothing from her stunning beauty. Therefore, for her, the issue of whether clothing suits her was a completely non-existent one. The Ferrari containing Lin and Su Xiaolan sped toward the White Jade Palace as night fell. The White Jade Palace was a private club, whose main structure was a white palace, hence the name. And the ball organized for Lin and the others was being held at the very same White Jade Palace. Night fell, bringing with it a myriad of shining stars. A multitude of different models of luxury cars parked outside a scenic manor. In the center of the manor, surrounded by lush hills and flowing creeks, sat a palace constructed of white bricks. The interior of the palace was brightly lit and the sound of melodic, relaxing music flowed out from within. All the important characters from the southwest region were gathered here. There were political powerhouses, wealthy tycoons and businessmen, as well as the leaders of some very illustrious family clans. They were all gathered here upon accepting Zheng Hongyi's invitation. A fatso caught a glimpse of a bespectacled middle-aged man in the crowd and immediately walked up to greet him with a wide smile plastered on his face. "Mayor Lu, what an honor it is to see you here." The middle-aged man smiled lightly upon seeing the fatso. "I am only here to accompany Mayor Qin today." The fatso stalled slightly in surprise, clearly not expecting even the likes of Mayor Qin to participate in tonight's event. It was important to note that Mayor Qin was a deputy provincial-level official who rarely ever attended social events such as this one. What could the purpose of tonight's event be, to have even garnered interest from Mayor Qin? The fatso's name was Wei Ronghui. He was a prominent businessman in the real estate sector, having recently acquired a large block of land in Rong City. Now presented with the rare opportunity to meet Mayor Qin face-to-face, he was debating to himself whether it was wise to take advantage of this opportunity to forge closer relations with Mayor Qin. After making a bit of small talk with Deputy Mayor Lu, Wei Ronghui began to make his way toward Mayor Qin. As he was making his way toward Mayor Qin, he suddenly caught sight of a well-built man who looked to be in his 40s, standing in silence by himself. He looks a little familiar." Wei Ronghui walked towards him, hoping to get a closer look. "Holy fuck! Isn't that the director of the Provincial Department of Security, Zhou Zhang? Isn't he currently busy investigating the bizarre homicide cases in Huangxi village? How does he have the time to attend this ball?" A look of shock appeared on Wei Ronghui's face. He recalled when Zheng Hongyi extended an invitation to him, he did say something about introducing a few people to everyone. Upon recollecting this, Wei Ronghui's eyes narrowed into a slit. Could there be some sort of VIP set to make an appearance tonight? At this moment, 3 young people also made their way into the venue. Leading the way was a tall and lanky man. A hint of a smile appeared on his face as he surveyed the scene before him. Following behind him was a beauty with long flowing hair and glamorous features, as well as a man with a smile on his face, looking very pleased with himself. "Wu Hua, All the people at this ball tonight are important characters in the southwest region. Be careful with your actions and words. The man precautioned. The two standing behind the tall and lanky man were none other than Lin Wuhua and Gao Peng. Lin Wuhua nodded earnestly in response to Gao Peng's words of caution. They originally did not even have the right to attend a ball of this prestige. The only reason why they were able to attend at all was because of the young Master Zheng leading the way in front of them. Zheng Yong was the name of this young Master Zheng. He was also the son of Zheng Hongyi, who was, in turn, the host of tonight's ball. Gao Peng and Zheng Yong attended the same university and could be considered good friends. It was exactly due to his relationship with Zheng Yong that Gao Peng had the opportunity to attend this ball with Lin Wuhua. Gao Peng looked at the prestigious characters around him with a scorching heat in his eyes. If he was able to forge relations with the people here, his company would definitely advance in leaps and bounds. Most of the people at the ball nodded and smiled upon seeing Zheng Yong, with some even approaching him to strike up a conversation. All the young beauties around Zheng Yong also uniformly cast their gazes upon him, a look of anticipation in their eyes. Zheng Yong would also size up the beauties around him from time to time. There was certainly no lack of beauties amongst the young women in attendance tonight, but there was no one that particularly caught his eye. Having seen countless beautiful women in his time, Zheng Yong had become desensitized to the sight of them. Most beauties to him now were no different from your average person and could no longer ignite the passion within him. However, at this exact moment, a figure appeared in his line of sight, instantly rooting him to the spot. Zheng Yong stared in a daze at the beauty in the red evening dress, the sight of her filling him with an unprecedented shock. He had never seen such a beautiful and dazzling woman before. Her perfect figure and proportions, her indescribably gorgeous features, all the other beauties in attendance paled in comparison to her. Sensing Zheng Yong's dazed state, Gao Peng also cast his view in the same direction, before exclaiming, "It's them!" Hearing Gao Peng's exclamation, Zheng Yong turned to him. "Gao Peng, do you know them?" Gao Peng nodded. "I've only met them once, but I recognize one of the guys. His name is Lin, he's a student. As for the other two, I don't really recognize them." Gao Peng intentionally hid the fact that Lin and the woman accompanying him appeared to be in a relationship. He had already detected that Zheng Yong seemed to be interested in the woman. Although that was fair enough, such regal beauty was enough to tug at anyone's heartstrings. He was familiar with Zheng Yong's personality. Once he had his eyes set on something, he would spare no effort to pursue them, even by unscrupulous means if required. All that was left was to sit back and watch things unfold. "Oh!" Zheng Yong began to size up the three people across the room upon hearing Gao Peng's remark. All three of them were new faces and appeared to be quite young. However, they did not look like your run-of-the-mill average person, so they are probably from some prestigious clan. "Lu, bring on the beverages," Zheng Yong said with a wave of his hand. A housekeeper hurriedly made his way toward Zheng Yong while holding a platter, before expertly presenting 2 glasses of pre-concocted wine. This was no ordinary wine. This was Cultivation wine brewed by the religion of the Heaven Magus, with very strong selective aphrodisiac properties. Zheng Yong could not be bothered wasting time on relationships if he fancied someone. All he needed was a glass of Cultivation wine. He held the wine glass in his hand, looking at the woman across the room with a scorching gaze. Such perfection. I must have her tonight. Zheng Hongyi and Huang Shanshan have just left to attend to a guest. As a result, Lin, Su Xiaolan and Shen Yuancheng have begun to wander aimlessly in the venue. "Hello there. My name is Zheng Yong. Welcome to the ball." A tall, lanky man suddenly appeared in front of them, holding a wine glass with a smile on his face. "Hi, my name is Lin." Lin replied politely. Following this, Shen Yuancheng and Su Xiaolan also introduced themselves. Upon hearing their names, Zheng Yong's body quivered in shock and he began to feel a little ill. He recalled the words Zheng Hongyi spoke to him before leaving to attend to a guest. "Yong, there will be 3 government special envoys attending this ball. Their names are Lin, Su Xiaolan and Shen Yuancheng. This ball is being held for them. Remember, you're nothing to them. Don't get on their bad side." Zhang Yong was, of course, aware of the meaning behind Zhang Hongyi's words. These three were definitely not people he could mess with. My God. And he was just considering feeding the captivation wine to the woman. A light sheen of cold sweat appeared on Zhang Yong's forehead as he considered what he had almost just done. Are you okay, Mr. Zhang? And Lin asked in concern upon seeing Zhang Yong's pained expression. Zhang Yong recovered from his dazed state, with an apologetic expression appearing on his face. I actually feel a little ill at the moment. I'm really sorry, but I must take my leave now. His only thought at this moment in time was to get the captivation wine as far away from this place as possible. The wine was like a ticking time bomb, keeping him on edge constantly. This wine looks quite exuberant. And Lin grabbed a glass of wine from the housekeeper's platter. What the fuck? Zhang Yong's legs almost gave out from under upon seeing this. All encounters are a product of fate. I propose a toast. And Lin smiled as he held up his wine glass. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong only wanted to smash the wine glass in his hand. A toast? Then what? Having Lin fall in love with him? Are you kidding? Zhang Yong and Lin's conversation had already attracted the attention of many guests. Gao Peng stared in confusion at the scene unfolding in front of him, unable to get a grasp on the situation. Zhang Yong was brimming with confidence only a moment ago. Why has he backed down? Sensing Zhang Yong's hesitation, and Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you feeling too ill to drink? Sigh, my apologies. I really am feeling quite unwell. Once I have recovered, I will be sure to invite Mr. N to drink to our heart's content. Zhang Yong responded. That's okay. I think I know how to make you feel better. And Lin smiled lightly. Mr. N is familiar in the way of medicine. Zhang Yong suddenly began to feel a little uneasy. This is what I call physical therapy? And Lin smiled devilishly. He suddenly raised his right hand before bringing his open palm down through the air, making a solid connection with Zhang Yong's face. Slap. A loud slap reverberated throughout the whole venue. Zhang Yong's body flew a full 2 meters through the air before tumbling to the ground. He spat out 2 teeth along with a mouthful of blood, as his face began to swell up drastically. Gasped the guests keeping an eye on Lin and Zhang Yong's exchange all stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding in front of them, letting out a collective gasp. Gao Peng was the most shocked of all, standing rooted to the ground. Holy fuck, what is going on here? Why hasn't Lin suddenly physically assaulted Zhang Yong? And Lin turned to Shen Yuanchang and Su Xiaolan with a smile on his face. When dealing with scum like this, it's best not to use words when you can use actions. The sound of Zhang Yong being slapped reverberated loudly around the venue for everyone to hear. All the guests gathered around them, and they were immediately treated to a sentence from Lin that had them even more stupefied. When dealing with scum like this, it's best not to use words when you can use actions. Everyone looked on in astonishment. Some even felt Lin's words to be utterly absurd. Was he crazy? Not only had he just beaten Zhang Yong, but he was also now verbally abusing him too? What had happened? Did they miss something? The two of them appeared to have been conversing amicably. Why has a brawl suddenly broken out? Even those who had been keeping an eye on the situation from the beginning were no better informed to explain the situation. Shen Yuancheng fell silent upon hearing Lin's remark. Slowly, he began to nod his head in agreement. And Lin, what you just said makes a lot of sense. Su Xiaolin also looked at Lin with a smile in her eyes, but did not say anything. The guests gathered around them all widened their eyes in surprise. Not only were the two of them not remorseful or apologetic in the least, but they were instead expressing their approval. Could it be that Lin was not the only crazy one, but the three of them were actually all crazy too? When Zhang Yong fell to the ground, tremors were running through his whole body. He gaped at Lin blankly, completely dumbfounded by Lin's actions. Ever since he was born, his status and identity had demanded fear and respect. No one has even dared to scold him, let alone assault him like this. But now, Lin had not only slapped him in front of all these people but was also labeling him as scum. He had never been humiliated like this in his whole life. Rage sent tremors running through his body, but as the son of tonight's host, he couldn't just flare up recklessly in rage. Lin Wuhua looked at Enlin, a worrisome expression on her face. Meanwhile, Gao Peng was absolutely ecstatic. The situation had developed beyond his expectations, but it appeared as if the end result could only spell more trouble for Enlin. The impending doom awaiting Enlin triggered a twisted sense of joy within him. Soon, a slightly chubby man squeezed into the scene. What happened? Why has everyone gathered here? Everyone's expressions took another drastic turn as they saw who the new arrival was. The son had just got bashed, so now the father was also here. The newcomer to the scene was none other than Zhang Hongyi, Zhang Yong's father, as well as the leader of the Zhang family clan, the largest family clan in the southwest. Some of the guests had already begun to shake their heads and sigh with sympathy, seemingly already able to foresee the tragic fate awaiting Enlin and his friends. Zhang Hongyi looked at Zhang Yong, slumped on the ground, his face swollen to the extent that it resembled a pig's head. Then he turned his gaze upon Enlin's trio, before falling into an involuntary daze, unable to grasp what had transpired. Enlin lightly swirled the wine glass in his hand, the wine in the glass appearing particularly vibrant under the lights. Discipline your son properly. Tell him to stop screwing people with drugged wine in the future. Zhang Hongyi listened to Enlin's remark, then looked at the glass of wine in his hand. Cunning as he was, he immediately had a rough grasp of the sequence of events that had transpired. He took a deep breath, before making his way toward Zhang Yong with his head lowered. Father? An expression of fear appeared on Zhang Yong's face. Slap! Another loud slap reverberated through the venue as Zhang Hongyi held his hand up high, his whole body trembling with rage. But that was not all. As Zhang Hongyi continued to rain down punches and kicks on Zhang Yong even as he cowered on the ground. You dumb fuck. Do you know what you've done? You better learn a fucking lesson from this and repent for your actions. Zhang Hongyi let loose a torrent of abuse as he continued to rain blow after blow upon Zhang Yong. He knew that the more severely he punished his son, the greater of a chance his son had of being allowed to live. This scene left all the guests completely dumbfounded. Some even began to rub their eyes, fearing that their vision was failing them. My God, has Zhang Hongyi gone crazy too? Those 3 people just bashed your son. Shouldn't you be teaching them a lesson? Why have you turned on your own son instead? Zhang Hongyi was not acting this time. His blows rained upon Zhang Yong, each blow creating a muffled thump, audible even to the surrounding guests. After a while, Zhang Hongyi seemed to run out of energy. He turned to his housekeeper and roared, Lu, drag this disobedient trash outside and continue. Keep going until both his legs are broken. The housekeeper stared at Zhang Hongyi with a blank expression, at a loss for what to do. Hurry up, Zhang Hongyi roared again. Zhang Hongyi's yell startled housekeeper Lu out of his daze, and he hurriedly called for the security guards to carry Zhang Yong away, who was by now battered and bruised all over his body. Mr. Zhang, I hope that you weren't kidding when you said, until both his legs are broken. A tall, slim woman in a black evening dress walked into the scene, a cold expression on her face. The words just then had been uttered by none other than her. This woman was Huang Shanshan, who had accompanied Zhang Hongyi in getting here. Huang Shanshan had also noticed that there was something amiss about the glass of wine in Enlin's hand. The drugs in the wine could fool the average person, but it was obvious for any cultivator with a certain level of cultivation base. You need not worry about that. I deliver on what I promise. Zhang Hongyi replied with a determined expression on his face, before making his way toward Enlin and his friends and bowing in apology. I am truly sorry. It is my failings as a father that has resulted in my son's actions. Respected envoys, are you satisfied with my treatment of the matter? Enlin nodded. Yeah, it was so. Tell your son to restrain himself in the future, otherwise next time, it'll be his 3rd leg that gets broken. Enlin was, of course, aware of Zhang Yong's intentions, to drug Su Xiaolan. Even though it was impossible for Zhang Yong to succeed, even the mere thought of it was intolerable to Enlin. It was only because of Zhang Hongyi that Enlin did not punish Zhang Yong more severely. Zhang Hongyi tremored in excitement and relief, as he knew that his son's survival was ensured for now. You have a heart of gold, respected envoy. I am forever indebted to you for your kindness. All the guests at the scene were wondering to themselves if they were in a dream. Someone had just bashed his son. And not only did he continue to beat his own son, but he also expressed his gratitude to the perpetrators immediately afterward. Gao Peng had also been scared shitless, his legs almost giving out from under him. What had just happened? He was completely at a loss. Amongst the guests, some were still in a state of confusion, whereas some shrewd individuals had quickly grasped the situation. And Lin mentioned screwing people over with fake wine. This appeared to be the key instigator of this incident, as there was most likely a problem with Zhang Yong's wine. The fuss that Zhang Hongyi caused upon discovering the drugged wine, as well as his referring to Lin's trio as special envoys, all hinted toward the fact that the three had very special identities. Perhaps they were the people that Zhang Hongyi wanted to introduce to everyone tonight. Sure enough, having taken care of Zheng Yong, Zhang Hongyi made a grand introduction for Lin, Shen Yuanchang, and Su Xiaolan to all the guests present. The identity of the trio was said to be Central Special Envoys specializing in the investigation of paranormal events. The guests present were all a little confused at what this identity entailed. However, there was no confusion in interpreting the top-secret documents Huang Shanshan brought out immediately afterward. There was one clause in the document. Upon seeing this document, all government officials in the southwest region must do their best to assist the special envoys in completing their mission. After seeing the document, all the guests turned their astonished gazes upon Lin's trio. The scope of the document was such that it was effective even to the provincial party secretary. Assuming the document was, in fact, authentic, then the identity and background of Lin's trio was simply unimaginable. The guests at the ball had finally begun to understand the reason behind Zhang Hongyi's handling of tonight's incident. His seemingly unreasonable actions could now also be explained. Gao Peng stood rooted to the spot, his gaze transfixed on the document. Never would he have thought that the purpose of this ball was simply to better accommodate the completion of the mission assigned to Lin's trio. All these important characters of the southwest region, turns out that they were only the support cast to Lin's trio. Gao Peng seriously felt like he was about to go crazy. And to think that he was taunting and plotting in secret against someone like this. Did he want to die? Lin Wuhua was in even more of a daze. Only a year ago, she and Lin were still both students at Huaqing University. Wasn't he forced to withdraw due to excessive debt? How had he now transformed into a central special envoy? To be able to garner the cooperation of all the important characters of the southwest region, just how much power would that require? Lin Wuhua now felt that Su Xiaolan's words couldn't ring truer. She really was blind. Turning her gaze upon Gao Peng, who had, at this point, pretty much gone crazy, then looking at Lin, confidently mingling and conversing with the guests in the crowd, a deep sense of regret welled up in her heart. However, in the end, all she could do was breath a silent and forlorn sigh. Even if she were given the choice again, if she did not know what she now knew, she'd probably make the same decision anyway. The purpose of this ball was actually just for Lin's trio to familiarize themselves with all the important characters of the southwest region, thereby making things more convenient for them. The specifics of the mission assigned to Lin's trio could not be revealed, and only a very small number of people, including Mayor Qin, Zhang Hongyi, and Director Zhou, had a rough idea of what the mission entailed. Hence, the rest of the guests could only make some general small talk. Soon, they began to feel a little bored and found a table to sit at. Zhang Hongyi and Huang Shanshan would take care of all these complicated interactions for them. Upon taking a seat, Su Xiaolan and Shen Yuanchang immediately engrossed themselves with their phones. The allure of smartphones was not only apparent to mortals, but the myriad of functions in these phones also ensured that not even cultivators are immune to their charms. Su Xiaolan browsed for items on Jingdong and Taobao, beaming with excitement. The desire for shopping that was common in all young girls burned in her like a roaring flame. Whereas Shen Yuanchang was using his phone to research all types of cutting-edge electronic products, advanced mechanical products, and even the military weapons of each country. Regardless of whether it was theoretical knowledge or the construction of models, all these aspects were within the scope of his research, giving him an air akin to that of an astute engineering student. And Lin sighed lightly upon seeing this. Other people attended balls to socialize and dance. Meanwhile, these guys were glued to their phones. Not long ago, they were this super badass trio that shocked the whole crowd. But now, they had suddenly retreated to the sidelines, completely shattering their badass image. Browsing Taobao and viewing blueprints. Was this really normal? And Lin let out another sigh before pulling his own phone out of his pocket to play King of Glory. He chose Zhuge Liang as his game character. In comparison to a heroic character like Li Bai, with his graceful demeanor and chick magnet skills, and Lin was more of a fan of handsome and flexible characters who were able to advance or retreat as the situation demands, such as Zhuge Liang. Some of the daughters of prominent family clan leaders in attendance at the ball had already begun casting fleeting glances toward Lin. His flamboyant actions earlier had captivated their heartstrings. Some of the girls finally mustered up the courage to make their way toward him, intending to invite him to dance, only to find that he had sat down to play on his phone. "What's young master and playing?" A girl with a pretty face asked her friend quietly. "I can't tell, he's too far away. I feel young master and is one of those unfathomable characters controlling everything behind the scenes. All his actions must hold some sort of profound meaning. I think it's best if we did not distract him." Her friend said solemnly. "That's true, he does look quite busy." "Sigh, what a pity!" The girl sighed, suppressing the urge to go and talk to Lin. At this moment, Lin was engrossed in his game, completely oblivious to the concept of games ruining lives. By now, his battle had reached its climax. Both sides' defensive forts had been vanquished, and the only thing left was each side's large crystal. During the 5v5 group battle, both sides had suffered 4 casualties, with only Lin's Zhuge Liang and the enemy's Han Xian remaining on the battlefield. The outcome of their duel would decide the match. Zhuge Liang and Han Xian were both at quarter health, and Lin wanted to increase the distance between himself and Han Xian, buying him the 8 seconds of time required to charge up his final attack, and defeating Han Xian in one fell swoop. However, he had still underestimated Han Xian's range of attack. Han Xian leaped towards Zhuge Liang, closing the distance in an instant before unleashing a ferocious barrage of attacks with his spear. Zhuge Liang had insufficient health points, thus immediately falling to Han Xian's surprise attack. "Idiot! You should have just teleported right in front of Han Xian and used the attack of the East Wind to finish the match. Why waste time charging the energy ball?" A crisp voice sounded beside Lin's ear just as his Zhuge Liang fell to the enemy's Han Xian. And Lin raised his head to find a very cute young girl with short chestnut-colored hair glaring down at his phone screen in disapproval. He knew that what she said was of course correct. However, for an adult like him to be scolded by a little girl like this was a little embarrassing. "Where have you come from?" "Shoo! Go away, kid." "Me? Kid?" The little girl pointed at her own face, rage shimmering in her bright eyes, her breast rising and falling with each breath. "Oh wait. No, she doesn't have any breasts." And Lin knew that his previous words were not very polite. Hence he attempted a different approach. "Where has this cute little loli come from? Go find your mummy and daddy." The little girl became even more enraged upon hearing Lin's words, raising her voice in anger. "Listen up, I'm 18. Already a legal age adult." And Lin stared at the little girl's petite figure, blinking with a blank expression on his face. A pink evening dress was draped over her figure, appearing quite loose despite the fact that it was a size S, revealing her translucent white shoulders. The cleavage of this evening dress reached down quite far, but her chest still looked flat as a board despite this. "Okay, I believe you," and Lin nodded. A pleased expression appeared on her face upon hearing Lin's admission, but his next words almost made her faint from rage. "You're a legal age loli? Are you happy now?" And Lin corrected himself. "Happy? Happy my ass." Would it kill him not to add on that sentence at the end? She felt like if she were to continue with this line of conversation, she would cough up blood soon. Hence, she immediately changed subjects. Hi, my name is Tian Lingling. Miss Xianxia has instructed me to assist you in completing your mission. Oh, hi, my name is Enlin. A flash of disappointment appeared fleetingly on Enlin's face. He had thought that Tian Lingling had been attracted by his dashing figure whilst gaming. It was now apparent that his thoughts had erred on the narcissistic side. Enlin turned Su Xiaolan and Shenyuan Cheng's attention away from their phones before introducing Tian Lingling to them. In the country, Huang Shanshan was affiliated with the National Special Operations Department belonged to the military, whereas Tian Lingling was the representative for the Hua Nation. Both of these forces would provide assistance to Enlin's trio in order to complete their mission. The guest that Huang Shanshan and Zheng Hongyi had earlier left to greet was none other than Tian Lingling. Tian Lingling had already reached the 8th stage Dao body at only 18 years of age, and she was considered to be a prodigy even in the kingdom of the 9 states. On a planet like Earth, her talent was absolutely first-rate. Hence, there was no need for her to be polite or exercise restraint when talking to Enlin and his friends. Enlin was of course not going to take offense to this. Why would he take a little kid seriously? Hey, Enlin, dance with me. Tian Lingling's bright eyes blinked with excitement and anticipation. With you. Enlin sized up Tian Lingling, a barely detectable hint of disdain appearing on his face. I refuse. Are you kidding? If he was to dance with a little lowly girl as a partner, how strange would that be? He would get mistaken for someone with pedophiliac tendencies. Enlin's flat-out refusal caused Tian Lingling to stomp her foot in rage. Her anger subsided only after a long while. Hey, Enlin, do you have WeChat? Of course I do. I'm not a caveman. How could I not have WeChat? Tian Lingling chuckled slightly before pulling out her phone and bringing up the QR code. Her intentions required no explanation. Enlin thought to himself that adding her on WeChat should be okay. It'd allow for easier communication as well. Hence he very cooperatively added Tian Lingling. Do. A message came through on Enlin's WeChat. It was a smiley face sent by Tian Lingling. He raised his head to look at Tian Lingling before responding with a smiley face of his own. Enlin was little speechless. She and Tian Lingling were standing face to face. So why were they exchanging emojis over the phone? Is this a new game in the mortal world? Do. Another message came through on Enlin's WeChat. Tian Lingling invites you to join the group. All cultivators of the world unite together to protect Earth. Enlin's eyes widened upon seeing the name of the group before looking toward Tian Lingling. Tian Lingling smiled smugly at him. This is the WeChat group for the Hua Nation's top cultivators, and it will also be your support team for this mission. Enlin's expression remained blank. With such an outlandish group name, was this really a group established by cultivators? All cultivators of the world unite together to protect Earth? Do they think they're Ultraman? Even though Enlin was a little speechless, he still accepted the invitation into the group. However, he discovered very quickly that he might have just joined a fake cultivator group. System notification. Fake Taoist priest Little and has joined the group. However, the group seemed to be discussing something very interesting, as a flood of messages immediately drowned out the notification announcing Enlin's arrival. Enlin was more than happy to be an invisible bystander, surveying the conversation with curiosity. Taoist wooden ox. I still don't believe the twin color ball for next time is going to be this number. Crack shot clairvoyant. It's up to you whether you believe it or not, but I have to tell you, my dream clairvoyance is accurate to the point that even I'm feeling a little shocked. I've been watching my lottery ticket every night before I sleep, and only after all this time have I dreamt of the number on the twin color ball. Anyway, I've already bought 100 tickets. I'm gonna absolutely drain the prize pool. Enlin, dreamy voice fairy. You don't say. Crack shot clairvoyance. Dream clairvoyance has extremely high accuracy. Last time he dreamt of himself taking a holiday in the East Sea where he encountered an earthquake and drowned to death in the ensuing tsunami. He pissed his bed upon waking up, and then only a few days later, there really were a few level 9 earthquakes and tsunamis on the Japanese coast. Wooden ox. Clairvoyant just gave you a great chance to win big. He's essentially gifting you money. Who wouldn't accept that? Crackshot Clairvoyant was a little indignant. Hey, I know you're complimenting me, but did you have to bring up my tendency to piss my bed? Atomic Bomb Fairy sent a smiling emoji. Everyone already knows about you pissing your bed from your master. This isn't exactly a secret. It's a well-known fact to everyone in the group, so what's there to be shy about? And Lin, well known to everyone? I don't know about this. Speaking of which, even immortals piss their bed. Even if it was a nightmare, that's still a little too preposterous, is it not? Crackshot Clairvoyant. Whatever, seeing as Wooden Ox doesn't want this opportunity, I'll reserve it for the Savior. The Savior? You there? Golden Jade. The Savior has gone to America to steal some cutting-edge military technology. He's not available. Crackshot Clairvoyant sent a fearful emoji. The last time he went to America, he messed around with their nuclear missile launching programs and added a spell formation to the nuclear missile during its launch. What has he gone to do this time? Golden Jade replied with a smiling emoji. I don't know. The cultivators in the group all had mixed reactions to this, some sending worried emojis, others sending emojis roaring with laughter. As for Lin, he was completely stupefied. Messing around with a nuclear missile launching program? Adding spell formations on nuclear missiles? Stealing cutting-edge military technology? Holy fuck, are these cultivators really protecting Earth? Is this really not a group of cultivators with the Earth's destruction as their objective? And Lin felt like he'd just joined a fake cultivator group. He silently moved his finger toward the delete and leave icon. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up in the group chat. Tian Lingling. May I please have everyone's attention for a moment? Let's welcome the newest addition to our group. Fake Taoist Priest Littlein. Dreamy Voice Fairy. Oh yeah, I saw that he just joined the group but didn't get a chance to ask about him. May I please ask which sect you are from? None of the people that were able to join this group for the Hua Nation's top cultivators were lacking in strength and status. Hence the reason for Dreamy Voice Fairy's question. Seeing as someone in the group had just asked him a question, and Lin naturally had to give a reply. Fake Taoist Priest Littlein. Heir? Sect? Does the Heavenly Court count? Dreamy Voice Fairy. Crackshot Clairvoyant. Taoist Wooden Ox. Atomic Bomb Fairy. Even Golden Jade, who was normally very sparing with her words, couldn't help but ask, could it be that you're from the Heavenly Court? Fake Taoist Priest Littlein. Yes, that's correct. Crackshot Clairvoyant. Holy fuck, the Immortal ambassadors are here. Immediately after this, he seemed to realize something and immediately corrected himself. Oh wait, no. What I meant was, I'd like to welcome the respected Immortal ambassador in joining us to direct our work. Dreamy Voice Fairy. Welcome, Immortal ambassador. Atomic Bomb Fairy. Welcome, Immortal ambassador. Golden Jade. Welcome, Immortal ambassador. Enlightened Lazarite. Welcome, Immortal ambassador. Countless group members originally in hiding began to appear in the chat, lining up to initiate a welcome ceremony. There was close to 100 cultivators in the group, and at this moment almost half of them appeared to join in on the procession. The rest of them were probably either in seclusion or doing something else and have hence remained silent. And Lin was startled by the cultivators' warm welcome. There were often cultivators from the Heavenly Court sent to the mortal world to complete assignments, so it certainly wasn't uncommon for them to come into interaction with the Hua Nation military forces as well as cultivators in the mortal world. Were they always this enthusiastic when meeting an Immortal ambassador? What he did not know was, Tian Lingling's decision to add him to the group was actually a spur-of-the-moment one. Cultivators sent from the Heavenly Court in the past were either reluctant to use WeChat or felt like it wasn't necessary to call upon the power of the cultivators in the mortal world. Hence, they very rarely joined groups like this. For someone like Lin to join this group was an event that had not taken place even once in the past year. Enlightened Lazarite. Respected Immortal ambassador. May I please ask what your Dao title is? Although many of the cultivators in the group used their Dao titles as nicknames, it was clear that Fake Taoist Priest Littlein was not Lin's Dao title. And Lin blinked as he considered the question. as this was something that he'd never thought about before. Fake Taoist priest Little Lin. I don't have a Tao title yet. Everyone can just call me Lin. Crack shot clairvoyant. Sure, no problem. Is this your first visit to the mortal world, Masterin? If you have anything you'd like to know, we'd be more than happy to help you out. All the cultivators in the group scrambled to express their agreement, clearly regarding Lin as some sort of noble immortal. Fake Taoist priest Little Lin, Mr. Clairvoyant. Please don't refer to me as Master. I'm only 19 years of age. In truth, I lived in the mortal world for more than 18 years and have only recently gone to study in the heavenly court. Everyone in the group fell silent due to shock. Enlightened Lazarite. For a cultivator of the mortal world to be able to study in the heavenly court, this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Crack shot clairvoyant immediately followed up. And to think that Mr. N is so young. It's amazing that you've achieved so much at your age. Those who were able to assume the role of the Immortal Ambassador were all cultivators of great strength. Many of the students of the United University of Cultivation could not earn an opportunity to visit the mortal world even once before they graduated, thereby demonstrating just how rigorous the conditions were. If you were to ask, why did these students that could not come to the mortal world still have to take the subject mortal studies? Wasn't this an unnecessary waste of time? To answer this question, Lin felt it was best to use the Hua nation's education policies as a means of explanation. Many students have studied English for over 10 years, but how many opportunities have they had to converse with native English speakers? The people of the Hua nation could only hype themselves up by conversing in English with one another, or through watching some English films, or by completing English exam questions. Those who could exercise their English skills in a practical environment were still very few after all. Dreamy voice fairy. Mr. N. Where did you study before going to the heavenly court? The members of the group were also quite curious to hear Lin's reply. To be able to produce such a prodigious young talent, the sect that he originated from must be quite a renowned one too. After all, this could be considered to be a big event for the whole mortal cultivator society. And Lin scratched his head helplessly at these questions. Who was his teacher before he went to the heavenly court? Professor Chun from Hua Qing University? Or was he supposed to list off all the teachers that he's had since kindergarten? It was very obvious that this was not what they were asking. Hence, Lin could only answer truthfully. Fake Taoist priest Little Lin. Prior to going to the heavenly court, I hadn't yet begun cultivating. Haha, now that I think about it, I've only been cultivating for about 6 months. And Lin was actually pretty embarrassed to admit this. For someone like him who'd only been cultivating for a mere 6 months to be held in such high regard by these veteran cultivators. Even though he had thick skin, he was still feeling quite embarrassed. However, no one took notice of his admission. All of them were only staring at one part in his reply. 6 months, Golden Jade. Forgive me for asking, Mr. N. But how far has your cultivation progressed? Fake Taoist priest Little Lin. Not very far. I'm only at the 9th stage Tao body. Golden Jade almost spat out a mouthful of blood onto the computer screen upon seeing this reply. Not very fucking high. The group chat, previously bustling with messages, suddenly fell silent. All the cultivators were staring, transfixed on the terms 6 months and 9th stage Tao body. Tian Lingling even went as far as to throw her phone to the side before turning to Su Xiaolan in excitement. Sister Lan Lan, I need to ask you a question. What level cultivation base was Lin when he first came to the heavenly court, and what level is he now? Su Xiaolan smiled lightly. He had 0 cultivation base when he first arrived at the heavenly court, but now he's already at 9th stage Tao body. He's one of the big celebrities at the United University of Cultivation, so don't underestimate him. And Lin shook his head. The subject of her question was sitting right here. So why did Tian Lingling feel the need to ask Su Xiaolan instead? Did he really have such low credibility? Compared to Lin's exasperation, Tian Lingling was in a state of shock. She had been cultivating for more than 10 years before finally bringing her cultivation base up to 8th stage Tao body, a stage far superior to her peers. This made her develop great confidence in her aptitude for cultivation. But Enlin reached 9th stage Dao body in a short span of 6 months? Tears began to well up in Tian Lingling's eyes as her confidence shattered into pieces. A long while later, she picked up her phone and began to type with trembling fingers. Tian Lingling, everyone. I've just confirmed with another Immortal ambassador. I've received confirmation from her that Enlin spoke the truth. He really has only cultivated for 6 months, during which he grew to the 9th stage Dao body from no cultivation base at all. Tian Lingling's words were like a bomb exploding on the surface of a tranquil lake. All the cultivators that had been shocked into silence by Enlin all exploded into a frenzy again. Crackshot clairvoyant. Holy fuck! Cultivating from 0 cultivation base to 9th stage Dao body? Are we really playing the same cultivation game here? Atomic bomb fairy. My outlook on cultivation and life has received heavy blows, and I am feeling extremely upset. Calm celestial maiden. Please save me. I need your therapy. Peaceful celestial maiden. Sister atomic bomb. Calm celestial maiden has already fainted from vomiting blood after seeing the previous messages. Atomic bomb fairy. Taoist wooden ox. Enlightened lazarite. I feel like my life has been an online game, during which I suffered infinite hardships before finally reaching level 80, only to find Mr. N laughing at me whilst holding a level 99 dragon-slaying blade. Dreamy voice fairy. Hee. Luckily for me, I have lightning-fast reactions, and I've already just taken 99 heart-soothing tablets. I'm feeling much better now. Taoist red WIRM. I feel like a salted fish bludger right now. Several tens of cultivators all logged onto the chat at once, unanimously expressing their shame, causing Enlin's face to convulse slightly. Upon seeing the messages popping up in the group chat, Tian Lingling felt a lot better. As expected, burdens are always lighter when shared. Aside from a few cultivators having their Dao hearts severely shaken, the incident passed by quickly. En route to the ball, Enlin had caught sight of Lin Wuhua and Gao Peng. But everything was all in the past now, and he did not feel the need to acknowledge them now. The ball concluded soon after, and Enlin and his friends arrived back at the Crown Holiday Hotel to rest. Tian Lingling also followed along this time, as she was staying in the room neighboring Enlin. She was the representative of the cultivators of the mortal world. Hence, it was her duty to accompany and assist Enlin's trio in completing their mission. If they wanted to summon the help of other cultivators from the mortal world, she could comply and assist them in garnering their assistance. But of course, if they wanted to recruit the help of some veteran cultivators with unfathomable cultivation bases, a little remuneration was bound to be required. They acted as individuals and did not have any relations with the heavenly court. None of them would be dumb enough to provide free labor. However, there were some cultivators in the chat that had a heart for public welfare and often slew monsters and demons for the benefit of society. They would be happy to provide their services free of charge. The only problems were, firstly, the levels of their cultivation bases were all inconsistent, and they were motivated purely through their sense of justice, so there was no guarantee in the numbers that could be called upon. And Lin considered his options momentarily before deciding to leave this group of potential allies alone for now. Judging from the difficulty of the mission, the small group he led should have no problems at all. In his hotel room, he'd already downloaded 1,000 different romantic action films. After assessing all of them, he laid down on his bed, exhausted. Sigh! There really was a demand for everything. There were even people asking him to purchase romantic action films in their stead. And Lin looked at the shopping list in his hand with an expression of resignation, suddenly realizing that earning money was not easy after all. Some people would probably be inclined to ask, why didn't he just purchase everything online? This was actually as when it came to things like clothing, and Lin's upperclassmen were all very distrustful of online sellers. Hence, they've explicitly requested for Enlin to personally purchase them from physical stores, whilst also making very strict demands for the color and material of the clothing they require. As for things like technological products and jewelry, Enlin can purchase hundreds and thousands of them with no effort. If Enlin chose to purchase those items online, once the items started arriving, he'd probably end up with broken legs from running back and forth to receive them from the post office. As such, it was better to just sweep through physical stores and take care of everything in one day. Ding dong. A notification for a new text message suddenly appeared on his phone. And Lin unlocked his phone to find that Tian Lingling had sent him a new message in WeChat. Tian Lingling, yo, fake Taoist priest, do you have some spare time tomorrow? Come and catch some ghosts with me. And Lin, what the hell was catching ghosts supposed to be? He considered the day of shopping ahead of him tomorrow and immediately gave a reply. I don't have time. I have to go buy some clothes tomorrow. Tian Lingling, how long could clothes shopping take? I'll go with you. Then we can go catch some ghosts afterward. And Lin chuckled slightly. Are you sure? Tian Lingling, sure as sure can be. And Lin did not reply, instead sending a picture of his clothes shopping list to Tian Lingling. Tian Lingling stared at the long winding list, falling into silence caused by shock. Tian Lingling, how about this? Leave the clothes shopping to me. You've heard of Tianyu organization, right? My dad is the chairman. I'll get him to call on some helper, and I guarantee you that they'll have it all taken care of in 2 days. You can catch ghosts with me in the meantime. Tianyu organization? That's one of the top 500 corporations in the world. And Lin thought to himself in surprise. The organization dabbled in a myriad of different industries, including cinematography, music, fashion magazines, and clothing. It would not be far-fetched to call them one of the top corporations in the entertainment industry. With a background as stellar as this, it really wouldn't be a problem to delegate the duty of clothes shopping to her. Just as he was about to agree to Tian Lingling's offer, he suddenly thought of something. He picked up his phone, taking photos of all the items on his shopping lists. The snacks for you two and the other peers, a few figurines and some craft items. After taking photos of all the shopping lists, and Lin sent them to Tian Lingling all at once. Fake Taoist priest Little Lin. Okay. I'll come and catch ghosts with you if you take care of all these as well. As each photo loaded on her phone, a steady stream of shopping lists began to appear in front of Tian Lingling's eyes. List upon list of all types of items with all types of outlandish requirements seemed to taunt Tian Lingling from the confines of her phone. Tian Lingling gripped her phone tightly, her eyes gaping wide. A long while later, she took a deep breath before typing out a few words with great difficulty. Tian Lingling. All right, leave it all to me. And Lin looked at Tian Lingling's reply, before blissfully sending a message of good night, then setting his phone to the side. Ha! I'm truly far too clever. Now all my problems have been unburdened. What a fantastic feeling. And Lin closed his eyes blissfully, all the while triumphantly praising himself. He had a feeling that he would sleep very well tonight. In the neighboring room, Tian Lingling sat on her bed with her legs folded. Her lips convulsed in rage as she looked at all the shopping lists on her phone. But in the end, could only mutter to herself angrily. How dare he use me to do his bidding? I'll get back at him for this. If it wasn't for the fact that Uncle Lin was caught up with something and couldn't find the time, who would want to partner up with someone as despicable as Lin? Tian Lingling's petite face was filled with aggravation. She flopped down onto her bed in exhaustion like a salted fish bludger. She had a feeling that she would sleep very badly tonight. Soon, the sun replaced the moon in the sky, signaling the arrival of a new morning. Knock, knock, knock. Tian Lingling was knocking on the door, and Lin opened the door to find Tian Lingling in a pink tracksuit, her cute petite figure glowing with vitality. Good morning, fake Taoist priest. Tian Lingling greeted him immediately after walking into his room. Good morning, little lowly. And Lin immediately responded to her. Upon hearing this, Tian Lingling almost flew into another fit of rage. She felt like Lin was constantly a step ahead of her. She held out a folder toward Lin. Within it were some documents containing information on catching ghosts. And Lin flipped open the folder, reading the documents to get a basic understanding of the case. In the Huangxi village of Rong City, there had recently been a few bizarre homicide cases. In all of the cases, the victims had colorless skin with their eyes gouged out, leaving only blood-filled holes in their wake. The expressions on all their faces were of extreme terror, clearly the result of receiving a sudden fright from something. The casualty count had reached 11 people by now, with Zhou Zhang, the director of the Provincial Department of Public Security, personally investigating the case. However, no progress had been made, but there was instead some very unreasonable discoveries made. This included things such as strange sounds in the village at night, and the unexplainable presence of a black haze constantly hanging around in the air. These strange events struck constant fear into the village's inhabitants. Zhou Zhang had investigated cases akin to this one in the past. He knew that this was most likely out of his range. Hence he requested assistance from the central government. However, the National Special Operations Department was unable to spare any people, so he instead turned to the cultivators from the Hua Nation Cultivators Society. Taoist Lin Yi from Mount Longhu and Tian Lingling answered his request for assistance. However, an unforeseen event in Tibet meant Taoist Lin Yi was no longer able to offer his services. But this could not be delayed. Hence, after going around in circles like this for a while, Tian Lingling and Enlin finally formed a group to investigate the case. After reading through the report, Enlin's initial impression was that this was the work of a soldier-level or general-level ghost. This meant that the enemy was likely to be 5th to 10th stage Dao body. To Enlin, this was still within his realm of capability. Hence, he packed up the documents before smiling to Tian Lingling. "Let's go. Huangxi Village it is." Huangxi Village was a small village which was quite far from Rong City. It was located next to a mountain stream and there was only a narrow road leading to it. It had a population of just a few hundred people. The villagers had been in a state of anxiety ever since the string of strange murder cases which occurred recently. Despite the fact that this news had already been blocked off by the departments concerned, how could it be possible for them to hide the sudden deaths of over 10 villagers from the other people in the village? Moreover, quite a few people witnessed firsthand the gruesome state of the corpses and were now unable to sleep properly. The government put in place a series of reassurance and consoling policies, yet their effects were minimal. Fear and panic continued to emanate throughout the village, and some villagers even fled their homes in dread. As the road leading into the village was too narrow, cars were unable to enter. And Lin and Tian Lingling got out of the car at the village entrance and started traveling on foot. After following a limpid stream for 1 kilometer, they finally saw the thinly scattered village houses. The village sat before blue mountains and was also encircled by a crystal-clear stream. Speaking solely about the environment, it was especially pleasant and made one feel carefree and happy. After the string of murder cases, though, a haze of dread obscured the faces of the villagers and even the atmosphere of the village became low-spirited and heavy. Wang Dong, the village chief, was in charge of greeting Lin and Tian Lingling. Zhou Zhang, the head of the Provincial Public Security Department, had already notified Wang Dong of the visitors. Wang Dong knew that his 2 visitors were the ones specially dispatched here to deal with the murder cases. Thus, he went to personally greet them. Wang Dong was over 50 years old and was a relatively healthy male. He waited at the village entrance and, upon seeing that the special task force was comprised of a relatively young-looking male and a petite and adorable girl, he couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Such a serious murder case and the Public Security Department just dispatches these 2 useless-looking youths to deal with it? Although there was uncertainty and discontent in his mind, Wang Dong still fulfilled his duty of greeting these 2 visitors. And Lin didn't talk any nonsense with Wang Dong and requested to be led to the scene of the murder straight away so that he could examine it. There were 3 crime scenes in total, each in which an entire family fell victim. The manner of death was identical for each of the families, with their eyes being dug out and their vitality completely sucked dry. And Lin and Tian Lingling arrived at the courtyard of one of the murder scenes. This was an area which had already been cordoned off. Stepping over the cordon and entering the courtyard, they instantly felt a chill shoot through them, and their hairs involuntarily stood on end. Each of the murder scenes gives off a very sinister vibe. If I didn't have to bring you here, I would definitely keep as far away as possible. Wang Dong also felt a cold chill shoot through his sturdy body, and he shrank backward. And Lin and Tian Lingling exchanged a glance, and they both saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. They circled around the courtyard once and arrived back at the entrance. "Chief Wang, please take us to the next crime scene," and Lin said. Wang Dong's eyes widened. "Why, you've finished your inspection? Don't normal police detectives examine every inch of the crime scene and ask all types of questions? Then, they slowly come up with a speculation after they've done all that?" These two just circled around the courtyard once, like tourists, and didn't ask a single thing. It hasn't even been 5 minutes yet, and they're already asking to go to the next crime scene. Are they really here to solve the case and not just here to have a look around? Seeing Lin and Tian Lingling nod seriously, Wang Dong could only keep his dissatisfaction to himself. He led them toward the next location with a dark expression on his face. At the next location, Lin and Tian Lingling also used just 5 minutes to finish their inspection. Wang Dong was expressionless as he led them to the third crime scene. Just like that, Wang Dong finished taking them around to tour these 3 locations in less than half an hour. "Village Chief Wang, we've finished inspecting the crime scenes. We'll stay at your house for a while and go back to check on the crime scenes tonight." And Lin smiled. Wang Dong. When they arrived at Wang Dong's house, his wife had already prepared a sumptuous meal to greet them, and Lin and Tian Lingling tucked in straight away and were full of praise for the delicious and natural tastes of the village food. "Lingling, this chicken is amazing. Just a dabble of ginger salt, and you'll be able to taste the fragrance and richness of the chicken. Fake Taoist priest, this water spinach is also delicious. I've never tasted such sweet and delicious greens in the city. These are proper, pollution-free vegetables. Auntie, can you please cook another dish of this water spinach?" Hearing their conversation, Wang Dong's face twitched. He felt as if he had received a pair of fake police officers to handle the case. Couldn't be that these two were at his house to freeload, right? If it wasn't for the fact that they showed him their documents, Wang Dong would have kicked them out long ago. Contrary to Wang Dong's sour mood, his wife was chuckling happily. She was very happy that her dishes had received the approval of the police officers. Before they knew it, night set in, and Lin and Tian Lingling once again left the village chief's house. This time, they didn't let Wang Dong follow them. There were barely any street lamps illuminating the village, and as they walked down a small and dim lane, they looked around warily. That chilling sensation is a sensation uniquely carried by attacks of evil spirits, and it can linger around the scene of the incident for a long time. That evil spirit has clearly reached the general stage already, Tian Lingling suddenly said. One portion of the chill feels violent and ferocious, whilst the other portion feels obscure and deadly. There are 2 evil spirit generals. Hearing this, an anxious look appeared on Tian Lingling's delicate face. Judging by the locations of the crime scenes, the evil spirit attacks at random. I'm afraid that our patrol has to cover the entire area of Huangxi village. Aha! I've heard that strange sounds can be heard at night. We can use that as a point of penetration. And Lin continued. Due to the string of killings, none of the villagers in Huangxi village dared go out at night. The narrow path was silent and still, and only the footsteps of Lin and Tian Lingling could be heard. There was an especially clear crunch every time they took a step. A chilly gust of wind suddenly blew over. Tian Lingling shivered and involuntarily grabbed onto Lin's sleeve. And Lin sensed this and glanced at her strangely. Cold? Tian Lingling answered softly. She blushed slightly and nodded. And Lin shrugged. I'm only wearing this one shirt though, so don't count on me to take off my coat and give it to you like they do in the movies. Tian Lingling rolled her eyes. Who wants your coat? I wouldn't wear it even if you had one. And Lin ignored her and continued walking forwards. This scared Tian Lingling and she hurriedly caught up to him. And Lin was shrouded in shadows under the dark night sky. Tian Lingling found the surrounding environment a bit creepy. This was a sensation that couldn't be experienced during the day. She couldn't help but find something to say, as speaking was the only way she could suppress her terror. Fake Taoist priest, do you think that we can beat the 2 evil spirit generals? Tian Lingling asked. We can't beat them, the male in front of her answered slowly. Tian Lingling was baffled. Why? Didn't you just say that as a powerful cultivator who's on the Immortal rankings board, you'd be able to dispatch the evil spirit generals easily. A bone-chilling gust of wind swept over, and dark shadows danced about as the leaves rustled. Because, and Lin turned around to face Tian Lingling slowly. His eyes bulged and his tongue was sticking out. I'm already dead. Wah! Tian Lingling fell to the ground in fright. She screamed loudly and was scared to tears, looking toward Tian Lingling who was crying on the floor, and Lin felt slightly stunned. Hey, I was only joking. Why are you so easily scared? You actually dare accept a ghost hunting mission with such psychological state? He asked in astonishment. Tian Lingling raised her head, and upon seeing that Lin was fine, a sulky expression appeared on her tear-stained face. She leaped toward him and started hammering his chest with her small fists. Wah, you big bully! Who bullies people like that? Tian Lingling hammered him as she bawled. Sniff! She blew her nose and wiped it on Lin's shirt. She then continued to cry and hit him. The corner of Lin's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say, "You're using my shirt as a handkerchief? Is that not bullying?" In the end, he suppressed his urge to say this. After all, he was in the wrong in the first place and his joke had been a bit over the top. Just as Tian Lingling was venting her feelings, Lin felt as if he had heard the sound of sobbing coming from another location. Wah wah wah, wah wah wah. He patted Tian Lingling's back and said, "Listen, it sounds like there's a ghost crying with you somewhere." Tian Lingling's petite body shivered and she shouted in realization, "Big bully, you're lying to me again." And Lin. As the other wail became louder and louder, Tian Lingling finally sensed that something was off. Her hairs stood on end and she was terrified as she looked toward the direction of the wail. Hey, do you really think that there's a ghost there? Why is it crying with me? Her voice was shaky as she questioned Lin. How would I know? If you can, why don't you go and ask? And Lin answered. Tian Lingling shrank back at the thought of this, and an expression of fear and trepidation showed on her face. And Lin sighed softly. If he hadn't come along on this mission, Tian Lingling would probably have been scared off by the ghost before she had even seen what it looked like. He followed the strange noise, and Tian Lingling followed closely behind him with a yellow talisman clenched in her fists. The wail became louder and louder. Eventually, the wail sounded like it was right next to their ears. They looked all around yet could not find any suspicious traces. Where is it? Suddenly, Lin felt a cold chill envelop his entire body. Are you looking for me? A hoarse voice traveled into his ears. Immediately afterward, a white-clothed figure suddenly hung upside down in front of Lin. She didn't have a mouth or a nose, and her two eyeballs were attached by red strips of flesh that were 1 foot long. The eyeballs hung outside of her head and swayed about as they stared at Lin. Holy fuck! Lin jumped in fright. Without any hesitation, he used his mountain-quaking fist. Boom! The golden fist enveloped the white-clothed figure, and a massive amount of power was released. Oh! The white-clothed evil spirit was taken by surprise, and the strike sent it flying back. It flew for over 10 meters before thumping into the ground and laying there, shivering. Tian Lingling didn't even have time to scream before seeing the evil spirit get pummeled. Her mouth was agape, yet no scream was forthcoming. She could only stammer, so strong. Lin didn't take any notice of Tian Lingling. Instead, he ran curiously toward the evil spirit. His mountain-quaking fist was very powerful. So much so that even the evil spirit general lay crippled on the floor after being struck by it head-on. Its body has become semi-transparent. Is it about to die? And Lin wondered aloud as he neared the evil spirit. Yeah, that's right. Hurry up and use that immortal spell again. Kill it, quickly. Tian Lingling urged Lin on as she hid behind him. She poked her head out and was a bit scared as she looked toward the evil spirit on the ground. No need to hurry. After living for so many years, this is the first time I've seen an evil spirit. I need to examine it thoroughly. There was a look of excitement on Lin's face, and he glanced at the evil spirit, full of malicious intent. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the white-clothed evil spirit bulged. Oh, its eyes were already bulging. Its expression had never changed. However, its flesh-attached eyeballs suddenly flew toward Enlin. Holy fuck! Can still move. Half-power mountain quaking fist. Enlin was startled by this and he cast another mountain quaking fist. Boom! The ground caved in from the power of his punch and the evil spirit was completely flattened. Wah wah wah. The voice of the white-clothed evil spirit was hoarse as it wailed in agony, and its body became even more transparent. Enlin picked up a branch and prodded the evil spirit's long eyes. He then curled up the eyeball and flesh which had spurted out. That's disgusting. Tianlingling couldn't bear to watch on. This is so mysterious. When I prod this transparent body, it feels like it's real, Enlin exclaimed in surprise. The white-clothed evil spirit was limp and powerless, and its eyes bulged. Wah wah wah. Huh? Say, it doesn't have a mouth. Why is it able to make these sounds? Enlin had a look of curiosity and he used the branch to poke at where the evil spirit's mouth should have been. This area of its face was a sheet of white. When the branch jabbed this area, it sunk in like a balloon. Hee hee. Interesting. Enlin found this very amusing, as he didn't expect for evil spirits to be so mysterious. Wah wah wah. The white-clothed evil spirit wailed powerlessly. Enlin shook his head in disappointment. How come it only knows this one line? Can't it say anything else? Afterward, he shifted his gaze to the large bust on the evil spirit's chest and poked at it curiously with his branch. Is this real? Wah wah wah. To his surprise, tears actually started to appear on the white-clothed evil spirit's bulging eyes. Ah! Why are you such a hooligan? Tianlingling shrieked upon seeing Enlin's actions. She raised her hands and tossed out a warding seal. Boom! A golden column of light descended from the skies and blasted into the evil spirit's body, becoming the last straw which crushed it. Within the golden column of light, the evil spirit's body slowly vanished. The sound of its wailing also faded into the wind and after a while, completely vanished. Why did you kill it? Enlin looked unhappily toward the girl behind him and spoke with irritation in his voice. When you should have been fighting with all you had, you were as timid as a squirrel. When you should have been warm and gentle, you were as violent as a tiger. Tianlingling's face flushed red. But you were acting indecently just then. I can't let you commit such crimes, she retorted softly. Enlin grimaced. How did his act of investigating evil spirits become one of acting indecently? What on earth was she thinking? Just as he was feeling aggrieved about not having a sample to examine, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and threw a fist backward. Bam! A distorted black figure was sent reeling back and it melted into the darkness. Sad and shrill cries could be heard as 5 wisps of black mist charged at Enlin and Tianlingling. Tianlingling pulled out a ward and threw it into the mist ahead of them. The ward shone brightly and the projection of 6 golden swords materialized. The swords became a streak of light as they slashed toward the black mist. It appeared as if the golden sword projections were very effective against the black mist. Whenever the black mist was struck by them, it was akin to water meeting raging flames, and it would instantly evaporate. After destroying the wisps of black mist, the last golden sword projection shot toward the distorted figure, which had attacked Enlin a moment ago, and melted into the darkness. Enlin's eyes sparkled, and he ran toward the direction of the last sword projection. Hurry up! Don't let it escape! I have to capture that thing alive this time and thoroughly investigate it. Within the darkness, when the distorted figure heard this, it began to flee even quicker. Demon, where do you think you're going? Enlin suddenly burst forward at an astounding speed and punched toward the evil spirit general which had just swatted the golden sword projection aside. Who knew that this evil spirit was extremely nimble? Twisting about like a mudfish, it dodged his fist. The evil spirit's body was pitch black and mucus. In the darkness of the night, it looked like a black sheet which fluttered in the wind. Once Enlin neared it, he began to feel an extremely intense negative emotion. This mental state being projected outwards was the intertwining of chaos, terror, agony, and despair. A shrill wail resounded through the air. It was not only ear-piercing, but also seemed to resonate with the brain and elicit all kinds of negative emotions. The evil spirit's body suddenly writhed intensely. Immediately afterward, 10 pitch-black claws extended from its body and started lashing toward Enlin. Mountain quaking fist. Enlin threw a fist toward the direction before him. With boundless might, the golden fist that was 10 feet in size surged outwards. The pitch-black claws were pulverized by the mountain quaking fist, which continued to surge forward. Taking advantage of the fist's pause as it struck its claws, the evil spirit performed an evasive maneuver and dodged this powerful strike. Then it continued to flee. Tian Lingling, is there any way to restrict this evil spirit? Enlin shouted toward the girl behind him. She didn't need to be reminded by Enlin, and a ward was already pinched between her fingers. Looking toward the fleeing evil spirit, she began muttering incantations. For Spirit's soul-locking chain, activate. A blinding light instantly radiated out from the ward, and for golden chains started slithering toward the evil spirit like snakes. Even though this evil spirit general was especially nimble, it was unable to escape from these chains. The 4 chains instantly bound his body. The soul-locking chain can't last for long. Hurry up! Tian Lingling shouted anxiously at Enlin after realizing that the ward in her hand had already started to burn. The shrill cry of the evil spirit sounded even more mournful now, and energy erupted from its body as it tried to break out of the restriction. However, before it could break free, a massive golden fist smashed toward it. Boom! A pure energy erupted, crushing the evil spirit. A lump of distorted black matter lay on the floor squirming. This thing was very unusual, and Enlin was afraid that unwanted situations could arise if he didn't dispose of it properly. So he didn't feel like examining it anymore. Just like that, he threw another mountain quaking fist at the evil spirit on the ground. Boom! The entire floor caved in under the might of the mountain quaking fist. The distorted body of the evil spirit was also ripped to shreds, and eventually, it disappeared completely. Phew! Finished! Enlin patted his hands off, and there was a smug look on his face. After exterminating those 2 evil spirit generals, the murder cases of Xianxia village finally drew to a close. At this moment, in the middle of the pit formed by Enlin's punch, a crystal white bundle of cobwebs appeared. This had emerged from the evil spirit's body after it disappeared. However, Enlin clearly didn't notice this bundle of cobweb. Outside of the dense forest, a black-robed male was looking nervously toward Enlin's direction, and he kept repeating, "Hurry up and look down, hurry up and look down. How have you not noticed such a massive bundle of cobwebs?" Right at this moment, a petite and cute girl ran to Enlin's side. Seeing this, the black-robed male excitedly thought, "Ah, the male is blind, but this girl can probably notice it." Immediately afterward, the girl started conversing cheerily with him. Completely ignoring the pit, the black-robed male felt his chest tighten. Are they both blind? Monsters always drop loot when they die. Why aren't they checking for loot after killing the evil spirit general? Tian Lingling was all smiles as she fished out another talisman. Earth flattening technique. Rumble. Earth and rock rumbled about. Immediately afterward, the pit formed by Enlin was leveled just like that. Along with the pit, the crystal white bundle of cobwebs also disappeared under the earth and rocks. Fake Taoist priest, don't forget to clean up the battlefield. Otherwise, the villagers will receive a scare if they discover such a massive pit on their path. Tian Lingling raised her cute eyebrows and spoke with an air of authority. Hearing this, Enlin didn't retort her. Instead, he gave her a thumbs up. Nicely done. The black-robed male's vision blackened in anger, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What the fuck? You remember to clean up the battlefield, but don't remember to scour it for loot? No. I went to such difficulty to lure cultivators from the cultivation world. The mission can't fail just like this. If I want to remedy this situation, then I, the Demon King of Wisdom, must act myself. The black-robed Demon King of Wisdom suppressed his aura to that of the 10th stage Tao body and started to walk out slowly. Since we're done with this task, Let's head back. And Lin patted Tian Lingling's shoulder and started to turn around. However, right at this moment he suddenly heard an angry shout. Halt! Have you asked me, the Demon King of Wisdom, if you can escape? And Lin and Tian Lingling turned around at the same time. Then, they saw a black-robed male glowering angrily at them with crimson eyes. There's still an enemy? Is he the mastermind? They felt the powerful aura emanating from the Demon King of Wisdom, and their expressions became even more grave. Tian Lingling clenched a ward in her hand, and Lin was ready to cast a mountain-quaking fist at any time. Seeing the expressions of the two people in front of him, the Demon King of Wisdom was very satisfied, and he ferociously slammed the floor with a single hand. Boom! The pit which had just been filled split open again, and a bundle of crystal-white cobwebs flew out into his hands. Such nerve! You actually dare slay two of my trusted lieutenants and even futilely attempt to hide this bundle of Snow King cobweb. Do you know how important this is to me? The Demon King of Wisdom's voice was dripping with hatred. And Lin and Tian Lingling were utterly stupefied, and they exchanged a glance. There was something in the bottom of the pit. This hidden Snow King cobweb. If he didn't mention it, then we never would have known. Is this Demon King of Wisdom retarded? The Demon King of Wisdom found that Lin and Tian Lingling were looking at him with a hint of pity in their eyes, and this made him feel a bit uneasy. Could it be that my plan has been seen through? Can't be. My acting is exquisite. Heave-ho! You won't get away with this, die! The Demon King of Wisdom flung his arm and a gigantic black palm rushed toward Lin. And Lin dared not belittle the strike, and he used his full-power mountain-quaking fist right away. The golden fist tore through the gigantic black palm and smashed into the Demon King of Wisdom. PFFF. Ah! The Demon King of Wisdom spat out a mouthful of black blood. The Snow King cobweb slid out of his hands, and he fell into a continuous retreat. If it wasn't for the fact that my severe injuries haven't recovered, do you think that you'd be able to injure me? Next time we meet, I'll definitely make your life a living hell. After shouting these words of threat, the Demon King of Wisdom started to flee. His speed was so quick that Lin and Tian Lingling gave up any thoughts of pursuing him. He escaped just like that? And Lin was a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't he all arrogant and acting like the final boss just a moment ago? How come he was unable to withstand even one mountain-quaking fist? Where is his dignity as a boss? Tian Lingling furrowed her brows. I keep getting the feeling that something is off about that so-called Demon King of Wisdom, she said uneasily, thinking back to his exaggerated expressions. And Lin nodded in agreement. Afterward, the two of them looked cautiously at the bundle of crystal-white cobwebs which lay on the floor. This was a mystic realm within the Kunlun mountain ranges. Jagged rocks of grotesque shapes filled this place, and the entire area was shrouded by a rainbow-colored mist. In the depths of this mystic realm, there was a vast cave which was filled to the brim with vital energy. Within this cave, there was a golden supreme throne, 6 kingly thrones, and hundreds of black-robed males. Atop the golden supreme throne, there was an imposing figure shrouded by a black mist. Currently, he was looking at a crimson-eyed male who was half-kneeling before him. Wisdom, how did it go? The imposing figure spoke in a husky voice. Rest assured, Demon Emperor. Although there was a small hiccup along the way, thanks to my flawless acting skills, the task was completed successfully. The crimson-eyed male spoke with firm conviction. The Demon Emperor nodded approvingly. Very well. The moment that our demon clan revives has finally come.